Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. In the middle of a storm, the Grand Samayon estate looms under heavy rain. Inside a dim chamber, a newborn baby sleeps alone in a crib near a glowing window. A stern blonde man steps up to the crib, towering over the baby. The swaddled infant, with a shaved head, sleeps peacefully unaware. The man, the narrator's father, looks down at the newborn and calls it something disgusting. The narrator explains that their misfortune was being born at the exact same time as another child. That other child is Kajin, blessed by the sword god Kashak with an extraordinary body and talent. Elsewhere, the narrator's exhausted mother cradles the unblessed baby on a simple bed. Looking sorrowfully at her child, the mother wishes this baby had been Kajin instead. The narrator later learns their parents' disappointment is because they were born without a right arm. Each night the mother holds the baby and whispers to it in the darkness. She coldly asks the smiling infant if it can just die, calling it her baby. The conscious infant apologizes inwardly to his mother but insists he does not want to die. He recalls overhearing his father, even before birth, discussing him with high expectations. The father once told the pregnant mother that this unborn child would be the family's hope. Burning with rivalry, the father vowed the child must surpass his older brother's prodigy son Kajin. The narrator says his father wanted him to defeat Kajin but instead got a one-handed, godless disgrace. Time passes to a bright spring day where children and maids relax in the estate gardens. The maids excitedly dote on young Master Kajin as he toddles toward them. Kajin beams with a radiant smile that the servants praise as angelic. From behind a tree, the narrator's mother watches the joyful scene. She notes bitterly that Kajin is already walking. Looking at her own child crying on the grass, she wonders why he is so slow. Much later, when the narrator finally manages to stand and take steps, he reflects on the effort. Meanwhile, his drunken, despairing mother laments that Kajin is already holding a blade, so her son's progress feels pointless. When the narrator first wields a crude sword, Kajin is already sensing mana and training in the Samayon sword style. The narrator remembers his mother's wistful sigh that she wishes her child were Kajin. Over time, he begins both to envy and admire Kajin. In winter, a carriage travels through a blizzard carrying him to a new fate. At 7 years old he is delivered to serve as one of Kajin's attendants. Outwardly the family claims he was sent as a supportive cousin and friend to Kajin. In reality, his parents sold him off for 300,000 liden. Years later he is bloodied and panting, clearly after a brutal beating. Tied to a post in the snow, he is mocked by a now-teen Kajin who laughs at his miserable state. Kajin gleefully prepares to whip him, calling him an unprecedented loser. The whip strikes his bound body with explosive force. The narrator explains Kajin always disliked him and used him as a target for his rage. He forces himself not to cry, not because of the physical pain. What hurts more is seeing nearby knights smirking and ignoring the abuse. He says the worst part was that all the adults turned a blind eye. Kajin continues lashing him while high-ranking onlookers watch without intervention. To the narrator, there were no true adults present in that place. The snowy mountains swirl with relentless wind, mirroring his isolation. He recalls that his famous uncle left the family long ago and never came back. With no one to restrain him, Kajin grew into a cruel, executioner-like figure. In training matches, Kajin's speed overwhelms another trainee who can barely block. Kajin mocks that the drills are easy and the others are simply too slow as he batters them. Wooden weapons shatter from the intensity of his strikes. One opponent quickly concedes defeat as Kajin's blade rests at his throat. The narrator says Kajin's God-given talent and blessing turned into a poison that warped him. Kajin savagely continues striking the already defeated trainee, unconcerned with rules. He arrogantly demands the next challenger. The one-armed narrator, now older and scarred, is called forward to face Kajin. Gripping his practiced sword, he admits his jealousy of Kajin's power and gifts. He charges with desperate determination, shouting that he wants strength too. Their wooden blades clash violently, red mana flaring around Davin. Kajin notices Davin's fierce glare and orders him to stop looking at him that way. Unleashing a powerful mana attack, Kajin roars that he hates him. Davin lies bloodied against a shattered pillar while Kajin sneers at the idea of a one-armed loser daring to glare. Kajin kicks and beats him further, taunting that hard work will never let him catch up. He proclaims that no matter how much Davin toils, he will never reach Kajin's level. Crumpled on the ground, Davin whispers that he still wants to win. With burning eyes he insists again that he truly wants victory. He admits his dreams cannot be achieved through effort alone as he trains obsessively in the forest. Even as Kajin later wastes his talents on indulgence and vice, Davin still cannot surpass him. In countless life-or-death clashes, Kajin continues to dominate Davin. Davin defines their contrast as a lazy genius versus a hardworking fool. Yet he believes their positions will eventually reverse and continues to fight. Years later, a roaring crowd fills a massive arena where the two cousins duel publicly. On the arena floor, armored Kajin and cloaked Davin exchange powerful sword blows. Kajin dives with a devastating attack, his eyes glowing ominously. Davin counters with dark, crackling mana, straining against Kajin's assault. His eyes burn purple as he pushes his demonic power further. He unleashes a massive downward strike that explodes with corrupt energy. The shockwave forces Kajin to shield himself, cursing at the intensity. Kajin realizes his vision is being overwhelmed by the blinding blast. Suddenly Davin appears above him, descending like a dark comet. Davin's face is shadowed and terrifying as he prepares the finishing blow. The two collide in a final clash, lightning-like energy erupting around them as someone screams Kajin's name. A huge purple explosion rocks the arena, shaking the stands. Spectators stare in shock at what has happened. One observer is especially stunned into speechlessness. The crowd gasps that the one-armed Davin has defeated Storm Sword Kajin. Davin, barely standing, notes that until today he had officially fought Kajin 21 times and lost every one. At 29 years old, he has finally managed to defeat his lifelong rival. He recalls countless unofficial losses and scorn from others who called him a hopeless, talentless fool. Despite all that ridicule, he states firmly that today he still emerged the victor. The stadium erupts, chanting Davin's name as he holds his broken opponent at sword point. Davin challenges Kajin, asking how long he expected to remain stronger. Kajin, sweating and hysterical, screams that he cannot accept losing to a loser like Davin. Davin thinks back to the belittling words he heard over and over in his youth. He remembers his mother saying things would be different if he had been Kajin. He recalls his father wishing his son were Kajin instead of him. Kajin snarls that in Davin's place he would never have lived such a pathetic life. He curses Davin furiously in frustration. Davin replies that in Kajin's place he would have avoided vice and used that talent to help the weak instead of trampling them. Walking away from the kneeling Kajin, Davin savors the feeling of finally winning. He begins to think it is all over, only to sense something wrong. Kajin treacherously stabs him from behind, driving a blade through his chest. The onlookers are horrified by Kajin's sudden betrayal. The crowd screams that Kajin has stabbed Davin in the back. Bleeding heavily, Davin bitterly calls Kajin slimy even in defeat. Kajin trembles with rage and desperation as he clutches his weapon. Davin feels searing pain and realizes the wound is likely fatal despite his recent victory. He recognizes the sword as Sun, the Samayon family's holy blade imbued with anti-demon mana, leaving him no hope of survival unless the miracle saint intervenes. With bloodied grin, he tells Kajin that history will now remember Kajin as the true loser. Davin later awakens in a torchlit dungeon corridor. He is tied to a chair, still injured and cloaked, in a prison cell. Groggily he wonders if this place might be hell. A massive executioner-like jailer appears and repeats the word hell ominously. The masked man tells Davin he is lucky, since the renowned miracle saint Rayla happened to be at the arena. Hearing this, Davin reacts with surprise and asks about the saint. The jailer explains that like a true saint she miraculously healed Davin's filthy, dying body. Davin questions if this is why he survived, even though his entire body now feels broken and barely functional. The masked interrogator suddenly asks if Davin made a contract with the devil. Davin, bewildered, responds by asking what he is talking about. The man insists that only a deal with the devil could have let a loser like Davin beat Kajin. He adds that Davin's own parents have confessed to this accusation, leaving Davin stunned. Davin envisions his parents, realizing they have betrayed him once again. He lets out a bitter chuckle, asking if this is really how it is. The interrogator says ritual items and Davin's blood were found at his home, and accuses him of sacrificing 300 children for power. He declares that Kajin stabbed Davin to defend the Samayon family's honor, painting Kajin as a tragic hero forced to wound his cousin. Davin understands that though he beat Kajin personally, the Samayon family itself has chosen Kajin over him. The official sentence is pronounced. Davin will have all his mana sealed and spend the rest of his life imprisoned. The man tells him he will suffer forever and rot in prison. Davin narrates that his tendons were cut and his mana completely sealed by multiple binding chains. He is dragged down the prison corridor and thrown away like trash. Broken and bound in striped prison clothes, he sits alone on the cold stone floor. Time passes in oppressive silence around his bowed head. One day Kajin himself comes to the cell, and Davin quietly recognizes him. Kajin smiles cruelly and says Davin suits his pitiful condition. He boasts that he has become a praised sword emperor, celebrated as a diligent genius. Leaning close, Kajin mockingly thanks Davin, calling him a loser whose sacrifice made this possible. After Kajin leaves, Davin explains that even his meager food rations were drastically reduced. Years later, now gaunt and long-haired, Davin lies starving in the cell, tormented by hunger. In desperation he bites into his own arm to try to stave off starvation. Looking at the bloody bite mark on his hand, he thinks that if he must die he wants at least an honorable death. He laments that he should have died back in the arena when he defeated Kajin. Collapsing on the freezing floor, he notes the numbing cold as he nears death. He wonders if his life might have been different had he not been born one-armed. He imagines a life where he was born to the Samayon direct line and publicly praised. He fantasizes about having the sword god's blessing while his parents smile proudly at him. In his dying vision he pictures being truly loved and embraced by his mother. Fighting despair, he thinks desperately that he does not want to die. He clings to the final thought that he still wants to live. In the darkness a single drop falls, rippling like the start of something new. A bright point of light appears and begins to grow in the void. A sinister voice or thought declares that he will not die after all. Someone shouts angrily, demanding to know if he is listening while an adult of the family speaks. Another voice yells the name Vincent as a hand seizes a child's sleeve, signaling that Davin has awakened in a different time or body. The protagonist feels sharp pain and realizes it is coming from his right arm. He wonders if this vivid scene with the blonde man gripping him is just a dream. Recognizing the blonde man as an adult from a branch family, he is confused how he knows him. Hearing himself called Vincent, seventh son of Adankaga, he is bombarded by strange memories. He decides that, compared to the underground prison he remembers, this dreamlike place with fresh air is not so bad. Thinking this is a dying gift, he marvels at a dream in which he has his right arm back. The blonde man, enraged, starts to shout at him. The blonde man channels mana through his grip to hurt him, and the boy realizes this is a mana-based pain attack. Surrounded by dark blue energy, he recalls the method to block such a mana attack and seizes the man's arm. He applies that method by forcefully pushing the opponent away to break physical contact. Surprised that a light shove sent the man flying so far, he notes that the man's body movement is oddly sluggish despite good mana control. He apologizes awkwardly, pretending it was unintentional. Standing over the fallen man, he casually claims his hand slipped. The humiliated man calls him an impudent brat as he scrambles up. Clutching his chest, the man snarls that the boy is arrogant just because he is from the main family. The man vows that his own son will crush Vincent at the upcoming clash between main and branch families. The boy realizes this man resembles his past father, always obsessed with defeating the eldest uncle. He recalls how, when that dream proved impossible, his father projected his frustrated ambitions onto him, turning him into an unfilial son. The branch family man storms off, promising not to forget Vincent's arrogance and rudeness. He ominously tells Vincent to wait for the assembly of true swords. Left alone in the ornate room, Vincent stands deep in thought. Looking around his luxurious bedroom, he lets out a relieved sigh. He breathes calmly, settling his nerves by the window. He starts doubting that this is a dream at all, since he should have woken up by now. A stab of pain triggers more memories beginning to return. He remembers his mother dying shortly after giving birth to him. He recalls how his father utterly neglected him. He remembers the other children using him as a scapegoat and bullying him. He identifies himself as Vincent, seventh of 8 children in the famous sword family Adenka, and remembers cowering after being hit by his youngest sibling Loa. He reflects that, in this main family, he was an ugly duckling abandoned by relatives and preyed upon by ambitious branch families. He concludes that the one-armed Davin of the Samayan family has reincarnated as the useless Vincent of the Adenka family. Still bewildered, he admits he does not truly understand what is happening. Searching the shelves, he finds a personal diary. Reading it, he learns the former Vincent envied his siblings, suffered relentless harassment from branch kin, was ignored by servants, and even wished for death. He notes that the diary is filled with self-loathing and shows Vincent had sunk into total despair. He interprets his own reincarnation as an answer to both Davin's wish to live and Vincent's wish to die. He muses that he wanted to live while Vincent wanted to die, and wonders if their desires caused one to disappear and the other to revive. Skeptical, he asks himself if he really should believe such an absurd explanation. Sensing another presence, and that someone spoke, he demands to know who is in the room. A mocking voice calls him naive or foolish, and he wonders if a demon is trying to deceive him about his illegitimate reincarnation. The voice claims to be the original owner of Vincent's body. Shocked, he realizes the speaker must be Vincent himself. A spectral figure with butterflies confirms he was once Vincent but has surrendered his body, and no longer has a name. The spirit asks to be called Julian from now on. Davin asks how Julian, who should be dead, can appear like this. Julian answers that what Davin is seeing is a divine revelation. Davin recalls that revelations are messages granted by gods to specially blessed humans. Realizing this might be a true revelation, he is stunned by the implication. He asks if Julian is actually a god, and Julian affirms it. Julian adds that he is only a minor god, not a great one. Julian explains that he intended to summon a spirit god but Davin answered instead, and that to become a true god he must accomplish many achievements. He calls that gathering of achievements his calling and says completing it would let him rise to true godhood. Davin responds that while he understands Julian's situation, he is uninterested in the god's personal goals. He states that if he truly gained a new life, he intends to spend it living fully rather than serving some ghost's wishes. Julian agrees their opposing wishes created this situation. Julian warns that his spiritual energy is low, and if it disappears entirely, Davin's borrowed body will die as well. Davin dismisses this as a weak attempt at a threat. Examining himself, he remarks that this body seems far too healthy to die anytime soon. Then something about his condition horrifies him. He angrily curses Julian. Julian lets Davin suddenly collapse onto the floor to prove how frail the body actually is. Watching him fall, Julian calls Davin naive. Julian declares he will now show Davin his true memories. Butterflies swarm around as he says these will be his real, authentic memories. A torrent of light crashes down into Davin's body as the memory transfer begins. Writhing under the influx of images, Davin questions what these memories are. He sees flashes of past abuse, being called trash and moron while people urge others to keep stepping on him. He relives getting brutally beaten and stomped on by many feet. Observers notice that even during such abuse, his expression is unnervingly different. It becomes clear Vincent never truly despaired but merely pretended to be a coward. In fact, Vincent had been secretly preparing for revenge all along. Davin reels at realizing such ruthless planning came from a 13-year-old, and wonders what kind of world he has reincarnated into. Julian smugly asks if his acting in those memories was convincing. Julian explains he had to act that way to escape his family's surveillance while he researched forbidden, apostle-level subjects. Julian asks if Davin is now willing to hear him out, assuring him their cooperation would also benefit Davin. Davin agrees to listen. Julian begins by asking if he knows of the archdemon Davin and the hero King Kajin. Davin reacts strongly to hearing his own infamous title and Kajin's name. He exclaims in disbelief at hearing both titles mentioned together. Julian says he is recounting events from 500 years ago. He narrates how the one-armed swordsman Davin escaped from a Samion prison, leaving dead guards behind. Using a demonic contract, Davin supposedly devoured countless lives and slaughtered tens of thousands. Thus history recorded Davin as a great demon. Davin repeats the label of great demon from 500 years ago, stunned. He wonders if he has leapt 500 years into the future, which seems impossible to him. Julian points out the unlikely coincidence that people bearing the names Davin and Kajin now are both of the Samion bloodline. Davin insists he distinctly remembers dying in that prison cell 500 years ago. Julian recounts how the Samion family chose the famed storm sword over the disgraced one-armed man. He says the one-armed swordsman died alone. Meanwhile, the storm sword rose in glory and became the sword emperor. Davin fumes that the Samion family distorted history with lies about a great demon and a hero king. Enraged, he slams the ground and curses the Samion family. Julian cheerfully adds that the hero King Kajin had actually cherished Davin deeply, calling their connection romantic. Davin yells at him to stop spouting such nonsense. When Julian asks why he is so angry, Davin snaps that it is because that entire historical narrative is fabricated. Julian, surprised, asks if Davin is actually from that ancient era. Davin confirms it and grumbles at being called old, while Julian remarks that history is written by victors. Julian jokes about how precocious this 13-year-old sounds, and Davin retorts that kids now mature faster than in Julian's time. With a sigh, Davin tells Julian to keep explaining. Julian says the hero king worked together with the Sun Sword Emperor, his best friend, to defeat the so-called great demon Davin. Davin asks who this Sun Sword Emperor is, and Julian explains he is Arslan, ancestor of the Adenka family. Recognizing the name, Davin laughs that the snotty kid he once knew became Adenka's first patriarch. A memory surfaces of young Arslan eagerly introducing himself to Davin and declaring his admiration. Another memory shows Arslan saying he wants to grow up to be like Davin. Davin recalls that despite Arslan's youth, he treated him as both friend and disciple. He remembers Arslan visiting him in prison and insisting that authority could never suppress the truth. Arslan had solemnly promised to restore Davin's honor no matter how long it took. Davin notes bitterly that after making that vow, Arslan never came to visit again. Julian says Arslan, as Adenka's first patriarch, left his descendants a life mission tied to Julian's divine achievement. That mission, Julian reveals with a smile, is to surpass the Samion family. Davin adds that it is also to confront the truth behind what happened. He connects this mission to Arslan's promise to uncover the truth about his wrongful treatment. Convinced it is no coincidence, Davin decides that, while he does not know everything, this connection is real. Julian explains that Arslan abandoned the Falker family, formed the Adenka family, and dedicated it to facing the truth. Davin realizes Adenka was created specifically to clear his name, and thinks it is fate that he was born into this house. He summarizes that Julian's calling is to complete Adenka's mission, and asks if helping with that would truly make Julian a god. Julian proposes a mutually beneficial deal, saying if the mission is fulfilled, Davin can fully own the body and receive a divine blessing. Ignoring the sales pitch, Davin thanks Arslan and grips the sword on his wall. Drawing the sword amid radiant mana, he pledges to inherit Arslan's mission and surpass the Samion family. He vows to rise above the family that betrayed him by thriving within this new one. Davin and Julian leave the building together. As they walk, Julian asks where Davin is headed. Annoyed, Davin tells him to stop calling him an old man. Julian jokes that anyone from 500 years ago is definitely old, further irritating Davin. Davin sarcastically blames his failing memory on old age and pretends to forget Julian's calling, prompting Julian to shout his name. Amused, Davin accepts being called Davin and Julian eagerly agrees. Suddenly a voice announces the start of sparring, catching them both off guard. Davin and Julian watch as swords clash in midair outside. Seeing armored soldiers train, Davin wonders how martial arts in this era function and how they have changed over 500 years. Smiling, he looks forward to testing how strong Kajin's descendants in the Samion family have become. Yet he suddenly feels his body grow unbearably heavy. He staggers, realizing something is wrong with his body. A jarring impact sound signals his collapse. Meditating and flooding himself with mana, he realizes this body is so weak that only constant mana control lets it function normally. While circulating energy, he senses an unusual, promising mana flow inside himself. Alarmed, he calls desperately for Julian. Julian appears in pajamas, yawning and asking why Davin suddenly needs him. Grabbing him, Davin demands to know why Julian never trained in swordsmanship. Julian says timidly that a congenital disability prevented him from learning it. Davin presses him on why, and Julian can only answer that he was born that way. Davin shouts that Julian actually possesses the rare heavenly exoskeleton and should have learned swordsmanship. When Julian protests and asks what that is, Davin explains it lets him store mana throughout his body, especially within his bones. Julian repeats in disbelief that he can store mana in his bones. Frustrated, Davin resolves to explain from the basics, stating that martial artists use mana to gain superhuman strength. He illustrates that ordinary mana is normally stored only in a person's heart. He clarifies that heavenly exoskeleton users can also store mana in their bones, granting them virtually limitless mana. Julian marvels that he unknowingly possessed such an incredible trait, while Davin insists he still does not grasp its significance. Davin reveals that Kajin, the revered hero king, also had the heavenly exoskeleton. He reflects ironically that he has reincarnated with the very physique of Kajin, the man he envied all his life. Yet he notes that this world 500 years later is far stranger than he ever expected. The spirit complains that he cannot connect imagery to the heart. Vincent asks what imagery is, while the spirit despairs at how much he has to explain. The spirit defines imagery as an imaginary storage space for mana. Vincent is shocked to learn mana is not stored in the heart, and asks how that fits with meditation. The spirit, confused, asks which meditation method Vincent means. Vincent recalls a legendary ancestor Falker who had a heart-based mana meditation technique. The spirit explains that in his era mana was stored in imagery, each storage was called a star, and star count showed a martial artist's strength. He adds that storing mana in the body was abandoned long ago, and probably erased from records, leaving Vincent stunned. Vincent reasons that adults in the family form at least one imagery, and that linking an imagery and sensing mana defines a one-star level. He concludes imagery was invented to avoid the dangers of keeping mana in the heart. Vincent recalls that many martial artists once died when mana stored in their hearts exploded. Despite that danger, he begins gathering mana into his heart. The spirit panics, asking if Vincent is channeling mana into his heart, but Vincent trusts his strong heart. Vincent insists that real martial artists must take such risks, and says a hero named One-Armed Davin also grew strong this way. The spirit scolds him for letting mana flow chaotically and asks if Vincent knows the correct mana circuit formula. Vincent, annoyed, asks if mana flow even has a formula. The spirit exclaims that of course it does and that mana must be used efficiently. Vincent says he used to guide mana by instinct, admitting some people failed. He remembers that about half of those practitioners had their magic circuits twist and burst. The spirit realizes that means half died, while Vincent casually says that also means half survived. The spirit begs him not to be reckless with someone else's body and asks that it be treated as precious, while Vincent lazily agrees. Vincent then pointedly asks why such a precious body was neglected and weakened. The spirit is caught off guard by the question. Vincent notes the body has excellent physique, a strong heart, and robust circuits, saying proper Samayan training would have made him successful. The spirit explains that physiognomy is the structure that holds mana, but Vincent's body has been starved of mana for 13 years. Vincent concludes that at this rate Vincent Adenka's body will die before reaching adulthood. Night falls over the mansion as this grave realization hangs in the air. The spirit says meditation can slow the deterioration, but only for about 10 more years. Vincent thinks 10 years is enough to surpass his old title of Storm Sword and for One-Armed Davin's name to vanish from history. He recalls those same 10 years were how long Davin starved to death in prison while longing to live. Remembering that ordeal, he shudders at how terrifyingly long those 10 years felt. A servant pounds on the door, demanding to know what the young lord is doing inside. Vincent is jolted from meditation and asks who is there. The servant Wilson barges in, announcing himself. Wilson is shocked by the trash room and asks why Vincent made such a mess. Vincent slowly stands and asks if Wilson is his servant. Wilson confirms he is, while Vincent recalls that this is the same man Julian once threatened to kill in 3 years. Vincent decides to stop overthinking and simply act. He orders Wilson to bring fresh clothes and clean the room. Wilson, unnerved by Vincent's newfound presence, wonders if this is really the weak boy he knows. He nervously asks what experiment caused this disaster. Vincent casually denies doing anything strange. Wilson accuses him of going mad from isolation and learning dark magic, saying he will report this to the household. Vincent laughs that Wilson speaks politely while being incredibly rude. He chastises Wilson for defying his master's wishes and ignoring a direct order. Vincent coldly points out that cleaning and serving are Wilson's job, even if the workload is heavier today. Wilson protests that he hates doing tasks he does not feel like doing and complains about being treated as a cleaner. Vincent glares and bluntly reminds him that he is indeed a servant. Vincent then says that if Wilson refuses, he will fetch clothes himself. Wilson, alarmed, asks where Vincent is going. Vincent replies that he will go to the Grand Chamberlain personally and tell him his servant Wilson refuses to work. Wilson falls silent, intimidated by the implied threat. He hurriedly insists he will get the clothes after all. Wilson runs off with the laundry, promising to clean the room as well. As he hurries down the hall, Wilson inwardly admits that even a timid young lord should not be treated so arrogantly and suspects he was placed here deliberately. Julian agrees with that assessment and appears behind Vincent. Vincent guesses the family wants him to deal with an insolent servant and prove how a 7th young lord should act. Julian reveals Wilson was once a gang member who killed many, and asks what they should do. Vincent laughs and explains that true killers give off a distinctive aura. He says Wilson has no such aura, looks innocent, and seems cowardly, so his stories are bluster. Julian is skeptical and asks how Vincent knows such things so well. Vincent answers with a sinister smile that he knows because he has lived that kind of life. Julian, unnerved, wonders what exactly he has summoned. He fears he may have brought forth something even scarier than a spirit king. Later Wilson calls through the door, announcing his return. He comes in with laundered clothes, saying he washed what Vincent wore yesterday. Vincent, now neatly dressed, thanks him and asks if he approves of the clean room. Wilson asks that Vincent not turn his room into a battlefield again, and Vincent lightly agrees. Wilson thinks Vincent seems more submissive now and scoffs that the weak boy is still powerless. Vincent then orders Wilson to fetch a 1-meter wooden sword of specific weight and wood from the family storeroom. Wilson smugly asks what happens if he refuses. Vincent calmly replies that he will go to the storeroom himself, and wonders aloud how to explain that to the gatekeeper. He reminds Wilson that the storeroom gatekeepers are elite warriors loyal to direct descendants, implying trouble for a defiant servant. Wilson grabs Vincent from behind, begging him to wait. As he does, his eyes widen in shock. Vincent instinctively throws Wilson over his shoulder, slamming him to the ground. Holding Wilson's wrist, Vincent apologizes and says he has bad memories of being attacked from behind. He tells Wilson to remember this and avoid surprising him, while Wilson groans in pain. Internally, Vincent admits his body hurts badly from that small move. Wilson, enraged and gathering mana, prepares to curse while Vincent turns around, puzzled. Vincent's eyes glow red as he demands to know if Wilson has more to say. Terrified, Wilson stammers out the sword request details instead. Vincent teases him that he just said he did not want to do it. Flustered, Wilson denies refusing and storms out. The door slams loudly as he leaves. Wilson peeks back in to insist the slam was just the wind. Vincent smirks and mutters that he never even complained. Wilson fumes down the hallway. Determined not to be humiliated again, he marches off with a wooden sword. He vows never to lose to Vincent again and to prove his own worth. Returning, Wilson tosses the wooden sword down with a curt here, clearly trying to provoke Vincent. Vincent ignores the attitude and instead starts talking about a one-armed acquaintance he knows well. He explains that this man's missing right arm made his life hard and led to a tragic end. Wilson, embarrassed, finally hands over the sword properly and Vincent thanks him. Mortified by how servile he looks, Wilson announces he has completed the errand and will withdraw. The doors close quietly behind him. Vincent inspects the wooden sword and decides it is time for real training. He begins striking targets, the blows echoing sharply. In the training hall he repeatedly shouts as he hits the practice dummies. Soon he is panting, surprised by how quickly this weak body tires from a few swings, and realizes he has far to go. Despite the exhaustion, he savors the familiar sensation and believes he is born to be a martial artist. As he trains, his careless strike almost collides with another sword and he apologizes. A blond boy in red armor appears, saying the mana was so weak he thought the area empty, then asks who Vincent is. The boy introduces himself as Revan Adenka and identifies Vincent as the useless family member he has heard about. Vincent silently studies him. Vincent recalls that Revan is merely a distant collateral relative. Julian notes that Revan is also a top contender to win the upcoming Assembly of True Swords. Julian reminds Vincent that he has already met Revan's father, linking the resemblance. Revan plants his foot firmly, radiating intent. Julian warns that Revan is the most skilled 13-year-old among the Adenka collateral lines and that he came specifically to challenge Vincent before the assembly. Vincent reflects on the Assembly of True Swords. Julian explains it is a deadly tournament where children of martial families related to Adenka fight with real blades, usually from age 14. He adds that the winner earns the right to duel a direct descendant of similar age, which in this case would be the weak Vincent. Revan taunts Vincent, saying he hopes Vincent will not hide from him when real swords are involved. When Vincent calmly declares he is not afraid of swords, Revan laughs that at least he talks big for a direct descendant. Vincent tells him he should also speak with more dignity. He criticizes Revan for rudely mocking a relative who is simply training. Vincent recalls that one-armed Davin earned universal respect on the training grounds and accuses Revan of disgracing martial artists by destroying another scarecrow. He then insults Revan's father, implying those bad manners were taught at home. Furious, Revan shouts that Vincent has insulted his father and resolves to punish him now. Julian warns that Revan is a 2-star warrior with the Steel Man trait and far stronger than Vincent. Vincent thinks Revan reeks of inferiority as a collateral line, notes he is using mana against someone who cannot control it, and judges both father and son as lacking martial etiquette. Determined to teach him, Vincent grips his wooden sword and resolves to show how far modern martial minds have fallen. He recalls that in his own era such behavior would have earned a harsh beating from elders. Vincent points the sword precisely at Revan, remarking he still has a good sense of distance. Revan is stunned that a boy without mana or imagery dares aim a sword at him, and wonders why Vincent seems so confident. Facing that sword, Revan knows logically Vincent cannot win, yet he senses a threat that could cut him at any time. Vincent's aura grows darker, making Revan feel that very danger. Overwhelmed, Revan abruptly suggests they stop the clash for now. Vincent mocks him, saying if he fears a wooden sword, how will he handle real blades at the assembly? He reminds Revan that true swords will spill real blood there. Revan can only grind out an insult under his breath. His teeth clench in barely contained rage. Finally he explodes, vowing to kill Vincent here and now as he charges. Revan's face distorts with murderous intent as he rushes in. Julian screams for Vincent to dodge, but Vincent calmly says Revan cannot wound him. At that moment Revan's armored escort rushes in, restraining him and declaring that he may not fight Vincent there. Julian sighs in relief while Vincent smiles, having achieved his goal. The escort explains that if Vincent were injured now he could avoid the assembly, insisting Revan must wait to fight there instead. Revan, still furious, promises to face Vincent at the assembly of true swords and calls him a coward. Later, Julian scolds Vincent for provoking Revan when the escort had to intervene to save him. Vincent dismisses it, saying he merely taught a rude child some manners. Julian laments that he summoned such a troublesome spirit instead of a proper spirit king, while Vincent calmly continues studying this era. As he flips through a book, Vincent discovers a portrait that appears to be of his younger self. Julian orders him to stop dawdling and move on from image theory to the topics of blessings and traits. Julian explains that traits are man-made blessings created by analyzing divine powers. Vincent is shocked that blessings can be manufactured and warns this is an act of disrespect to the gods that should invite punishment. Julian retorts that spirits have already been punished and shrugs off the warning. He confirms that Revan possesses a trait called Steel Man, which strengthens and hardens the body. Julian further explains that traits can evolve along branching paths called tech trees, and that Steel Man's development path excels in defense and destructive power. Vincent listens as Julian warns that training only in martial arts will make his skills unbalanced, even if it lets him grow strong quickly. Vincent studies a decapitated dummy and recalls that Revan once achieved an extraordinary level of swordsmanship, wondering if it came from a special trait. Comparing himself to such monsters, Vincent decides he must urgently master new skills. Time passes and the academy courtyard becomes Vincent's regular training ground. Vincent repeatedly swings his wooden sword with fierce determination, carving arcs through the air. Onlookers mock that Vincent trains with his left hand, cannot use imagery, and quickly runs out of breath. Another officer steps in and orders the mockers not to speak so rashly about Vincent. The vice commander of the White Sword Unit, Merlin, appears and asks why they find the Adenka young lord's martial training amusing. Frightened by Merlin, the guards hurriedly apologize and leave. Merlin thinks he wants to scold them further, but hesitates. Observing the exhausted Vincent, Merlin admits most people would see him as the shame of Adenka, a mannerless boy blindly swinging a sword. Julian nervously asks if they can train somewhere more private, but Vincent replies he lacks the time and stamina to go elsewhere. Vincent reflects that he has always been despised, yet once as the one-armed Davin he defeated the mighty Storm Blade against all expectations. Remembering how he turned jeers into cheers back then, Vincent believes he can accomplish a similar reversal now. Merlin hands Vincent an advanced recovery potion to help him endure harsher training. He explains the potion will ease Vincent's practice, prompting Vincent to ask who he is. Merlin introduces himself formally as the vice commander of the White Sword Unit. Vincent confirms Merlin is no longer laughing at him, and Merlin admits he initially did but has changed his mind. Merlin says Vincent's desperate gaze shows he is earnestly seeking something, and that anyone mocking such a martial artist deserves ridicule instead. Moved, Vincent vows internally to remember Merlin's name. Vincent apologetically tells Merlin he must be busy with patrols and suggests he return to work. As Merlin leaves, he senses a change in Vincent's aura and silently wishes the young lord good luck. Empowered by potion and resolve, Vincent strikes the practice dummy with increasing power. He continues relentless swings, gradually tearing the target apart. Between bouts he gulps down more potion, using it to fuel non-stop training. Outside of sparring, Vincent also immerses himself in study with Julian hovering nearby. While practicing footwork, Vincent reminds himself to balance on his right leg. He coordinates that balance with hip rotation and begins to feel mana circulating from his heart. Vincent's perception sharpens until he can see the flow of power itself. He visualizes one-armed Davin's sword technique in his mind's eye. He analyzes that technique as a path of dots and lines that produce special abilities. Timing everything, Vincent unleashes the perfected strike. The sword blow neatly slices the practice dummy's head in a clean cut. Elated, Vincent realizes his theory has succeeded. Convinced, he declares his swordsmanship system complete. Meanwhile, Wilson grumbles about how Vincent's dawn training forces him to work earlier and harder. Annoyed, Wilson plans to humiliate Vincent somehow. He brings Vincent breakfast, pretending polite service. Vincent silently inspects the meal with a suspicious look. The portion is meager and clearly tampered with, confirming his doubts. Vincent casually remarks that if Wilson wanted to steal food he should not have made it so obvious. He notes Wilson did not even bother to wipe the food from his mouth, exposing the theft. Vincent says he will overlook it for now but warns that this behavior must not escalate. With glowing red eyes, Vincent warns Wilson not to cross any further line. Panicking, Wilson brags about his violent past as a gangster who has killed people, trying to intimidate Vincent. Vincent dryly responds that Wilson sounds scary but continues eating unfazed. Using telepathy powered by mana, Vincent explains to Wilson that ruling by fear is easy but wins no true loyalty, which is why he restrains his power. He then demonstrates his mana by bending a fork and says the important point is that he now possesses mana at all. Vincent tells Wilson to stop acting prideful, stand beside him, and that soon Wilson will not be ashamed to serve Vincent Adenka. Vincent tells Wilson he must someday choose between obeying out of fear or showing genuine loyalty. Overwhelmed, Wilson protests that such loyalty cannot be forced so abruptly. After leaving the room, Wilson pauses, shaken into thoughtful silence. His heart races as he admits to himself that Vincent's cool charisma has exploded. Elsewhere, Merlin walks through the training yard, noticing the damaged dummies. He assumes Vincent simply finished practice early and left. A closer look at one dummy makes Merlin stop in surprise. He realizes the target's top was cleanly severed, as if by a real steel blade. Yet he knows Vincent has only ever used wooden swords during training. Feeling the cut's surface and its precision, Merlin wonders if such rapid improvement is even possible in just a few days. Deeply impressed and curious, Merlin silently calls Vincent's name. Julian marvels at Vincent's mysterious martial art and asks what kind of technique he is learning. Later, Vincent changes clothes, preparing for his next move. Wilson dutifully folds laundry while Vincent dresses and Julian hovers nearby. Julian notices how polite Wilson has become, while Vincent remarks that some people seize initiative but cannot reclaim it once lost. Vincent studies his hand and suddenly questions the quality of his clothes. He tells Wilson the material is Levidine cotton, a cheap cloth that harms soil and is unworthy of noble use. Vincent adds that the food quality is also far below what the family budget should allow. Concluding, he tells Julian that someone within the household must be embezzling funds. Elsewhere, servants gossip in confusion about Levidine and embezzlement as Wilson folds clothes, oblivious. Vincent reasons that the thief cannot be Wilson and must be someone higher in the hierarchy. In another room, Revan practices brutal wooden sword swings, imbuing them with fiery energy. Exhausted but satisfied, Revan catches his breath after intense training. Vincent suddenly appears behind him with a menacing aura, asking why Revan fears even a wooden sword. Revan grits his teeth in humiliation at being startled. He roars back that he is not afraid and swings his heavy wooden blade with full force. Later, Revan is still training when his father calls to him from the doorway. Revan turns and respectfully answers, and his father notes that the boy's practice seems to be going well. Revan's father gravely reminds him that the assembly of true swords is approaching. He says that to escape poverty and branch family sorrow, Revan must defeat Vincent, which Revan acknowledges. Gripping Revan's leg, the father shouts that this victory is an absolute necessity. He commands Revan to become the one collateral member who will overturn the main family. Revan agrees outwardly but notes inwardly that his father is growing ever more obsessed as the event nears. Revan convinces himself that beating Vincent will restore peace to his father and family. At the same time, Julian triumphantly finishes compiling information on every participant in the assembly of true swords. Vincent is amazed that the dossier includes not only identities but also each fighter's habits and techniques. Julian calls Vincent terrifying for preparing so thoroughly, and Vincent takes it as praise. Vincent confirms that his strategy is to debut spectacularly by using the Spirit King's borrowed power in conjunction with the Miracle Stone. He recalls that the Miracle Stone is a mana crystal awarded to the champion, which instantly strengthens both body and mana when consumed. Julian observes that Vincent's expression and data show how desperately he wants to win. Vincent thinks it would disgrace him as a martial artist if he lost despite all the advantages he has prepared. He tells Julian that while he will not be using the Spirit King as planned, he will still give Julian a victory worth even more. Vincent resolves to deliver that greater victory at the assembly itself. Later he rings a bell to summon Wilson. Wilson rushes in, panting, and asks what the young master needs. Vincent smiles and says there is a task he wants Wilson to perform. Wilson then carries a written message, as instructed. The family's Grand Chamberlain Raelsa pauses her paperwork when Wilson knocks and announces himself. Nervous, Wilson peeks in and greets her awkwardly. He asks to speak with Grand Chamberlain Raelsa as she continues writing. Raelsa fixes him with a stern gaze and tells him to state his business. Intimidated by her overwhelming aura, Wilson thinks to himself how terrifying a 7-star martial artist is. He relays that young Master Vincent wishes to convey something to the family head, prompting Raelsa to sneer at Vincent's supposed cowardice. Wilson adds that Vincent asked specifically for the family head to attend the assembly of true swords in person. He further explains that Vincent intends to prove his worth as a main House Adenka member, though the family head has never before bothered to watch the event. Raelsa realizes Vincent must know about her budget embezzlement, and that this invitation is the price she must pay. Remembering Vincent's exact words, Wilson repeats the order to make possible what seems impossible. Startled, Raelsa presses Wilson on what he just said, and he stammers that he merely quoted the young master. Dismissing him, Raelsa orders Wilson to leave, now deeply thoughtful. Alone, she reasons that Vincent deliberately sent Wilson instead of coming himself to assert authority in an indirect yet powerful way. Smiling, she wonders whether Vincent has finally grasped her hidden intentions. Meanwhile, the Adenka family head meditates shirtless amid swirling energy in an ornate chamber. His powerful back and aura emphasize his status as a formidable master. Sensing Raelsa's approach, he calls her name. Raelsa announces that young Master Vincent has invited him to attend the assembly of true swords. The patriarch initially scoffs, telling Railsa not to act foolishly, but she repeats that Vincent seeks to prove himself as a main house heir. He repeats the words about proving worth with skepticism. He asks whether Railsa honestly considers Vincent skilled enough to speak of lineage and worth. Railsa admits Vincent is not yet worthy, which is precisely why he wants to show his value this time. She begs the family head to attend and offers to act as his notary, prompting him to question if she understands the gravity. Railsa kneels and vows that if Vincent fails to prove himself, she will pay with her own head. The patriarch, puzzled, asks why she risks so much. She answers that Vincent has exploited a personal weakness of hers. When he guesses it concerns her embezzlement of the budget, Railsa is shocked. She confesses that she diverted funds intending to use them for Vincent's future, and apologizes. The family head replies that he has no reason to meddle, since she serves Vincent's mother rather than him. Nevertheless, he muses that this indirect message is exactly the sort of tactic Sarvana would use, letting Vincent assert his intention without losing dignity. He wonders if Vincent truly carries Sarvana's blood. Resigned yet intrigued, the patriarch concedes the point. He decides he will attend and personally observe the assembly of true swords. The day of the assembly arrives and the packed arena roars as the young swordsmen enter the field. Revan strides unarmed and armored, walking with imposing confidence. Burning with determination, Revan swears he will defeat Vincent today. He spots the high platform and recognizes one of the seated dignitaries. To his astonishment, the patriarch Khan himself is present to watch. Revan thinks the patriarch has come to witness the rise of a collateral genius like him, and vows to win impressively in front of this audience. A herald declares that the assembly of true swords is officially beginning. During an early match, Revan viciously attacks his opponent, telling him to just die already. The opponent barely blocks, but his shield fractures under the impact. Furious, the opponent counters and shouts that Revan should not grow arrogant. Revan shrugs off the counter, his defense unbroken, and mocks the opponent for failing to hurt him. He boasts that such attacks are useless against his Steel Man attribute as he launches another overpowering blow. The strike shatters the enemy's guard and sends him flying, ending the bout. Revan's father exults loudly from the stands, praising his son's performance. Spectators remark on Revan's 2-star level and powerful defensive attribute, saying a collateral descendant might win the competition for the first time. Watching from the corridor, Vincent acknowledges that by the standards of 500 years ago these fighters are brilliant geniuses. However, he notes that their martial arts lack true depth. He concludes that most competitors rely on innate attributes rather than real combat experience, moving like puppets dancing to a memorized answer sheet. Observing Revan's reckless yet confident use of his attribute, Vincent understands why the boy can attack so boldly. Revan bows to the cheering crowd, basking in their applause. Eyeing Vincent, Revan concedes that Vincent showed up instead of fleeing and prepares to crush him. Vincent smirks back, thinking that Revan should hurry up and climb the stage, because he has no intention of running from this fight. The patriarch sits silently on his throne, observing the proceedings. In the arena, swords fly and the crowd roars in excitement. A young fighter is violently blasted back, crying out in pain. The referee declares Revan Adenka the victor of the match. Revan proudly announces that he has defeated all his opponents. Smiling, Revan explains that by family law he will now fight his close friend Vincent Adenka in the final duel. Vincent, in a corridor, states he will fight the family's direct descendant. Vincent accepts Revan's challenge with burning determination. Both finalists stand before the referee in the packed arena. The referee, Zarin of the White Sword Unit, begins to ready them when Vincent interrupts with a condition. Vincent calls his attendant Wilson, who promptly appears. Vincent declares he will fight his distant relative using only a wooden sword, his left hand, and will grant 3 free attacks. Seated elders react in confusion and gossip that Vincent might be mad. Vincent adds he will not move from his spot until the 3 initial attacks are finished. Enraged, Revan accuses Vincent of mocking him. Spectators protest that Vincent knows no martial arts and call him arrogant despite being a direct heir. Revan's father shouts that Vincent is only setting up excuses for losing, causing concern among others. The patriarch unexpectedly permits Vincent's proposed conditions. From the balcony, the patriarch warns Vincent to prove his bold words through action. Vincent confidently promises the patriarch he will do just that. The nervous referee announces the direct descendant duel is about to start. Revan steels himself and urges Vincent to come at him as both fighters are told to ready. Vincent reminds Revan that he is still giving him the first 3 attacks. Zarin raises the flag and officially starts the fight. Revan charges with killing intent, telling Vincent to die where he stands. Vincent coolly notes this incoming blow as the first attack. In a flashback study session, Julian predicts that most initial strikes in such style are likely short stabs. Vincent, recalling this, taunts silently to see how long Revan's conceit will last as he meets the attack. Revan believes he has landed a decisive hit on Vincent. Vincent analyzes the footwork, concluding the first thrust was a feint and the real danger will be the second stab. Revan boasts that he now has Vincent completely exposed. Vincent observes that Revan's movements are crude, relying on his invulnerable attribute instead of proper fundamentals. Vincent begins gathering power, thinking that great swords by design. He finishes the thought aloud, saying great swords are not meant for stabbing and casually deflects Revan's blade. Shocked, Revan realizes his sword was red and deflected by someone far stronger than himself. Surrounded by dark aura, Vincent reminds him that he has already allowed 2 free attacks. Revan curses under his breath, growing more frustrated and desperate. He roars not to get cocky and unleashes another massive, fiery swing. Vincent counters with a precise blow, catching Revan off guard. Vincent's footwork trips Revan, breaking his balance. The wooden sword and Vincent's legs slam Revan into the ground, slamming his head into the arena floor. Revan screams in agony from the brutal impact. Looming over him in a menacing aura, Vincent informs Revan that he has now completed his 3rd allowed attack, leaving him stunned. Gripping his wooden sword, Vincent silently vows to keep his promise to Julian. He then recalls his promise to his father, and declares it is now his turn to attack. Again affirming his promise to Julian, he channels power into the wooden blade. Vincent also remembers his promise to his father, and prepares to begin his own offensive. Onlookers gasp and shout in disbelief at what they are witnessing. The referee stares in stunned silence at Vincent's unexpected prowess. The patriarch watches intently, eyes narrowed and unreadable. Revan's father reacts with shock and exclamation at the turn of events. He yells at Revan from the stands to get up as Vincent waits calmly with his wooden sword. Revan kneels, wondering how he can be struggling so much against someone believed unable to use mana. Julian, visible only to Vincent, asks what just happened, and Vincent answers it was a simple hand control technique. In a memory of training, Vincent recalls being taught that a martial artist must know how to subdue enemies even without a blade. Revan rises and claims to understand, preparing another assault. He concludes Vincent must have acquired some minor divine trait recently and mocks it as insignificant and embarrassing. Julian fumes at Revan's insult, while Vincent coldly says Revan may think what he wants, but his assumptions will end here. Revan shouts for silence and vows to end Vincent's tricks with his next attack. Julian urgently warns Vincent that blocking head-on is dangerous and urges him to dodge, while Vincent replies he knows. Revan's empowered strike crashes down, shattering the arena as Vincent moves. Vincent whirls within purple energy, readying a counter-strike. Revan realizes too late that in his current stance his side is left completely open. Vincent slashes across Revan's shoulder, cutting deeply despite the steel body attribute. Revan clutches his neck in confusion, shocked that the blow does not seem to hurt. His father triumphantly declares that a mere practiced sword cannot penetrate the defense of a steel-bodied man. Vincent assesses that with his deteriorated body he cannot yet unleash full power. He reasons that if Revan gains confidence, he will repeat the same pattern of attack, which Vincent prepares to exploit. Vincent plans to redirect Revan's power by using the force of Revan's own strike. Revan roars as he charges another massive attack, power surging in his torso. Vincent's counter sends Revan flying high as mana spirals around them. Locking eyes with the moderator, Vincent mentally commands Zarin to do everything he can to prevent a tragedy. Zarin, confused, mutters in surprise at this sudden mental pressure. Vincent thinks he has only one chance to act correctly. He decides that using his ultimate sword skill once will collapse his body, but prepares to do so anyway. He resolves to finish the fight while Revan is still airborne and vulnerable. Revan, in midair, cries out in panic. Filled with rage, Revan swings down again, hurling insults at Vincent. Vincent's heightened perception allows him to clearly see the exact trajectory of Revan's sword. In his mind he visualizes the red path of Revan's blade and the blue path of his own, the sword lines that will intersect. He tells Julian to watch closely as he displays the sword technique he has mastered. The converging red and blue sword paths collide in a burst of light. Vincent's purple energy erupts in a vertical pillar, annihilating Revan's attack. The devastating slash cuts across the arena, sending Revan hurtling away. Revan's father is horrified by what has happened to his son. The patriarch's expression hardens as he realizes the gravity of Vincent's technique. Vincent describes how his skill slices space itself, twisting mana's flow. He explains that this art severs everything, including an opponent's techniques, calling it skill swordsmanship. Revan howls in terror and pain, clutching his arm stump and screaming about his arm. Revan realizes it has been severed. Vincent coolly asks the stunned moderator if he must also cut off Revan's leg to be assured of victory. Zarin hastily raises the flag and proclaims Vincent Adenka the winner. Revan's father and the officials rush to his side as they scramble for hemostasis and call for a priest. The patriarch reprimands Zarin for failing to prevent this tragedy, and Zarin apologizes, taking the blame. Julian warns Vincent that his body is at its limit and he should rest, but Vincent says he cannot collapse yet. Smiling faintly, Vincent tells Julian he has kept his promise. In the throne room, someone calls out to the patriarch, addressing him as Lord. The patriarch recalls that he had agreed to judge the gap between members of the Adenka direct line. He confirms that he has indeed done so. The patriarch publicly announces that the champion of the Assembly of True Swords is once again Vincent Adenka, to the crowd's applause. He orders everyone inside, declaring that the awards ceremony will now begin. Night falls over the estate under a starry, crescent-lit sky. Inside a grand hall, the patriarch presides over a formal gathering with Vincent and many nobles present. A jeweled miracle stone sits displayed in an ornate box as the prize. The patriarch states that the one who overcame adversity, Vincent, will receive the miracle stone. A gloved hand lifts the glowing miracle stone, ready for presentation. Revan's father storms into the hall shouting that the outcome and reward make no sense. He insists that Vincent's feat must have been some sort of trick. Julian nervously suggests to the patriarch that Vincent might have drawn on an apostle's power. A priest approaches Revan's father to report that an unexpected problem has arisen. The patriarch calmly asks the priest what is wrong. Surrounded by priests pouring healing light into Revan, the report begins that the boy's arm. The priest grimly concludes that Revan's severed arm cannot be reattached. Repeating the news, the priest explains that young Lord Revan's arm will not take. Revan writhes in pain as they add it does not seem possible for the arm to ever attach again. Hearing this, Revan's father recoils in horror that his son may live the rest of his life one-armed. The priest apologizes. Furious, Revan's father grabs the priest, demanding how those called priests cannot even mend an arm, while the priest says it is a never-before-seen kind of wound. Julian calls to Vincent, who stands silently, thinking. The priest further explains that the stump looks as if cut by a force beyond his divine power's reach. The patriarch listens as the priest warns that if they delay, even a high priest will not be able to restore the limb. Revan's father turns this into an accusation, arguing before the patriarch that such an unhealable wound proves Vincent's methods must be illicit trickery. The gathered nobles murmur that he may have a point, wondering if Vincent relied on apostolic powers. Vincent asks the patriarch for permission to respond to these suspicions, and is granted it. He argues that since the assembly was held under the patriarch's eye, all that happened is already endorsed by his authority, and he has been declared the rightful victor. Vincent points out that denying his victory now would mean directly challenging the patriarch's authority in front of honored guests. He addresses Charles Adenka by name, asking if he believes his own judgment surpasses that of the patriarch, leaving Charles speechless. Vincent then orders Zarin of the White Sword Unit to arrest Charles, startling everyone. When Zarin asks who Vincent means, Vincent clarifies he is ordering the arrest of his friend Revan's father, Charles Adenka. Charles protests that Vincent, though a direct heir, has no right, but Vincent answers that publicly doubting the patriarch is reason enough. Torn yet obedient, Zarin agrees to carry out Vincent's command. Zarin binds Charles with rope despite the man's cries to be released. Charles looks up in disbelief as proceedings continue against him. The patriarch reminds Charles that, given what happened, he actually owes a debt to Vincent. He explains that by Adenka law one cannot be judged twice for the same crime, and without Vincent handling this now Charles would face official family punishment later. Considering him as a fellow father, the patriarch decides to let the matter rest if Charles remains silent from now on, and Charles submits. The patriarch tells Vincent he has done well, and Vincent bows and thanks him. Julian teases that Vincent seems pleased, and Vincent admits being praised by the patriarch is a rare and valuable experience. Still bound, Charles calls out to his injured son Revan, who groans nearby on the table. The priest healing Revan worries aloud that if nothing changes, the boy's right arm will be lost forever, prompting Revan's weak denial. Julian urgently whispers Vincent's name to propose an idea, drawing Vincent's questioning look. Vincent thinks this could be an advantageous opportunity and agrees to act as Julian suggests. He asks the priest whether even a miracle stone could not restore Revan's right arm. The priest hesitates, realizing Vincent is referring to the very miracle stone promised as Vincent's reward. Smiling, Vincent interprets the priest's silence as confirmation that such healing is indeed possible. Vincent openly states he is the one who cut off Revan's arm and asks whether he may resolve the situation himself. The patriarch consents and entrusts the matter to Vincent. Vincent recounts that Revan mocked him publicly as a martial artist, and Charles hurriedly apologizes, begging forgiveness for his son. Vincent insists that in martial arts, words must be backed by deeds, and a guard reluctantly surrenders his sword. Empowered with dark aura, Vincent raises the blade while Charles cowers bound before him, fearing the worst. Vincent orders Charles to show genuine remorse befitting a martial artist, promising that if he does so he will use the miracle stone to heal Revan, while Charles desperately asks what more Vincent wants. The blue-haired boy ominously declares that for the injury of a right arm, an equivalent right arm must be taken. Revan's father, shocked, realizes someone must give up their right arm. The boy internally scoffs at the frightened adults, calling them pathetic. He notes that Revan is awake but silent, then chastises the adults for valuing their own arms over a child's life. Cornered, Revan's father shouts that he will sacrifice his own right arm, and raises his sword. Trembling, he steels himself to bring the blade down on his arm. Watching this, the boy and his ghostly companion acknowledge that, twisted or not, the father does love his son. Revan's father resolves that he must cut off his arm to save his injured son. With a desperate scream, he swings the blazing sword toward his own arm. The blue-haired boy activates his power, ordering that any accidents be prevented. A swordsman named Zarin intervenes, slashing the air to knock Revan's father away and stop the self-amputation. Revan's father, panting, realizes his arm is still intact and that the sword has only shattered the table. Zarin sheathes his sword, telling the father to use his courage more wisely next time. The blue-haired boy kneels before the patriarch and reports that the matter has been settled. The patriarch praises Vincent and hands him a glowing multicolored crystal as a reward. Vincent respectfully receives the radiant miracle stone in his hands. Vincent asks the reverend to hurry, passing the stone to him to save Revan. The reverend prays to the healing goddess Gaia for mercy while channeling the stone's power. To invoke a miracle, The Reverend bites down and shatters the miracle stone in his mouth. Light from the miracle envelopes Revan's body, beginning to restore his grievous injuries. Revan's father cries out in astonishment as his son's right arm is miraculously healed. Julian laments spending such a precious miracle stone, but Vincent reminds him that it was Julian who suggested giving it away. Julian still feels regret, since the stone could have aided them greatly in the future. Outside, a young servant secretly listens at the door, excited by what he has witnessed. The servant is overwhelmed, thinking Vincent is incredibly cool. Later, while eating, Vincent tells the servant that when the time comes he must choose between fear and loyalty. Fired up, the servant answers eagerly that he has made his choice. Watching father and son embrace in tears, the servant concludes that loyalty is far cooler. Some time after, the cheerful servant greets Vincent respectfully as his young master. In Vincent's room, Julian announces he will prepare dinner while Vincent casually agrees. Julian wonders why the servant is acting so stiff, while Vincent says this is exactly the recognition Julian wanted. Julian denies that was his real goal, implying he had planned something much bigger. Hearing a knock, Vincent assumes it is the Reverend arriving quickly and tells him to enter. The Reverend steps in and asks Vincent how he has been, while Vincent tries to recall who he is. The Reverend politely greets them in the evening. He introduces himself as Dueling, a pontifex of Gaia. Vincent asks why Dueling has come, and Dueling replies that he wishes to express thanks for what happened earlier. Julian is stunned, sensing something significant about Dueling's presence. Dueling offers Vincent another miracle stone as a gift of gratitude. Vincent is confused, pointing out that the stone should have been Dueling's reward for healing Revan. Dueling explains that his calling is to lift people from pain to happiness, but today he shamefully weighed a human life against the stone. He says Vincent humbled him by voluntarily giving up the miracle stone he had earned. Dueling thanks Vincent for prompting this self-reflection and insists that he accept the stone. Vincent modestly claims Dueling reached his own realization, but accepts the stone out of respect. Dueling expresses his gratitude again and produces one more item for Vincent. He hands over a special card, saying Vincent can show it whenever he needs the temple's help. Dueling confides that he has secretly been promoted to second-class pontifex, making the card extremely valuable. Julian freaks out at learning Dueling's high rank, while Vincent asks if that is impressive. Julian explains that the card grants privileges like unlimited treatment, essentially letting Vincent be treated as a second-class pontifex. Dueling departs, saying he has learned much from Vincent. Vincent bids the pontifex farewell, still holding the privilege card. Julian proudly tells Vincent that this new connection is far better than relying on their old healer, and Vincent praises Julian's work. Embarrassed yet pleased by the compliment, Julian admits he is weak to praise. Suddenly remembering something, Julian changes the topic back to another matter involving praise. He recalls that their father usually dines alone but once invited a family member to dinner after an assembly of true swords. Julian reveals that the one invited back then was their powerful second sibling Dia, who had won overwhelmingly. Vincent asks if that special dinner might happen tonight as well, and Julian estimates the chances at about 50%. Vincent decides that even though his body is tired, he should prepare instead of resting. Julian protests that the odds are only 50-50, but Vincent insists any possibility Julian mentions is worth preparing for. Julian blushes, a bit embarrassed by Vincent's trust in his foresight. The servant bursts in loudly calling for the young master, startling them. Shaking with fear, the servant stammers that the family head has summoned Vincent. Vincent calmly assumes this means an invitation and tells the servant to lead him there. As they leave, the servant marvels that Vincent predicted this too and admires him even more. Night falls over the Grand Adenka mansion where the meeting will take place. Vincent walks down the ornate hallway in formal attire toward his father's audience chamber. His stepmother Versa Hylame appears and curtly urges him to hurry. Facing him formally, she acknowledges his remarkable achievement at the Assembly of True Swords. Vincent thanks her, while narrating that his birth mother died and the woman before him is his stepmother. He identifies her as Versa Hylame, a retired martial artist once nicknamed Giant who now manages all household affairs. Versa tells Vincent that his father is waiting and they should go together. The two enter the patriarch's dark, imposing audience chamber side by side. Inside, the patriarch sits in state as Versa presents Vincent before him. The patriarch calls Vincent's name in a grave tone. He then repeats Vincent's name with intense pressure, unleashing his overwhelming aura. Vincent struggles to breathe under the crushing pressure filling the room. Realizing he did not feel this earlier in the day, Vincent concludes his father is testing which persona he believes is the patriarch's true self. Despite the strain, Vincent speaks up, criticizing the need to intimidate one's own son in a private meeting. The patriarch asks coldly why Vincent thinks this is unnecessary. Vincent points out that his stepmother addressed the patriarch as father, implying this is a family rather than purely political meeting. Versa stiffens at being called out, realizing Vincent noticed her slip in formality. Satisfied by Vincent's perception, the patriarch dismisses the oppressive barrier with a gesture and praises him for noticing. He says he summoned Vincent both to congratulate his victory and for another serious reason. The second reason, he explains, is to investigate concerns raised by Charles Adenka about Vincent's abilities. Vincent recalls Charles accusing him of deceit, arguing that if even a third-class pontifex could not use such power then Vincent must have learned it by improper means. Suddenly the room becomes filled with a staring red eye, symbolizing the scrutiny now focused entirely on Vincent. Versa's own eye glows ominously as she activates her truth-seeing power. Vincent sweats, realizing he is being thoroughly examined by her uncanny gaze. Versa and the patriarch discuss whether Vincent might be some sort of apostle, but conclude he has not shown evidence of outside backing. Vincent senses a dreadful feeling and realizes it stems from Versa's ability to see through lies. Versa questions how an uninitiated Vincent could have severed the arm of a 2-star martial artist, demanding to know what martial art he used. Vincent answers that his technique resembles the legendary swordsmanship of the Hero King. Versa confirms that Hero's style was famous for devouring wicked abilities, as depicted by a knight cutting through dark powers. She adds that the hero's sword was even said to have subdued the archdemon Davin. Hearing this distorted history, Vincent inwardly curses the fabricated legends surrounding Kajin and the Samayon family. Versa closes in gripping Vincent, insisting he explain exactly how he acquired swordplay resembling the hero of Samayon. With eerie insistence, she repeats her question, demanding to know how her son learned such a style. She presses him again, asking if he will not tell his own mother the truth. Vincent realizes his father merely summoned him, but his stepmother has taken control of the interrogation. He concludes that the real focus is not praise but probing the origin of his martial arts. Vincent notes that Versa is now leading the conversation and that he is effectively on trial for where his sword techniques came from. Julian's spirit rushes in, warning Vincent internally not to reveal the real truth. Julian explains that Versa's eyes can distinguish lies from truth and that any clumsy excuse will immediately arouse her suspicion. Vincent panics, wondering whether he should confess that he is actually an old man from 500 years in the past. Julian resolves instead to help, deciding he will step in and back Vincent's story. Versa demands that Vincent answer now, her threatening aura filling the chamber. Vincent urges Julian to hurry, while Julian admits he is actually frightened of Versa exposing him as a fraud. Vincent tells Julian it only takes a single step of courage, echoing advice once given to him. He recalls his own mentor telling him that overcoming fear begins with that first step forward. Vincent decides to take that step himself and calmly declares that he received a divine revelation. Versa and the patriarch react with surprise, asking if he truly means a revelation. Versa sharply questions whether he claimed to receive such a revelation without any divine blessings, implying that would usually mark someone as evil. Vincent internally curses Julian for not warning him about that detail and momentarily freezes under her accusation. Versa accuses him of acting suspiciously and threatens to subject him to the sacred court's trial if he does not give a convincing explanation. Julian tells Vincent to follow his guidance exactly, planning a path through the interrogation. Under Julian's prompting, Vincent suggests that if Versa doubts him, she can verify his nature through the temple. Versa repeats his mention of the temple, intrigued by this angle. Vincent reveals the rank 3 miracle stone from Dueling, arguing that any evil within him would have been exposed when the pontifex bestowed it. Versa recognizes it as the same miracle stone she had originally given Dueling, and Vincent confirms he received it back as a gift. Activating her eyes again, Versa concludes that Vincent is telling the truth because her ability detects no falsehood. She then asks once more if he truly learned his swordsmanship through revelation, prompting Vincent to refine his story. Vincent says the revelations let him observe mysterious sword movements, and that he had recently decided to start learning them. Julian adds his own sincere desire for change, explaining that despite the risk of suspicion he refused to stay cowardly and inactive. Together, Vincent and Julian present their combined truths and aspirations to surpass the Samayon family and fulfill the Adenka family's mission. Julian encourages Vincent that he is doing well, while Vincent says he wanted to show their strengthened selves to their many relatives. He adds that he especially wished to prove his growth to his father. Vincent states that since the temple has already acknowledged him, he trusts his father to make the final fair judgment. The patriarch silently strokes his chin, contemplating the situation. Versa notes that this habitual chin rubbing means the patriarch is actually satisfied with Vincent's answers. The patriarch announces that he has reached his decision. He tells Vincent to continue training in martial arts, effectively granting permission and recognition. Versa reminds the patriarch that the Hero King's style resembles that of the demon King Davin, emphasizing the dangerous implications. The patriarch answers calmly that he is fully aware of this connection. Versa reasons aloud that using the Hero King's swordsmanship would provoke the Samayon family, whereas claiming it as the demon King's art would avoid that accusation. She asks if the patriarch made his decision with all these political complications in mind. He replies that he has already weighed everything necessary, firmly addressing her as my lady to end the debate. Versa exhales, resigning herself to the patriarch's ruling. She tells Vincent that since the patriarch has approved, he now bears responsibility for Vincent, so Vincent must work hard not to trouble him. Vincent realizes this is both a warning and acknowledgement, and he respectfully accepts her instruction. The patriarch praises Vincent's performance and confirms that he has proven himself worthy as a direct descendant of the Adenka family. As an additional reward, he offers to grant Vincent any one request. Vincent says his foremost wish is simply to become stronger. The patriarch insists on something he personally can provide and presses Vincent to name it. Prompted by Julian, Vincent asks for permission to access the family's library. The patriarch notes that only 3-star martial artists may enter the library and asks if Vincent has reached that level. Vincent admits he has not, candidly saying he wants to use this chance to act selfishly just once. Amused, the patriarch agrees and allows Vincent entry to the lowest tier of the 3-star library. The patriarch then instructs Versa to bestow upon Vincent the famed sword Crimson Lotus, shocking both Julian and Vincent. He says the sword is Vincent's reward for keeping his promise to him. Vincent beholds the flaming blade Crimson Lotus, the sword his father once used when first making his name in the world. Vincent admires the historic Adenka family sword, amazed that it remains so sharp. Julian floats around happily and teases Vincent about how excited he is. Vincent warns Julian not to get overly happy yet, since this is only the beginning. Vincent confidently says they will achieve much greater things in the future. Julian reflects that he was once disappointed Vincent was not the Spirit King but now doubts he could have achieved as much with the Spirit King instead. Julian admits Vincent is reckless and old-fashioned yet decides he can entrust his body to him. Vincent tells Wilson they are leaving, and Wilson respectfully agrees. Vincent's stepmother calls out to him, asking to speak, and he responds in surprise. She praises Vincent for his efforts and training, saying she is proud, and he thanks her. She explains that as victor of the Assembly of True Swords he must enter the Crimson Fortress, and asks how he plans to subdue the Crimson Demon. Narration describes the Crimson Fortress as an Adenka training institute where completing its harsh training earns recognition as a true martial artist. The requirements to enter the Crimson Fortress are winning the Assembly of True Swords and subjugating the low-rank Crimson Demon. Vincent quietly asks Julian how to respond, and Julian advises him to say he does not know. Vincent tells his stepmother he has not decided yet, surprising her since she expected him to have planned everything. She points out his unusual sword movement must have strained his body, and Vincent admits she is right. She then tells him to listen to her advice. She warns that defeating the Crimson Demon in one blow is impossible and that Vincent would die if he fought it as he is now. She repeats to everyone present that the Crimson Demon cannot be felled with a single strike. Julian is puzzled that she is giving them advice, and Vincent concludes their stepmother has taken a liking to them. She asks why he thinks that, prompting Vincent to recall her tragic story of being imprisoned and framed by enemies. Vincent reasons that with her lie-detecting eye and new authority she could have framed them but chose not to, so while she may not like them she is not hostile. Vincent thanks her for the advice and promises not to disappoint her as she begins to speak further about the Crimson Demon. After Vincent departs, she laments that she was about to explain the Crimson Demon's traits, but he left before hearing them. Watching him go, she is moved by his fearless determination as a martial artist and feels her heart flutter. Alone, she wonders if Sarvana is watching as Vincent has taken a big step forward as a martial artist. She mentally reports to the deceased Sarvana that their son has made great progress today. Wilson cheerfully vows to support the young lord with all his ability while doing chores. Another servant angrily shouts that Wilson must be plotting something rather than supporting Vincent. Flustered, Wilson protests that he has done nothing wrong. The maid Sari calls out Wilson's name, suspecting he plans to cause trouble for the young lord. Wilson insists he is only doing laundry, asking if she cannot see that. Sari, surprised, asks if he is serious about doing such work. Wilson smugly says that since the young lord has changed, he as the direct servant must change too. Sari ignores his boasting and asks about the young lord's situation. Wilson replies that she is behind on news and prepares to explain where Vincent is. The narration reveals Vincent is in the martial artist's private library, surrounded by books, studying. Julian searches the shelves and complains that the specific records they want are not present. Vincent yells in frustration, wondering why there are no records from 500 years ago. Julian notes that only that time period is missing as if deliberately removed and says any remaining stories are just folktales about the great demon and hero king. Vincent concludes that someone intentionally erased the history and even altered the hero king's swordsmanship. He resolves to worry about removing his stigma later and focus now on improving his skill swordsmanship to defeat the Crimson Demon. He decides he needs a pre-imagery training method, since he cannot yet use imagery. Julian recalls that the one who belittled Father Arslan and the Vincent who uses the hero king's swordsmanship are suspicious and wonders who Vincent truly is. Julian directly asks Vincent who he really is. Vincent worries that revealing he is the great demon Davin would shock Julian, and wonders if he should be nervous. He decides it would disrespect Julian, the body's previous owner, to reveal that truth now. Julian excitedly urges Vincent to stay calm, believing Vincent has something important to say. When Julian tries to state his real name, a painful noise overwhelms him, and the name is obscured. Vincent asks him to repeat it, but Julian reacts in pain again. A second attempt to speak his name triggers an even harsher blaring noise that makes Julian scream. Vincent rushes over in alarm, asking if Julian is okay. Julian insists he is fine and begs Vincent not to tell him the truth anymore, saying he no longer wants to know. Vincent then notices something among the scattered books. He spots a book titled First Love with a Watermill and reacts with surprise. Wondering why a romance novel is shelved among mana training texts, Vincent suspects its presence is deliberate. After opening it, he realizes in shock that someone encoded a secret historical record and the true past inside a romance-style story. He and Julian read and blush, realizing the explicit narrative is not what they expected. Vincent rationalizes that hiding the truth in such a form is a clever way to mislead enemies. Vincent excitedly calls Julian's name, drawing his attention. He explains that the novel's protagonist lacks imagery but uses a trait called the power of love, proving this is not a normal romance. He points out a passage stating that traits should manifest from the flow of mana rather than drive it, advocating discarding standard imagery theory to free mana. Julian is shocked, believing stacking mana without imagery is normally fatal. Vincent finds a section describing someone who successfully stacked mana without imagery and survived, calling it a mana flow with a trait they might replicate. He notes that traits are dangerous and jealously guarded, but this book gives them a clue for gaining power. Vincent suggests immediately testing the method, while Julian protests that he just said it was dangerous. Later, outside, Sari runs to greet Vincent and calls out to him. Sari, emotional, asks if it is true that he defeated Revan Adenka and received the sword Crimson. Julian quietly asks who she is, and Vincent explains she is the maid Sari who had been away handling a family emergency. Vincent remembers the original Vincent being comforted by Sari's gentle affection in the past. He reflects that even the loser version of Vincent had someone who cared for him deeply. Vincent confirms the rumors to Sari, who collapses in relief. Sari admits she had feared he would be further neglected after the assembly, and is happy he is not. Vincent nervously asks Julian if he knows how to comfort a woman, and Julian admits such things are not in spirit or magic teachings. Vincent apologizes to Sari for keeping his efforts secret, and says he is working hard to become a master she can be proud of. Just then Revan appears and calls out, saying he has something to tell Vincent. Vincent, Julian, and Sari react in surprise on recognizing him. Revan formally addresses Vincent, stating he has something to say. They move inside and sit in tense silence, with Sari standing anxiously between them. Sari worries nervously about the confrontation. Revan hesitates, unable to speak at first. Julian thinks Revan is strangely quiet for someone who claimed to have something important to say. Anxious, Sari breaks the silence by offering to bring sandwiches. Revan suddenly draws his massive sword with a serious expression. Julian and Vincent are startled by his action. Revan shouts that he has come to repay Vincent for what happened at the Assembly of True Swords and calls his name fiercely. Julian warns Vincent as Revan charges, and Vincent quickly draws Crimson, thinking he did not expect such a direct attack. Vincent observes that Revan has learned skilled swordsmanship, so his previous tactics will not work. Vincent orders Sari to flee the room quickly. Sari refuses, saying she cannot leave him. Revan calls out to Vincent, expressing that he owes him a great debt. Revan recalls how Vincent forgave his rudeness and gave him the miracle stone, saving his arm. He explains that he selfishly used the stone to heal himself at his father's expense, but that the result healed both his arm and his family's troubles. Feeling he gained everything without repaying anything, Revan kneels before Vincent. Determined not to remain a coward, Revan grips his sword. He lays the sword on the ground toward Vincent, saying this is the best repayment he can offer now. Revan fully kneels and swears his loyalty to Vincent. Sari gasps, astonished that the distinguished young Lord Revan is kneeling to Vincent. Vincent recognizes that Revan is serious, offering his life in martial artist fashion, while Julian is skeptical of trusting a former rival. Vincent knows that presenting the sword like this is a true martial artist's oath and reflects that the child is sincere despite Julian's misgivings. Julian suddenly remembers their plan involving Revan and the Dwarf King's blessing traits. Vincent decides he will not blindly trust Revan but has an idea, then unsheathes Crimson and treats silence as Revan's consent. Vincent places his sword on Revan's shoulder, beginning the formal acceptance of the oath. He declares he accepts Revan's loyalty and promises to stand by him until Revan ever betrays him. Revan, seeing Crimson Lotus in Vincent's hand, realizes Vincent must already have been chosen by the family patriarch. Revan happily states he will never regret swearing loyalty in that case, and thanks Vincent for accepting it. Sari is stunned by the solemn oath she has just witnessed. She joyfully thinks Vincent has completely changed and that his former reputation as a loser now feels unreal. Julian apologetically interrupts Vincent right after gaining Revan's loyalty, preparing to discuss their next move. Julian enthusiastically asks if they should now attempt to obtain the Dwarf King's blessing traits from Revan. Time shifts to show the mansion exterior as this new training begins. Elsewhere, the patriarch learns from Vincent's stepmother that Vincent intends to enter the Crimson Fortress next year. He asks about the Crimson Demon conquest, wondering about Vincent's preparation. She explains she tried to brief Vincent on the demon's specifics, but he did not ask, appearing confident. She describes Crimson Demons as bodiless beings that can only be harmed by third star mana or higher, making the conquest a test of that power. She begins to add more, tying this explanation to recent events at Vincent's outbuilding. Narration shifts, noting the last few days at Vincent's residence. Vincent's bare torso is shown marked with glowing mana loops as he practices the dangerous new flow. We see Vincent meditating shirtless while Revan and Julian observe, and narration confirms Revan now lives in Vincent's outbuilding. Revan coaches Vincent, telling him to complete another proper loop of mana. Julian anxiously guides him from the side, urging him to move carefully. A close-up of the manual shows the encoded instructions they are following. Revan reads the disguised romance novel and blushes, realizing Vincent wants to gain the Dwarf King's blessing traits using the book's unconventional methods. Revan asks if Vincent will really help him train this way, and Vincent agrees as long as the book's contents prove genuine. Vincent explains the process will require him to guide Revan's mana flow closely while Revan meditates beside him, essentially risking Revan's life under his control. He reminds Revan that he swore loyalty, confirming Revan is willing to entrust his life to him. Watching Vincent meditate, Revan wonders if he himself could trust someone so completely in that position and answers that he could not. Revan feels humbled that Vincent again makes him feel inferior but admits it is a good kind of loss. Revan observes that Vincent's mana without imagery method is insane yet remarkable for someone of the direct bloodline. Vincent silently endures the strain, sweat pouring down as the mana swirls around him. Julian yells at Vincent not to improvise and to lower the flow, reminding him it was Julian's plan to use Revan's trait in the first place. Julian scolds him for recklessly doing whatever he wants, comparing it to performing somersaults beside a cliff. Revan tells Vincent he is progressing too fast and should not rush, while Julian exclaims that this proves his point. Vincent recalls his past life as Davin, saying he always advanced by risking his life and could earn nothing without such danger. The narration over swirling mana emphasizes that one must sometimes brave danger and push forward. Julian panics that Vincent will die at this rate as Vincent's body is wrapped in wild mana loops. Vincent strains for one final connection, believing the flow will complete if he can just link the last part. The mana flows collide violently at his chest as he attempts the final connection. Julian shouts that it is still too early and rushes toward Vincent. The last strands of blue and pink mana snap together. Vincent survives and laughs in relief, ecstatic that he succeeded. Immediately afterward, however, a red surge causes the mana flow to rupture. The unstable mana explodes outward, blasting part of the building. Revan shields himself from debris as the room is devastated. Revan struggles upright from the wreckage, clearly battered. Meanwhile, Vincent's stepmother confirms with the patriarch that about half a year remains before the next Crimson Fortress admission. She notes that Vincent has already defeated a second-star martial artist and suggests the fortress may only be a simple gateway for him. Back in the ruined room, Revan checks if Vincent is alright, and Vincent, buried under rubble, weakly assures him he is fine. Revan scolds him for overdoing it, explaining that what took Revan half a year should still require at least 2 months for someone as fast as Vincent. In the audience chamber, Vincent's stepmother suddenly declares that Vincent will have only 1 month instead. The patriarch orders her to tell Vincent this new deadline, setting a strict time limit on his preparation. Vincent is reminded that he must defeat the Crimson Demon within 1 month and is scolded for not listening. Regaining consciousness under fallen books, Vincent thinks he almost died and would have had to reincarnate again. Someone approaches through the mansion corridor. The Grand Chamberlain delivers the Lord's order that young Lord Vincent must complete his rite of passage within a month. She warns that there is little time left, and urges him to hurry. She bursts into the damaged room calling out for the young lord. Shocked by what she sees, the Grand Chamberlain freezes. Entering the ruined room, she finds Vincent bandaged and shirtless with his attendants amid scattered books. Radiating anger, the Grand Chamberlain demands the young lords explain the destruction, while Revan nervously recognizes her as the powerful 7-star Railsa. Vincent casually claims he was only meditating, but Sari yells that he is clearly lying. Sari angrily insists that no meditation could leave him so battered and asks if he intends to keep worrying her, prompting his apology. Observing Vincent's polite attitude, Railsa notes internally that his demeanor toward others differs greatly from the former lord. She says she will not pry since he told her not to worry, but has something important to add. Railsa states that regardless of his meditation, he must hurry because the House Lord has sent him a message. She relays the order again that he must finish the rite of passage within 1 month. Vincent reflects that his father has never imposed a time limit before, realizing this order implies something significant. He concludes with a pleased smile that his father now has expectations of him. Railsa declares that for the next month she will personally accompany Vincent as his protector. She urges him to do his utmost, and begs him to defeat the Crimson Demon. Revan worries that Vincent actually needs at least 2 months to receive the Dwarf King's blessing, so a 1-month deadline seems impossible. Vincent decides that with only a month he must hurry, but is interrupted as someone calls out to him. Sari emotionally pleads with him not to push himself too hard. Vincent smiles and promises not to overdo it, when he suddenly senses something. Sari unconsciously manifests a visible aura and realizes she is releasing mana. Vincent notes that Sari possesses a surprisingly large reserve of mana. Sari forces him again to promise he will be careful, and Vincent agrees before asking her to leave so he can speak privately with Revan. The door closes as she exits, leaving the 3 boys alone. Vincent thinks a month is insufficient, decides he must find another way, and his companions anxiously ask what they should do next. Vincent forms glowing mana patterns on his torso, beginning a mana circuit. He shows the completed mana circuit, and asks Revan to confirm it is correct. Revan and the other boy are stunned that Vincent has finished the mana flow so quickly. Vincent explains he forced the flow to completion so he can reach manifestation far faster. Revan marvels internally at Vincent's capability while the other boy can only mutter in awe. Vincent confidently states they will not need the full month and intends to exceed his father's expectations. 2 weeks later, time skips forward. Vincent, Revan and their armored companions stand in a forest clearing ready for the next step. Vincent announces he will now begin manifesting his traits. His knight companion tenses nervously. Revan also watches nervously, anticipating another explosion like before. Vincent warns Revan there could be another blast, and tells him to move back for safety. The knight refuses to step away, insisting he must witness Vincent's success personally. Vincent agrees, thinking to himself that this knight is truly loyal. He activates his mana circuit and begins the manifestation. The mana pattern flares brightly and concentrates into a powerful core of light. Energies converge and change color as the manifestation takes shape. Rings of blazing light form, signaling the birth of a trait. Revan senses a strange feeling as power gathers around Vincent. A colossal spectral figure starts to materialize from the energy. The massive armored dwarf king's spirit appears above them, astounding Revan. The overwhelming dwarf king presence looms with glowing eyes and hammer. Terrified yet excited, Revan nervously greets the being, wondering if only someone like him can see this god. The dwarf king hefts his hammer, preparing to bestow his power. With a thunderous motion he slams the hammer down, releasing the blessing. Revan screams while Vincent remains calm as the divine energy pours down. A towering column of golden light engulfs the group in the forest. A mysterious figure in similar clothing appears within the light, hinting at a prior memory or resonance. Vincent's eyes widen as he recognizes the overwhelming power descending on him. Looking at the glowing sigil before him, Vincent realizes what trait he has received. The knight explains that this sigil is the dwarf king's blessing, the first offensive trait of body strengthening, one step below the steel man level. The knight thinks in amazement that Vincent has already obtained the dwarf king's blessing without even using the full month. The dwarf king's spectral form lingers above the trees, watching. Revan internally grumbles for the dwarf king to return home now that the blessing is given. Vincent feels that with this power he can now overcome the skilled swordsman's servant, and has laid the groundwork to defeat the Crimson Demon. He thanks Revan for his help, but the knight tells him to save his gratitude until after slaying the Crimson Demon. Vincent says he has another favor to ask, piquing the knight's curiosity. 2 days later, a carriage sets out under a clear sky. Dressed formally and carrying his sword, Vincent declares it is time to depart for the Crimson Demon's lair. At the carriage, he apologizes to Railsa for the sudden request and explains he intends to go beyond his father's expectations. Railsa worries that he is not using the full time allotted and is leaving 2 weeks early, questioning if he will truly be ready. As they prepare to board, Vincent asks what concerns her, prompting her to share her experience overseeing past rites. Railsa recalls having guarded the Lord, Vincent's brothers, and other Adenka heirs in the rite and notes that none have ever failed this trial. She insists that Sarvana's son must not become the first failure and begs him not to face the trial with reckless bravado. Vincent reassures her that nothing will happen that she needs to worry about. The carriage rumbles along the forest road toward their destination. Inside the carriage, Vincent and Revan sit across from a watchful Railsa during the journey. Revan complains that having a guardian on this mission seems pointless, while Vincent notes that Railsa is also there to monitor him and claim the demon's spoils. Revan does not understand why Vincent insists on this risky route just to prove himself, and reflects on how much has changed in 500 years. Railsa suddenly asks whether Vincent has studied the Crimson Demon. She explains that subjugating the Crimson Demon usually requires at least 3-star mana, and from her perspective Vincent has not yet reached that level. Revan realizes Vincent never once asked about the demon's details, but Vincent dismisses the concern and wonders if their ancestor Arslan planned even this. Vincent reveals confidently that the Crimson Demon was the first monster he ever subdued, so he feels no need to research it. Railsa warns that even with his unusual swordsmanship he must not lower his guard. She admits she is not a fun person but concedes she may be worrying too much. Vincent asks why she is trying so hard to help him, and she replies formally that she is the guardian and proctor of this trial. He bluntly accuses her of budget embezzlement in running the rite, asking if she really thought she could hide it. As the carriage continues, Vincent admits he was previously lacking and cannot shake the thought, implying he understands why she did it. He suggests she might have deliberately left herself a weakness for him to exploit, giving them common ground. Railsa sits in tense silence, unsure how to respond. Vincent says it is fine if she does not want to discuss it, and proposes they consider things even since she did not question his training methods. Outside, a horse whinnies as the carriage nears its destination. Vincent tells Railsa they have arrived, and she agrees. They step down from the carriage onto the ground. Looking around the ruins, Vincent starts to comment on the place. Railsa explains that this ruin is known as the Old Temple and serves as the lair of the Crimson Demon. She further says the site is a memorial to the first patriarch Arslan, built after he slew a remnant of the archdemon Davin. Vincent notes Arslan's name appearing yet again and senses that neither Arslan nor the Crimson Demon's involvement can be coincidence. Railsa grips her sword hilt, preparing for what comes next. She announces she will ready herself, imbuing her sword with mana. Railsa raises her glowing blade and summons a powerful energy. The energy erupts skyward, beginning the activation of a large-scale spell. A vast mana barrier forms around the ruins, enclosing the battlefield. Vincent and Revan realize she has erected a barrier strong enough to allow only one monster to pass through. Within the old temple, a crimson eye opens in the shadows. The Crimson Demon emerges menacingly from behind a pillar to confront Vincent and his companions. The demon roars with blazing eyes as its power surges. Vincent tells Railsa to watch closely as he prepares to prove himself. Drawing his ornate sword, he asks her to observe everything and report it to the Adenka family as proof of his worth. The Crimson Demon charges with its scythe, beginning the battle. The demon raises its huge scythe overhead for a devastating strike. Revan urges Vincent to dodge and use the sword path, but Vincent reasons that staying close is better against a large weapon. Vincent plants his foot, readying to move according to his plan. He closes the distance and clashes blades with the Crimson Demon, forcing its scythe aside. The demon is surprised that Vincent has rushed in so aggressively. Vincent locks the scythe shaft with his sword, stopping its swing. Grinning fiercely, he tells the demon not to even think about swinging that weapon again. Vincent uses his sword and momentum to launch a powerful counterattack, blasting the demon with force. He internally notes that getting in close against a big weapon is obviously the right tactic. Railsa watches in astonishment that in his first real fight at 14, Vincent uses this strategy flawlessly. She thinks he fights like someone who has defeated the Crimson Demon many times before. Vincent credits the Dwarf King trait for allowing such movement even with an untrained body. He reflects that everything he has gained so far is foundational for discovering the true sword path of his skilled swordsmanship. The Crimson Demon recoils in shock as Vincent continues pressing the assault. Vincent flips away, creating space for his next move as energy erupts where he struck. Landing with a slide, he declares the time is right to change tactics. He decides this is the proper moment to increase the distance again. Analyzing his foe, he notes that the Crimson Demon is innately aggressive and is now growing frustrated at being forced onto the defensive. He predicts that the demon's next attack will be huge. Vincent anticipates that such a massive attack will leave many openings he can exploit. As the Crimson Demon winds up, he thinks that facing an opponent full of openings makes finding a sword path even easier. Vincent resolves to offset the backlash from his sword skill using his body strengthening trait. He activates skill swordsmanship combined with body strengthening, signaled by a glowing pattern in his eye. A gigantic sword arc cleaves through the demon's attack, overwhelming it. Bathed in red energy, Vincent follows through his strike with lethal precision. The Crimson Demon's body ruptures and releases a glowing red core. The core rolls across the ground toward Vincent as the demon's body dissolves. Vincent proudly asks Railsa if she saw how he took down the Crimson Demon. Railsa stands stunned into silence by his performance. She wonders if Vincent truly does not know an important fact about the demon. Railsa recalls that the Crimson Demon cannot be completely defeated with a single attack, focusing on the still active core. She knows the true reason is that the Crimson Demon possesses more than one life. She understands that the Crimson Demon revives from its core, effectively having two lives. As Vincent turns calmly, a reborn, enraged Crimson Demon swings its flaming scythe toward him. Railsa screams a warning to the young lord as the second life attacks. Her eyes widen in fear as she watches the sudden counterstrike. The revived Crimson Demon unleashes a massive red side slash while Vincent narrowly avoids being cut down. Vincent notes that even this resurrection behaves exactly as it did 500 years ago. He catches sight of the flaming scythe edge right in front of him. The scythe smashes into the ground where he stood, shattering stone. Vincent is startled by the demon's increased speed after revival. Observing its more muscular, monstrous form, he realizes the Crimson Demon's appearance has also changed and wonders if these creatures evolved over the last 500 years. Railsa explains that a revived Crimson Demon goes berserk and gains speed and power. The Crimson Demon launches a massive fiery attack at Vincent. Vincent dives through the demon's destructive blast. Landing from the leap, Vincent realizes how dangerous the situation is. Seeing the wall exit blocked, Vincent faces the charging demon head-on. The Crimson Demon presses its furious assault, slicing through the surroundings. Vincent strains to block the blow as his allies shout his name. Vincent notices something happening at the temple's barrier. Julian urges changing tactics, but Vincent insists they must first lower the demon's guard. Vincent deduces the demon is also trying to corner them for a final decisive attack. He resolves to execute his counterplan the moment the demon launches that ultimate strike. Outside the barrier, Railsa watches Vincent confronting the Crimson Demon. She remembers her duty as Right's supervisor and that intervening would cause the young lord to fail. Railsa silently begs Sarvana not to make her ruin Sarvana's son's future. Vincent recalls the name Lady Sarvana. He remembers Sarvana praising his strength and saying his talent is wasted here. The memory shifts to Railsa's past, when Sarvana invited the starving thief Railsa to join their martial adventure. Railsa narrates how meeting that powerful woman who wanted her as a companion felt unreal and crazy. She recalls Sarvana cheerfully introducing herself. Sarvana checks that Khan and Versa agree to Railsa joining their group. Khan and Versa casually accept, noting Sarvana would drag Railsa along anyway. Railsa reflects she might have been half-mad from injury or just tired of plundering. Or perhaps she thinks she was simply swept up by Sarvana's boldness and shakes her hand. Railsa concludes she joined them on their quest to become Adenka's legendary heroes. In another memory, a giant ogre approaches Railsa. The ogre bellows as Railsa calmly prepares to engage it. She apologizes to the ogre before drawing her weapon. Her hair flares as she unleashes her power. Sarvana acrobatically cuts down the ogre while insisting she is not the main hero. She celebrates the finishing move and praises Railsa's support. Sarvana demolishes another foe with overwhelming sword skill. Railsa recalls how Sarvana was both powerful and beautiful. Sarvana declares the conquest complete, and Railsa notes, she could make people smile. Railsa reflects that Sarvana became a ray of hope in her once hopeless life. Smiling at the memory, she praises Lady Sarvana in her heart. The scene shifts to a stormy night outside a mansion. Inside, Sarvana lies dying and grips her bedsheet. Mourning servants, Railsa and the Lord gather around Sarvana's deathbed. Railsa sorrowfully whispers Lady Sarvana's name as she cradles a wrapped infant. The baby Vincent cries loudly in Railsa's arms. The crying infant fills Railsa's view. Railsa steels herself, deciding this is no time to grieve because Sarvana's child needs her. In tears, she vows to shield the boy from the harsh life of Adenka's direct bloodline until he becomes a proper martial artist. Back in the present, a loud impact shakes the right grounds. Vincent's sister mocks him as a loser while he lies on the floor. She taunts him for being useless and demands he address her formally. Vincent complies and addresses her respectfully as sister. She laughs cruelly that he obeyed just because she told him to. Railsa narrates that for 14 years she kept wondering what she could expect from the failure of Vincent. She even considered leaving Adenka entirely. Elsewhere, Wilson gushes outside a door about how cool Vincent is. Railsa appears menacingly behind Wilson and scolds him for his foolish antics. Panicking, Wilson insists he was only acting as a servant to young Lord Vincent. Railsa hears that Vincent has been acknowledged by the patriarch and is shocked. She admits that for the first time she feels hope and urges Vincent not to give up. Her inner voice calls out to him. The scene returns to the battle where the Crimson Demon gathers dreadful power for another strike on Vincent. Railsa's inner voice refuses to accept his defeat. As the charging demon rushes in, someone orders it to stop. Vincent rises with determination as the battlefield glows red. Focusing intensely, Vincent signals that it is time to act. He calls on Revan, who dashes past Railsa into the arena. Railsa realizes in shock that the one who sped by must be Revan. Revan's electrified blade collides with the demon's weapon. Vincent and Revan stand together, successfully intercepting the attack. Revan, now fully introduced, stands ready as he shouts his own name. The empowered Revan clashes fiercely with the Crimson Demon under Vincent's coordination. Railsa exclaims that Revan Adenka seems to have intended to assist Vincent against the demon. Revan grins, telling Vincent to finish the battle before he collapses. Vincent positions his hands at his core, preparing another technique. In the rain, he sits to meditate, gathering a blue aura around him. Railsa is stunned that he chose to meditate in the middle of such danger. She concludes that if Revan's defense falters even slightly, the impact will kill the young lord. The Crimson Demon fixes on Vincent, ready to strike as he meditates. Revan taunts the demon, insisting its focus should be on him instead. He tightens his grip on his massive cleaver. Revan continues trading brutal blows with the Crimson Demon. The enraged demon's face contorts in fury. It unleashes another overwhelming flaming slash. Revan declares that since the demon survived Vincent, he now claims it as his own prey, activating his steelman ability. Revan meets the demon's descending strike with his empowered cleaver. He mocks the demon as weaker than expected while continuing the clash. Their weapons collide repeatedly in a flurry of red slashes. Revan realizes too late that a normal sword cannot fully withstand the steelman effect and sees his weapon cracking. The Crimson Demon reveals its plan had been to break Revan's blade all along. Revan's cleaver finally shatters under the strain. He curses as his weapon disintegrates. Facing the demon's next attack unarmed, Revan despairs that he can no longer defend Vincent. The demon's side descends, and Revan throws up his bare hands to stop it. Straining desperately, Revan holds back the blow with his arms. Fear floods his eyes as the pressure overwhelms him. Screaming Vincent's name, Revan begs for help. Vincent's inner voice thanks Revan for his efforts. Vincent's sword aura traces a red-blue path toward its target. The energy streak passes right in front of Revan. Vincent appears behind Revan, surrounding the demon with his skilled swordsmanship technique. The crimson core of the demon is revealed within swirling energy. Cracks begin forming across the glowing core. The core finally shatters under the attack. Vincent and Revan watch as the exploding core disperses the demon's power. Vincent thanks Revan, while Revan jokes that he almost feels sorry for the demon. Railsa asks if this elaborate strategy had been Vincent's intention from the start. She congratulates him but worries whether the Lord will approve of him having outside help, reminding him of his promise to surpass his father's expectations. Vincent laughs that Railsa is being overly strict. He explains that the mana barrier was designed so that only one monster could enter at once. Since the first demon died, another creature will now be able to cross the barrier. He warns that a second monster will follow them into the arena. Vincent clarifies that the recent subjugation was mainly to prove Revan's determination. Now he announces that it is his own turn to prove his worth. Vincent bites down on the miracle stone to draw out its power. A terrifying purple aura engulfs him as the stone's energy floods his body. He gauges that, even strengthened, he can only use his skilled swordsmanship technique twice. Vincent explains he meditated because he needed to evaluate exactly how the miracle stone affected him. He steels himself, urging his body to withstand the coming strain. Vincent unleashes skilled swordsmanship again in a towering vertical slash. He notes that the demon's core becomes exposed whenever it regenerates from damage. Seeing how many openings the regenerating demon shows, Vincent considers it an easily exploitable target. He decides to choose the simplest sword path to that exposed core. Vincent's twofold skill swordsmanship slices cleanly through the revealed crimson core. The shattered core pieces drift down in front of a stunned Railsa. She realizes she had been worrying for nothing. Railsa praises Vincent's amazing performance as the demon's remnants rain down. Exhausted, Vincent gasps for breath. He wonders what kind of swordsmanship this really is, admitting that without his trait, meditation, and the miracle stone he could not have endured its toll. He tells Julian to let him collapse if needed, saying Railsa will protect them and that true victory belongs to whoever remains standing at the end. Despite his condition, Vincent vows he will never fall. Railsa calls out to the young lord with renewed respect. The barrier around the temple flares with powerful light. A gigantic summoning circle forms above the ruins as the barrier shifts. Revan looks up in alarm, wondering what is happening. Julian and the barely conscious Vincent react in confusion as well. Railsa identifies the phenomenon as a summoning circle, shocked because such a thing was never mentioned in any records of the rite. Stones rise and crackle with lightning as something begins materializing before them. A rocky core flares to life inside a stone shell. Railsa realizes what it is. A colossal stone creature, a relic guardian, emerges and roars at the group. Railsa reasons that a guardian of this size must have been created together with the temple itself. She steps forward, declaring herself Railsa Beldian, servant of the current Adenka, and demands the guardian reveal its mission to the direct bloodline. The guardian answers only with a monstrous roar. Concluding that it is too old to respond properly, Railsa orders Revan to retreat with Vincent. Revan and Julian hastily carry Vincent away as Railsa urges them to hurry. Railsa stands alone facing the advancing relic guardian. She activates the 7th chapter of Beladion swordsmanship. A massive icy barrier rises between Railsa and the others as debris falls around them. Revan and Julian look back in shock, calling out Railsa's name. They see the towering stone guardian collapsed in frozen pieces before them. The guardian's lower body is encased in ice, signaling the power of Railsa's attack. She commands the northern wind as an enormous ice dragon-like torrent strikes the guardian. Cracks spread through the frozen construct. Railsa bursts upward through the ice, delivering the finishing blow with her sword. Vincent looks up in shock, recognizing an overwhelming power. Railsa unleashes ice power that Vincent judges to be on par with a 7th star. Vincent, supporting an exhausted Revan, hears him weakly say it is not over. Revan, sweating and barely conscious, points something out in the distance. Revan suddenly swings his sword, sending a massive purple slash toward that spot. The slash explodes against the monument behind Railsa, startling her. The others rush to Revan's side, demanding to know what he is doing. Railsa wonders why Revan swung at seemingly nothing and suspects he was signaling her. She notices something emerging and questions what it is. Railsa realizes the small creature revealed is the true guardian in its real form. She panics, realizing the guardian escaped and that the young lords are in danger. The guardian screeches as it prepares to attack. Railsa activates her Milky Way Wanderer blessing trait, readying her sword. Using snow steps, Railsa darts forward on icy footholds. The guardian perceives Railsa as a dark, terrifying attacker closing in. Railsa cleaves the guardian in two right before it can strike Vincent. Afterward, Railsa checks if Revan and the others are okay, while Julian marvels at her speed. She admits she failed to sense the guardian's true form, likely due to the ruin's age. Railsa is impressed that Vincent detected the guardian and warned her, then Vincent directs her gaze elsewhere. Vincent points out a frozen pedestal with a chest, suggesting it was what the guardian protected. Time passes as the scene shifts peacefully to the surrounding forest. Railsa opens the chest while the others wait outside. When asked what is inside, Railsa peers in and is shocked. She reveals a dragon bone, calling it a relic left by the first patriarch Arslan. Julian and Vincent recognize the dragon bone as a priceless magical ingredient and guess Arslan made the rite of passage for this reward. Railsa kneels and respectfully offers the dragon bone to Vincent. She says that among all Adenkas, Vincent was the one who discovered it, so it rightfully belongs to him. Vincent worries the relic should go to the family via the church, but Railsa insists any consequences are her problem. Vincent decides instead to share it and proposes a plan. He cuts the dragon bone cleanly in half with his sword. Holding one half, Vincent declares Railsa his accomplice in the secret. He explains he could not have obtained the relic without her, so he gives her one half. Railsa accepts the gift gratefully, thanking him. The scene shifts to a graveyard of swords marked by a lone blade. The narrative identifies this as the Patriarch of Adenka's grave, a sword-filled cemetery where he stands among the blades. Railsa reports to the Patriarch that Vincent has completed his rite of passage. The Patriarch notes the event must be reported to the church, but Railsa says what she witnessed goes beyond a routine report. Intrigued, the Patriarch urges her to continue. Railsa recounts how hostile Revan risked his life under Vincent's influence, and how Vincent succeeded in the demon's subjugation. The Patriarch dismisses this at first, suggesting Vincent just relied on tricks. Railsa counters that Vincent later defeated another Crimson Demon on his own, stunning the Patriarch. She then reports Vincent discovered the Dragon Bone relic and shared half of it with her. The Patriarch is surprised Vincent voluntarily divided the relic, and Railsa confirms Vincent himself cut it. He tells Railsa there is something important she has overlooked, confusing her. The patriarch orders her to try breaking the dragon bone. He emphasizes it is a direct order as patriarch, so she reluctantly agrees. Railsa strikes the bone with powerful magic. Both of them stare, perplexed, as the bone remains intact. Railsa apologizes to the ancestors and prepares to unleash her strongest ice technique. She invokes northern wind to empower her strike. A colossal ice pillar crashes down onto the dragon bone. The bone ends up encased in ice but still unbroken. When the ice shatters, the bone emerges without damage. Railsa is stunned despite using all her strength, and the patriarch explains only a top blacksmith could break such a bone. Realizing what this implies about Vincent, the patriarch silently addresses his late father. He muses that his own time as patriarch may be ending soon. Concluding Vincent has an extraordinary power, the patriarch orders Railsa to look after him. Alone, he affectionately acknowledges Vincent as his son. Back at the mansion, Wilson bursts into tears calling for the young lord. Sari scolds Wilson for disturbing Vincent when he should be resting after the subjugation. Wilson anxiously asks Vincent if he truly has to go to the dangerous Crimson Fortress. He complains that the fortress is filled with terrifying monsters and martial artists. Sari teases Wilson for acting scared despite his rough past. Vincent tells Julian to observe the mana surrounding Sari. He reveals he can see mana flowing from Sari's body, shocking Julian. Vincent reflects that he saw a similar mana flow 500 years ago, and wonders if the same secret is at play. He abruptly asks Sari for her family name, startling her. Sari admits she is from the ruined Heisley family, confirming Vincent's suspicion she possesses the magic body. Vincent explains to Julian that the Heisleys researched mana in the body and discovered the heavenly exoskeleton. A flashback shows a Heisley mage using the magic body skill to infuse his own body with mana. Vincent concludes that as long as magic body survives, the heavenly exoskeleton will not vanish. He asks Wilson and Sari if any Heisley elders remain. Sari sadly explains her grandmother, the only Heisley she knew, has passed away. Vincent apologizes for bringing up painful memories and acknowledges everything she endured during his trials. Julian wonders why a family with such skills was ruined, and Vincent suspects the Samion family's involvement. He reasons Samion likely erased the Heisleys to hide heavenly exoskeleton's existence. Sari recalls that another Heisley relative had existed but died earlier. Julian reveals that person was Sarvana, Vincent's own mother. Vincent is surprised to learn his mother was a Heisley, which explains why her name is taboo. Sari says the Lord forbade speaking of Sarvana because he always looked sad upon hearing her name. The patriarch silently remembers Sarvana with complicated emotions. Wilson notes that Lady Sarvana employed people without prejudice, rescuing those from ruined families like them. He recalls how Sarvana personally brought Railsa into the Adenka household when Railsa was destitute. Vincent and Julian reflect proudly that their mother was an incredible person and that Railsa's devotion stems from her. Someone knocks on a door, calling out to the young lord. Railsa appears and begins to say that Lord Revan is leaving. Revan stands outside the estate, announcing his departure. Vincent confirms Revan is truly leaving, and Revan replies he cannot stay after dealing with the Crimson Demon. Revan says he has one last favor to ask, and Vincent urges him to name it. Vincent requests Revan investigate the Heisley family's history from 5 centuries ago, suspecting manipulation of the records. They joke lightly, comparing it to digging up an old love story, and agree something important must persist in collateral branches. Revan accepts the task with a firm handshake. As they clasp hands, Vincent tells Revan they will meet again and vows to grow stronger by then. Revan walks away while Railsa and Vincent watch his departure. Later, Vincent asks Railsa if her kindness toward him is really repayment for her debt to his mother. He then requests a favor from her not as Sarvana's son but as Vincent Adenka himself. Vincent earnestly asks Railsa to train him until he departs for the Crimson Fortress. He clarifies that he seeks this training as a fellow martial artist, not as the patriarch's child. Railsa silently prays to Sarvana, asking permission to transfer her loyalty fully to Vincent. Remembering Sarvana's smiling words, Railsa apologizes for her own hesitation and commits to an answer she can never deliver to her. Railsa accepts, warning Vincent she will not go easy on him. Vincent, eyes glowing with resolve, tells Railsa he is counting on her. Training begins at the Adenka training hall. Railsa explains that to learn a trait without imagery he must obtain a mana circuit containing that trait. She agrees to teach him but says as a martial artist he must earn the knowledge. She asks why he is not using the sword from his rite of passage. Railsa says the holy sword Black Moon will only acknowledge him when he becomes worthy. She sets the condition for training. If Vincent can wound her even once in the next 5 months, she will grant him the trait. She challenges him to strike her using his unusual sword path. Vincent worries about causing permanent injury, thinking of Revan's scar. Railsa rushes in with icy speed, asking if she resembles Revan as she presses a blade to Vincent's face. Vincent focuses as he senses her trait's power flaring. He recalls the dark silhouette from before and prepares to counter. Vincent launches his own powerful sword path in response. Railsa notes, she knows the strength of that sword path and intends not to give him the opening to use it. Vincent realizes she just aimed at his eye and that her training is truly life-threatening. Railsa remarks they can always ask Priest Dullen for healing, confirming she will stay ruthless. She reminds him cheerfully that she warned she would not go soft on him. After a week passes, their nightly sparring continues under the moon. Railsa attacks with intricate icy trajectories while Vincent desperately tries to keep up. Vincent pours everything into another fierce slash. Railsa criticizes his slow preparation and overwhelms him with a massive ice assault. The resulting explosion shatters the arena floor. She ends the session, saying 2 sword techniques are enough for now, while Vincent lies exhausted. She tells him he is improving and goes to fetch Sari and Wilson. Examining her own sword, she notes it is close to breaking and that she has already replaced many blades recently. She decides to complain to the blacksmith as the sound of hammering echoes in his forge. At the forge, Railsa arrives and the dwarf smith Hansen remarks she has lost more than just her master title. Railsa warns it would be disastrous if he were supplying substandard weapons to House Adenka. Hansen introduces himself, bristling at the implication. He jokingly calls Railsa Sarvana's clinger and wonders who the newcomer is. Railsa appears late at night with a sack and asks Hansen to inspect its contents. She dumps a pile of broken swords onto the ground. Railsa explains these are blades she broke in just 1 week of sparring and says they are too flimsy. Hansen agrees to look but immediately senses something strange about the damage. He questions Railsa about what kind of foes she has fought while using them, listing dangerous monsters, high-level martial artists, and powerful mages. She answers no to everything and admits she has not even clashed with a great sword recently. She finally reveals she has only been sparring with Vincent's great sword Crimson Lotus. Hansen is stunned that the much-maligned 7th young lord is wielding Crimson Lotus. Later, Railsa brings Hansen to the estate, where Julian sleepily asks why she summoned them so late. Railsa apologizes, explaining Hansen insisted on seeing Crimson Lotus himself. Julian realizes Hansen forged Crimson Lotus and starts to piece together the dwarf's identity. Hansen proudly confirms he is the blacksmith who made Crimson Lotus and boasts of his prowess. Vincent and Julian recall Hansen's reputation as a once-renowned master and family friend who fell from grace. They recount how Hansen abandoned making famed swords to mass-produce solid weapons, losing status among smiths for his focus on money. Vincent considers him incredible for prioritizing accessible arms that let ordinary people protect themselves. A flashback shows adventurers surviving against monsters using Hansen's weapons, proving he valued others' safety over personal honor. Vincent politely introduces himself to Hansen as the 7th young lord and expresses his pleasure in meeting him. Hansen reacts skeptically to being called master. Then he bursts into loud laughter, teasing Vincent for jokingly flattering him and asking if they are now square for disturbing the night. Vincent calmly tells Hansen he was not trying to belittle him. Hansen assures his master that the path Vincent chose was the right one. In a flashback, Hansen is told his chosen path in life is correct. The cloaked man warns Hansen he will be mocked for his choice but prepares to express faith in him. Raising his mug, the man says he believes Hansen's decision is the right one. Remembering this, Hansen reacts in surprise and interest. Seeing Vincent's composure reminds Hansen that conviction seems to run in Vincent's family. Hansen admits rumors of Vincent being ugly were false, and Vincent accepts it as praise. Hansen asks to inspect the sword Crimson Lotus, and Vincent agrees and hands it over. Hansen studies the drawn blade carefully. Shocked, Hansen confirms Vincent used this sword to defeat the Crimson Demon and spar Sarvana's warrior, and Vincent affirms it. Hansen is stunned by what he hears. Examining the unscathed blade, Hansen realizes Vincent must be cutting with his own power rather than relying on the sword's edge. Intrigued, Hansen insists on seeing what kind of swordsmanship Vincent uses. When Vincent hesitates, Hansen scolds him for trying to dodge a match despite carrying the Crimson Lotus. Julian warns Vincent he already used both charges of his skill swordsmanship, but Vincent thinks he cannot waste this chance to learn from a master. Sari suddenly appears behind Hansen, sternly calling his name. Sari angrily berates Hansen for making noise at bedtime, and he stammers an excuse. Observing, Vincent learns that Hansen once donated to poor children and that Sari was one of those he helped. It is explained that Hansen and Sari now have a father-daughter-like relationship. Sari sulks about Hansen causing a scene at her workplace until he promises to come back another day. Vincent offers to visit Hansen's forge the next day together with Sari, delighting Hansen. As Hansen leaves, he desperately shouts that Sari must be brought along, which Vincent mentally notes shows his doting nature. Watching them, Vincent realizes Sari's warmth comes from being raised by someone like Hansen. The next day dawns at Hansen's forge. At the forge, Vincent readies himself and gathers power around the Crimson Lotus. He unleashes a powerful crossing slash, demonstrating his technique. Sari and Hansen watch in awe at the destructive display. Hansen finds Vincent's sword style strange yet reminiscent of legendary techniques of the hero king and great demon. Concluding Vincent is worthy of the Crimson Lotus, Hansen is impressed by his skill. Vincent asks if the demonstration was sufficient for Hansen. Hansen admits Vincent has piqued his interest enough that he almost wants to forge him a sword. Surprised, Vincent repeats that Hansen would make a sword just for him. Hansen says there is one condition missing before he can do so, prompting Vincent to ask what it is. Hansen reveals he has long envisioned a special sword but lacks a rare material, and Vincent offers to purchase it. Hansen declines money, explaining the required ingredient is too precious to be bought. Julian identifies the rare material as a mastodon horn. Vincent and Julian silently consider this revelation. A mastodon horn is revealed, glittering with value. Vincent presents the horn to Hansen and asks if it can be used to forge the sword, leaving Hansen speechless. Hansen yells in disbelief at seeing a real mastodon horn. Vincent hushes him, saying only his father and Railsa know of this secret item, and Hansen is astonished. Hansen laughs that meeting Vincent must be destiny and agrees to forge the sword. Vincent then asks if the horn can be fused with the Crimson Lotus instead of creating an entirely new weapon, which Hansen initially questions. Vincent explains that the Crimson Lotus is tied to his father's beginnings, and that he has grown attached to the sword. Pleased by this sentiment, Hansen agrees to add the horn to the Crimson Lotus and tells Vincent to return in 3 weeks. Time passes, marked by 3 weeks later. 3 weeks on, Vincent, Sari, and Julian arrive at the forge and are shocked by what they see. They find Hansen's workshop engulfed in flames. Vincent realizes in horror that the workshop itself is burning. The group stares at the blazing building, acknowledging the forge is on fire. The narration reiterates that the entire building is ablaze. Sari panics over Hansen's safety, while Vincent orders her to stay calm. Vincent notes that Sari's extreme shock means something very unusual has happened at the blacksmiths. Determined, Vincent insists they must save Master Hansen, while Julian worries about him running into the fire. Vincent judges that his sword technique can slice through anything and plans to cut through the door and flames to enter quickly. Julian protests that Vincent's plan is too reckless as Vincent begins charging his power. Vincent powers up, eyes glowing, and swings with full force. His attack blasts a path through the burning entrance. Vincent dives through the raging firestorm to get inside. Inside the inferno, Julian spots something and points it out to his brother. They find Hansen badly injured and collapsed on the ground. Vincent lifts Hansen and calls for him to wake up, but realizes the blacksmith is completely unconscious. Julian is shocked by what he sees and calls out to his brother. He notices a bright golden line in the flames and wonders if it is the Crimson Lotus. Julian senses mana overflowing wildly and infers that the dragon skeleton material was far stronger than Hansen expected. Vincent decides they must prioritize carrying Hansen out of the collapsing forge. Supporting Hansen on his shoulder, Vincent hurries through the burning interior. Vincent is bewildered by the dire situation. He discovers their exit is blocked by falling debris and more fire. Julian warns that if they do nothing, the flames will consume them, urging Vincent to think of a solution. Julian suddenly remembers to ask if Vincent knows any defensive techniques. Vincent reasons that even a dragon skeleton's flames must eventually die down, implying they might endure them. He reveals he has a defensive blade technique they might use to survive, and Julian agrees to rely on it. Vincent focuses, recalling that he is Vincent Adenka and also the swordsman Davin Samayon. He invokes Samayon's swordsmanship, Chapter 1. The memory shows Davin Samayon using a technique called Breaker amid blazing energy. The narration explains that his soft, flexible blade can break steel and that his mana's properties follow his will. He describes slowly striking at the flow of incoming flames rather than the flames themselves. This becomes Gentle Steel Breaker Chapter 1, the silent blade technique. Julian watches in awe at what Vincent is doing. He recognizes the technique as true Samayon swordsmanship and wonders who Vincent really is. The burning ceiling above begins to groan and settle as the attack counteracts the flames. Vincent pants from exhaustion. Realizing they survived, Vincent, Julian, and the unconscious Hansen stand in the now safe, scorched workshop. Hansen groans and stirs. Julian and Vincent happily ask if he is all right as Hansen regains consciousness. Still dazed, Hansen demands to know how Vincent is able to use Samayon swordsmanship. Vincent jokes that since Hansen is talking nonsense he must be fine, and privately notes his technique is still recognizable. Hansen decides he must have been dreaming, then moves on from the topic. The reforged Crimson Lotus, glowing brilliantly, is revealed as complete. Hansen admits he had never worked Dragon Skeleton before, and could not foresee its mana suddenly erupting into flames. Vincent grasps the finished sword. As he raises it, radiant energy erupts around him. Vincent feels the sword resonate with him as if acknowledging him. The blade hums with power at its core. Seeing Vincent stunned, Hansen asks if he dislikes the weapon, and Vincent replies that it is incredible. Julian senses that something about the situation is strange and Vincent asks what he means. Julian reasons that if Patriarch Arslan arranged all this, he must have anticipated the dragon skeleton's behavior, and would have left a warning. Julian concludes that the reforged Crimson Lotus is likely meant as practice for handling a future dragon skeleton. Vincent then surprises Hansen by asking him to forge yet another new sword, which Hansen interprets as dissatisfaction with the Crimson Lotus. Vincent clarifies he wants another because Hansen already has experience, and the next one will be even better, though Hansen worries about the work and cleanup ahead. Hansen complains that he has no more dragon skeleton and doubts he will ever see that much of it again. Vincent and Julian exchange knowing, amused looks. Another large chunk of rare material is shown, hinting at a solution. Railsa arrives at the forge and places the second dragon skeleton piece on the table, explaining she brought it because he was looking for one. Hansen shouts in disbelief at being offered another dragon skeleton. Railsa hushes him, saying only the family head knows about this secret item. Hansen comments on the generosity of offering a dragon skeleton, but Railsa clarifies she is doing this solely for the young master. Hansen, fired up, vows to forge the most perfect dragon skeleton sword he can, no matter how long it takes. Walking away from the forge, Railsa reflects that she had once given up on Vincent. She now admits she is deeply impressed by how much Vincent has matured. Railsa is called to from behind by someone apologizing to her. Vincent approaches and says he had intended to share his growth with her but ended up reclaiming that chance, wondering how to repay her. Railsa tells him she was already fully repaid for the dragon skeleton 14 years ago. She explains that seeing him born and now proving his excellence as a martial artist is the greatest reward she could receive. Vincent promises that she will be even more overjoyed as he draws the Crimson Lotus. He recalls that, when defeating the Crimson Demon, he devised a way to overcome Railsa despite her being a 7-star martial artist. Empowered by his plan, Vincent declares he will defeat Railsa today and learn her traits. Railsa, surrounded by icy aura, warns him again that she will not go easy on him. Their clash begins, filling the arena with blinding light. Energy surges through the hall as their powers collide. A massive wave of freezing power is unleashed. Vincent struggles under the force of Railsa's ice attack. Gritting his teeth, Vincent insists he cannot give up yet. Railsa closes in from above with a powerful descending strike. She reminds him he claimed he would defeat her but sees he is still far from victory. Railsa drives her sword down in a spectacular ice-infused attack while Vincent braces below. Their impact causes a huge explosion that rocks the surroundings. The weapons grind against each other as Vincent desperately holds his ground. Vincent roars while pushing back with the Crimson Lotus. Railsa is astonished that he blocked an attack fueled by the mana of 4 stars. She notes in disbelief that neither her sword nor Vincent's has taken damage despite the immense mana that would normally shatter blades. Railsa attacks again from above, unaware Vincent is setting something up. Vincent leaps and unleashes a towering purple slash that even surprises Railsa. Railsa realizes this new strike's flow and power are completely different from Vincent's previous attacks. She wonders what new ability the reforged Crimson Lotus now holds. The narration explains that, due to the Dwarf King's trait, the Crimson Lotus now absorbs impact and will no longer break. Vincent concludes that the sword can take on the traits of its wielders and that this absorption ability is its new power. In the arena, Railsa acknowledges that the Crimson Lotus has indeed been strengthened, and Vincent credits Hansen's hard work. She resolves to fight more roughly in response. Vincent loses sight of her as she accelerates, and notes that she has vanished from his view. Railsa reappears behind him at blinding speed. She races around him within a field of swirling frost, preparing another assault. Vincent calms himself, deciding not to be distracted by her speed but to read the mana she gathers. Detecting her movement, he swings and calls out to draw her in. Railsa appears, saying he is wrong and readying a counterstrike. Smiling, Vincent agrees he was wrong in the way she expects. He grips the hilt firmly, channeling the sword's shock-absorbing power. Vincent executes his plan, coordinating with his past self's traits so that Railsa, focusing on his front, is actually targeted from behind. Railsa is shocked that the boy can block her attacks barehanded, and has already learned to read her movements in only a month. The boy unleashes a powerful technique called double sword strike variation. The story shifts to Chapter 1, titled Dwarf King, showing the boy wielding a fiery hammer. The title continues, fully naming the chapter Dwarf King. The boy's twin sword attack explodes the ground around Railsa. The resulting shockwaves and explosions tear through the arena. Railsa notes he has already used both of his special strikes but is surprised by the unexpected outcome. Seeing Railsa still standing while he has dropped one sword, the boy realizes he lost his weapon. Railsa calmly tosses his sword back and orders him to pick it up. The boy refuses to win by exploiting her temporary disarmament and insists on a fair fight. Railsa silently studies him, considering his attitude. She calls his sportsmanship arrogance, and warns that real enemies will never show such mercy. Railsa explains that stronger foes will ignore his condition completely, and show no sympathy. She tells him he must never forget this lesson as she unleashes a huge icy aura. Overwhelmed by her power, the boy admits he understands while marveling at how incredible her aura is. Railsa warns him to be careful as she prepares a serious, aura-charged attack. She stamps the ground, channeling her power through her body. Railsa darts forward at high speed to attack him again. Mid-charge, she suddenly notices something is off. The boy appears right beside her and seizes her, interrupting her movement. He taps her forehead with a single finger, marking where he has landed his hit. Smiling, the boy points out that he managed to wound her even during her strongest attack, just months before their Crimson Fortress mission. Railsa, stunned, asks how he struck her when even his full double sword strike could not reach her. He explains that instead of cutting her directly, he sliced through and disrupted the protective mana around her using the Dwarf King's power. Railsa is astonished that he neutralized her innate trait by severing the surrounding mana. Impressed, she admits he always exceeds expectations, and he asks to receive the reward she promised. Standing up, Railsa agrees to tell him what he wanted to know. She begins explaining her blessing, describing it as the flow of mana from the Galaxy Wanderer. She shapes a glowing symbol of this blessing between her hands. Later in a study, Railsa and the blonde spirit oversee as the boy meditates, channeling that symbol into his body. Railsa is amazed he has completed the initial circulation path in only 2 days and explains that manifesting it requires letting mana flow through that route. The boy sits shirtless, carefully circulating the Galaxy Wanderer mana around his abdomen. The symbol of the Wanderer appears in the air, growing brighter as his mana compresses. The blonde friend nervously hopes the growing energy will not blow a hole through the roof. His eyes widen when he senses something extraordinary emerging from the mana. A spectral woman wrapped in starry light appears behind him, revealing the Galaxy Wanderer herself. Narration introduces the remote Crimson Fortress, where their next stage will unfold. Inside the fortress, Dean Vargan scolds Headmaster Herka for neglecting documents while she complains that a martial artist should not be stuck with paperwork. He orders her to stop whining and prepare for incoming entrants, identifying them as Crimson Fortress Headmaster Herka K. Bell and Dean Vargan Pagoda. Reading a list, Herka is surprised to see Vincent Adenka, the seventh son of a prestigious Main family, among the applicants. Vargan grumbles that the infamous loser seventh son is coming and worries he will stain the fortress's reputation. He resolves to get rid of Vincent before enrollment even begins. Back in the study, the boy continues cultivating the Galaxy Wanderer blessing. The symbol flares again as his compressed mana reaches a new stage. The blonde spirit again frets that the eruption might pierce the roof. Suddenly, he sees the starry woman materialize more clearly beside him. The Galaxy Wanderer's full figure walks past him, radiating cosmic energy. She gently blows on the glowing cloud-shaped symbol, sending it toward Vincent. The blonde spirit panics as a torrent of blue energy from her pours into Vincent. Vincent learns that the Galactic Wanderer's blessing consists of a single step. A freezing whirlwind floods the room, leaving the blonde spirit shivering and yelling that it is cold. As the spirit stammers that the goddess is gone, Railsa explains that the step leaves no footprints even on snow. Vincent completes the technique, naming it Frost Walk as cold breath escapes his lips. Later that night, Vincent studies with his blonde companion, who explains that Crimson Fortress functions more as a military stronghold than a simple academy. On a map he points out the fortress's location in the border mountains of Samayan. He recounts how heroes like Arslan once repelled the Archdemon's followers there and then turned the site into a training headquarters. Vincent concludes they might find Arslan's will and perhaps another dragon skeleton in this place. Julian notes that instead of a dragon skeleton, legends speak of a different treasure hidden there. He describes the heavenly fruit, a miraculous medicine rumored even to revive the dead. He adds that some stories claim the Crimson Fortress itself exists mainly to protect the heavenly fruit tree. Julian admits he once scoffed at such legends but now considers them plausible given their current situation. He wonders if their next major quest will be the heavenly fruit, which could repair Vincent's decaying heavenly exoskeleton and save his life. He calculates that once they enroll they may have only about 9 years left, possibly less due to overexertion. Fired up, Julian vows they will unravel the heavenly fruit's secrets and secure it. Later, Vincent notices Julian missing and calls out while reading another book. Showing his research, Vincent explains that students at Crimson Fortress must support themselves without family funds. Julian clarifies that this rule prevents nobles from misusing money since many collateral descendants from different families attend. Vincent asks how they will manage expenses, and Julian confidently tells him not to worry. Julian reveals Vincent has invested in the 6th magic tower to generate income. He explains that the tower, famous for training elite mages, allows patrons to sponsor research in exchange for monetary returns. The narrative shifts to the tower, where notes and documents scatter in a mage's lab. We meet Varnelli Pagoda, the young mage Julian invested in, who has just become co-owner of the 6th magic tower. However, it is noted that their investment will be worthless if this co-owner dies, as Varnelli responds to a knock at her door. A dark, hooded figure enters, and Varnelli begins to refuse further dealings with them. A sudden lethal flash strikes. The narration questions whether a powerful co-owner could really be killed so easily. Varnelli lies on the floor mortally wounded, blood spreading beneath her. A later report states that 6th magic tower co-owner Varnelli Pagoda died, officially assumed to have perished in a research explosion. Reading this, Julian trembles in disbelief while Vincent appears disturbed. Julian wails over the loss of his investment, while Vincent reminds him they should first mourn the dead. Julian protests that they will starve without that money and panics about their future at the fortress. Vincent continues reading, learning Varnelli's will leaves all her property and research to her sole younger sibling. The scene shifts to snowy Vargan Pagoda, brother to Varnelli, brooding outside in the cold. He reflects bitterly that although both were born to the Pagoda family, he never matched a fraction of her genius, wondering why he was the one considered shameful. From afar, Vincent and Julian decide they must investigate this Vargan first. Vincent notes they now have only 4 months left until Crimson Fortress. He resolves that during those months they must gather information and become as strong as possible. 4 months pass, bringing us to the mountains surrounding Crimson Fortress. At a train stop, Railsa informs Vincent they must walk the rest of the way for security reasons. Vincent agrees and sets off in his cloak with Julian and his servants. Railsa points out the fortress in the distance, and says the headmaster will meet him if he follows the path. Vincent thanks her deeply for all her help, and she replies that it was nothing. She adds that her late mother would also approve of Vincent. Railsa smiles, saying such a thought would make her overjoyed, and asks him to stay safe. Vincent's group trudges through the snow while Railsa's carriage turns back toward the city. Inside the fortress, Vargan is told that young Master Vincent will soon arrive, which annoys the lazy headmaster Herka. Herka complains, but a communication crystal activates, drawing her attention. The crystal relays that monsters have begun attacking local residents near the fortress. Herka leaps up declaring she should go fight herself, but the messenger suggests the threat is minor and only reinforcements are needed. With a grin, Herka happily leaves that task to Vargan and dashes out, leaving Vincent's reception to him. Vargan yells in frustration as she literally jumps out of the window to fight. A subordinate asks what they should do about Vincent now that the headmaster is gone. Vargan decides he will deal with Vincent personally. He teleports to an outer wall where guards salute him. Returning their salute, he asks the guards where Vincent is. They point down the mountain path to show Vincent approaching. Vargan peers through a spyglass at the approaching group. Through the lens he recognizes Railsa escorting Vincent, which surprises him. The guards confirm that this Railsa is the same one associated with the Galaxy Wanderer. Vargan had believed Vincent to be useless and now questions why someone so powerful is guarding him. When asked whether the entrance examination difficulty will be lowered, he replies that it will proceed as usual and that he will personally test Vincent. He resolves that this exam will be the perfect chance to weed Vincent out before enrollment. Raising a glowing magic circle, Vargan announces the first exam, the subjugation of an illusory monster, is beginning. Meanwhile, Vincent and companions hike toward a steep cliff along the forest path. One servant calls Sari's attention to something ahead. They all gaze at the imposing crimson fortress perched on the cliff. A bright magical flare erupts from the fortress as the exam is activated. A deafening roar echoes through the forest, making the group stop and look up. Massive paws pound through the snow as something rushes toward them. Vincent realizes the entrance examination has already begun while eerie eyes glow from the surrounding woods. He draws his sword, ready to test the results of 4 months of training with Railsa. Facing the threat, he confidently accepts the Crimson Fortress's challenge. A pair of glowing eyes appears in the dark ahead as Vincent stands ready with his blade. A huge clawed paw steps out, revealing the monster approaching. The creature shows itself as the blue-eyed white tiger, famed as the strongest predator of the snowy mountains. While his companions tremble behind him, Vincent calmly remarks that this is exactly why he disliked coming here. He tells Sari and Wilson that once he disappears from sight they must flee straight to the fortress without turning back. Vincent charges the tiger, deliberately drawing its attention away from his friends. He recalls that this type of tiger instinctively chases the fastest moving target. The enraged tiger roars and gives chase, confirming his tactic worked. Yet something feels off to Vincent as he runs. He senses that although it looks like a blue-eyed white tiger, it lacks the aura of a truly living beast. Deciding it does not matter, he commits to defeating it anyway. Using Frost Walk, he darts across the air, forming a path that leads the tiger along a glowing trajectory. He slashes along that path, bisecting the tiger as it lunges. When more forms appear, Vincent realizes a second wave of tigers is coming. He activates a body-strengthening technique, charging his legs with power. Vincent rockets skyward between 2 attacking tigers, narrowly avoiding their claws. Julian, watching from a tree, shouts for him to look at another danger. They see multiple tigers and shadowy beasts appearing around a crater, counting a total of 18 enemies. Vincent reasons that his 2 absolute sword slashes will not be enough to finish them all and suspects something odd is happening. Observing that true blue-eyed white tigers are solitary predators and these lack any scent of blood, he concludes they are unnatural. Julian asks if they might be magical illusions, and Vincent begins to accept that explanation. Vargan continues maintaining the complex illusion spell from afar with his glowing circle. He wonders uneasily whether Vincent has already figured out the trick. He tells himself it does not matter, since this high-rank illusory monster magic makes the phantoms nearly indistinguishable from real tigers, and he controls their intelligence. Vargan watches intently, mocking Vincent in his thoughts and asking what a supposedly useless 7th son can possibly do. Up in the tree, Vincent deduces they are using an assembly element spell that allows many illusions to be sustained efficiently from a single core. Julian mentally explains that this method copies a base spell through one designated element, making it possible to field many identical illusions with reduced mana cost. Vincent concludes that if he locates and destroys the designated core illusion, all the others will vanish, though Julian worries aloud about how he can possibly find it. Vincent deduces that the summoned beasts have a human controller, so a true monster should be fighting on the front line. He reasons that a human mage would guard the core, identifying the unmoving beast atop the cliff as the assembly element. Vincent launches himself toward the cliff. Activating Galactic Wanderer's Blessing, he dives down the cliff as the white tigers roar. One of the white tigers is startled as his power surges. Vincent uses the movement ability Frost Walk, racing across the frozen landscape. An examiner recognizes Frost Walk as Railsa's trait and is shocked Vincent can use it. Observers note that Vincent reached the assembly element almost instantly. Vincent locks onto the specific tiger he believes is the assembly element. He confirms the blue-eyed white tiger with black shadowy aura is the assembly element of the magic. The examiner quickly prepares a new spell, refusing to give Vincent any opening. He orders his summoned beast to attack Vincent. Vincent channels mana into his Crimson Lotus sword, which absorbs his mana's properties. He combines Absolute Sword Slash with Galactic Wanderer's Blessing, entering an Absolute Sword Sense variation. His enhanced strike slices through the summoned tigers as the chapter titled Galactic Wanderer begins. The examiner strains as his magic is disrupted. Vincent intends to send the beasts flying beyond his sword path. His frosty sword energy engulfs the illusory tigers. The illusion and its components disintegrate and fade over the cliff. The examiner realizes Vincent did not simply dispel the illusion, but severed the mana circuits sustaining the spell. He concludes that Vincent Adenka possesses a profound understanding of magic. Vincent, wondering if the examiners are satisfied, is asked what kind of person he really is. After the test, staff discuss processing the results, noting the dean's magic was completely annihilated. The dean orders the gates open so they can formally greet the young master. As Vincent approaches the Crimson Fortress, he reflects on how unusual it is to find a mage of that level in a martial stronghold. Servants welcome Vincent as young master while he and Julian confirm their prior research about the fortress was correct. The massive gate of the fortress opens for them. Narration introduces Varnelli's younger sibling Julian and the mage who manages essential business at the fortress as they escort Vincent inside. The fortress guards salute Vincent with the phrase humble respect to absolute glory. Dean Vargan Pagoda warmly welcomes young master Vincent and permits his entrance into the Crimson Fortress. Vincent greets him as Sir Vargan, returning the polite introduction. Julian explains that family funds cannot be brought into the fortress, but talented cadets can obtain sponsors. Julian schemes that they will curry favor with Vargan to recoup the family's investment. He vows enthusiastically to recover all the money they sunk into the magic tower. Vargan describes the fortress population, including instructors, soldiers, and children of many families along with their servants. He tells Vincent he will share a dormitory with others, but Vincent assures him he will be fine. Vargan explains that once Vincent lives here he becomes a cadet, surrendering any other social status. Vincent understands he will be treated as a young master only for this carriage ride. 2 uniformed female cadets notice and admire the arriving students. Varnelli gushes that Vincent will look cool in the cadet uniform, while Vargan says his uniform will be issued tomorrow due to a delay. Vincent asks what rank he starts at, and Vargan explains all cadets begin at rank 9 and sit for promotion exams twice a year. Vargan outlines the ranking system from 9 to 1, adding that passing the exam after rank 1 makes one a breakthrough martial artist and a true graduate. Vincent calculates he has at least 4.5 years before graduation, deciding he must find the heavenly fruit before then to avoid dying, and then asks a question. Vargan inquires if Vincent intentionally struck the blue-eyed white tiger that formed the center of his magic's assembly element. Vincent confirms he targeted it, prompting Vargan to marvel at his magical knowledge despite coming from a martial family. Vincent says he studied many fields because he was poor at martial arts and believes all knowledge is power. Vargan internally wonders how such a confident and talented child ever earned the label good for nothing. He finds Vincent Adenka increasingly intriguing. Vincent remembers something else he wants to ask Vargan. He bluntly asks how he can obtain the legendary heavenly fruit, startling the dean. Vargan thinks Vincent is still a child for believing the legend. Even so, he tells Vincent the heavenly fruit is said to choose its owner and suggests he may encounter it if he dedicates himself. Julian concludes the dean also views the heavenly fruit as a myth, making information hard to acquire. The carriage arrives at its destination. They stop in front of the building that serves as the dormitory for rank 9 cadets. The carriage gate mechanism opens as they prepare to enter. Inside, Vargan states that Vincent's servants will live on the first floor while Vincent is assigned a third-floor room in Residence Hall 5. He presents Vincent with the Sun badge signifying rank 9 status. Vincent accepts the golden badge. He pins the rank 9 Sun badge to his cloak. Someone greets him with humble respect to absolute glory, leaving Vincent briefly confused. Vargan explains this is the fortress greeting and addresses him informally as rank 9 cadet Vincent. Vincent repeats the greeting back to the dean with a smile. A plaque identifies his assigned location as Residence Hall 5. Vincent and Julian open the door and step into their new dorm room. They are met by several already present cadets standing in 2 lines. Some cadets nervously stiffen at Vincent's arrival. Vincent, sensing an odd atmosphere, asks Julian if he has done something wrong, but Julian is unsure. Julian suddenly recognizes someone and calls attention to them, drawing Vincent's focus. A muscular red-haired cadet, Malone Adenka, rank 9 representative and 6th son of Adenka, derisively calls Vincent their good-for-nothing relative. Julian angrily identifies Malone as their cruel older brother, recalling his abuse. Julian describes Malone as the brother who bullied him the most, even forcing him to eat garbage, which shocks Vincent. Vincent is hit with a vivid memory of that humiliation. He realizes the memory is real and that Malone regularly torments weaker people, including him and Julian. Vincent observes that Malone's bullying behavior is continuing here in the dormitory. Julian asks permission to punish Malone for disgracing the Adenka name, and Vincent agrees he can go all out. Vincent approaches Malone and greets him as brother while grabbing his hand. He cheerfully says he is happy to see Malone here, surprising everyone. Vincent then remarks they are not close enough to speak familiarly, changing his tone. Internally, Vincent admits even he could not have imagined this confrontation. He notes that despite Malone being away from the main house for a long time, he is still only rank 9. Malone bristles with anger at the implied insult. He orders another cadet, Sizen, to step forward. Malone viciously slaps Saizen across the face. He berates Saizen for failing to treat Vincent harshly enough as a newcomer, and for disrespecting his representative. Malone warns Saizen that next time Vincent talks back he must beat him up, and the terrified boy agrees. Another cadet thinks to himself that Malone is the worst and unworthy of his prestigious lineage. Vincent is startled to hear the name of Arslan mentioned in that thought. Malone recalls the fearsome older brother Kajin, whom Vincent once dreaded. Julian anxiously calls out to Vincent, sensing his silence. As Malone starts to speak again, Vincent grabs him by the collar. Vincent punches Malone hard in the face. He follows up, glaring down at his brother with cold fury. The previously abused cadet cries out in shock at Vincent's retaliation. The other roommates are equally stunned and sweating. Bruised Malone laughs darkly, calling Vincent little brother. He claims Vincent must have missed his so-called cane of love and prepares to strike back. Vincent reflects that this era has taught him an important lesson. He concludes that in this age people no longer value martial artists' temperaments alone. Vincent seizes Malone by the throat, thinking that martial dispositions are not what matter anymore. He lifts and slams Malone, throwing him violently. Malone crashes down painfully, gasping. Vincent stands over him calmly in the snow-dusted hall. Addressing the room, Vincent declares that martial artists should fear only out of respect. He urges the cadets to overcome their fears, stating that is the only way to truly become martial artists. Enraged, Malone curses Vincent. Gathering red lightning, Malone roars that Vincent dares challenge him in their own residence hall. Malone charges at Vincent with a sword, intent on dueling him. Julian worries about how far this situation has escalated. Vincent believes they might be able to turn this conflict into an advantageous opportunity. Meanwhile, in Illa village near the fortress, life continues under snowy mountains. A pile of slain green monsters is revealed. Villagers thank the red-haired headmaster for killing the beasts, saying they can now sleep peacefully. She jokingly invites an old man to drink with her again. Vargan joins them and politely asks for a drink as well to avoid refusing their hospitality. He adds that he needs a drink because his superior causes him so much stress, shocking the headmaster. Over food and ale, their discussion turns serious. The headmaster brings up direct descendant Vincent Adenka, asking if he really destroyed only the assembly element of the spell. Vargan admits she does not even understand the magical term and jokes she is no mage. He points out that Vincent identified and dismantled something even a 7-star martial artist like her had never heard of. She dismisses the feat, comparing him unfavorably to another descendant who blew up an entire snowy mountain and labeling Vincent more cautious or cowardly. She teases Vargan that he must be glad to meet someone as seemingly timid as himself. A communication crystal interrupts, requesting the dean's immediate return to the fortress. The message explains that rank 9 cadets Malone and Vincent are involved in an incident. Vargan learns they have formally requested a mediator for their sparring match and reacts with alarm. He activates his movement technique and rushes back. In the arena, both brothers stand ready while Vargan and another instructor oversee the confrontation. Dormitory instructor Brown nervously explains he approved the spar between the two direct descendants at Vincent's request. Vargan tells Brown he did well and orders him to report all future matters concerning Cadet Vincent. Vargan announces that although Malone should be disciplined for causing trouble in the dormitory, the matter will instead be settled through this officially sanctioned spar based on Vincent's report. Malone angrily calls Vincent a sly fox, and Vincent smugly accepts it as praise. The dean authorizes an official duel between the two cadets and orders them to fight honorably. Vincent calmly draws the ornate sword Crimson Lotus, preparing for the match. Malone, startled by Vincent's weapon, wonders if it is actually the legendary Crimson Lotus. Malone accuses Vincent of copying their father with a fake sword, but Vincent asks if it really looks fake. Confident, Malone wagers his right wrist that Vincent's Crimson Lotus is counterfeit. Vincent's eyes glow red as he ominously tells Malone he must keep that reckless promise. Malone declares he will soon make Vincent yield and activates his fear-based trait from the Daughter of Fear. Using his trait Coercion, Malone unleashes a wave of oppressive fear toward Vincent. A girl in the audience trembles and hiccups in terror under Malone's coercion. The maid Sari also shakes in fear from the oppressive aura, calling out to the young master. Julian explains that Malone's trait instills overwhelming fear in opponents, and anxiously checks if his brother Vincent is okay. Seeing Vincent unfazed despite the fear aura, Julian is shocked and wonders how this is possible. Vincent explains that his indomitable spirit keeps him from fearing another swordsman. Julian skeptically recalls martial arts dogma about only fearing with respect, but Vincent insists that overcoming such traits is a matter of mindset and resolve. Malone panics internally, unable to understand why his coercion has no effect on Vincent. Spectators exclaim that Vincent seems completely fine, and Malone clicks his tongue in frustration. Racing forward, Malone accuses Vincent of trickery since coercion failed. Malone boasts that he will crush Vincent using both sword and mana. Malone slams his empowered sword down with explosive force, beginning a fierce assault. Grinning, Malone starts to say more as he continues pressing his attack. After his massive blow, Malone looks around in confusion, unable to see where Vincent vanished to. Vincent suddenly appears behind Malone mid-strike, catching him off guard. Malone, realizing Vincent slipped past his guard, is stunned and demands to know when this happened. Vincent delivers a powerful kick or strike that hurls Malone across the arena into the wall. Malone barely manages to block, crossing his arms and grimacing from the impact. Still bracing, Malone witnesses Vincent gathering another surge of cold energy. Vincent dives down using Frostwalk to power a swift blade technique that slams into Malone's guard. Malone notes that Vincent is also amplifying his power with body strengthening, surprising him. Vincent follows with a fiery, explosive descent that rocks the arena and sends Malone flying again. Malone screams as he is battered by the continuous impacts. Narration notes that although everyone thinks Malone is trash, his overwhelming strength is why he is cadet representative. The dean reflects that despite Malone's faults, his raw power far exceeds that of other rank 9 cadets. A female cadet realizes Vincent is now threatening Malone's position as representative. Another cadet, Selbira, arrives asking what is happening as the crowd gathers. Selbira spots Malone lying in a crater with the dean present and realizes a serious duel is underway. She excitedly tells her friend that the newly enrolled Vincent is amazing and quotes his line about only fearing with respect. The blue-haired cadet wonders if she can become like Vincent someday, and Selbira teases that her situation must be serious. Selbira warns that the fight is not over yet. She recalls that Malone's coercion is only one trait he gained, while his divine blessing is a separate power. Julian, thrilled, urges Vincent to keep beating Malone, while Vincent feels something about the situation is off. Vincent notes that he already disarmed Malone, but the dean still has not declared a winner. Malone's eye flares with light as he begins to invoke his other power. A massive pillar of lightning energy erupts upward, astonishing the onlookers. Selbira identifies the power as belonging to one of the greatest gods who controls electricity. Malone invokes the blessing of the cerebral giant, transforming as roaring lightning surrounds him. Vincent is shocked, recognizing the terrifying nature of this blessing. Vincent tries to counter the lightning with his own power but is quickly overwhelmed. He grimaces in pain as electricity ravages his body. Julian notices Vincent's arm badly damaged by lightning while Malone stands crackling with power at the far side of a huge crater. Malone maniacally asks how Vincent likes his trait and announces that it is the cerebral giant's blessing, micro-current boost. Julian cannot believe this, insisting that until now Malone only ever had the daughter of fear's coercion and that years of bullying proved it. Julian realizes there must be more he never knew about Malone. Malone explains he was born with the lightning trait but only mastered it after arriving at the fortress. Vincent asks how long he has been hiding it, and Malone says he was not hiding it so much as simply not using it. Smirking, Malone says revealing the trait before now would have been annoying. Vincent is stunned by Malone's arrogance and carelessness. Malone boasts that even with only coercion, peers could not defeat him, so he saw no need for painful training. He adds that as a direct Adenka descendant, the fortress would be forced to let him graduate once he reached adulthood. Watching from above, Selbira and her friend hear his speech and see he believes hard work is unnecessary compared to his birth. Enraged, Vincent yells at Malone to stop spouting such nonsense. Vincent recalls a scarred warrior telling him that such power is something others strive for their entire lives and may never achieve. Vincent accuses Malone of ignoring the responsibility that comes with power and trampling on the efforts of those who struggle. His aura flaring darkly, Vincent demands what Malone thinks the Adenka name's reputation truly means. Malone mocks Vincent for lecturing while his arm is charred, saying Vincent must first defeat him to justify such talk. Malone unleashes another huge lightning blast straight at Vincent. Vincent dives into the attack, reminding Malone he bet his right wrist on the sword being fake and vowing to claim that wrist. Vincent thinks to himself that he has only one absolute sword slash left, and resolves to finish the fight with the Dwarf King's ultimate technique. Malone, preparing a counter, refuses to let Vincent execute the move. The two powers collide violently, sending Vincent tumbling through the air. Furious, Malone screams insults at Vincent. He then fires multiple destructive lightning bolts, screaming for Vincent to die. The dean realizes Malone has lost control, drunk on his own mana, and is recklessly firing without restraint. The uncontrolled blast detonates, devastating the arena. Debris from the ceiling begins raining down toward the unsuspecting maid Seri below. Seri looks up in horror as a massive chunk of ceiling collapses toward her. Vincent, seeing the danger, cries out Seri's name and rushes to save her. Seri screams and braces for impact as rocks hurtle around her. She suddenly opens her eyes in surprise, realizing something has intervened. The dean stands over her with an immense blue magic circle, blocking and shattering the falling debris. He confirms that Seri is unhurt, and she shakily answers that she is fine. The dean orders Braun to evacuate all cadets from the arena, and Braun obeys. The dean tells Seri he will teleport her somewhere safe, but she hesitates, worried about the young master. As he prepares the spell, the dean senses something unusual about Seri. He is shocked to feel her body overflowing with mana, while she herself is confused. Meanwhile Malone, laughing madly in lightning armor, taunts Vincent to come down and fight instead of hiding. Vincent analyzes that Malone's trait is powerful but full of openings and plans to use Frostwalk to slip into its center. He launches forward with Frostwalk, his foot lightly touching the ground as icy energy swirls. Straining, Vincent pushes himself to move despite his injuries. He charges through explosions toward Malone, armed with Crimson Lotus. After one huge leap, Vincent collapses and realizes he can only sustain frost walk for a single large movement. From above, he sees the damaged arena as mana currents swirl and someone laughs at the chaotic sight. Acknowledging his mistake and letting things go this far, the Dean casts mana barrier to contain the dueling Adenka brothers. A vast, layered blue barrier encloses Vincent, Malone, and the Dean within a sealed arena. Vincent curses that the barrier leaves him with much less room to dodge Malone's attacks. Malone smugly interprets the barrier as proof the Dean favors him and asks Vincent what he will do now. Vincent thinks that using absolute sword slash is difficult in his current condition and wonders how to handle Malone's overwhelming force. Julian calls out that they can use absolute sword slash on something other than Malone himself, giving Vincent a new idea. Malone, still berserk, charges to kill Vincent, calling him worthless. Vincent steadies himself and decides to trust Julian's strategy. Using his last strength, Vincent leaps high within the barrier toward the core of Malone's power. He arcs through the air above Malone, aiming his next strike as Malone looks up in alarm. Vincent notes that Jump has exhausted his frost walk completely but reassures himself to rely on Julian's plan. Malone, believing Vincent trapped, gathers an enormous lightning blast overhead and vows to make that spot Vincent's grave. He unleashes a colossal column of lightning straight upward. Vincent realizes Malone has taken the bait and swings Crimson Lotus in a decisive slash. The sword strike cuts through the concentrated lightning, disrupting its path. Empowered by the technique, Vincent rides a surge of energy, cloaked in purple, ready to execute absolute sword slash. The Dean is stunned to see his carefully crafted mana barrier starting to fail. The collision of Vincent's slash and Malone's lightning obliterates the center of the barrier in a massive explosion. Malone, feeling the shock, looks around in confusion as the environment crumbles. The explosion and falling debris cause Malone to scream in agony. Malone lies battered on the ground, groaning in pain. Vincent pins Malone by the chest with his foot and reminds him that a martial artist's vow is heavier than anything. Standing over his brother, Vincent declares that with the sword their father gave him he will defend the family's honor, while Malone desperately begs him to wait. Vincent, eyes blazing red, says he cannot allow his older brother to become a liar after wagering his own wrist. In one swift motion, Vincent swings Crimson Lotus toward Malone's extended arm. Malone's right hand is severed, flying through the air as blood sprays. The Dean, amid the shattered barrier, reflects that his mana barrier is far stronger than any ordinary martial artist construct and fully sealed from the outside world. Yet, he realizes that Vincent destroyed it with a single sword slash. Malone screams in horror, realizing his arm has been cut off. The Dean announces the end of the duel and officially declares Vincent Adenka the victor. Vincent notes that the Dean did not intervene earlier, and the Dean replies that Malone's own words during the spar justified letting events play out. Someone calls urgently to the young master, drawing Vincent's attention. A knight rushes in with a priest, reporting that he has brought the cleric as requested, and the priest Chavin arrives flustered. Chavin, holding up a sacred token, demands to know who is carrying a rare second-class priest token. The Dean calmly says the token is his, and Chavin confirms that the gravely injured cadet on the ground is rank 9 representative Malone. Chavin asks if Vincent truly defeated Malone and then, more importantly, how someone like Vincent possesses such a precious token. Vincent casually answers that he was told the token entitles him to the same treatment as its original owner, implying high status. Realizing the implication, Chavin concedes that he, as a mere 5th-class priest, has no right to question the bearer of such a token. The priest offers to heal Vincent's injury, and Vincent accepts. The priest channels glowing healing power into his arm. Vincent has just defeated Malone, who lies groaning on the ground. Malone laughs angrily, calling Vincent cunning and demanding his own wound be healed too. Vincent hesitates, saying there is an issue with healing Malone. Grinning, Vincent wonders aloud if healing Malone's arm is really in Malone's best interest. Malone is confused as Vincent reminds him he wagered his right hand in an official duel. Vincent and his brother note that healing the arm would invalidate Malone's honorable loss. Malone rages, realizing Vincent is forcing him to choose between his honor and his right hand. Vincent's brother savors the revenge and decides he must always stay on Vincent's good side. Other cadets rush in, amazed that Vincent actually won the match. Vincent tells Malone to decide quickly, warning that even miracles cannot reattach a dried arm. Under pressure, Malone weakly begs them to heal it. Vincent's brother cruelly pretends not to hear and orders Malone to shout so everyone can listen. Humiliated, Malone yells that he has no honor and demands they fix his arm. Satisfied, Vincent's brother finally asks the priest to heal Malone as well. The priest performs a large-scale healing ritual, repairing Malone's arm amid floating rocks and light. Afterward, Malone is warned to avoid overusing the arm because the treatment is imperfect. Watching, cadets marvel that Vincent defeated Malone and note Vincent is more appealing up close. One cadet excitedly asks Vincent if she can ever become like him. Vincent tells her that if she overcomes her fear, she can surpass her current limits. Moved, the girl blushes and calls out Vincent's name. Malone sees that Vincent is already being flattered by Saizen and the others despite only one victory. Clenching a rock with crackling energy, Malone insists he is still the king of this place. He convinces himself it is not too late to regain his status. Malone considers imbuing the rock with power to crush Vincent's skull but is abruptly stopped. An instructor intervenes, saying he tolerates Malone's tyranny only so Malone's hand can fully heal for a match 1 month later. The instructor, already overburdened by an absent superior, warns Malone not to cause further trouble. Cowed, Malone agrees. Time skips ahead by 1 week. A nameplate introduces Dean Vargan Pagoda in his office. Vincent practices the formal gesture of condolence, hand on chest and other on his sword. His ghostly ally praises him and explains this is the proper way to offer condolences in the current era. Dean Vargan notes Vincent once stayed as his sister's guest and remarks that his condolences are months late. The Dean admits Vincent's visit feels awkward and uncomfortable. He explains that Vincent will soon return to a noble family while he is merely a former mercenary Dean, making their relationship strained. Vincent starts to respond, realizing the Dean knew his name from the beginning. The Dean accuses Vincent of investigating him and his sister and approaching them deliberately. He demands to know Vincent's true objective. Vincent's ghost companion panics, but Vincent prepares to answer honestly. Vincent admits his original goal was to invest in the Dean's talented sister, Varnelli, expecting future returns. He says that after researching Vargan's life and hearing the full story, his intentions changed. Vargan is surprised as Vincent says this forced him to reevaluate himself. Vincent recalls hearing of a talentless child crushed by his background and sees parallels with Vargan and others. Vincent confesses he ultimately just wanted to talk with Vargan. The Dean insists he knows Vincent's circumstances but doubts Vincent will hear what he wants from him. Vargan recounts running away from the Samayan family and their magic tower, becoming a mercenary before ending up at Adenka's front lines. He says he cut ties with his family and sister, unlike Vincent, who still clings to such bonds. Vargan pointedly asks why Vincent has never abandoned the pagoda name. Vincent listens carefully, sensing something deeper in Vargan's question. Elsewhere, Malone watches Sizen and the others chatting, feeling isolated. The trio notice him briefly, then fall silent. Ignoring Malone, they resume a cheerful conversation. Malone sits alone on his bed while others socialize, heightening his sense of exclusion. Lying down, he covers his eyes in frustration. He clenches his fist over his face, anger boiling. Malone vows to kill Vincent. Dark, ominous energy begins to stir in the dormitory. A sinister voice asks Malone if he wants to kill Vincent. A red-eyed, shadowy spirit manifests before the stunned Malone. The voice offers Malone help, asking if he wants its assistance. Vargan again asks Vincent why he has not abandoned the pagoda name. Vincent and the Dean sit across from each other as the tense conversation continues. Vargan explains the pagodas are a prestigious magic tower family whose status would obstruct a mercenary's life. Vincent wonders aloud if the Dean still has ties to the tower, prompting Vargan to snap at him to be quiet. Enraged, Vargan calls Vincent a powerless brat who talks as if he understands anything. He insists Vincent has no idea what he suffered or how it felt to leave the magic tower. Vargan declares that if war ever broke out between Samayan and Adenka, he would destroy the magic tower that ruined his life. Vincent calmly replies that he already knows this. Shocked, Vargan asks what Vincent means. Vincent says he once felt similarly but, in the end, did not truly desire revenge. He reveals that what he really sought was acceptance and love, remembering his mother's embrace. Vargan realizes Vincent kept the pagoda name because of lingering attachment to his family. He acknowledges that emotional ties, not hatred, keep him bound to his family. Overwhelmed, Vargan slumps into his chair as this truth sinks in. He reflects on his gifted, radiant sister, whom he admired and endured bullying for. Yet, he also admits her brilliance intensified his misery as others constantly compared him unfavorably to her. Unable to bear the pressure and abuse, he eventually fled and renounced his family. Vargan concedes he misjudged Vincent and that human emotions are more complicated than he assumed. Half amused, he notes it is strange to be receiving advice from someone like Vincent. He says Vincent's condolence has helped him finally be honest with himself despite his sister's death. Curious about Vincent's investment, Vargan hints that it must have been a large sum. He decides to sponsor Vincent at the fortress, easing Vincent's living costs, to the joy of Vincent and his ghostly partner. Afterward, the ghost praises Vincent's persuasive words. The ghost marvels that many powerful figures, including Dean Vargan, have all been won over by Vincent, joking he sounds like a con man. Vincent insists everything he said was genuine, while the ghost teasingly attributes it to his 500-year-old experience. The ghost continues to be impressed by Vincent's achievements. Sizen and the purple-haired girl exclaim over Vincent securing sponsorship from the notoriously picky Dean. Vincent approaches them, calling Sizen and the girl over. The girl introduces herself as Selbira, rank 9 secondary cadet representative, explaining they had not met due to gender-separated floors. Shaking hands, they discuss her role and whether Malone properly fulfilled his duties as cadet representative. Vincent suddenly senses something odd during the handshake. He realizes Selbira's aura resembles his mother's special trait, though weaker. Selbira reveals her trait, discernment, which lets her gauge others' power and potential, and she tries to analyze how Vincent beat Malone. Through her vision, she finds Vincent has no visible imagery and is surrounded by a crimson aura that prevents measuring his hidden potential. Vincent coldly tells her he dislikes being greeted by someone probing him with their trait, making her apologize. Selbira silently wonders how Vincent noticed her ability when even instructors usually cannot. Vincent asks what they are doing out so late, and they remind him that roaming alone at night is forbidden. They explain the rule is to prevent cadets from getting lost in the cold, and that everyone uses a buddy system. Selbira adds that wandering alone is dangerous because one might encounter Davin's evil spirit, scaring Saizen. Vincent grabs Selbira, urgently demanding a detailed explanation about the evil spirit of Davin. Flustered, Selbira starts to explain, confirming Vincent knows of the archdemon from 500 years ago. She recounts how archdemon Davin was defeated by the hero king, his spirit scattering worldwide, with remnants that still make pacts to grant great power. She says these remnants lend overwhelming strength to contractors in exchange for their lives. Vincent is stunned to learn Davin truly existed. Contrary to his belief, the legend was fabricated to blame him. Selbira admits that although some contractors are occasionally reported, she personally doubts such stories. Vincent, however, contemplates the reality of a 500-year-old evil spirit. Meanwhile, Malone confronts the red spirit in his room, insisting such beings cannot be real. The spirit urges Malone to form a contract so it can help him achieve whatever he desires. Terrified, Malone asks if it is truly Davin's evil spirit, and realizes the legend is real. The spirit dismisses his question, saying what matters is achieving Malone's goal. It tempts Malone further, promising to help him accomplish his objective. The voice flatters his ego, calling him king of this place and urging him to reclaim his throne. Malone's eyes turn red as he begins to accept, stammering his agreement. Later that night, Saizen leads Vincent out of the dorm, unaware of what has transpired. Saizen notes that everyone else is asleep because it is late. He thanks Vincent for accompanying him before heading off for his night watch duty. After Saizen departs, Vincent hears something and turns, sensing unease. He notices Malone's bed is empty. Outside, Saizen patrols in the snow with a lantern. He shivers and walks the perimeter of the fortress in the bitter cold. Saizen reflects that the night is frightening as snow falls around him. He then senses something and looks ahead, where red energy starts swirling. Alarmed, Saizen calls out to whoever is there. A sudden bloody slash strikes him, severing his arm. In shock, Saizen stares at his grievous wound. The attacker complains he missed Saizen's throat, revealing the lethality of his intent. Saizen trembles and tries to identify his assailant. The transformed, red-eyed Malone appears, demanding to know where Vincent is. Malone, wreathed in demonic aura, looms menacingly over the injured Saizen. Saizen realizes Malone has made a pact with an evil spirit, and confronts him with sword drawn. Possessed, Malone mocks Saizen for daring to face him, amused at Saizen's newfound courage. Saizen shouts that he is no longer afraid of Malone Adenka and charges. Malone brutally counters, battering Saizen aside. The spirit within Malone lectures that anyone who points a sword at the king must be executed as Malone strikes again. Malone roars that Saizen will be executed and swings his blade with deadly force. He seizes Saizen by the throat, choking him. Malone unleashes a powerful, blue-tinted energy slash towards Saizen. Saizen, barely conscious, tries to speak. Instructor Brand suddenly appears, intercepting the attack and protecting Saizen. Brand condemns Malone for forming a contract with an evil spirit and abandoning his martial pride. Malone laughs maniacally, deciding it will be even more enjoyable to cut down the instructor than Saizen. Brand realizes his attack did nothing to Malone and orders Saizen to trigger the alarm. Back in the dorm, the building is quiet just before the alarm sounds. Vincent sits awake in bed as the alarm begins to ring through the dormitory. He notes Malone still has not returned and bitterly thinks he does not care if Malone freezes outside. The blaring alarm shocks Vincent upright. Other cadets wake, explaining that the alarm means something has happened to the night watch. Realizing Saizen is on duty, Vincent cries out his name in alarm. Vincent and the cadets rush out, feet pounding down the corridor toward the crisis. Vincent rushes down the stairs with a sword while a blonde cadet follows in alarm. Vincent meets Selbira and other cadets in the hallway, each calling the other by name. Vincent asks Selbira what is happening, and she says she only came out after hearing the alarm. Vincent suddenly senses the smell of blood and becomes tense. Realizing the danger, Vincent orders Selbira to urgently contact the dean with her crystal. He notes that the situation looks bad and thinks they may need someone of higher authority. Vincent tells all the cadets to follow him outside while Selbira activates her crystal. The group runs through the corridors led by Vincent and Selbira. As they run, they notice the alarm and mana flow have stopped, suggesting the initial battle has ended. Vincent urges them to hurry and secretly asks Selbira if there is any defensive seal they can use. While running, Vincent explains the first battle is already over and, since they received no call, assumes the enemy has won. Selbira thinks of a single seal she knows that might help. She recalls the triangular defensive seal, one of the 7 basic seals of Adenka. Selbira hesitates and starts to explain a problem with using that seal, prompting Vincent to ask what. She remembers that the seal requires a 5-star or higher martial artist to stand at the vertex, or it will collapse. Selbira adds that they could form it if they find Instructor Brand, and Vincent acknowledges this. Vincent suddenly reacts in shock as something alarming comes into view. Stepping outside, the cadets see blood splattered on the ground, horrifying them. A wounded body is hurled past them trailing blood, intensifying their shock. Selbira's eye widens in horror as she realizes who it is. They find Instructor Braun lying on the ground gravely injured and bleeding. A red vortex appears above them, and a sinister voice declares it has found them. Vincent draws his sword against the swirling red darkness that lashes toward them. He slashes and clashes with the red energy, creating a blue explosion of power. Vincent now faces a floating mass of dark red aura that threatens them. Pointing his sword, Vincent demands to know the identity of the being controlling the aura. Malone, wreathed in demonic energy, reveals himself and exults that all his enemies are gathered. Vincent confronts Malone, yelling in disbelief at what Malone has done. Cadets realize Malone's dark aura is real and Selbira studies him uneasily. Selbira recognizes Malone's aura as the same as martial artist possessed by the evil spirit Davin, shocking Vincent. Vincent protests internally that he cannot be possessed since he himself is present, wondering if he is facing his own power. The possessed Malone boasts he will reveal who their true king is. He unleashes a wave of coercive red energy that crashes over all the cadets. Cadets clutch their heads and groan as the oppressive aura overwhelms them. Others struggle and note that this coercive pressure is stronger than before. One cadet orders the others not to be shaken by the pressure. Vincent rallies everyone, declaring they are martial artists and must draw their swords without fear. Encouraged, the cadets form up behind Vincent with weapons drawn, ready to fight together. Malone realizes Vincent is freeing the cadets from his coercion and grows angry. Vincent worries that Brand, a 5-star martial artist, was defeated so easily and questions if he can handle Malone. He decides he cannot fight alone and that they need the reinforcements Selbira requested with the crystal. Until help arrives, Vincent resolves to stall Malone using the inexperienced rank 9 cadets behind him. He asks Selbira if she can perfectly use the defensive seal she mentioned. She says she has it memorized. Vincent tells her to announce that they will all manifest the triangular defensive seal together, shocking her. Selbira protests that the seal needs a 5-star martial artist at the center, reminding him of the requirement. Before she can argue more, Vincent firmly states he will take that central role himself. Empowered with purple aura, Vincent declares he will serve as the seal's center. Selbira objects that he is not even 5-star and lacks imagery, predicting he will collapse once the seal is formed. Vincent reminds Selbira that she is the cadet representative, and must choose the option that protects everyone. After a brief silence, Selbira admits he speaks convincingly and prepares to act. Selbira orders everyone to form the triangular defensive seal with Vincent as the center. Malone mocks their attempt, suggesting they would rather die by their own seal than by his hands. Vincent counters that if their seal stops Malone despite his evil spirit contract, it will be humiliating for him. Intrigued and overconfident, Malone agrees to let them form the seal. Vincent's brother suggests they flee using Frost Walk, but Vincent says abandoning the others would have doomed them. Vincent shouts for all rank 9 cadets to prepare. He then commands them to get into formation. Surrounded by blue energy, the cadets begin manifesting the triangular defensive seal around Vincent. Vincent feels his mana surging painfully but forces himself to endure so the others are not shaken. Malone laughs at Vincent's struggle, taunting him for collapsing already under the pressure. The glowing triangular barrier fully manifests with Vincent at its point. Malone is shocked that such a seal can withstand his might. He realizes Vincent is actually enduring the full weight of the seal's power. Vincent, sword raised, taunts Malone and asks if that is all he has. Enraged, Malone prepares an even stronger assault, saying Vincent cannot imitate this. He charges forward cloaked in explosive red energy toward the barrier. Malone and Vincent clash violently, their powers colliding in a shower of red and blue. Vincent notes the incredible force, realizing Malone's lightning has grown stronger thanks to the evil spirit. Malone shouts for them to tremble with fear as he hammers at the barrier, which Vincent and the others struggle to maintain. The cadets begin suffering under the pressure again, one clutching her head in pain. She gasps in terror as the oppressive aura intensifies. Above the seal, the true archdemon Davin's fiery eyes appear in the swirling red darkness. Cadets panic, recognizing the archdemon Davin behind Malone's power. Davin delights in their terrified expressions, saying this is exactly what he wanted to see. Vincent shouts at the others not to be afraid. He tells them that as martial artists they should only fear worthy opponents with respect, not a dishonorable traitor like Malone. Selbira realizes Vincent is both carrying the seal and bolstering everyone's morale, amazed he is only 14. Resolute, she declares she will not remain passive and orders rank 9 cadets to ready their mana on her signal. The cadets focus their energy as she begins counting. At the third count, they release their mana, causing Malone to scream in pain as the seal bites back at him. Malone roars and lunges again with renewed fury. He curses the cadets as worthless and Vincent warns him to give up because reinforcements are on their way and time favors them. Vincent reiterates that the martial artists will arrive soon and they only need to hold out. He adds that if Malone surrenders now and reflects on his actions, he might avoid the worst outcome. The evil spirit Davin reminds Malone of his desire to kill everyone, asking if he has forgotten. Consumed by rage once more, Malone agrees, letting Davin's influence surge. Malone declares he wants to see them die in terror and is willing to sacrifice his life to achieve that. Vincent senses Malone's mana hardening and realizes a massive attack is coming. Malone channels power into his weapon, the red energy crackling dangerously. He unleashes a devastating attack aimed directly at Vincent. The blow slams into the barrier, shaking the ground and sending cadets screaming as rocks fly. Selbira shouts for everyone to watch out for stones erupting from the ground. Red energy lashes around Vincent's legs as rocks explode upward. Selbira dives to push another cadet out of the way of a flying boulder, taking the hit herself. Vincent braces inside the cracking blue barrier as red tendrils pierce through. Seeing the defenses fracturing, Vincent acknowledges that the defensive seal is failing. As Malone dives again, declaring this is the end, Vincent prepares to meet him. Vincent steels himself and raises his sword for a counterattack. Malone drives another massive wave of red energy downward. The impact engulfs the barrier in a storm of red and white, obscuring everything. Amid the swirling energies, Vincent is stunned that they are still standing. Saizen, bloody but conscious, is revealed still holding his sword in the formation. Selbira cries out to the gravely injured Saizen in shock. Malone is bewildered that Saizen is present, remembering he thought Saizen was defeated with Instructor Brand. Saizen, shaking yet defiant, says he already told Malone he is no longer afraid. Malone grinds his teeth, seething that these brats continue to resist him. He screams at them to stop glaring as if they could ever defeat him. Selbira urges everyone to hold their ground a little longer as Malone's attacks keep battering the weakening seal. Vincent sees the seal reaching its limit and fears Saizen cannot endure much more. Suddenly Vincent's eye widens as he perceives something unexpected. He glimpses a constellation-like trajectory between himself and the descending Malone and wonders why he can see it. Vincent realizes he might be seeing the sword path itself. He identifies a black sword path through Malone's right hand but debates between maintaining defense for reinforcements or attacking as the seal nears collapse. Tormented, Vincent repeatedly asks himself whether to slash or not while red energy constricts around him, cracks spiderweb across the glowing seal, signaling imminent failure. Vincent decides he has no choice and warns Selbira that the seal is about to break, telling everyone to brace for impact. Selbira reacts in disbelief at his sudden announcement. Vincent activates his technique, Absolute Sword / Alternate Form, the blade and aura turning icy blue. Thrilled, Malone laughs and urges Vincent to fight him seriously. Vincent, eyes blazing, internally heralds the next stage of the battle. He charges forward with his name technique Galactic Wanderer aimed at Malone. After the strike, Vincent clicks his tongue, dissatisfied that the attack was incomplete. He notes that following the sword path was not enough to wound Malone, and resolves to slash him again. Malone jeers that Vincent's effort was weak as red energy curls menacingly around him. Malone prepares another burning attack, saying he will roast Vincent alive. He unleashes a towering column of red power upward toward Vincent's position. Selbira and Saizen cry out Vincent's name in fear for his safety. Vincent, wounded and wrapped in red aura, rises back into the air with his sword. He realizes his left hand was hit, and he can no longer grip the sword properly. Despite the injury, Vincent resolves that he cannot retreat now and charges Malone again. Vincent lunges in, determined to finally land a decisive slash on Malone. Malone catches Vincent's sword arm, grinning and sarcastically thanking him. Vincent cries out in pain as Malone overpowers him. Malone mocks Vincent for thinking he could be felled while swinging a sword with an injured arm. Vincent's arm crackles with red energy as some ominous power surges through it. Malone laughs that Vincent has been roasted to perfection as Vincent's arm smolders. Vincent reflects that only in this new life has he gained the chance he is seizing now. He tightly grasps his sword as power flares around his hand. Vincent unleashes a technique called Absolute Sword Slash. Combining Absolute Sword Slash with a spell called Helping Hand, he slashes down toward Malone. Malone screams as his arm turns to stone and begins to crumble. Vincent's attack detonates in a massive explosion behind him. Panting, Vincent wonders if he finally defeated Malone. From the settling dust, Malone staggers out cursing Vincent. Furious that his arm has been severed for a second time, Malone rages at Vincent. Vincent realizes with shock that the evil spirit's aura around Malone has disappeared. He deduces that the strange black sword path he used might have cut the link between Malone and the evil spirit. Malone, now wreathed in his own lightning, vows never to forgive Vincent. He roars that he will rip Vincent apart and feed him to blue-eyed white tigers. Charging with a lightning blast, Malone screams for Vincent to burn to death. Vincent steadies himself and decides he must slash Malone one more time to end it completely. Vincent's perception flashes blue as some deeper power or awareness activates. As Malone attacks, he suddenly finds himself paralyzed, panicking that he cannot move despite everyone relying on him. Vincent, electrified by Malone's power, insists he cannot fall yet because he must uncover what happened 500 years ago. A distant voice orders Malone Adenka to stop fooling around. A paralyzing binding spell of glowing ropes suspends both Malone and Vincent in midair. Bound by the ropes, Malone struggles and yells to be released. Malone looks back in surprise as energy rises and someone approaches from behind. Dean Vargan appears, wrapped in blue mana, and curtly tells Malone not to act familiar with him. Vargan activates a massive blue magic circle that traps Malone atop erupting crystal spikes. As ice rapidly encases his body, Malone panics and shouts for the magic to stop. A female officer holding a rope tells Malone to give up, explaining that once their capture spell is underway he cannot escape. She and Vargan describe the sealing spell Crystal Prison, which completely binds Malone and his imagery. She notes that although Crystal Prison takes long to prepare, any martial artist with mana is incapable of escaping it. Half frozen, Malone curses and screams Vincent's name. As the crystal closes over him, Malone shrieks that this is not the end. The officers watch as Malone is completely sealed inside a towering crystal formation. The red-haired woman turns to Vincent, confirming that he is the one Vargan praised so highly, Vincent Adenka. Approaching the exhausted Vincent, she remarks that he is the cadet Vargan spoke so well of. Seeing Vincent barely able to breathe, she comments that his injuries are so bad he cannot even speak. Something heavy slams into the ground nearby, emphasizing the battle's end. Handing Vincent his sword, she praises his extraordinary resolve and tells him he saved many lives today. She gently strokes his head, saying she and Vargan will handle things from here so he can rest. Vincent's eye glows red as he finally collapses. His comrades rush over, calling his name and anxiously asking if he is alright. Vincent finds himself standing in a blank space filled with floating picture frames. Disoriented, he wonders where he is when a familiar voice calls him brother. Julian's spirit appears, angrily asking why Vincent is overusing the body he borrowed. Vincent is shocked to see Julian and stammers his name. Elsewhere, the red-haired officer silently stands before a grand door, preparing to report. Inside, she formally greets Sir Adenka with a ceremonial phrase honoring absolute glory. The patriarch, Khan Adenka, tells her to drop the formalities and speak freely. Relaxing a bit, she agrees and addresses him as Brother Khan. Khan then asks her to explain exactly what happened. She sighs, warning that the report will not be pleasant to hear. She begins her account. She summarizes that 15 rank 9 cadets were injured, none fatally, but one instructor, the 5-star martial artist Brand, died. She also notes that Cadet Sizen survived a grueling fight against Malone. Khan decrees that Brand and all injured participants will receive generous support and respect. Blaming herself for not resolving things sooner, Herka says the tragedy is her fault. Khan counters that evil spirit contractors always introduce many variables and that her strategy of ending Malone in one prepared strike was not wrong. However, Khan adds that there is still one troubling issue. He questions how Malone managed to survive at all after becoming a contractor. Khan recalls that contractors receive immense strength in exchange for their life and should die once that power runs out. Herka says Fortress mages found no clear explanation, except one oddity. Based on cadet testimony, she explains that Malone was freed from possession the moment Vincent slashed him. Khan notes that unlike before, Malone's severed arm did not regenerate after that slash. He wonders if this is linked to the strange swordsmanship Vincent displayed at the True Swords Assembly. Khan rules that Malone must face severe disciplinary action for forming a contract with an evil spirit. The sentence is announced: lifelong confinement, magical sealing of imagery, and severing of the tendons in all his limbs. Malone realizes in horror that he will never wield the sword again. Khan then turns to the matter of rewarding Vincent and asks where he currently is. Herka answers that Vincent was treated and moved to the main house. She adds that he has remained unconscious there for several days. In the White Frame world, Vincent calmly calls Julian's name. Julian admits he does not know what this place is, only that he arrived after Vincent blacked out. After observing, Julian says he has a theory. Julian concludes that they are standing inside Malone's memories. Vincent demands to know why they are in Malone's mind and whether it relates to the random swordsmanship he used. Vincent is stunned, noting that entering an opponent's memories after slashing them never happened in his previous life. He wonders how Malone's contract, his own absolute sword slash, and this phenomenon are connected. Vincent hears a protest and turns toward a frame showing a scene he does not want to see. Through a memory frame, they watch younger Malone arguing with Dean Vargan about training to control the cerebral giant. Vincent and Julian realize the conversation occurred before their arrival, as Malone resists Vargan's instruction. Vargan reminds Malone that as a son of the Adenka family he must not disgrace himself publicly. Vargan sternly warns Malone that if he does not wish to die on stage, he must summon the cerebral giant. Watching, Julian comments on Vargan's leniency toward Malone and mentions the mysterious stage. In the memory, Malone finally agrees to comply. Malone begins drawing a glowing blue triangle, activating the cerebral giant's mana flow. Julian suddenly recognizes the pattern, and Vincent exclaims that it is the mana circuit of the cerebral giant. Vincent stares at a frame showing Malone channeling that mana, sensing something ominous. Black fog engulfs Vincent and he calls out to Julian, alarmed. Surrounded by darkness, Vincent realizes Julian is gone. A pale hand seizes him from behind as a voice coldly asks why he will not just die. He turns to see the apparition of his mother holding him, shocking him. The disturbing vision makes him clutch his head as he wonders if these are actually his own memories. Faces from his past life appear before him, his master Nidia and comrade Falcon. Then he sees Arslan reaching toward him as in a distant memory. Vincent cries out to those figures, desperate to know what happened after his death 5 centuries ago. A blade suddenly pierces his chest, jolting him. Reeling from the pain and images, he realizes another crucial person had been present back then. He remembers Kajin standing behind him in that final moment. The black void shifts to the memory of himself chained in Samayan jail. Vincent recalls his life imprisoned there and Julian's reassurance that he had done nothing wrong. A dark figure behind bars tells him that power cannot hide the truth, prompting Vincent to demand its identity. The figure reveals himself as Arslan, vowing tearfully to clear Vincent's honor no matter how long it takes. Vincent gasps Arslan's name from within the chains. Footsteps echo as another presence approaches across floating stone platforms. A regal, blue-haired figure appears before chained Vincent, radiating power. Vincent wonders if this adult figure is truly Arslan. He recalls that he last saw Arslan when the latter visited him in jail, and notes, he has never seen Arslan fully grown like this. The figure calmly states that Arslan and Julian are the same person. Vincent, chains rattling, shouts that he cannot hear clearly and begs Arslan to repeat what he said. Arslan's faceless image instead says they will meet again in 500 years. Vincent remembers Arslan's promise to reunite with him no matter what after 5 centuries. That revelation shocks Vincent back toward consciousness. He awakens in his bandaged body, screaming Arslan's name. Gasping, Vincent realizes he is back in his bedroom. Sitting up in bed, he whispers Arslan's name, still shaken. Sweating, he wonders what Arslan actually did to him. He repeats the question, trying to understand how Arslan altered his fate. Julian's spirit reappears, worried because Vincent vanished from the memory world, and Vincent notes his body seems healed. Even so, Vincent ponders the strange sequence of memories he just experienced. He questions whether the adult Arslan really came to see him right before his past life death. A clattering washbasin snaps Vincent fully back to the present. 2 servants stare in shock and joy, announcing that the young master is finally awake. The pair are moved to tears at seeing him conscious. Overcome, they rush in and hug Vincent tightly, overjoyed that he woke up. One servant sobs that he truly thought Vincent would never wake again. The maid smiles through tears, saying what a relief it is. Vincent is momentarily speechless as he's smothered in their embrace. He relaxes and thanks them sincerely for worrying about him. Embarrassed by intruding, Herka wonders aloud if she should return later. Stepping in, she jokes about interrupting a touching scene. Vincent realizes she is present. She introduces herself formally as Headmaster Herka K. Bell, surprising Vincent. As Vincent tries to recite the official greeting, she waves it off and tells him to forget the formalities. Sitting backward on a chair, she says the title Headmaster feels stiff and asks him to call her sister instead. She explains she came to report the incident to his father and left Vargan in charge of the fortress. A cutaway shows Vargan buried in paperwork, agreeing he is better suited to administration. Herka adds that she plans to handle some business in the capital and return to the fortress with Vincent in 3 days. She then says she has a small favor to ask of him. With a sly smile, she asks if he would like to duel the young master of the Samion family. Vincent, shocked, repeats that she wants him to fight the Samion heir. Herka admits she wants him to represent the academy at an upcoming friendly exchange meeting. Vincent echoes the name of the event, seeking clarification. She explains it is a grand duel gathering between Samion and Adenka family youths, attended by both patriarchs. She begins to elaborate about this year's meeting. Herka reveals that the gathering will be held at Crimson Fortress, meaning the Samion young master and patriarch will be present there. Vincent realizes with a start that this includes the current Samion patriarch. He asks why she is only now telling him this, and she hesitates, beginning to explain her reason. It is revealed that Malone was supposed to attend the event, but now the only suitable Adenka descendant to go in his place is the protagonist. The protagonist realizes the stage Dean Vargan mentioned must be the upcoming friendly exchange meeting. The red-haired woman explains that the protagonist's opponent will be the Samion family's 6th son, a genius expected to become their next patriarch, whom even Malone never expected to beat. She adds that aside from Dia no one from Adenka has ever won this exchange, so he should treat it as experience, but he immediately refuses. The protagonist declares that intentionally losing to Samion would betray Adenka's will. The red-haired woman reacts with intrigued surprise at his determination. She confirms that he intends to fight to win and expresses approval of his mindset. Their father enters and sternly asks whether the protagonist will take responsibility for claiming he will win. Addressing his brother, the father's appearance emphasizes the seriousness of the situation. The red-haired woman reminds him she already proved her sense of responsibility at the Assembly of True Swords, but he warns that the pressure now will be far greater. The protagonist promises his father that he will return victorious. The father praises his mindset and says he looks forward to seeing the outcome. Knowing his mana injury is severe, the father tells him to rest. Then he and Herka leave the room. Time passes in silence after they depart. Walking through the fortress, the father remembers they still owe Vincent a reward and asks Herka if a reward has been decided. He states that he will personally accompany Herka when returning to the fortress. He further decides that Vincent's name will be engraved on the Crimson Monument, and that he will carve it himself. Herka is shocked and thrilled that Vincent will receive such an honor. Narration explains that the fortress has a grand monument inscribed with the names of Adenka's heroes. Only those with truly great achievements are allowed to have their names carved on this monument. Herka reminds him that aside from Dia no one at Vincent's low rank has ever received such engraving. The father ends the talk, saying he will see Herka again in 9 days. Lying in bed, Vincent silently reflects. He thinks about the friendly exchange meeting ahead. He recalls that Adenka's long-standing will is to surpass the Samayon family, and sees this meeting as a chance to gauge Samion's current strength. However, he worries about Julian, calling his name as the one issue troubling him. Summoning Julian's spirit form, Vincent asks what he knows about Samion's sixth son. Julian admits he knows little, since he never expected Malone to end up like this, and so never studied the exchange closely. Vincent asks Julian to estimate his chances against Samion's sixth son, and Julian says surprise attacks may help but victory is still unlikely. Julian analyzes that Vincent's revised imagery theory will at best reach 3 stars, while the Samayon heir, trained by their elite methods, should already be 3 stars or more. Vincent acknowledges that the raw difference in strength between them will be tremendous. He abruptly decides his current situation is unacceptable. Ignoring advice to rest, he gets out of bed saying he must start moving his body, while Julian panics over his mana injury. Vincent insists his body is healed and that he only needs to avoid using mana for now. As Vincent runs out to train, Julian complains that the old man should treat his body more carefully. Scenes of blue flame and blade show Vincent beginning intense sword practice again. He trains with blue fire surging around him, combining footwork, jumps, and swings to polish his swordsmanship. Standing alone on the training ground, he reflects on facing this era's Samayon, and how this match is tied to his current life and his previous one. Revan appears on the field, saying the training reminds him of old times. Vincent is surprised, remembering that this was where they first crossed swords, and recognizes Revan. Revan greets Vincent warmly after their long separation. Over drinks, Revan says he heard about Vincent's injury and is glad to see him well, and Vincent thanks him for visiting. Revan mentions he has news about the matter Vincent previously asked him to investigate. Vincent excitedly asks if he really found something about the events from 500 years ago. Revan warns that what he found is uncertain, prompting Vincent to ask what he means. Revan explains that his curiosity about their family led him to investigate. He says that apart from himself no one in his household is gifted in martial arts, and their estate and finances are average among collateral lines. A flashback shows that in the past even weak Vincent could physically shove Revan's father away, emphasizing that the man lacked martial prowess. Revan finds it strange that his unremarkable father has for years been allowed to attend the prestigious Assembly of True Swords as a regular spectator. After Revan repeatedly asked, his father finally told him he would be made his successor someday. His father then summoned Revan to follow him somewhere important. The man leads Revan to a bookshelf that hides a secret mechanism. Activating a magic circle with his hand, the father opens a concealed passage. The bookshelf moves, revealing a hidden entrance. He tells Revan that not even the Adenka patriarch can enter this place without his permission. Inside, Revan sees vast hidden archives containing Adenka's secret history unknown to the world. His father explains that all records of the first Adenka and both its light and dark history are stored here and that their family's status comes from safeguarding these archives. He adds that after 500 years, if these records were revealed, only their family would suffer losses because the archive is their private business. As they walk, something catches young Revan's eye. He notices a volume labeled with the crest of the Hwansaengui family. Vincent, hearing this, is elated to learn that the Hwansaengui family's records still exist in the archive. He thinks those records might also hold proof of his own innocence. Revan says that even so, he cannot show Vincent anything until he succeeds his father, but Vincent still appreciates the information. Vincent asks if Revan is comfortable sharing such classified details about his family business. Revan shrugs it off, saying he has already staked his life on Vincent so this is nothing. Vincent sincerely thanks Revan for his trust. Revan remembers there is something else important he almost forgot to give him. He reveals a floating magic crystal, which Vincent identifies as such. Revan explains that while getting his sword repaired, the smith told him to deliver this crystal to Vincent. The glowing crystal begins to activate. A projection of Master Hansen appears, saying he is not sure the device still works since he has not used it in years. Vincent joyfully greets the projected Hansen and asks if he is well. Revan clarifies that it is only a pre-recorded message and reminds Vincent how expensive communication crystals are, making him embarrassed. In the recording, Hansen says he is leaving a video message because Vincent did not know what might happen and that the crystal can record light and simple video. Hansen then promises to explain what he learned about the dragon skeleton. He says the conclusion is not too shocking but reveals that a perfect dragon skeleton sword cannot be reforged. Vincent repeats in disbelief that it cannot be reforged and wonders why everyone is acting oddly today. Hansen asks if Vincent remembers the workshop fire and says he discovered the cause. In flashback, he recounts that when he hammered the Crimson Lotus after transplanting the dragon skeleton, an uncontrollable flame erupted. He explains that the dragon skeleton absorbs the user's mana temperament, and that because he bears the godly blessing unwavering flame, the sword absorbed that power and exploded. Hansen concludes that safely forging such a weapon is almost impossible, and that he doubts he can create anything surpassing the Crimson Lotus right now. Vincent accepts this, thinking through the implications. An idea occurs to him, leading him to say there might be one exception. Hansen's recording proposes using the dragon skeleton Vincent gave him to forge a hammer instead. After experiments with the fragment, Hansen learned that power absorbed by one part of the dragon skeleton does not affect the remaining material. However, he warns that if he used the skeleton for a hammer, there would be no material left for Vincent's sword, though he shares the information anyway. The projection ends by telling Vincent to take care and not upset Seri. Vincent muses that if he could acquire more dragon skeleton material, he might still obtain a perfect dragon skeleton sword. Revan prepares to return to the workshop and offers to pass along any message Vincent has for Hansen. Vincent asks him to request that Hansen forge the dragon skeleton into a hammer, while he seeks additional skeleton pieces for the future sword. Revan remarks that Vincent declares outrageous plans as if they were facts, but admires him for it. They shake hands as Revan departs, Vincent promising to be careful and thanking him again. Scene shifts to the academy building, indicating time has passed. Walking its halls with Julian, Vincent insists the information from Revan and Hansen was not useless. He says all possibilities remain open and now they simply need to grow stronger and find a way. He resolves that the first step toward everything will be defeating Samian's sixth son. Vincent tells Julian they absolutely must beat that opponent and asks if Julian can think of any strategy. Julian complains that Vincent always starts reckless schemes and expects him to finish them. Julian argues that in their current state victory is impossible, reminding him they could not beat unpossessed Malone, let alone someone stronger. Vincent reflects that Malone's ability was already extremely hard to counter, with wide attacks powerful enough to pierce his body strengthening. Julian suggests that obtaining the blessing of the cerebral giant might make victory possible, though he admits it sounds impossible. He then challenges that assumption, noting they have already seen the relevant mana flow. He recalls that they witnessed Malone's mana flow directly in Malone's memories. Vincent objects that just seeing a memory is not enough to trigger a divine trait. Julian counters that might be true for human memories, hinting there is another way. The scenery shifts as Julian's divine butterfly power manifests, surrounding them in a cosmic space. Julian says that if the memory were that of a god instead, it might be possible. He asks Vincent whether he does not think this makes their plan feasible. Vincent envisions himself enveloped in the cerebral giant's triangular mana pattern. Back in reality, Vincent confirms whether Julian has perfectly memorized the cerebral giant's mana flow, and Julian proudly says yes. Vincent, excited, says they should go receive the blessing immediately. Julian retorts that Vincent's current body could not withstand that power, which is why he was hesitating. Julian explains that cerebral-type mana is the most destructive element, and that the cerebral giant is the strongest of all cerebral gods, so attempting this now would destroy Vincent's body without proper blessings. Therefore, until they return to the fortress they must focus on restoring Vincent's mana as much as possible. Julian imposes strict rules on Vincent's daily life, forbidding exercise, over-meditation, or old-fashioned training and demanding long sleep so his mana can recover, threatening not to teach the mana flow otherwise. Frustrated but resigned, Vincent agrees to stop all strenuous activity. 3 days later they arrive at the Crimson Fortress. Carriages roll up to the immense fortress, and the group notes they are finally there, and that earlier talk of walking for security was a lie. Inside the carriage, Herka explains that the prior walking requirement was only part of Adenka's welcome ritual and that Vincent has already experienced it. Vincent notices there are more carriages than just theirs, prompting Herka to say she forgot to mention something. She reveals that Vincent himself will undergo an engraving ceremony at the monument, shocking him. The scene focuses again on the towering crimson monument inscribed with countless names. Cadets march toward it in formation while Vincent stands off to the side, awaiting the ceremony. A purple-haired girl leads a contingent, carrying a black flag. She is introduced as Hannah Adenka, the third daughter and rank 1 cadet representative, leading several others. Flags of other ranks are raised as all cadet ranks are called to line up. Abel Adenka, the fourth son and rank 5 cadet representative, is introduced with his group. The rank 6 and rank 7 cadets also take their positions. Damien Adenka, the fifth son and rank 8 cadet representative, appears with 15 more. Watching them, Vincent thinks this is his first time seeing all the direct descendants besides Malone and that they are all impressive. He especially notes how sharp and intimidating rank 1 representative Hannah feels to him. The call goes out for the rank 9 cadet representative to step forward. Selbira steps up as the rank 9 representative with 19 others in her group. Vincent observes that everyone seems fine and under control amid the ceremony's tension. Among the cadets, whispers spread as they wonder who will personally perform the engraving, with rumors saying the patriarch himself might appear. Heavy footsteps announce someone's arrival, prompting curious reactions. The Adenka patriarch, Khan, indeed enters, stunning the cadets. He calls Vincent Adenka forward in front of everyone. Vincent joins his father before the monument as the gathered cadets watch. Vincent offers a formal salute, internally marveling that he is about to receive such an honor. Khan says it is not a gift but a deserved reward and asks Vincent for his sword. Vincent hands Khan the Crimson Lotus sword. Khan raises the sword and proclaims that he will begin engraving using Vincent's blade. With a powerful slash of glowing mana, Khan strikes toward the monument. His eyes flash with immense power as he channels his mana. The swing unleashes a massive blue energy wave that crashes onto the monument, overwhelming the hall. Vincent struggles to withstand the pressure, amazed that his father is simply infusing mana and swinging the sword. The unleashed force makes some cadets scream and stagger under the impact. Damien, feeling the shockwave, realizes firsthand the overwhelming might of his father's power. Hannah calmly endures the storm of mana, gauging the terrifying level of strength that defines Adenka. A bright blue energy spear or blade shoots upward, heralding a powerful event. The glowing inscription reveals the name Vincent Adenka, marking him as chosen. In a grand hall, Vincent stands before the patriarch and an oath linking humble respect to absolute glory is proclaimed. The patriarch sternly reminds Vincent not to forget that his name is Vincent Adenka. Smiling confidently, Vincent vows he will never forget that he is Vincent Adenka. Someone excitedly exclaims that what they just witnessed was truly amazing. Vincent's friends gush about how cool the patriarch was and are relieved that Vincent looks healthy. A purple-haired boy asks the group if they have seen Vincent, learning he was last upstairs with them. The boy explains he wanted to throw Vincent a congratulatory party, but cannot find him, wondering if he is at the training grounds. One friend anxiously suspects Vincent might already be training again even though he just returned. In a hall, shirtless Vincent meditates as a blonde boy's spirit-like form hovers near him, both enveloped in blue energy. Julian guides Vincent's meditation, telling him to extend his energy, sense 3 inner points, and connect them. Julian stresses the next step is important as Vincent carefully channels power along Julian's glowing outline. Julian suddenly breaks down crying that his old reputation as a good-for-nothing is over now that he has received an engravery. Vincent, unimpressed, asks if it is really that joyous, while Julian insists it is because their father finally acknowledged him as a son. Vincent calmly says they still have greater goals so they should not get emotional over such trivial matters. He then urges Julian to stop sniffling and focus, reminding him they need the cerebral giant's blessing to meet their father's expectations. Fired up, Julian promises to work hard. During another meditation, Julian confirms Vincent now understands the feeling and tells him to form the perfect mana triangle in his chest. The mana successfully shapes into a blazing triangle of lightning. That triangle erupts into an enormous golden lightning storm above the fortress. Shielding his eyes, Julian nervously asks if they have succeeded. A towering golden figure materializes before them, and the brothers stare up asking who it is. The radiant being confirms he is the cerebral giant. Overjoyed, Julian exclaims that they did it, and that they have received a new blessing. But Vincent suddenly collapses in agony while Julian screams for his brother. Lightning energy surges into Vincent's eye as he grimaces in intense pain. Vincent's entire body convulses and he screams while golden lightning explodes from him. With lightning pouring from his eyes, Vincent howls as Julian shouts in panic, asking what is wrong. Terrified, Julian calls out to his brother again and again. Vincent realizes in horror that the lightning energy is flooding uncontrollably out of his body. The cerebral giant watches with curiosity, noting that this human has somehow acquired divinity on his own. He says beings like Vincent occasionally appear, humans who awaken divine power independently. Julian, shaken, wonders what happened to his brother, and what that human has become. The cerebral giant explains that they summoned him by triggering the blessing, and he has only granted the requested power. Julian protests that no normal human would be warped like this from a blessing, pointing out they have restored bodies before. He realizes the problem lies in Vincent's skeleton. The cerebral giant explains that Vincent's body soaked up mana like cotton, taking in far more power than usual. Vincent strains and the giant names this overwhelming change the heavenly exoskeleton. Julian desperately asks what they should do because Vincent will die at this rate, and the giant replies that the solution is simple. The giant instructs that stopping the mana flow will halt the lightning. Julian understands but senses there is a catch. The cerebral giant warns that if they stop it now, he will never grant another blessing. He coldly states Vincent must either die or push through and fully receive the blessing. Julian is horrified that the choice is so extreme. He angrily calls the situation ridiculous, insisting it does not make sense. The cerebral giant retorts that they themselves triggered the blessing and asks how Vincent taking excess power is his fault. Looming menacingly behind Julian, he says they summoned him and that Vincent simply drew in more power than intended. The giant contemptuously tells Julian to know his place as an incomplete god. He then notes with surprise that Vincent stubbornly refuses to cut off his mana flow. Watching the glowing triangle over Vincent, the giant remarks that Vincent understands the consequences. He knows that stopping now would mean forfeiting the blessing. The cerebral giant explains Vincent must learn to control and contain the cerebral energy within his body to fully receive it. Determined, Julian decides he cannot just watch while his brother risks his life. He gathers his own divine power, vowing to use it to protect Vincent's heart. Julian sends a swarm of purple butterflies to envelop Vincent where he writhes on the floor. The butterflies form a glowing sphere around Vincent's chest, trying to shield his heart from the lightning. Julian happily confirms he has wrapped Vincent's heart with divine energy and believes Vincent just has to endure the lightning now. Suddenly a massive surge erupts from the protected heart, shocking Julian. Julian realizes the lightning energy is overflowing from the heart at a level he cannot manage. Pouring more divine power in, he begs for just a little longer, warning that if Vincent's heart explodes they both die. His hand glows intensely blue as he continues to pour power into the barrier. Julian panics that he used too much divine energy, and feels his own form starting to fade. Terrified of disappearing and dying, he still hesitates to let go of his powers. The purple barrier finally cracks under the pressure of the lightning. Vincent's body is pierced through the heart by the raging energy, leaving a gaping, glowing wound. Julian stares at the aftermath in numb shock as Vincent's silhouette collapses. Tears forming, Julian can only utter a broken sound of despair. In anguish, he unleashes a desperate telepathic cry begging anyone to help him. A heavy gate creaks open in the fortress, answering his plea. A robed priest appears in the doorway and Julian calls out to ask if someone is there while Vincent lies motionless. Recognizing the newcomer, Julian says he is the priest who healed Malone. The priest is indeed the healer from the fortress, now rushing in to see what has happened. Julian realizes his divine voice can reach those with holy powers and the shocked priest demands to know what is going on with Vincent. Julian notices that even collapsed, Vincent's lightning triangle continues to spin over his body. Seeing Vincent still clinging to life and power, Julian resolves that his brother has not given up yet. Encouraged, he vows not to give up either and to surpass the former good-for-nothing Vincent. Julian's telepathic voice addresses the priest, asking if he can hear and demanding help. He identifies himself as Vincent's acquaintance god and urges the priest to heal Vincent, though the lightning prevents close approach. Julian offers to block the lightning energy so it cannot strike the priest. He then instructs the priest to focus on healing Vincent while he holds the barrier. Julian realizes the priest must touch Vincent to heal him, so he prepares to block all the lightning around Vincent's whole body. Purple butterflies again swirl into a dome around Vincent as Julian strains to seal off the lightning. Gritting his teeth, Julian forces himself to endure, even if it means his own divine form dissipating. At Julian's shouted cue, the priest is told the moment to act has come. The priest invokes Gaia's light, unleashing powerful green healing energy. Vincent's body lies still as that green light washes over him. His red eyes suddenly open within the healing glow. Time passes and the fortress stands peaceful under a clear sky. In the dean's office, Vargan greets someone who has just arrived. Turning, Vargan asks if the visitor is ready. The nervous maid Sari answers that she is. Sari suddenly bows and begs Dean Vargan to teach her sorcery. The dean asks if she remembers Vincent's duel with Malone, setting up the reason for his interest. He recalls saving her from falling rocks during that event and sensing incredible mana within her. He explains that like young Master Vincent, the mana in her body lies beyond current magical understanding. Vargan warns Sari that learning magic will not be easy and that he is not a gentle teacher. Despite her fear, Sari insists she still wants to learn. She thinks of how Vincent keeps advancing down a path she cannot follow. Remembering how she only tended his wounds afterward, she decides she no longer wants to be just a caretaker. Sari declares she wants to help Vincent directly, even if only a little. Impressed, the dean agrees and notes that Vincent is fortunate to have such a loyal servant. He adds that because of her servant status she will need Vincent's permission before formal training. Suddenly golden light and rumbling from elsewhere in the fortress alarm both of them. Startled, the dean demands to know what is happening. Sari, seeing smoke and light, fearfully calls out to her young master. They rush to the hall and find Vincent kneeling in a crater, alive but exhausted, with the priest beside him. The dean angrily questions Reverend Chavin, who hurriedly assures him that Vincent is fine. Chavin says he is not entirely sure how, but something strange has happened to Vincent. Vincent looks down to see a new circular lightning symbol formed over his chest, signifying he has gained an opportunity. From above, someone asks if Sari truly wants to learn magic. Sari eagerly answers that, with Vincent's permission, she can begin at once. Julian excitedly tells Vincent that having a servant taught personally by the dean is an incredible chance, and urges him to agree. Vincent comments that Julian looks somewhat faded, while Julian laughs it off and says rest will fix him. Vincent checks that Sari understands it will be difficult, and she affirms she wants to assist him however possible. Pleased, Vincent tells her to train hard, and Sari gratefully thanks her young master. Vincent then entrusts Sari's education to the dean, who promises to teach her strictly. Vargan, thinking to himself, concludes that Vincent now possesses the blessing of the lightning giant. He marvels that in such a short time Vincent has grown even stronger. With Vincent's safety confirmed, the dean suggests he and Sari start planning her lessons. Watching them, Vincent realizes Sari now has a teacher while he does not. He reflects that he still has not formally learned the Adenka swordsmanship. Elsewhere, a blue-haired figure notes that Arslan has departed to visit the Aiden Cass. Back in the hall, Vincent calls out to the dean. He explains that with the exchange meeting approaching he must devote himself fully to training. Vincent asks where the instructor is who was supposed to train him at the fortress. The dean is confused and asks what Vincent means. Vargan bluntly tells him that he must find his own teacher, to Vincent's shock. He elaborates that while the fortress offers a strong training environment, it is still primarily a fortress, not a place that assigns personal masters. Vargan recalls how in Adenka tradition each family elder sponsors a promising successor and arranges a martial instructor, while collateral descendants are personally guided by the elders. The instructor is shocked Vincent has no elder sponsoring him at his age, while Vincent hesitantly tries to answer. The instructor privately despairs, wondering if taking Vincent on was a mistake. Julian confirms to Vincent that they have no elders backing them and tells him not to expect support. Julian laments that no elder would ever sponsor useless Vincent and says this is beyond his power to change. Vincent thinks hard about whether there is anyone who could help them. Raelsa, holding an envelope, concludes that there is only one place they can turn to. Raelsa questions Wilson about the envelope he has just brought her. Wilson explains that the envelope is a letter from young Master Vincent addressed to the patriarch. Raelsa, realizing the letter must be important, asks why Wilson did not deliver it directly to the patriarch. Terrified of facing the patriarch alone, Wilson refuses, so Raelsa agrees to deliver the letter herself. The sealed letter is sliced open with a dagger, beginning its reading. Raelsa finishes explaining to the patriarch how she ended up passing along Vincent's letter. The patriarch silently reads Vincent's letter while standing by the window. Raelsa asks the patriarch if he will share what Vincent wrote. The patriarch summarizes that Vincent is requesting a teacher. Raelsa inwardly curses herself for forgetting about arranging a teacher while she was busy with Vincent's enrollment. The patriarch adds that Vincent also claims to have obtained Malone's lightning giant. He presses Raelsa to see if she understands why Vincent sent such a letter. Raelsa answers that it is simply a son asking his father for help. The patriarch reflects that their house is currently the only place Vincent can ask for help. He recalls Raelsa once instructed Vincent and asks if she wishes to go teach him again, but she refuses. Raelsa explains her sword style comes from her fallen family, not the Adenkas, and says prolonged teaching would only give Vincent bad habits. The patriarch asks what he can do instead to help Vincent. Raelsa smiles and says there is another suitable person the patriarch already knows. She describes this candidate as a powerful Adenka swordsman who also bears the lightning giant. Raelsa proposes that if the patriarch grants this man a post allowing him into the fortress, he can serve as Vincent's teacher. The patriarch insists the man must personally want the role. Raelsa assures him that, as the man's friend, she will persuade him and identifies him as the vice-captain of the White Sword unit. The man, Merlin, is shown, revealing him as the red-haired vice-captain. Merlin walks alone through the fortress corridor. Merlin notices something, his attention caught by a sound or presence ahead. A silent training dummy in a cloak stands before Merlin as he pauses. Merlin recalls meeting Vincent months ago at the fortress. Walking again, Merlin wonders aloud how the young Master Vincent is faring now. Raelsa greets Merlin in the corridor and comments on his frequent walks. Recognizing her, Merlin greets Raelsa. In Merlin's room, he guesses Raelsa did not come just to chat, and she says she is here to offer him a new position. Merlin asks curiously where this new position would be. Raelsa explains it is a teaching post at a training institution in the Yellow Dragon unit. Merlin complains that even the word sword is missing from that unit's name and declines the offer. Raelsa says there is a particular person she badly wants him to teach, and Merlin asks who it is. She reveals it is the so-called good-for-nothing young Master Vincent, which startles Merlin. Raelsa explains that elders ignore Vincent, his chance of becoming potential patriarch is low, and no other sponsors will step up. Merlin thanks her for trying to excuse him, but insists again that he cannot accept. Raelsa then reveals that Vincent recently gained the blessing of the lightning giant, shocking Merlin. Hearing that, Merlin admits he is suddenly interested. He argues there are many reasons not to teach Vincent, including elder hostility and the boy's lack of selection by them. Raelsa proposes they settle Merlin's reluctance with a bet. She tells him Vincent will soon duel young Master Samion, and proposes that if Vincent wins, Merlin must become his teacher. Time skips to a week before the exchange meeting, where Vincent is desperately training with his lightning giant-imbued sword. Vincent resolves that he must fully make the lightning giant's power his own. He unleashes a technique called microcurrent boost, flooding his body and sword with electricity. While attacking, Vincent realizes simply wrapping lightning around his blade is insufficient, and he must shape it into a focus ray like Malone's. He decides to increase the energy output of the lightning. Vincent stands charged with lightning, struggling to control the immense power. His uncontrolled blast erupts in a huge explosion, devastating the training hall. Julian can only sigh in exasperation at the aftermath. Julian observes that Vincent cannot control the lightning giant's power at all as they stand amid the scorched room. Vincent says he feels lightning filling his body but that the overwhelming energy makes control far harder, and he wonders how Malone used it so freely. Julian analyzes that Vincent's current state exceeds the microcurrent boost they originally intended. Julian grumbles that the results seem poor for all the effort invested, while Vincent teases him for having cried to obtain the power. Julian, embarrassed that Vincent overheard his earlier thoughts, panics. Flustered, Julian tells Vincent to forget everything he just heard, but Vincent laughs and thanks him for saving his life. Vincent asks Julian if he remembers Raelsa's reply about the teacher. The scene flashes back to Raelsa writing an apologetic letter to young Master Vincent. Raelsa writes that given the situation, they cannot arrange a teacher for him before the friendly exchange meeting. She notes that the first reason is Merlin's refusal to take the position. She then explains the second reason is the elders' influence, as they do not want interference with the hierarchy among their descendants. Raelsa reflects that the elders exist to restrain the patriarch's power, so even he cannot force this matter. She wishes she could help more but cannot abandon her role as Grand Chamberlain for long. Her letter concludes that this year's friendly exchange meeting will be fought without outside help. Back in the present, Vincent declares that they will win the meeting relying only on their own strength, using absolute sword slash and any traits they possess. Julian suddenly remembers another method they can use. Vincent, puzzled, asks what other method Julian means. Julian reminds him of Samion's swordsmanship, which Vincent once used at Hansen's workshop. Vincent says he can indeed use that style but worries about the consequences if he reveals it. Julian warns that publicly displaying expert Samayan swordsmanship would cause his mother's side to drag him back. Vincent admits Julian is right but feels regret that he cannot employ his past life sword style freely. He muses about utilizing a different set of skills from his previous life. Vincent wonders if he can use another person's skills in his current state. The story shifts to the Samayan family's main castle in their archduchy. Chains are shown wrapped tightly around a huge muscular body. A chained white tiger beast roars in a dungeon while a young Samayan stands before it. The young man addresses the beast as the blue-eyed white tiger that Adenkas must defeat when entering the Crimson Fortress. Someone approaches and calls out to him. Elder Julian Samayan arrives and tells the youth that his opponent for the friendly exchange meeting has been chosen again. The elder explains that this opponent is Vincent Adenka, the once derided seventh son. He adds that Vincent, a direct Adenka descendant, has recently shown unusual achievements and is quickly rising. The elder warns that for the Samayans the exchange meeting is risky, bringing little benefit but huge shame if they lose. He says the crowd wants to see an underdog victory. He then asks the young man what he should do in that situation. The Samayan youth answers that the obvious course is to crush the underdog's hopes. A glowing sigil of a sword appears as the youth prepares to display overwhelming might. He resolves that he must absolutely overpower his opponent. Slaying multiple white tigers in one stroke, the youth vows to show the world that such inspirational upsets will not happen. The narrator identifies him as Kagan Samayan, the sixth direct descendant, determined to deny any heroic underdog story. Back at the fortress, Selbira clutches a blue crystal behind her back as she walks. She happily hurries along, clearly excited to deliver the crystal. Blushing, Selbira thinks Vincent will be pleased with the gift. Entering the hall, she calls out cheerfully asking if Vincent is there. Seeing something shocking, Selbira's eyes widen in alarm. She screams as a surge of purple energy erupts around her. The energy detonates violently, devastating the area. Amid the aftermath, Vincent stands holding a massive purple energy blade born from the Crimson Lotus sword. Lightning and dark energy swirl as he grips the transformed weapon. Selbira stares in awe and confusion at Vincent's new skill, noting that it looks like a different sword from the Crimson Lotus. Vincent greets Selbira casually, asking how she has been. Flustered, Selbira stammers as she tries to respond. She then presents the crystal to him with a big smile, announcing she brought a gift. Vincent guesses it is an enchanted crystal, but she insists what is recorded inside matters more. She reveals that the crystal contains the sparring record of Kagan Samayan, the sixth Samayan son. Delighted, Vincent thanks her enthusiastically, leaving Selbira bashful. She warns him to be careful with the last part of the recording, which makes Vincent curious. Watching the crystal, Vincent mutters that what he sees is rather cruel. The crystal begins to glow and activate. A holographic battlefield appears, projecting Kagan's spar against a faceless opponent before the group. Julian marvels at the advanced recording magic while teasing Vincent for sounding like an old man. As they watch, Vincent suddenly stiffens in shock at Kagan's movements. He predicts Kagan's next step exactly, noting he will lead with his left foot. Vincent also anticipates Kagan's plan to feint low during the attack. He recognizes that the seemingly decisive blow is just a fake. The projection shows Kagan forcing his opponent defensive with a swift barrage of strikes. Vincent analyses that Kagan hides a single very strong attack among his flurries. The recording confirms this as Kagan's hidden strike explodes, destroying his opponent's sword. The opponent yields, admitting defeat in the spar. Vincent notes, with horror, that even after a clear surrender, Kagan continues smiling menacingly, refusing to stop. The recording shows Kagan brutally slashing the defeated man while mocking the idea that saying, "I lost," ends a duel. Kagan leaves the man's face horrifically injured, saying this is the price of challenging a Samayan. Watching, Vincent and Selbira are disgusted at Kagan's cruelty. Vincent recalls the entire spar from beginning to end. He realizes Kagan's behavior and techniques are identical to those of Kajin, someone from his past. Vincent reflects that while similar appearance could be coincidence, Kagan's core techniques mirror Kajin's. He notes that even Kagan's smallest habits in combat are the same. This resemblance makes Vincent remember Kajin from those earlier days. Vincent grows serious, troubled by the connection he senses. Internally, he decides he must meet this person who is so like Kajin. The scene shifts to a large hall where robed figures gather for the exchange meeting. The presiding mage calls for silence, slamming a hand on the podium. Mage Captain Alberto welcomes the assembled mages to the proceedings of the friendly exchange meeting. He explains to the crowd that the event is held in 3 stages. The first illustrated stage is a treasure hunt inside an enchanted dungeon. The second stage is subjugating a captured monster. The third and final stage is a sparring match, the highlight of the exchange meeting. Alberto says the mages are in charge of the first stage and must decide what kind of beasts to create for it. The Crimson Fortress Dean raises his hand to speak, and Alberto grants him the floor. The Dean proposes, considering the 2 young masters' abilities, to use level 8 reptilian or demonic beasts. He argues these creatures should be hard even for 3-star martial artists, and thus appropriate for the first stage. Another mage raises a hand, signaling a wish to respond. Alberto acknowledges the mage and invites him to speak. The mages of the 6th Magic Tower propose using a level 8 giant beast called Fructor for the event. A military officer reacts in shock upon hearing that Fructure will be used. The officer angrily protests that fighting giants requires 4 or 5-star martial artists, accusing the 6th tower of going too far. The hooded mage nonchalantly says change is needed for this historic exchange, and claims both sides share the obligation. The officer retorts that the Samayans already have Kashak and that using giants would only glorify the 6th young master. The hooded mage mocks him for making excuses and tells Crimson Fortress to quit now. Power crackles around the officer as he snarls that the Samayans have found themselves a loyal dog. Another robed mage, grinning madly, scolds him for insulting the magic tower despite bearing the pagoda name. A higher official shouts for silence, and reminds them that only the young masters will actually be sparring. That official decides to settle the dispute over using giants with a vote. Many robed figures raise their hands in favor, leaving the officer isolated. The officer internally curses everyone present for siding against him. The presiding mage claps and announces the decision based on the majority. She gleefully declares that the illusory giant beast Fructure will indeed be prepared, realizing most voters are aligned with the Samayans. Vargan's red-haired superior fumes silently, clearly frustrated by the outcome. Time shifts to one day before the friendly exchange meeting. The red-haired dean, buried in paperwork, groans while working at her desk. Vargan enters with files, asking about the Samayans' guest list and pointing out where it is. Exhausted, she complains that the workload never decreases and regrets becoming headmaster. Vargan uses magic to handle stacks of documents while she dramatically declares she wants to die, and he reminds her he is helping. He asks about preparations for the first stage, confirming she is in charge of the illusions. Vargan sighs wearily and says he would rather not talk about that. He recalls how the outside mages, including the mage captain, were all bought by the Samayans. The red-haired dean guesses that this corruption is why he has been in such a bad mood. Vargan reflects that since the 6th magic tower sits in Samayan territory, their influence over the Mage Association was inevitable but still troubling. She curses the Samayans as petty villains yet says things will be fine if Vincent wins the remaining stages. She pauses mid-stretch, confused by what Vargan means. She bluntly asks Vargan if he truly believes Vincent can win. Vargan hesitantly admits that politically it might even be better for them if the Adenkas win. She reminds him he once estimated the Adenka young master's chances at under 10% when Abel was the candidate, and he awkwardly wonders if he really said that. She laughingly accuses him of being infatuated with Vincent for sponsoring him. Clinging to him, she demands whether he intends to make his sister jealous, and he weakly questions when she became his sister. Vargan, flustered, orders her to finish her work instead of fooling around since the exchange meeting is tomorrow. She watches him leave in silence, momentarily thoughtful. Blushing, she quietly admits to herself that she is serious about her feelings. The next day, Vincent, Vargan and the red-haired dean lead a formal procession into the arena filled with spectators. Onlookers identify the blue-haired youth as Vincent Adenka. Commentators explain Vincent is substituting for Malone Adenka, worsening the already poor odds for the Adenkas. Vincent observes Kagan Samayan and notes how his behavior closely resembles that of Kajin. He wonders if his sense of déjà vu around Kagan is merely his imagination. Announcers proclaim the arrival of young Master Samayan and order the gates opened. Footsteps echo as a figure in boots enters through the massive doors. The blonde, finely dressed Kagan Samayan walks in confidently, sword at his side. Smiling, Kagan greets the people of Crimson Fortress politely. He then specifically greets Vincent and introduces himself as the 6th son of the Samayan family. Vincent introduces himself as a rank 9 cadet of the Crimson Fortress. Vincent and Kagan shake hands, surrounded by flashing lights from recording devices. Spectators remark that the two young men look surprisingly well matched in presence. Kagan cheerfully says it is good to gain a friend his own age. Vincent agrees aloud, though forcing a measured smile. Internally he feels deep discomfort from Kagan's smile. Vincent senses nothing outwardly strange about Kagan yet cannot shake how unsettling that smile is. Kagan expresses hope that Vincent will prove himself with his strength, calling him friend. Vargan and the dean realize Kagan's words imply the Adenkas must prove themselves as inferiors. Vincent replies that he feels the same way, surprising Kagan. With a dark grin, Vincent says he too hopes Kagan will prove his own talent. Vargan is stunned that Vincent openly provokes Kagan. The dean recognizes that Vincent is already focused on winning. Commentators note that even before the stage begins, a tense clash of wills has already started. A spectator excitedly declares that the friendly exchange meeting has effectively begun with this confrontation. The scene shifts to the packed arena where the competition will unfold. A section of the crowd loudly chants for the Samayans. Fans scream their love and support specifically for young Master Kagan. The dean, now acting as announcer, prepares to start the formal proceedings. She proclaims that the friendly exchange meeting has officially commenced. She announces the first stage will be a treasure hunt. She explains that the two participants will enter an enchanted space and must retrieve a chest matching the one she holds. Vargan adds that inside the enchantment a sorceress monster, the giant Fructure, will guard the chest. Observers in the stands comment that using a giant makes this year's challenge notably harder. The rules state that each participant will choose 2 rank 9 cadets to accompany them in the first stage. Because the Adenkas lost the previous meeting, Vincent's side gets first choice of cadets. The dean whispers to Vincent, expecting him to select top cadets like Representative Selbira, and warns him about who ranks second. Vincent begins announcing his choices with a mischievous smile. He publicly declares he will take cadets Saizen and Harmon as his teammates. The dean is shocked speechless by these unexpected picks. She then shouts in disbelief, drawing the entire arena's attention. The commentators apologize for the outburst and hurriedly check who Saizen and Harmon are. They locate the names on the roster and react with surprise. It turns out Saizen and Harmon have the lowest grades among all rank 9 cadets. Spectators doubt Vincent's decision, though some insist he must have a hidden reason for choosing such scrawny cadets. The dean nervously asks Vincent if he is truly sure about picking those two, and he calmly confirms he is. She warns him not to use their weakness as an excuse for losing, saying she would be very disappointed. Vincent answers that is not his intention and hints there are reasons behind his selection. He thinks to himself that he chose them so Kagan can have no excuses if he loses. A narrative aside hints there is also a second reason for Vincent's choice. In a flashback, Vargan points out that those two, though distant relatives, still carry Adenka blood. Vincent explains it is important that Samayans be defeated by people bearing the blood of Patriarch Arslan, even from collateral lines. Selbira admits she had expected Vincent to choose her and feels a little hurt. Vincent reassures her, saying he trusts and respects her completely, and credits her leadership for his earlier victory over Malone. He asks her to also do her best at the friendly exchange meeting. Confused, she reminds him he said he would not pick her, wondering what he means. Vincent reveals that his strange selection is meant to provoke Kagan into overreaching in an attempt to utterly defeat him. The narration concludes that in this situation Vincent is clearly aiming to manipulate Kagan's mindset. Kagan, catching on, accepts the challenge with a sinister smile. He vows to choose the strongest representative and vice representative and punish Vincent's arrogance. Vincent praises Kagan's choices with a knowing grin. Vincent muses that the entire setup of the stage already favors the Samayans and wonders what he can demonstrate despite that. Vargan decides that, knowing the odds, he must simply trust Vincent and move forward. A hooded mage from the 6th tower panics that Vincent relinquished his representative, while his superior coldly tells him to get ready. Vargan taunts the mage, asking if he is not eager to start the first stage. The mage nervously agrees to proceed. Mages form a massive glowing spell circle to create the enchanted space. Portals open and both teams are transported into the magical domain. The dean announces that from this moment the first stage is underway. Off-screen commentary states that the first stage of the friendly exchange meeting is beginning. Vincent and his 2 cadets stand together in the dark cavern, formally starting their treasure hunt. As they walk through the gloomy cave, Saizen and Harmon complain about the darkness. Saizen offers to activate a luminous crystal for light, and Vincent tells him to do so. With the crystal lit, the trio continues deeper into the tunnel. Someone's boot steps in a glowing puddle, subtly triggering something in the cave. Meanwhile, Kagan's group advances through another passage. Selbira asks if Kagan needs additional light, but he refuses, remaining confident. Kagan then politely but firmly asks both cadets to walk farther behind him. Selbira fumes internally, thinking he wants to handle everything alone, and feels they are being ignored. Back in the arena, bored spectators wait for action, saying things will only get exciting once the giant appears. Vargan and the dean notice the 2 teams are using very different approaches, realizing Vincent treats his cadets as true partners. Deeper in the cave, Harmon nervously asks if they can really help Vincent at all. Vincent tells them not to worry, praising them as martial artists who have already conquered their own fears. A massive surge of red energy erupts behind Vincent, signaling an impending attack. The ground explodes, hurling Saizen and Harmon violently away. Both cadets crash hard, screaming in pain. Dizzy and hurt, Saizen clutches his head and wonders what just happened. His eyes widen as he realizes what stands before them. A towering, demonic-looking giant emerges from the shattered rock, terrifying Harmon. Harmon screams that the creature is a giant. Panicking, the cadets worry whether their plan can still work and suddenly realize Vincent is missing. They fear Vincent may have been crushed under the giant's initial blow, and shout for him. A calm voice responds from elsewhere, saying he is over here. Vincent appears overhead, sword drawn, having already struck and frozen one of the giant's limbs. Blue energy flares from Vincent as he powers up further. He launches a devastating aerial attack that slashes across the giant's back while it roars. As the titan reels, Vincent lands in front of his stunned teammates. Vincent shouts for Saizen and Harmon to start their part of the plan. They answer that they will proceed as discussed and tell him to go after the chest while they distract the giant. Using symbols and noise, the 2 cadets taunt the Fructor, drawing its attention away from Vincent. Saizen explains that Fructor giants have poor eyesight and instinctively chase loud drum-like sounds. The cadets run, loudly beating their instruments to lure the giant back the way they came. Watching them from behind, Vincent smiles and tells them they are brave enough. He then dashes off in the opposite direction to locate the treasure chest while the giant is occupied. Outside, the dean panics, thinking Vincent is focusing on the wrong objective. Vargan explains that despite the name, the true purpose of the stage is to showcase martial arts skill while hunting the treasure. A hooded mage laughs wildly, convinced Vincent has misunderstood the real intent of the event. Vincent hurtles through the cavern at extreme speed, cloak billowing with blue energy. Mid-flight he suddenly spots something that makes him widen his eyes. He sees the target chest lying ahead and realizes he has reached it. A sharp flash of motion shows Vincent striking powerfully as he nears the goal. The giant retaliates with a massive red energy attack that smashes into Vincent. Vincent crashes into the ground, injured but still on his feet, groaning in pain. Gritting his teeth, he curses, realizing there was still a further complication. A second, even more ominous red giant appears, and Vincent realizes he now faces another giant opponent. A horned one-eyed giant slams down with overwhelming power. The black giant stands amid a huge explosion. Vincent dashes forward at high speed using Frost Walk. While rushing, Vincent thinks he must reserve at least one absolute sword slash, so fighting two giants complicates his plan. One of the giants glares sharply, sensing something. The faster giant suddenly appears before Vincent, shocking him. Vincent realizes this giant is quicker than the previous one and is reacting to Frost Walk's speed. The giant smashes the ground as Vincent barely dodges with icy steps. Outside, an officer panics, demanding to know why a second fracture giant has appeared. Seeing the chaos, he trails off in shock as the hooded mage smiles. The hooded mage mockingly admits they made a deliberate mistake at the start. Vargan grabs the mage in fury, accusing him of disgracing the 6th magic tower with dirty tricks. Someone stops Vargan, telling him to calm down. The red-haired headmaster reminds Vargan there are too many witnesses and causing a scene will backfire. Vargan reins in his anger, agreeing that nothing will change by raging. The hooded mage flatters the headmaster's composure as befits the leader of Crimson Fortress, and then turns to address her. With killing intent, she warns him to stay behind after this is over, calling him a cursed bastard. Inside the dungeon, Jurina looks up in horror. She sees the blood-stained arena and whispers in shock. Another student giant is struck and screams in agony. Kagan powers up, lightning flaring around him. He dives down, unleashing a devastating blow on the giant's head. The green giant convulses and collapses from the impact. Standing on its body, Kagan scoffs at how easily it fell. He remarks that he expected more from a giant, finding the fight disappointingly easy. A towering black fracture suddenly manifests behind him. Jurina realizes there are actually two giants and panics. Observers shout for young Master Kagan to be careful as he prepares Samion swordsmanship. Kagan smirks, calling this chapter 1 of his style. He unleashes his name technique Gentle Steel Breaker in a shining sword arc. The giant's arm is bound and sliced by crossing bands of blue light. Kagan follows up, smashing through debris as he charges. He runs up the dark giant's body, ascending toward its head. He springs from its shoulder for a finishing strike. Cloaked in aura, he dives straight down at the giant. He wonders how long the empowered giant can withstand him. Kagan hacks down, drawing blood from the horned monster's neck. The shock waves rock Jurina and her companion. Though begrudging, Jurina admits Kagan is very strong. She thinks no other candidate would have changed Kagan's result against this giant. Kagan tells spectators to stop overreacting, saying he still has many techniques to show and briefly worries about Vincent. Elsewhere, Vincent's giant stomps the ground with crushing force. Vincent is hurled through the air as the giant pursues him. Julian panics that nothing is going according to their plan while Vincent insists they must regroup and think. Julian suggests hurting both giants together so one absolute sword slash can hit them at once. Vincent doubts it will be that simple. He explains the giants are too large for him to see a continuous sword path linking both. Frustrated, he calls the skill trash despite earlier praising its power. He resolves he must defeat both giants with a single slash if only he had a clear target. A sudden idea flashes in his mind. Julian realizes in alarm that Vincent intends to use a target. Two classmates tremble in fear in their own dungeon. A hulking green giant looms over them, making them whimper. Cornered, they note there is nowhere left to run and Vincent is missing. The green giant remarks they all seem to be in serious trouble. Frosty blue magic begins swirling, heralding Vincent's return. Vincent appears with the treasure chest, opening a portal while his friends ask if they can escape now. He shouts a change of plans, saying something big will arrive soon. One friend anxiously asks what he means by arriving as the ground rumbles. They see glowing red eyes approaching from the tunnel. Both the green giant and the black fracture advance toward them. Vincent and his friends gape as they realize a second giant has joined them. The two giants roar and charge the group. Vincent's friends scream that they are doomed and beg for help. Vincent's eyes blaze red as he orders Julian to get ready. Julian floats between the giant and Vincent, acting as bait. Terrified, Julian complains that he does not want to be the target for this plan. The enraged green giant roars and charges at Vincent. Vincent confirms that because of the giant's massive size he still cannot see a sword path to hit both at once. He decides instead to find an object that intersects both giants at the same time. He senses Julian as the other half of his soul, recognizing their link. Through that link he locks onto Julian's presence position between the giants. Julian nervously asks if this method is really safe and if the technique will hurt him. Vincent sprints toward the approaching giant, weapon drawn. He activates absolute sword slash in an alternate form. The giant raises its fist to crush him as Vincent charges straight in. His flaming sword arc carves a massive path toward the enemy. The titled chapter Dwarf King shows his slash cleaving deep into the giant. At Julian's position, the linked fracture is suddenly shredded by the same power. The energy around Julian keeps surging, and he panics that it is not stopping. Terrified, he screams for someone to save him. The accumulated power detonates in a huge explosion. After the blast, Vincent lands and freezes his own fracture giant solid. A green-haired mage in the stands observes that Vincent felled 2 giants. The hooded mage finishes the thought, shocked that Vincent did it with a single strike. The headmaster calls to Vargan, stunned by what she just witnessed. Vargan proudly states that what they saw is Vincent's lethal move. Vincent, wreathed in blue ice, calmly names the technique Absolute Sword Slash. He notes that even this skill cannot by itself strike down a god. Julian, still shaken, realizes Vincent nearly tried something that might have killed him. Julian grabs Vincent, shouting that he was not told the plan was uncertain. Vincent laughs that slaying a god was never possible anyway, while Julian protests how scared he was. Vincent wonders how Julian heard him when the plan existed only in his thoughts. Outside the portal, their classmates hear strange voices and wonder if someone else is present. Vincent brushes it off, telling everyone to prepare to leave. He explains he had been saving the Absolute Sword Slash specifically for this moment. Looking at the portal, he says the final target for his Absolute Sword Slash is something else. He drives his sword into the floor, sending power into the dungeon structure. Vincent reveals that his real target is the entire magic-constructed space itself. His friends gape in awe at the sight. His slash splits the dungeon ceiling, opening a path straight up to the arena. Outside, the hooded mage stammers that the magic dungeon has been destroyed. Vincent appears triumphantly, confirming that the dungeon was indeed annihilated. The hooded overseer frantically orders his robed subordinates to recheck the spell, claiming there must be an error. Vargan stops him, saying there is no mistake. Vargan explains that Vincent's sword has the unique ability to cut through magic itself. He adds that he never imagined Vincent would slice apart an entire dungeon with it. Vargan reflects that beyond Vincent's swordsmanship, he admires his inventive solution. A noble mage screams that such a feat should be impossible. That mage demands Vincent be disqualified for destroying one stage of the examination. The headmaster counters that no rule forbids it, only that no one else has tried before. She then pointedly questions why the supposedly neutral mage captain is so personally upset. The accusation leaves the mage captain sweating in frustration. Jurina presents the chest to the headmaster, asking if Vincent has now officially won. The headmaster replies that the result is not decided yet. The hooded mage declares that the first stage measures strength, so finishing first does not automatically determine victory. He insists that Vincent only has a magic-cutting sword, while Kagan's turn is still ongoing. He argues that if Kagan keeps showcasing his martial arts in the allotted time, he can still claim the upper hand. Kagan confidently believes victory will belong to the Samion family. Back in the arena, Vincent approaches Vargan and the mage, ready to discuss that outcome. Vincent calmly predicts that Kagan will complete his own dungeon stage soon. The mage panics, not understanding what Vincent means by Kagan completing the stage. Vincent asks the dean to confirm that his dungeon was created using an assembly element. The dean explains that for fairness the core mana was duplicated and hidden, forming 2 identical dungeons. Vincent notes he has already destroyed his own replica dungeon. Smirking, Vincent hints that the mana which formed his dungeon must have flowed somewhere else. He uses a pipe analogy, showing water splitting into 2 streams. He then shows himself blocking one outlet of the pipe. Kagan notices the remaining outlet trembling ominously. The redirected mana violently erupts in Kagan's dungeon. Vincent explains that when one stream is blocked, all the energy overflows into the other. Inside, Kagan is confused as the fracture suddenly becomes far stronger. The empowered fracture glares with blazing red eye. It rushes Kagan with a far more ferocious attack. Kagan arrogantly assumes that although it grew stronger, its mind is still dull. A mysterious voice warns that with such a basic attack Kagan risks losing his arm again. Kagan answers with another gentle steel breaker technique, slashing at the giant. His strike collides with the giant's empowered arm, crackling with energy. Even so, the giant's fist smashes through, overwhelming Kagan. Shocked, he realizes the monster has become unbelievably strong. The fracture pounds the ground with terrifying force. It looms closer, its single red eye fixed on Kagan. It continues a relentless barrage of heavy blows. Kagan is hurled into the air by the onslaught. Bruised, he concludes that something outside the dungeon must have changed. He cannot understand how a nearly defeated monster gained such power. The fracture cocks back another massive punch toward him. Kagan panics, admitting he has no time left to adjust his sword form. At the last moment a blunt object intercepts the blow. The fracture stares in surprise, its attack having been stopped. Selbira and Kagan run as she orders him to distract the monster so she can search for the box, and he agrees. Kagan taunts the giant to draw its attention toward him. Kagan flees with the enraged giant chasing him and shouts for it to follow. While running, Selbira grumbles that she is only helping arrogant Kagan because Vincent told her to do her best. Selbira suddenly notices something and hesitates. A powerful impact erupts beneath her, blasting her into the air screaming. She crashes and tumbles along the ground as debris flies. Bruised, she groans and wonders what has happened now. A dark, flaming giant looms over her as she looks up in shock. She realizes in horror that the first giant they fought is still alive. 2 resurrected dark giants surround Selbira. The 2 giants attack each other violently. Terrified, Selbira sees that something has gone very wrong. A furious voice demands how anyone dares to treat it this way. Kagan appears slashing through a giant, blood spiraling around him. Kagan rages that someone has ruined his performance. He declares a technique called the Scarlet Song's final chapter. Kagan unleashes his ultimate move, Bloody Full Moon. The attack obliterates the giant's eye and tears a massive wound through it. The giant is left with a huge hole as Kagan stands silhouetted inside it. Selbira stares in disbelief, realizing Kagan felled both giants with a single blow. She reflects that Kagan had been extraordinary from the start, deliberately leaving the first giant alive to prolong his show and conserve stamina. A grim Vincent mutters in anger. Vincent sees that his plan has been ruined and vows never to forgive this. As Vincent walks, he tries to calm down, thinking he still cleared the stage despite acting indecently. He notes that they secured the chest and even ended with a memorable finish. Kagan admits to himself that even if his stage was flawed, he still believes he outperformed Vincent, only for Vincent to appear and tell him he is late. Vincent, smiling, remarks that Kagan seems to have enjoyed the surprise gift he arranged, shocking Kagan. Kagan is stunned to learn Vincent completed his stage first, and asks what he means by gift. Vincent explains he used a sorcerer's friend to force Kagan's dungeon mana to overflow. Kagan realizes Vincent purposely enraged the giants from the beginning, and that he has been toyed with. Resigned, Kagan sighs. Kagan formally concedes, admitting complete defeat and that he misjudged Vincent. However, he warns that things will change now that he regards Vincent as a true friend and rival. Vincent smirks and says he is looking forward to that, calling Kagan friend. Their instructor steps between them, reminding them that judges decide the victor, not the cadets themselves. The judges announce that the winner of the stage is Cadet Vincent Adenka. The academy declares that the next stage of the competition will take place in 3 days. Later, Selbira relaxes in the fortress, relieved that Vincent won. Kagan suddenly appears behind her, greeting her. He approaches and thanks her, saying she kept him from looking completely foolish during the stage. Selbira nervously reaches out to shake his offered hand. As she is about to touch him, she wonders why she suddenly feels uneasy. Selbira senses an ominous feeling from his hand and instinctively thinks she should not touch it. Kagan jokes that his hand is getting heavy until she hurriedly apologizes and takes it. They end up shaking hands firmly. Afterward, Kagan cheerfully excuses himself, while Selbira politely tells him to take care. Watching him leave, she wonders if he truly came just to thank her. Elsewhere, Vincent's inner voice coldly bids farewell to Cadet Representative Selbira. Time passes and night falls over the snowy fortress and surrounding forest. In the forest, a tiny glowing fox-shaped spirit flits through the air. Sari, the spirit mage, meditates among many luminous animal spirits she has summoned. Sari hears someone call her name and turns. Her attendant Wilson arrives exhausted, and she happily greets him. Wilson delivers food and clothes and anxiously asks what happened at the exchange meeting and whether the young master is safe. Proudly, Wilson reports that Vincent won easily thanks to his loyal servant, and that the opponent even admitted defeat. Sari is relieved, but Wilson worries that training in this harsh forest must be difficult. She explains she left the fortress because Vincent's presence distracted her, and the dean recommended she train here where communication with the snowy mountain spirits is easier. Wilson confirms she aims to become a spirit mage and needs to form a contract soon. Sari says she can formally handle only one spirit at her current level but finds herself fond of many of them. Suddenly she reacts, as if hearing something. She asks Wilson if he just spoke, but he denies saying anything. A distant voice pleads for help as she gazes up at the aurora-filled sky. Alarmed by that mysterious voice, she demands to know who is calling her. Back at the fortress hall, mugs clash as the cadets shout a toast. Selbira leads a celebratory toast to Vincent's victory in the first stage and urges everyone to drink, even if it is only juice. The mess hall erupts in cheers as cadets raise their mugs and celebrate. Sitting with Vincent, Selbira notes he is only 1 point ahead of Kagan and wonders if the celebration is overblown. She protests that 1 point is not trivial and says Vincent's lead is historically monumental for House Adenka. Vincent modestly says he should not boast as Kagan's helper, but Vincent insists Selbira played a crucial role in his win. When she asks how, he explains that he trusted she would greatly support Kagan, shaping his own strategy. Vincent breaks down that he and Kagan have similar martial prowess, but Selbira's assistance shifted the evaluation in Kagan's favor, which in turn would still ultimately benefit Vincent. Selbira is amazed that he planned things that far in advance. She cheerfully vows to help again as the rank 9 cadet representative if the opportunity arises. Vincent smiles and says he trusts her promise. They seal it with a friendly fist bump. Suddenly Vincent's eye flares red as something triggers. He grabs his hand in pain, shocking Selbira. Selbira panics and calls out Vincent's name. Horrified, Vincent realizes something impossible has happened and wonders when and how. He sees a glowing sigil on his hand and recognizes it as the Samyan's chain seal. Vincent frantically asks Selbira if she had any physical contact or dealings with the Samyan clan. Embarrassed, she hesitates as she recalls. Vincent remembers shaking Kagan's hand in thanks and curses him for using that moment to pass on a curse. Julian asks what the chain seal is, and Vincent grimly explains it is essentially a curse. He states that the chain seal slowly strangles a victim's mana, eventually causing a drawn-out death, and condemns Kagan for stooping so low. A classmate asks if Vincent can lift it, and Julian replies that first they must identify the exact type of chain seal because each requires a different method. Vincent then urgently tells Selbira they must train together every dawn from now on. Selbira is shocked at the idea of daily training, but he insists they start the very next morning. Overwhelmed, she can only stammer in disbelief. At dawn beneath a frosty tree, Vincent steels himself. He reasons that if Kagan boldly curses Selbira, he must be confident no one will notice. Noting that even Julian never heard of the chain seal, Vincent assumes the technique and others like it have been erased from history. Julian suggests they keep this secret from everyone, including Selbira herself. Vincent silently swears he will never forgive Kagan for using black magic on someone unrelated to the competition. Later he and Julian wait in the snowy forest when Selbira arrives. She shyly apologizes for being late, saying it took time to get ready. Blushing, she anxiously asks how she looks. Julian and Vincent are stunned by her appearance. Vincent bluntly asks why she dressed up so elaborately just to train, freezing her and Julian in mortification. Julian teases Vincent, wondering if he was a eunuch in a past life, while Vincent complains about being provoked. Julian scolds him that Selbira clearly likes him and that her feelings are obvious. Vincent flusters in response. He mentally objects that she is too young, recalling he was 29 500 years ago and cannot consider a 14-year-old's feelings. Trying to move on, Selbira urges that they start training, and Vincent agrees to begin with meditation. They stand facing each other, hands linked, as glowing mana orbs gather around them. Vincent instructs her to keep circulating mana like this and to report immediately if she feels anything strange. She nervously asks if something is supposed to feel odd during simple meditation, then quickly agrees to continue. Observing her mana, Vincent notes the flow is badly disrupted and laments how far martial artists have fallen from older techniques. Julian examines the cursed hand through a red mana sphere and asks Vincent if he can break it. The chain seal burns brighter on Selbira's hand as power crackles around it. Vincent admits he cannot unravel it alone. The curse is stronger than he anticipated. Julian panics and demands to know what Vincent plans to do now. Vincent explains that the chain seal requires an offering, usually a living heart of an animal, spirit, or human. He reasons that Kagan likely hid this sacrificial heart somewhere on the snowy mountain, and that freeing it will undo the curse. With grim resolve, Vincent warns that if they cannot find it, Selbira will die. His vision shows Selbira writhing in chains as he declares she has only 3 days to live. Julian, aghast, repeats the 3-day deadline. Julian worries about balancing this with the competition, but also remembers the second stage starts in 3 days. Vincent tells Julian that objectives mean nothing if you lose your people and urges him to see what truly matters. He reflects that if his comrades had survived the Samayans long ago, he would not have languished in prison for life. Exhausted, Selbira asks if they can stop for the day, and Vincent apologetically agrees to end the session. As they walk back, Julian wonders how Vincent knows so much about curses and asks if he was once a dark mage. Vincent replies he suffered something similar before. Vincent recalls being bound by chains and having his mana sealed in prison using the heart of a condemned prisoner as the offering. Julian comments that his previous life was horrible, and Vincent dryly agrees. Julian then asks what crime led to 10 years of imprisonment, and Vincent says it was tied to his battle with Kajin. Before he can explain further, Selbira suddenly stumbles. She collapses in the snow while Julian and Vincent rush toward her. Vincent's eye narrows in fear as he calls out. He shouts Selbira's name as she lies pale and breathing heavily. She is moved to the treatment room, where healers say they have stabilized her for now and let her rest. The healer admits these symptoms are unprecedented and that there is little more they can do at the fortress. Another priest suggests sending her to the Gaia temple in the capital for better care. However, Vincent notes that the chain seal is an extinct technique and doubts even the capital's priests could help, adding that the curse is advancing too fast for her to survive the journey. Vincent abruptly tells Minister Chavin to look after Selbira, hinting he is about to act. He steps out, thinking there is only one way left. Vincent resolves to scour the vast snowy mountain for the sacrifice used in the chain seal. Chavin is left shouting in shock, demanding to know what Vincent is doing. Vincent sprints into the blizzard as Chavin calls after him. Racing through the snow, Vincent shouts that the Samayans will not win this time. He vows he will not lose another person to their dirty schemes. Under the full moon, Seri wanders the snowy forest. Seri senses a distant plea for help, recognizing it as a faint spirit voice. She feels a sudden chill and looks around. Vincent dashes past with fierce determination, startling her as she calls to him. Vincent recognizes Seri and asks why she is out there. As they walk together, she confirms he is searching for the chain seal's sacrifice hidden on the mountain. Vincent asks what is normally used as such a sacrifice, guessing it must be something small and easy to conceal. Seri realizes it could be a spirit. Vincent apologetically says he is just thinking aloud because he is in a hurry, while Seri worriedly calls after him as he presses on. Seri insists she can help, surprising Vincent. Selbira lies in bed, exhausted and bound by a cursed chain seal. Vincent flies through the night sky carrying Seri toward their destination. Vincent clutches Seri as they descend rapidly toward the ground. While being carried, Seri spots something and urgently points it out to Vincent. Seri directs Vincent to a canyon where she hears the spirit, and he agrees to head there. They speed down toward the sheer canyon wall. Seri runs into the canyon shouting for the hidden spirit, with Vincent following. Seri desperately searches, thinking Selbira has little time, and she cannot waste it hunting spirits. Pressed for time, Vincent prepares to obliterate the area if the spirit is truly there to break the chain seal. Just before he unleashes power, something in the snow stays Vincent's hand. Seri gathers a glowing orb that begins to form in her cupped hands. The captured spirit appears in her hands, shackled by a chain seal identical to Selbira's. Seri, heartbroken by the spirit's suffering, asks if there is any way to save it but is told there is none. Seri explains the spirit was doomed once offered as a sacrifice and suggests gently releasing it. Watching the spirit writhe in pain, Seri hesitates to simply let it die. Seri suddenly declares to Vincent that there is in fact a way to save the spirit. She sits within a magic circle, initiating a powerful ritual while Vincent observes. Vincent realizes in shock that Seri is performing a spirit contract. He explains that if Seri contracts with the spirit, that bond will override the chain seal. The chain seal on the spirit begins to crack apart. The shattering seal releases the spirit, which collapses, now freed. Seri joyfully announces that the curse is broken as the healed spirit chirps in her hands. Vincent thanks Seri, praising her achievement, and she happily confirms she was able to help him. Relieved, someone reflects on the outcome. Vincent and Seri gaze up as an immense blade of light appears before them. Vincent's eyes flare red as he senses a new threat. A dark, red-eyed figure appears behind Seri, startling her. Vincent lunges forward, unleashing a powerful attack. His strike detonates against the canyon walls, announcing his presence. Vincent demands to know who the intruder is and why he is here. A voice recognizes Vincent and questions what he thinks he is doing. The unseen speaker advances, seething at Vincent's interference. A masked noble, Kagan Samayan, appears and angrily accuses Vincent of disrupting the Samian's sacred ceremony. Kagan warns Vincent he had better justify himself. Vincent snarls that he never expected Kagan Samayan himself to appear. Kagan points out that by stopping the sacrifice, Vincent has sparked a major diplomatic incident with the Samayans. Smiling, Kagan stresses that Vincent's actions amount to a huge political dispute with their clan. Kagan orders Seri to put the spirit down and walk away, promising to cover up what happened. Vincent furiously rejects, calling this murder of Selbira a mere tradition. Kagan is surprised Vincent knows Selbira was meant to die. Vincent is disgusted by Kagan's casual attitude towards such cruelty. Kagan lectures that people are born into fixed classes that determine their role. Vincent repeats the word class, challenging the idea. Kagan claims that he and Vincent belong to the superior class destined to bear the burden of fate. Vincent counters that many, unlike them, are not born to such privilege. Kagan insists they are different from ordinary people and that anyone who crosses that line must be punished. He curses as his plans begin to unravel. Selbira, realizing Seri ruined her scheme, vows never to forgive her. Kagan agrees that those who defy them must, of course, be punished. He says comrades of the same class should understand that such domination is their right. A tremendous blue slash erupts, signaling incoming power. Kagan casually catches the attack on his blade, unfazed. Vincent glares over his sword, saying the Samayans have not changed in 500 years. Kagan is stunned by that statement as Vincent tells him not to be deceived. Vincent declares that Kagan's so-called right is absolutely wrong in his eyes. Instead of anger, Kagan delights in Vincent's intense gaze. Vincent calmly states that, precisely because Kagan's eyes are so sharp, he will oppose him. Kagan concludes that he and Vincent can never be friends. Kagan suggests they will learn whose beliefs are correct by the end. Vincent silently answers that they will settle it at the upcoming friendly exchange meeting. The two face each other with crossed blades, cementing their rivalry. At that moment, the chain seal on Selbira's hand disintegrates. Selbira stirs and begins to awaken. Confused, she finds herself in bed while a healer excitedly asks if she is alright. Vincent rushes into the room, urgently asking the minister about Selbira's condition. The healer happily informs Vincent that Selbira has just regained consciousness. Vincent urgently asks to see her hand, and she reaches it out. He confirms that the chain seal has completely disappeared. Vincent breathes out in relief while Selbira looks at him in puzzlement. The minister reminds Vincent there are only 2 days left until the second stage and asks if he will prepare. Vincent agrees eagerly, saying he cannot lose to someone like Kagan. Vincent reflects that in the second stage they will battle a truly terrifying monster. At Adenka's main castle, preparations begin for the subjugation battle. A newspaper reports Adenka's first victory in years at the exchange meeting and questions who Vincent Adenka is. Elder Iagal Adenka reads the report in disbelief. Elder Fidenel confirms it, noting Vincent even overcame Samayan provocations to win. The Adenka elders discuss how Vincent's victory affects politics, and how he seems more capable than expected. Elder Delbek slams the table in agitation. He angrily asks if this is really the time for jokes, revealing his own title as one of the 4 elders. Startled, the others ask Delbek what has upset him. Delbek rants that for 5 centuries the elders have held the true power in Adenka, except for the last 25 years. He proclaims that before Khan Adenka became patriarch, things were different. Delbek explains that Khan has always opposed elder authority, and has steadily expanded the patriarch's power. Fidenel replies that this is why they back Khan's ambitious first son and martial-obsessed second daughter as potential puppets. She outlines that Carmen seeks power while Dia cares only for martial arts, making them ideal tools to rule through. Delbecq then asks if they have considered another possibility. He wonders fearfully what happens if Vincent defeats the Samayans. He notes Vincent is the seventh son of Sarvana Heiseli and that her family has no influence over him, which would cost the elders control. Delbecq adds that Khan recently personally inscribed Vincent's name and gave him Khan's old sword, Crimson Lotus. Iago presses him to explain the significance of that. Delbecq insists that, right now, Khan is clearly using Vincent as a weapon against the elders. He concludes that Vincent is the blade Khan intends to point at them. The elders fall into uneasy silence. Delbecq declares they must prevent Vincent from achieving any further success. The others ask how he intends to do that. The fourth elder, Tilavan, folds his hands and begins to share his idea. Tilavan proposes sending a letter to the Samayans. He suggests that Adenka officially promise not to contest Samayan misconduct during the first stage. Delbecq demands to know what Tilavan is planning. Tilavan adds that, however, there is another condition he wants attached. He says the second stage should be run entirely under Adenka's authority. 2 days later, the pact arena prepares to begin the second stage. The announcer proclaims the start of the second stage of the friendly exchange meeting with a dramatic explosion. She explains that this round is a subjugation battle with a single rule. The rule is to slay the monster before you in the shortest possible time. She reveals that the chosen monster is a lizard man, known for wielding bone spears. The lizard man demonstrates its devastating attack, shattering the arena floor. Its spear leaves a massive crater where it strikes. The lizard man snarls in confusion as its opponent vanishes. The judges notice the disappearance, but the red-haired officer says otherwise. She tells them to look up as Vincent dives from above toward the lizard man. Kagan activates a deadly technique called Scarlet Song's opening chapter. His red attack obliterates the lizard man assigned to him. The monster is cleaved cleanly in half as Kagan finishes his display. The timer stops, recording the extraordinary short duration. The judge announces Kagan's time of about 14.5 seconds, shocking everyone. The crowd learns this sets a new record, beating Dia's previous 20 seconds. Spectators exclaim that the Samayans truly are exceptional. Kagan smugly wonders if Vincent is watching his feet. Vincent, observing from the stands, vows that once he gets serious there will be no repeat of his earlier embarrassment. Kagan promises that his next blade strike will be aimed at Vincent himself. In the waiting tunnel, Julian frets about how they can beat Kagan's time, but Vincent assures him their speed will be enough. Vincent steps into the arena resolved to attack the moment the battle starts. The announcer presents Cadet Vincent as Adenka's next representative, and asks if he is ready. Vincent confidently affirms, drawing his sword. The announcer announces the start of Adenka's second stage attempt. As the countdown begins, Vincent pauses when he notices something off. He realizes the lizard man opposite him is acting unnaturally crazed. Elsewhere, the elders sip tea as one casually asks what Tilavan actually did. Tilavan answers that he did nothing. Fidenel smiles knowingly, saying he need not lie since they know he tampered with the second stage. Tilavan insists he did nothing directly to Vincent's monster. He explains that he merely captured a lizard man equal to Kagan's without using magic or drugs. Tilavan then reveals he has intentionally starved the creature for the last 2 days. He notes that while an average fighter might not notice, hunger makes a monster far more vicious. He adds that this ensures the beast cannot be defeated in mere seconds. Julian panics upon realizing the lizard man has been starved, while Vincent confirms the bloodshot eyes prove it. Julian suggests stopping the match, but the lizard man is already slamming against its cage. The battle is declared to commence as the enraged lizard man charges Vincent. Vincent debates dodging but realizes evasion will cost him the chance to beat Kagan's record. He decides on a different approach and grips Crimson Lotus tightly. Vincent spreads his arms and plants his sword, bracing himself instead of avoiding the attack. The announcer screams in alarm, demanding to know what Vincent is doing. Another official urgently yells at him to dodge. The frenzied lizard man hurtles down toward Vincent with lethal intent. A moment later, Vincent is shown skewering the lizard man on its own spear as blood rains down. The red-haired officer stares in shock, beginning to call Vincent's name. Vincent, wounded but standing, screams through the pain as blood pours from his side. His sword carves brutally into the lizardman's body, delivering a decisive counterattack. Vincent shocks the monster by stabbing it, and remarks that he has managed to reduce the required time. He notes that being stabbed so deeply has an effect on what will happen next. Vincent says that this way he will not need to control his lightning directly. The monster howls in agony as power surges around it. Vincent activates the lightning giant's blessing trait. He unleashes a massive lightning attack called microcurrent boost at the monster. The impact creates a colossal lightning explosion in the arena. A stunned officer wonders what just happened and says they must summon the fortress priests. The red-haired officer tells Vargan to check Vincent's record before acting. In flashback, Vincent reasons that deliberately losing a duel to the Samayan family would defy Adenka's will. The red-haired woman reflects that even if that is true, hardly anyone else would go to such extremes. She wonders if Vincent is possessed by a spirit that died before defeating the Samayans. Vincent stands amid the dissipating blast and measures that the entire exchange took 5.39 seconds. The judge announces that Cadet Vincent has won the duel. Priests rush toward the badly injured Vincent, urging immediate treatment. The priests plan to pull out the spear and heal Vincent simultaneously on a set signal. Before they can coordinate, someone abruptly pulls the spear out on a 3 count. Khan is shocked, questioning why Vincent chose such a brutal method. Healing light envelopes Vincent as priests work to save him. As the darkness closes in, Vincent thinks with manic satisfaction that he has won. Khan is left speechless and swears in disbelief. The announcer shakily declares the second stage over and orders the arena cleared for patient transfer. A messenger adds that the third stage will take place in 3 days. Someone plucks a floating crystal communication shard from the air. Valkyria muses over the shard, asking if the extraordinary boy is Sarvana's son. As her carriages roll through the snow, she says she is eager to meet him. The young priest laments that he joined Crimson Fortress expecting an easy post. He tells Vincent that was true only before Vincent enrolled, leaving him at a loss for words. Vincent thanks the priest, saying his pierced chest was healed almost miraculously. When the priest implies otherwise, Vincent bluntly says no. The priest admits the wooden token belongs to a higher-ranking healer, and he cannot match that treatment. Vincent asks what that actually means for him. The priest explains that a second-class priest's power felt miraculous, but Vincent only received a weaker 5th-class equivalent. He says the token entitles the bearer to the owner's level of care, yet his own skill only allows a crude mending. He summarizes that Vincent's heart remains only partially healed. He warns that if Vincent overuses his strength before full recovery, he may never wield mana again. Dia bursts in, asking if Vincent's treatment is finished and dragging him to eat. Vincent, confused, asks the headmaster what she means about eating. Dia shouts that both family heads have arrived and that the Samayans invited Vincent and his father to dinner. Vincent and his father Khan arrive at the ornate dining hall for the meeting. Vincent wonders what scheme lies behind the Samayans' dinner invitation. Khan greets Valkyria after a long time apart. Valkyria enters with her son Kagan, asking if it has only been a year. She warmly introduces herself to Vincent as the Samayan matriarch, Valkyria Samayan. A lavish banquet is laid out for the families. Both sides sit across the long table, beginning their meal together. Valkyria invites Vincent to eat his fill, saying the dishes are Samayan specialties. Khan and Vincent politely thank their hosts while starting to eat. Vincent studies Valkyria, confirming to himself that she is indeed Valkyria Samayan. He reflects that, like his own father, Valkyria's presence embodies the power of Samayan as one of the continent's rulers. Valkyria teases Khan for becoming petty with age, prompting him to ask what she means. As Vincent cuts his food, he feels a sudden hostile pressure and wonders where it was hidden. Valkyria secretly releases mana, calling Vincent an unexpectedly cute opponent this time. Overwhelmed by her aura, Vincent cries out as energy surges around him. The force knocks over his chair as he instinctively leaps up, blade drawn. Vincent takes a fighting stance, gasping while gripping his sword. Valkyria is surprised that he reacted to the faint mana she released in secret. Vincent assesses her as incredibly strong. He senses murderous intent and razor-sharp mana from her, concluding she is a true martial artist. Valkyria praises his sharp senses. Vincent, sweating, thanks her and says he looks forward to dueling someone like her. Khan asks why his son is smiling, and Vincent answers that it is because the Samayan he faces is strong. Khan quietly confirms that Vincent sensed Valkyria's hidden pressure. Khan turns his attention toward Kagan with a thoughtful grunt. Kagan is startled when Khan's oppressive aura suddenly bears down on him. Khan releases his own menacing power, leveling it directly at Kagan. Kagan nervously asks if there is a problem. Khan remarks that Kagan is polite, noting that unlike Vincent he did not draw a sword at the table. Valkyria reassures her son and tells him to keep eating comfortably. Vincent confers with Julian, confirming that their parents are clashing with aura over whose son is superior. Julian explains that the two rulers of the continent are having a cheap battle about their children. Night falls over the fortress with the full moon overhead. Valkyria and Khan speak privately. She notes that Khan's formerly useless son has grown, while Khan calls her prodigy underwhelming. Valkyria laughs and admits Khan has a point. She then pauses, sensing something. Valkyria states that trouble is brewing and that someone dares disrupt the friendly exchange under the watchful eyes of both heads. Khan wonders if the Samayan elders are behind the interference. Valkyria says he is only half right, believing her elders orchestrated the first stage. She adds that Adenka's 4 great elders likely manipulated the second stage. Valkyria reveals that all those elders share a target, Vincent, and want to eliminate such a disruptive variable quickly. She asks Khan whether, under these conditions, he still believes Sarvana's son will win the third stage. Khan replies that there is only one thing he can say now. He declares that the Adenka family will one day surpass the Samayans. Valkyria scoffs that if his will has not been achieved in 500 years, perhaps he should give up. She presses him on how he plans to stop the elders from interfering further. Khan answers that no one who cheats openly before him will be allowed to live. He vows that nothing will prevent Vincent from winning the third stage. Valkyria notes that he speaks as if Vincent's victory over Kagan is assured, barring unforeseen events. Khan confirms his certainty that, absent surprises, Vincent will beat Kagan. Remembering his father, Vincent promises to return victorious. A blank panel marks the transition after his vow. Khan tells Valkyria his confidence comes from the promise his son made to win. The crowd buzzes that Adenka has taken the first 2 stages, but the real fight is the third, and they wonder who will win the sparring round. Spectators point excitedly as Valkia Samayon appears in the stands. Khan takes his seat beside her, with observers naming them the era's two representative martial artists. Blades clash as the decisive duel begins. The announcer proclaims the final stage of the friendly exchange meeting. The long-awaited duel is starting. Kagan gathers blazing mana, ready for the fight to begin. Vincent's eyes glow red as he likewise prepares. The arena roars with anticipation. Julian reminds Vincent of his weakened condition, and Vincent says he has not forgotten. Vincent thinks that his damaged heart can sustain only a single absolute sword slash. He resolves to find one opening and win with that single decisive strike. Kagan decides to start by using his lightning power to test Vincent. He summons the lightning giant technique in a massive, blazing surge. Kagan watches the enormous attack form and confirms it is indeed the lightning giant. He extends his hand, directing the gathered power forward. The thunderous lightning beam slams Vincent, pinning him to the ground. Vincent stares in shock, realizing the lightning is unlike what he expected. Kagan grins in the crackling aftermath, asking if that was just a test. Wreathed in crimson mana, Kagan vows to incinerate Vincent completely. Vincent recognizes the dark crimson aura and wonders if it is the Samion's lethal secret technique. He recalls that this hidden mana art once caused his ultimate defeat. He identifies it as a life-burning mana, the Crimson Emperor's might. Kagan sees Vincent recognize the technique and mocks him for knowing everything. Kagan then charges, eager to see if Vincent can possibly block it. Vincent braces himself, planning to reinforce the Crimson Lotus and block the blow. The attack tears into him, blood spraying as their weapons meet. Stunned, Vincent realizes he has been slashed. The force of the Crimson Strike hurls him across the arena. Kagan is surprised by Vincent's speed, noting that the Crimson Emperor's might should not grant such agility. Valkia observes that Vincent's achievements already surpass her own son Kajin's ability. Kagan rushes Vincent again, accusing him of overthinking and demanding he fight with the same confidence he showed in earlier stages. Their blades crash as Kagan drives his sword straight into Vincent's chest. Kagan taunts Vincent, asking where his earlier arrogance went and urging him to act like he can beat him again. Kagan, eyes wild, screams that he will make sure Vincent never wields a sword again. Vincent groans but forces lightning into the Crimson Lotus for another move. Their next clash sends a red and gold shockwave ripping through the arena. The collision detonates in a blinding burst of energy. The explosion rocks the stadium, scattering debris everywhere. Khan watches the turmoil below with grim focus. Valkia also observes the battlefield, intrigued. A dense cloud of dust and smoke billows across the arena. A blue surge slices through the smoke, revealing Vincent still moving. Vincent remembers that Crimson Emperor's might falters in drawn-out fights, so he keeps moving to prolong the battle. He thinks that if he times things perfectly, he can still win. Kagan insists he will not let Vincent find any opening. Kagan unveils a stronger move, Scarlet Song Middle Chapter. He unleashes New Moon Slash, an enormous crescent of crimson energy descending on Vincent. Vincent is engulfed by crimson light, eyes wide as the attack bears down. The devastating strike crashes into the arena floor in another massive explosion. A deep chasm splits the arena where the blow landed. Kagan stands at the far end of the rift, surrounded by rising smoke and crimson embers. From within the haze a bloody grin appears, signaling Vincent is not finished. Kagan laughs madly, claiming this devastation is the price of challenging the Samayon family. Suddenly a calm voice asks if that is all he has. Purple lightning gathers around the Crimson Lotus as Vincent channels a new power. Vincent draws forth a massive purple greatsword, announcing Amelin Swordsmanship, Chapter 3. Cloaked in violet aura, he invokes quick greatsword defense to meet the next attack. The incoming strike shatters a wooden structure, showing the power of their renewed clash. The arrogant blonde swordsman effortlessly snaps his opponent's wooden sword, shocking the man on the ground. The defeated swordsman is struck by a blinding, crushing blow. Calling the bout dull, the blonde man kicks his beaten opponent, as he lies groaning on the floor. The victor mocks the fallen man for being weaker than a one-armed loser and tells him to give up swordsmanship. A bandaged, scarred young man quietly watches the match from the balcony above. The observer sits in silence, brooding as he looks down over the arena. A friend approaches and wonders why the blonde fighter keeps beating opponents after already winning. The scarred youth praises his friend Falcon Amelin for his performance. Falcon cheerfully insists on being called by his nickname, and is introduced as a martial artist training under the Samayans. The narrator recalls meeting Falcon on the Samians' battleground, where both of them were used as tools to highlight Kagan's power. Falcon asks if his friend truly meant his earlier claim. He refers to the vow that his friend will one day defeat the terrifying prodigy on the arena floor. The narrator remembers dreaming of overcoming the monstrously gifted young Master Kajin, whose very existence feels like a cheat. He calmly confirms that was his true, if seemingly foolish, dream. He internally rejects the idea that the dream is foolish. Falcon says his friend is the only one who seriously tries to defeat Kajin and insists he alone might be able to do it. The narrator describes Falcon as an outstanding martial artist and loyal friend who believed in his dream to the very end. Falcon's rapid growth and strength is shown on a bloody battlefield where his power becomes overwhelming. Being merely a pawn of the Samayans, Falcon grows too powerful, is lured into a trap by their elders, and dies. Even so, he passes his unique swordsmanship down to the narrator. In the present, the narrator activates Emeline Swordsmanship Chapter 3, a mana-efficient style opposite to Samion techniques. He invokes the famed Emeline Swordsmanship and its quick great sword defense. Kajin is bewildered by this unfamiliar, glowing sword style blocking his attacks. The narrator declares this technique to be the justice of the Samions, wielding a sword style born from someone sacrificed by them. Kajin, licking his lips, dismissively prepares to counter, unimpressed. He declares that such a skill must be useless and swings his empowered sword. Kajin unleashes a massive red energy strike down toward the narrator. The narrator vehemently refuses to yield and braces behind his purple greatsword. Their opposing powers collide in a violent clash of red and purple energy. Kajin grips his sword, readying another technique. He charges in with Samion Swordsmanship Chapter 7, attacking ferociously. Kajin vows to shatter this cheap skill with ease. The narrator focuses sharply, reading Kajin's movements. Kajin calls out his flowing rainfall blade as he sends another deluge of slashes. Feeling the immense martial pressure, Kajin's father compares it to fighting the younger Kajin. The narrator senses there is more to this confrontation. Kajin screams that he will finish the narrator with his next move. A pillar of red energy shoots upward as the narrator watches tensely. Realizing Kajin has vanished, the narrator is startled. Spectators note that the Samion young master disappeared and predict he will reappear unpredictably like in an earlier stage. The narrator smirks, acknowledging what is about to happen. Anticipating Kajin's ambush, he turns and faces him at close range. Kajin is stunned that the narrator predicted the direction of his approach. The narrator explains he knew Kajin would land with his right foot first. He further predicts Kajin's next evasive leap into the air. As Kajin attacks, the narrator counters from below, disrupting his movement. Kajin, frustrated, demands to know what trick is being used. The narrator coolly states that Kajin's arrogant personality makes him favor downward strikes, a habit he exploits. Using this insight, the narrator slips past Kajin's defense and attacks. He tells Kajin that block could have been easily countered, confirming his analysis. Kajin realizes the boy's strategies mirror those of Kajin himself, a terrifying implication to him. The narrator reveals that no one else alive understands Kajin's swordsmanship as deeply as he does. Enraged, Kajin screams that he will kill the narrator. The narrator recalls that Kajin, though a genius who controlled any situation with strength, lost all reason when something unexpected happened. He notes that even Kajin's weaknesses have been inherited and prepares Emeline Swordsmanship Chapter 1. He channels the technique Great Edge Slash, creating an enormous purple blade. Kajin roars and charges directly into the oncoming attack. The narrator ominously announces he is coming at Kajin with full force. Their powers crash together, purple lightning surging across the arena and up the wall. The explosion tears through the Colosseum structure. Both fighters are blasted apart, tumbling amid flying debris. Kajin's eye widens in shock at the impact. Elsewhere, Kajin activates a glowing soul blade of pure energy. He summons the trait Sword God Kashak's blessing and manifests the soul blade. Observers immediately recognize the technique with alarm. Others are stunned that Kajin has awakened such a trait at all. A narration explains that Kashak's blessing grants immense sword talent, and, when mastered, evolves into a new trait with even greater power. That advanced trait begins to fully activate. The evolved power transforms Kajin's sword into a different elemental image, marking him as a peak 4-star swordsman. The narrator, sweating, wonders what this new trait truly is. An inner voice warns Kajin he has already spent most of his power on Crimson Emperor's might, and that using an even stronger ability is dangerous. Kajin's eyes flare as he ignores the warning. Thanking the voice for its concern, he nonetheless presses on, revealing he still has great strength left. Their ultimate techniques collide again in a blinding clash of blue and purple. The shockwave devastates the arena floor while the two continue to struggle. Spectators are nearly blown away by the wind pressure from the distant exchange. The narrator strains to hold back the empowered blade, grunting from the force. His great sword begins to crack under the relentless assault. Kajin grins, impressed that the narrator risked his life just to wipe away Kajin's earlier smirk. The narrator recalls that he did something similar during the second stage, risking death for that same defiant smile. Kajin declares he will also risk everything, even destroying his own body if needed, to defeat the narrator. The narrator thinks this child resembles Kajin so much that he too refuses to lose, even at the cost of his life. He resolves to bet his own life as well. Their powers surge again, filling the battlefield with chaotic red and purple energy. Kajin charges with glowing eyes, determined to overpower the narrator. The narrator yells and swings his purple blade with all remaining strength. The two overwhelming energies slam into each other once more. The narrator watches in alarm as his manifested great sword shatters into fragments. Kajin exults, shouting that the narrator's sword finally broke. A blazing force suddenly slams into Kajin's face at close range. He reels in pain as a powerful punch connects. The narrator follows up and sends Kajin flying into the arena wall. Kajin struggles to rise, data sword still in hand, as the narrator stands firm in the distance. The narrator notes that both of them have pushed their bodies to the extreme limit. Kajin decides to stake everything on one final decisive strike. He raises his sword and launches his ultimate Scarlet Song technique. The narrator answers by invoking Absolute Sword Slash in its lightning giant final form. The golden lightning slash meets Kajin's crimson wave mid-arena. Their two final chapters, Bloody Full Moon and Lightning Giant, collide in a cataclysmic exchange. The narration explains that the absolute sword slash, empowered by the lightning giant, will cut through its target and then explode. A massive explosion engulfs the arena as the combined energies detonate. Kajin, dazed and half-blind, realizes his vision is failing. His eyes widen in terror as he senses danger. Above him, the narrator descends with a final purple great sword strike. Kajin understands too late that the huge finishing move was merely a smokescreen for this killing blow. The narrator screams at Samayan to watch closely, because from this moment on everything will change. His vertical purple slash pierces Kajin, ending the duel. An announcer declares that young Master Kagan has been incapacitated. The blood-splattered narrator stands over his defeated foe, eyes blazing. Officials proclaim Cadet Vincent Adenka as the victor of the third stage. The crowd erupts, celebrating the long-awaited victory of the Adenka family and marveling at such talent. Spectators chant Vincent's name as they stare at the shattered arena where he stands. Vincent, battered and exhausted, pants while taking in the result. He turns his back to the roaring crowd, cloak billowing as they cheer him on. Elsewhere, the original one-armed swordsman Davin quietly watches the scene from a distance. Vincent grips his red-wrapped sword, feeling that he has finally reclaimed something important. He cries out internally that he has seized his long-lost resolve and power once again. Later, officials discuss postponing interviews until after everyone receives medical treatment. Someone tries to stop reporters just as a red slash violently cuts through a hanging crystal. In a separate room, nobles curse as the viewing crystal and table shatter, hinting at the intensity of the fight they were watching. A scarred, stern man sits in silence, contemplating what he has just seen. A woman beside him asks for his thoughts with a knowing smile. She remarks that young Master Vincent has turned out remarkably well. Another man admits he lost a bet regarding the outcome. As people leave, they praise how entertaining this year's friendly exchange duel was and how impressive both young masters were. In a snowy forest, a cloaked man and a spear-wielding youth named Raven discuss whether he could defeat fighters like Vincent and Kajin. Raven is reminded that he hails from the prestigious Vartican spearmanship family, equal to Adenka and Samayan. Raven grumbles about Vincent and eagerly asks if there is any way to spar with him soon. An idea suddenly occurs to Raven. Excited, he tells Serkan he has thought of a good way to meet Vincent. Raven reasons that, as a cadet, Vincent will be at the Crimson Fortress daily. He orders Serkan to contact his father because he plans to enroll at the Crimson Fortress himself. Vincent later opens his eyes to find everything dark and unfamiliar. Confused, he realizes he is no longer at the fortress and wonders where he is despite remembering defeating Kagan and resting. Surrounded by scenes from his painful past, he suspects he has entered a world formed from his own memories. Pale, clawed hands reach for him out of the darkness. Armored, red-eyed figures from his past loom around him, and he recognizes these people with horror. The monstrous knights roar and rush toward him. Vincent draws his sword, shouting that they are attacking him. He cuts through the charging enemies in a storm of purple slashes. Amid the bloodshed, he feels a familiar sensation, as if reliving an old nightmare. He recognizes it as the presence of the evil spirit of the archdemon Davin. Vincent's eyes widen in alarm. Out of a red mist appears Kajin, clad in armor and wreathed in demonic energy. The possessed Kajin greets him mockingly, calling him one-armed Davin. Vincent demands to know why Kajin is here in this strange place. Kajin furiously orders Davin to vanish from his sight and launches an attack. Vincent feels the surrounding mana pinning his body in place so he cannot move. A golden emblemized weapon begins to shine with power. That golden slash crashes between Vincent and Kajin as their clash in this memory world begins anew. Vincent notices a strange light while gripping his sword. The light surrounds a massive blue creature advancing toward him. A silver-haired man appears, recognizing the blue creature as his brother Arslan. Vincent and Arslan stand before a fiery light, confused about what is happening. A red glowing eye begins to open. A colossal red-armored archdemon materializes before them. Shocked, Vincent demands to know what the giant being is. Arslan explains that this is the archdemon responsible for the current catastrophe. Arslan urgently tells Vincent that the archdemon has sensed him and that Vincent must quickly reclaim his power. In a remembered message, Arslan urges Vincent to surpass the Samayans and uncover the truth he left behind. Vincent realizes what those words imply about his mission. As Arslan charges the archdemon alone, he entrusts everything to Vincent despite Vincent's protests. Vincent shouts after Arslan and tries to follow him. Voices call out to Vincent, asking if he is alright. Vincent awakens in bed surrounded by friends worried about his condition. He recalls Arslan's will for an Adenka to surpass the Samayans and face the truth. Frustrated, Vincent notes that he beat the Samayans but still has not seen the truth. He wonders if failing to perceive the truth disqualifies him from fulfilling the Adenka's will. Elsewhere, a door opens, signaling someone's arrival. Vincent's stern father, the Adenka leader, enters and addresses the rank 9 cadets. Vincent, surprised, recognizes his visitor as his father. His classmates hurriedly salute the Adenka with exaggerated respect. The Adenka tells the cadets to relax, saying this will not take long. A classmate nervously points out that one is not supposed to relax when the Adenka is present. The Adenka praises Vincent for keeping his promise again. He says Vincent deserves a reward and asks what he wants. Vincent admits to himself he still lacks the basic fundamentals. He tells his father he is not yet a true Adenka and requests a master to teach him Adenka swordsmanship. His father asks if Vincent realizes that the great elders dislike him. Vincent concedes this but says today's victory over the Samayans brought him closer to fulfilling the Adenka's will. He adds that if the elders still refuse him a master, he in turn will not support them. His father smirks at this defiance. The Adenka agrees, saying he too will not side with the elders, and orders Vincent to follow him. Vincent and his father head downstairs together. They meet Railsa and a red-haired knight, and someone announces Vincent's arrival. Vincent cheerfully greets Railsa and then turns to the red-haired knight. Recognizing him, Vincent confirms that the man is Sir Merlin. Vincent recalls vowing long ago to remember the name Merlin. Merlin is touched that Vincent truly remembered him. Railsa explains that Merlin is an 8-star martial artist who bears the lightning giant, and she recommended him as Vincent's master. Merlin formally introduces himself as vice captain of the White Sword Unit under the Yellow Dragon Unit. He gives his full name as Merlin Falker. Shocked, Vincent repeats the surname Falker. Vincent realizes Falker was Arslan's original last name. The story shifts to Samayan main castle as a new scene begins. The Samayan matriarch asks Kagan if he understands why he lost. She explains that Vincent saw through him and that he lost his composure by becoming emotional. She says his failure has left a mark of shame on his arm, prompting Kagan to apologize. Then she softens, saying loss can teach valuable lessons. She warns that if he repeats the same mistake, she herself will mutilate his muscles. Kagan nervously promises to remember her warning. His eye suddenly throbs with painful red energy. A voice inside acknowledges his anger at losing but urges him to stay calm in front of the matriarch. The shadowy ancestor's presence expands behind Kagan as he mentally calls to it. The ancestor answers, focusing on Davin Adenka, whom he calls One-Armed Davin. Returning to the earlier introduction, Merlin again formally presents himself as vice captain under the Yellow Dragon Unit. He repeats that his name is Merlin Falker. Vincent again reacts in shock, asking if he really said Falker. Vincent thinks through Arslan's connection and again recognizes Falker as Arslan's former surname. Merlin confirms it is his last name and asks if that is an issue. Vincent, smiling awkwardly, asks if Merlin holds more authority than he first assumed. Railsa explains that the Falkers are an old martial family who have long served the Aden caste but are neither high nor low in rank. Vincent privately wonders how a Falker line can still exist if the Falkers once changed their name to Adenka. Railsa notes that Merlin has completed fortress registration and will start acting as Vincent's master tomorrow. Merlin apologizes in advance for any strictness, and Vincent vows to learn humbly from him. The Adenka orders Vincent to devote himself even further, and Vincent accepts. Internally, the Adenka steels himself, thinking that Vincent must do something vital. He reflects that because none of them know the full truth, Vincent must search it out. Meanwhile, a group of elders meet, worried about what others might do to them. One scarred elder frets over the consequences that may fall on Vincent. He panics, saying the very thing they feared has happened. Another elder notes that Vincent is now a hero who defeated the Samayans, leaving them no way to hinder his growth. They press Elder Tilavan on how he will take responsibility for the situation. Tilavan admits Vincent's growth exceeded their expectations. A mysterious blue-eyed figure scoffs at his claim of shared expectations. Shadowed figures remind Tilavan that he chose to proceed on his own. Tilavan realizes the others now plan to use this failure as an excuse to discard him. He proposes instead that they find a way out of this predicament. In another dark place, Elder Holy Man is stunned as blood splashes around him. He sees the mages he hired lying dead and demands to know why this is happening. Khan, crackling with power, approaches and turns the question back on Holy Man, asking why he hired those mages. Khan coldly urges Holy Man to explain himself. Trembling, Holy Man claims he only wanted a complete Samayan victory. Khan smashes him with a lightning-charged blow and bluntly asks, "So what?" He demands to know if the Samayans actually achieved such a complete victory. While pinning Holy Man, Khan says he despises political schemes and believes they disgrace martial artists. He thinks back on how such schemes once prevented him from dueling Khan Adenka fairly. Khan declares he will portray the Samayans as uninvolved with the magic tower or association to salvage their honor. However, he says he cannot personally move against the Samayan's great elder by his own means. He orders Holy Man to lie low, retire from politics, and occupy himself with something like gardening. Terrified, Holy Man agrees to disappear and do as told. Holy Man later walks a castle corridor, mulling over what happened. He activates a magical communication crystal. He reaches Tilavan through the crystal. He furiously demands to know why Tilavan failed to interfere as promised during the second and third stages of the exam. Tilavan, on the receiving end, stiffens as his name is shouted. Tilavan complains that Werner Khan and Valkia appeared, leaving him unable to act, and that Vincent's skills surpassed their estimates. Holy Man warns that continuing like this will force them to take responsibility for trying to obstruct Vincent. Tilavan counters that the elders themselves are not the worst threat. Instead, they risk becoming nuisances in the eyes of some higher powers. Holy Man concludes that they must devise a plan to eliminate Vincent as soon as possible. The narration jumps back to Vincent lying in bed, unaware that enemies are plotting his death. Vincent suddenly senses danger and snaps awake. A shadowy swordsman appears above him, sword raised. The attacker's blade slams down, forcing Vincent to roll away. Vincent dodges and draws his sword, shouting at the intruder and demanding to know how he got into the dorm. A sword pierces Vincent's bedding, and a voice notes Vincent's sharp senses. As the dust settles, Vincent recognizes the intruder as Sir Merlin. Merlin announces that since it is already past midnight, Vincent must now address him as his master. Merlin criticizes Vincent's observational skills, pointing out that their surroundings are obviously different from his dorm room. He reveals they are inside the magic dungeon used for the exam's first stage, and says Vincent may leave only if he passes Merlin's training. Merlin explains their task: to dismantle Vincent's lightning giant trait and reconstruct it properly. Vincent, confused, asks what Merlin means, insisting his trait works fine. Merlin insists Vincent does not understand the lightning giant's real power and must resolve that before learning Adenka swordsmanship. Merlin shows a special magical pendant that reacts to lightning. Vincent recognizes it as something significant as Merlin dangles it before him. Merlin explains that the pendant, worn on his chest, will shatter if struck by lightning energy that is not his own. He sets the training condition: Vincent must destroy this pendant with his lightning, or he will not be taught Adenka swordsmanship. Determined, Vincent vows to grow quickly. Thinking of Arslan, he resolves to become a true Adenka in order to face the truth. He declares that he will destroy the pendant no matter what and learn the Adenka's swordsmanship. Vincent unleashes a blazing golden lightning slash toward Merlin. Merlin responds by awakening his own intense blue lightning power. A column of Merlin's lightning slams down, overwhelming Vincent. Vincent is battered by the storm but manages to brace himself. Stunned by the display, he starts to exclaim in disbelief. He sees an immense, godlike lightning giant form towering above him. Merlin tells Vincent to observe closely. He reveals that this is the lightning giant's true form. Vincent and a shocked onlooker note how vastly larger and different this manifestation is from earlier ones. Merlin, wreathed in lightning, focuses his full power. The lightning giant raises its weapon for a massive strike as Vincent looks on. The giant's lightning crashes down in a devastating blast. Vincent is hurled through the air, screaming in pain. He tumbles along the shattered ground, dwarfed by the towering lightning giant above him. Rattled, Vincent wonders what this blue lightning is, realizing it is unlike his or Malone's. Struggling to rise, he admits he may not be suited to be a master himself. Merlin says he lacks the talent for methodical teaching, so he chose this harsh method instead. He vows to keep pressuring Vincent until he understands the true lightning giant. He warns that until then, his own lightning will relentlessly rage against Vincent. Time passes and everyday academy life resumes, with another student vigorously washing clothes. The scene follows a small glowing creature as it moves through various places around the academy. The creature passes through offices where teachers work and nap amid piles of paperwork. It wanders into a courtyard crowded with people and carriages. The creature then trails a hooded, cane-bearing man through a corridor. The hooded man reveals himself as Tilavan, now moving in secret. The creature eventually reaches an empty dorm room where it darts inside. A blue magical portal begins to form. About a week after Vincent's training began, the portal fully opens before the creature. The scene shifts to a snow-covered mountain path, foreshadowing another location. The little creature pops up from the snow, salutes, and enthusiastically introduces itself. Sari receives a report from her spirit Pak Pak and assumes everyone, including the young master, is doing fine. She praises Pak Pak and, sensing its concern, admits she is also worried about the young master. Sari reflects that the young master has been in training inside the space for a week without coming out, and wonders if he is resting properly. She hopes his training is not overstraining his body as lightning power crackles intensely. Inside the space, Vincent battles Merlin, charging in with a massive lightning-coated sword. Vincent clashes violently with Merlin, their lightning-infused weapons meeting head-on. Observing him, Merlin notes that Vincent thinks more clearly when cornered and is starting to merge lightning energy with an unusual sword style. Merlin acknowledges Vincent's progress but says he still has far to go while gathering a powerful orb of blue lightning. Vincent braces himself, realizing Merlin's powerful attack is about to be unleashed. Vincent boosts his body with a technique called microcurrent boost and dives down, striking with concentrated golden lightning. Merlin counters with a massive blue lightning blast that expands outward. The golden and blue lightning collide, creating an overwhelming explosion. Vincent is shocked by the sheer scale of Merlin's blue lightning attack. He realizes Merlin's attack covers an incredibly wide area, far larger than his own range. The blue lightning detonates across the training ground, shattering the surroundings. Merlin judges that although Vincent's lightning lacks the raw power of his golden lightning, its range and pressure are astonishing. Merlin warns that admiration alone will not end this as he prepares to press the attack. Merlin smashes Vincent away with a shockwave, sending him flying. As Vincent is knocked back, Merlin's pendant flies free in front of him, catching his attention. Vincent decides he only needs to seize that pendant to clear the trial. The pendant hangs by Merlin's chest, inviting an opportunity to be targeted. Vincent charges again, both combatants shrouded in aura as they rush toward each other. Vincent wonders if Merlin deliberately created a chance for him to grab the pendant. Before he can act, Merlin pierces Vincent in the chest with his sheathed sword, dropping him. Vincent groans in pain, on the verge of collapse. He falls to the ground defeated while Merlin stands over him in silence. Merlin notes that Vincent's movement is improving but his mastery of the lightning giant has stalled, then ends the session and orders him to rest. Vincent gulps down water from a bottle to recover. Julian urges him to drink more because Merlin rarely grants breaks, and Vincent wearily agrees. Vincent broods that no matter how he increases his lightning output or range, he cannot surpass Merlin's blue lightning. Comparing himself to the two forms of the lightning giant, he senses there is a fundamental difference in the nature of their lightning. Julian complains about how slowly water comes out of the bottle, while Vincent reminds him they should be grateful to even have it. Vincent repeats that thought and begins to fixate on the idea of not having the bottle at all. He visualizes the bottle spilling its last drops, pondering the concept of unrestricted flow. Lost in thought, Vincent looks upward as an insight begins to form. He imagines lightning flowing freely like water without a container, and realizes he should not be limiting it. Lightning surges around his body as understanding finally clicks. Julian excitedly shouts that he has figured out the problem, drawing Merlin's attention. Vincent explains that he had been trying to restrict his lightning energy before releasing it, like pouring water from a bottle. He realizes that such limitation was unnecessary from the beginning. Instead, he must let lightning flow naturally through his body and sword. Acting on this, Vincent releases blue lightning in a vast field toward Merlin. Merlin smiles with satisfaction, recognizing that Vincent has finally succeeded. Merlin warns that the lesson is not over because Vincent still must destroy the pendant. Holding up the pendant, Merlin reminds him that the goal remains its destruction and challenges him to accomplish it. Vincent, crackling with blue lightning, answers confidently that he will try. They resume fighting, their blue lightning colliding in powerful waves. Merlin senses Vincent's killing intent as Vincent darts in for another assault. Vincent turns his lightning-enhanced movement into a swift aerial attack toward Merlin. He dives straight down, focusing his power into a concentrated strike. The resulting explosion engulfs the arena in blinding blue light. Merlin counters by slicing the ground with twin lines of lightning, stabilizing himself amid the blast. He notices something amid the chaos and reacts with surprise. Seeing Vincent's movement, Merlin recognizes Railsa's skill in his footwork. Vincent seizes the opening and prepares a decisive blow. He unleashes his technique Great Sword Splitting Slash, a massive purple-white energy wave. The slash collides with Merlin's defense in a violent burst of energy. Vincent is shocked when Merlin calmly reveals he has known Railsa for years. Merlin explains that he and Railsa are longtime friends who know each other's attacks intimately, meaning Vincent's borrowed technique was predictable and thus unlucky. Merlin smashes through Vincent's greatsword attack, forcing Vincent to block desperately. Vincent realizes his trump card has been broken and senses real danger. He freezes for a moment as something about Merlin suddenly draws his attention. His gaze locks onto Merlin's facial scar, triggering a deeper observation. Vincent deduces from the old, deep scar that Merlin once suffered a crushing defeat without time to heal. He imagines the pain, fear, humiliation, and defeat a martial artist feels from such a wound. To a martial artist, that lasting scar represents a critical weakness. Vincent focuses his next attack on Merlin's scarred side, seeing it as the opening he needs. He concludes that for a martial artist, such a scar must be a fatal weak point. His strike grazes Merlin's scarred cheek and knocks the pendant free again. Vincent lunges in close with his sword while clutching the pendant, putting everything into a final blow. Lightning crackles around the pendant as he attempts to destroy it. The pendant shatters into pieces under the force of Vincent's attack. Vincent collapses from exhaustion but still clutches the broken pendant's cord. Merlin touches his cheek, feeling where the attack just brushed his scar. He realizes Vincent deliberately targeted his scarred side and judges the boy surprisingly experienced for his age. Merlin declares that Vincent has passed and promises to teach him the Adenka clan's swordsmanship, shocking Vincent with joy. Merlin warns that Vincent should look forward to the training because it will be far more agonizing than what he has endured so far. Time passes, and a caption notes that a few days later new events begin. Back at the academy, Vincent's friends marvel that he fought non-stop in the enclosed space for over a week, calling him incredible, while he downplays it. Sari rushes to them anxiously calling for the young master, prompting Vincent to ask what is wrong. Sari hands him a document, explaining that a message has been delivered specifically for him. Vincent and his friends read it and discover it is a formal mission request addressed directly to a rank 9 cadet like Vincent. They remark that this is unusual because such missions are normally assigned to rank 7 cadets. Julian calls Vincent's attention to a detail on the document. They see that the mission was requested by the Adenka elders, which alarms them. Vincent's friends offer to accompany him, saying their training with him has made them stronger and they could help. Vincent stays silent at first, leading them to realize he intends to undertake the mission alone. In the headmaster's office, Merlin questions why Vincent wants to go alone, warning that his first mission could be too dangerous. Vincent answers that this is precisely why he must go alone, because the elders clearly threw this mission at him intentionally. He reasons that the mission is either a test or... Merlin finishes the thought, calling it a trap meant to eliminate Vincent because he obstructs the elders' plans. The headmaster agrees with Merlin that sending Vincent alone is too dangerous. Vincent calls this his personal war and states that victory means escaping the trap unharmed. He adds that there is a truth he must uncover by becoming stronger, which surprises Merlin. Vincent says that if he falls victim to the elder's power struggle while seeking that truth, he will accept it. Because he is also an Adenka, he accepts the risks and responsibilities of that lineage. The headmaster sighs, realizing Vincent's mind is made up. He officially permits Vincent's expedition and reminds him to maintain his composure as a cadet of the Crimson Fortress. Vincent proudly accepts the order, introducing himself formally and vowing to head to Ternique for the mission. Elsewhere, Herka lounges on a snowy rooftop, relaxed and carefree. Another instructor finds Herka and accuses her of slacking off, while she insists she is merely taking a break. They discuss Vincent's newly issued mission, and the headmaster remarks that he thought Herka had little interest in supervising cadets, while she reminds him she is still the headmaster. Curious, Herka asks who among the elders initiated Vincent's mission. The headmaster believes that although the request came in the name of the elders, it was actually orchestrated by Elder Tilavan. Herka calls Tilavan a sly old man and concludes there is no benign reason he would personally give Vincent a mission. A magical alarm reaches them, and a guard reports an emergency situation. The guard explains that an unidentified, armed martial artist is causing a disturbance in front of the fortress. The stranger grins amid the smoke and demands to see Vincent, warning that if his request is denied there may be a fight. The fortress guards order him not to come any closer and to identify himself or face action. The cloaked butler accompanying the young master advises following proper protocol, but the orange-haired youth insists he only came to talk. Gripping his spear, the youth warns the guards that he will repeat himself one more time. He powers up, surrounding himself with swirling golden energy as he readies his spear. The youth loudly declares he wants to meet Vincent and demands to know where he is. The guards shout to stop him and prevent him from entering the fortress. The youth shrugs that it cannot be helped, implying he will use force. He activates his partisan spear-throwing technique, beginning a powerful attack. A tremendous spear of energy hurtles forward from his throw. He is shocked when his attack is intercepted by a whip. Herka's whip coils around him, binding his body so tightly that he cannot move. As he struggles, Merlin descends and states he has confirmed the youth's identity from his spear technique, addressing him as young Master Raven. Herka warns Raven to stop now because escalating the situation will only inconvenience them both. Raven's butler panics and calls out to his young master as tension spikes. Merlin places magical restraints on the butler and warns that any movement will cost the man his head. The butler realizes Merlin is a high-rank mage, more than 4 or even 5 runes strong. Raven deduces that his opponents are a powerful 5-rune mage and a woman whose whip can change form, confirming they control the fortress. Herka introduces herself as Headmaster Herka, while Raven questions in disbelief whether such a partisan fighter is really the headmaster. Their confrontation intensifies as Herka's whip and Raven's spear techniques clash violently. Raven manages to break free of the whip through a flurry of spinning spear energy. Herka is stunned that he escaped her whip's bindings. Raven abruptly changes tone and cheerfully requests to be accepted as a cadet of the fortress. Meanwhile, Vincent travels by carriage and notes that the forest near Turnican City's entrance feels refreshingly snow-free. On the ride, Julian remarks that the mission seems too simple and wonders how the elders might interfere, while Vincent agrees it appears easy on the surface. Vincent reviews the mission details. He is to subjugate a specific goblin. Julian worries that the goblin might be bait for another trap, and Vincent cautions him not to lower his guard. Vincent explains that goblins are normally weak alone but dangerous in groups because they hunt intelligently using numbers. The target goblin, however, roams alone in a blood-stained forest, which strikes them as strange. Vincent theorizes the goblin may either have fallen behind its group or become strong enough to no longer need them, possibly by devouring its own kin. Julian reacts with horror to that possibility. Vincent decides to plan for the worst-case scenario, and thanks Julian for his cautious input. Drawing his sword as the carriage approaches the marked area, Vincent says the goblin should be nearby. He leaps from the moving carriage, landing on the forest road in a burst of energy. Vincent tosses payment to the driver for the ride. He tells the confused driver he will disembark there, astonishing the man who wonders when Vincent moved to the roof. Vincent warns the driver to leave the forest as quickly as possible. The driver protests that Vincent is the one in danger and starts to object. He is cut off as he realizes something has suddenly changed. Looking back, he sees a burst of light where Vincent stood and realizes the young cadet has vanished. Vincent streaks through the forest like a blue comet, racing toward his target. His movement startles a dark creature in the woods as he speeds by. Vincent lands in a clearing, calming the swirling winds around him and preparing to begin the hunt. Vincent channels lightning through his sword and proposes hunting the goblin. He activates the lightning giant's blessing trait in its true form. Power surges as blue and gold lightning gathers at a central point. He summons the giant thunderstorm, invoking a massive lightning giant. Vincent reflects that his blue lightning is weak in power but excellent for widespread. He plans to blanket the region with faint lightning to detect any movement. His senses react as the lightning network reports a disturbance. Detecting an out-of-place movement, he wonders if it is their target. A grotesque monster with glowing purple energy awakens. The hulking goblin-like creature growls, radiating sinister purple power. Vincent's lightning trap flares near the monster. Hiding behind a tree, Vincent sees the massive creature and notes it is too big to be a normal goblin. He notices the monster's strange glowing markings. The rows of purple cores make him question what this creature really is. The bespectacled man suggests it might be a dark magic-created chimera, surprising Vincent. Vincent considers that if it is a chimera its strength is unknown, so he must proceed carefully. His lightning trap suddenly reacts with a burst behind him. Vincent realizes something has entered his lightning trap. Feeling the presence closing in, he suspects an assassin sent by the elders. A sudden explosion nearly hits him, knocking him back. A blade intercepts the attack in front of shocked Vincent. The newcomer, arriving out of breath, says he barely managed to catch up. The orange-haired cadet cheerfully introduces himself to Vincent, saying this is their first meeting. With sparkling eyes he declares he came specifically to challenge Vincent and see who is stronger. Vincent, still in combat stance, asks if this stranger really wants to challenge him now. Vincent notices the newcomer's badge marks him as a high-ranking cadet, and wonders who he is. The chimera appears with a purple arm ready to strike, startling Vincent. Vincent curses as he realizes the monster has discovered them. The enraged chimera charges, and Vincent notes they have been found by the goblin. Vincent leaps into the air to evade the chimera's destructive blow. Raven, the orange-haired cadet, is astonished to see the huge creature and asks if it is a goblin. Vincent urgently shouts for Raven to watch out. Vincent warns that if this really is a chimera, a reckless attack could be fatal. The chimera squares off against Raven, who is confused and nervous. The chimera gathers even more purple energy and roars violently. Vincent groans and realizes the creature has shifted its target to Raven. He yells that it is too dangerous and tells Raven to run. Raven instead raises his hand, preparing to counterattack. He slams his spear into the chimera with a powerful golden strike. Raven grips his spear tightly and shouts as he unleashes strength. After blasting the chimera back, Raven remarks that he may not understand the situation. He concludes that whatever is going on, the monster clearly needs to be defeated first. Elsewhere at the snowy fortress, two officers walk together outside the gate. The red-haired woman relaxes, glad the important guests have finally left the fortress. She is asked whether she orchestrated things on purpose. Her companion points out she rushed Vincent's entrance and had Raven chase him, making it dangerous for the elders to interfere with a Vartican descendant. He notes that Raven's interest in Vincent provides strong backup and insurance, praising her strategy. She feigns ignorance and jokes that she has no idea what he is talking about. Silently, she contemplates her next move. She asks Vargan if she still has some vacation days left. Back at the fight, the chimera swings down with another massive purple blow. Raven grins fiercely, eyes glowing as he prepares a counter. He flips acrobatically and slams the chimera to the ground with his spear. The monster crashes hard, sending debris flying. The chimera screeches in pain but is still alive. Raven launches high into the air for another attack while the goblin watches. He smashes down with overwhelming force, pinning the creature. The chimera lunges again, claws outstretched with purple energy. A powerful impact carves a crater nearby. Raven slashes across the chimera's back in a swift follow-up strike. Vincent watches from a tree branch, surprised at how thoroughly Raven dominates the fight. Realizing there is no chance to join in, Vincent wonders who this powerful newcomer is. Observing Vincent, Raven judges that his level surpasses ordinary martial artists of their age. Raven concludes that Vincent stands on the same level as top talents like Kagan and himself. The chimera staggers but begins to move again, glowing cores pulsing. Raven activates his own blessing trait, the spear that pierces everything. The chimera screams as Raven prepares his ultimate thrust. A blinding spear of light slams into the monster's body. Raven's penetration technique drives straight through the chimera with overwhelming power. Watching from afar, Vincent and his friend are shocked that Raven managed to defeat the goblin. As Raven turns, his earlier wound grotesquely regenerates into a mass of red flesh. He realizes in horror that the sliced part is regrowing. The regenerated tissue forms red scales, revealing frightening regeneration. The chimera mutates, half its body transforming into a red, horned, dragon-like arm and face. Both Raven and Vincent shout that the scales look abnormal and warn each other to dodge. The scaled claw smashes into the ground with crushing force. The enraged chimera blitzes toward Raven with its massive red arm. Raven, analyzing the scales and physical prowess, suspects the creature might be far more dangerous than expected. Vincent berates his own body to move as he dashes to intervene. Lightning patterns flash again as he prepares a restraining technique. His lightning threads wrap around the chimera's body and limbs, binding it. Raven stares at the glowing threads surrounding them in astonishment. A man manipulating blue threads appears and says he finally found his young master. The butler Serkan asks Raven if he is alright while still controlling the restraining threads. Raven happily thanks Serkan for saving him, while Vincent notes the man's butler-like uniform. The chimera's red claw strains against the binding threads. With a furious scream, the monster breaks free, still thrashing. Vincent exclaims that the restraint has broken, and Serkan remarks this is no ordinary goblin. The chimera channels intense pink magic, forming a glowing circle beneath it. Raven is stunned to realize the goblin can also use magic through a magic seal. The chimera's eye glows as its body vanishes within the magical light. Moments later only pink light remains, and the heroes see that the creature has disappeared. Far away, a cloaked figure completes the teleportation spell with a glowing purple circle. That cloaked mage stands atop a cliff, looking toward the distant city. He reports to an unseen elder that there is a problem. The chimera's earlier magical transformation is shown again, emphasizing its power. Raven repeats in disbelief that the goblin used a magic seal. The chimera's eye and fanged mouth are highlighted as it teleports away. The party confirms the monster has completely vanished from the forest. Vincent later notes the goblin's mana is receding, but decides to address another matter first. He asks Raven and Serkan who they are, prompting introductions. Serkan formally introduces Raven as young Master Raven Vartikan of the Vartikan family, and himself as the butler Serkan. Raven proudly states his name, says he just became a cadet at the fortress, and was ordered by the headmaster to find Vincent. Vincent's companion reacts in shock to the Vartikan name, and asks if Vincent knows that family. The friend explains that Vartikan is one of the 3 great martial families, renowned for spear arts, and Raven is the patriarch's son. Vincent realizes Raven's strength makes sense, while the friend adds that the patriarch has only one child. Therefore Raven is confirmed as the Vartikan's sole heir and future patriarch. Vincent wonders why such an important heir is at the Adenka's Crimson Fortress. His friend suggests it is smart to ally with Raven for now. He reasons that because no one can openly harm the Vartikan heir, Raven would act as a shield for them against the elders. He adds that if Raven and Serkan are strong fighters, they also become excellent reinforcements. Vincent smirks, thinking they should thank the headmaster for sending such an ally. Serkan turns to Vincent, saying they in turn need an explanation from him. He points out both the suspicious goblin and the unusual fact that a direct heir is personally doing such a mission. Serkan concludes that this mission is not a simple monster subjugation. He recalls that he cannot allow his young master to be dragged into an internal conflict with the Adenkas. Serkan says that depending on Vincent's explanation, they may decide to withdraw. Raven dismisses the political concern, insisting something more important is at hand. He passionately asks Vincent to spar with him. Vincent is surprised, recalling that Raven had wanted a duel from the start. Raven explains that he watched Vincent's previous fight with Kagan and was inspired by it. While he originally intended to defeat Kagan, his plans have shifted. Raven declares that things have changed and his focus is now on Vincent. He earnestly says he wants to grow stronger together with Vincent and eventually surpass him. Vincent's friend calls Raven a passionate fool, but acknowledges he is honest and highly competitive. Raven confidently assumes they will get along well. Vincent bluntly refuses the spar, shocking Raven, who demands to know why. Vincent answers that he is currently on a mission and must prioritize hunting the goblin. When Raven begs for just one quick spar, Vincent insists he needs time to prepare. Raven throws childish insults, but Vincent calmly says his decision will not change. Vincent reiterates his stance, saying he will explain it once more. He tells Raven that he cannot spar until he has defeated the goblin. That condition surprises Raven and catches Serkan's attention. Raven brightens, confirming that if Vincent defeats the goblin he will agree to spar. Vincent evasively replies that maybe, if he has time, he will consider it. Raven happily accepts and shouts that goblin subjugation will be fun, while Serkan worries. Serkan muses that Raven always pursues anything that interests him and is now fixated on Vincent. He admits to himself that Vincent Adenka has cleverly drawn them in. The scene shifts to Tunican City's bustling main street. Inside the city a waitress suggests the group rest at a particular inn for the night, and they agree. Over a meal at the inn, Serkan remarks that involving themselves with the Adenka elders might be troublesome. Vincent explains that the goblin they faced appears to be a man-made chimera. Serkan agrees, noting the strange scales and horn they saw. Vincent suggests they investigate further with that possibility in mind. Suddenly Vincent senses something ominous, his vision tinted red. A familiar sinister scent makes him abruptly stand up from the table. He realizes it is the same stench as the Samian's underground prison and wonders why it is present here. Following the smell, he notices a hooded figure on the inn stairs. Vincent recognizes the cloaked person as the one responsible. Stepping forward to confront him, Vincent asks the hooded man if he has a moment to talk. The hooded attacker panics and calls out Vincent Adenka's full name. Vincent is shocked that the stranger knows who he is. Vincent steps in with force, triggering movement on the ground. Vincent charges and slams the hooded man to the ground. Grabbing the man's collar, Vincent demands to know his identity. Vincent yells, pressing him on who ordered the attack. Vincent suddenly senses something alarming. Red mana erupts from a magic circle on the man's chest as he writhes in agony. The man's body is overwhelmed by surging mana and he screams. Vincent recognizes the Crimson Emperor's power and notes the man's mana is going berserk. Allies rush over, worried about Vincent as red mana storms around him. Vincent realizes the man's mana overflow is about to cause a huge explosion. His companions are confused, unable to sense any mana disturbance. Vincent wonders if he alone can feel this immense mana torrent. The hooded man's body reaches critical overload, glowing violently. Mana detonates from the man's body in a blinding burst. Vincent shouts a warning that everyone is in danger. A titanic explosion erupts where the man stood. Vincent's allies scream his name and surge forward to help. Struggling in the blast, Vincent feels the mana's strength is overwhelming. The overcharged man continues to flash as the explosion peaks. The blast flares again with searing intensity. Vincent's ally urges everyone to run as the danger escalates. The explosion tears through the restaurant courtyard, sending people fleeing. Onlookers panic, screaming that a bomb has gone off. Serkan wonders why he could not sense the explosion beforehand. He acknowledges someone else intervened but focuses on his next move. Serkan prioritizes shielding the young master and raises a powerful barrier. The explosion engulfs Vincent while Serkan's barrier protects the others. Raven begs Serkan to save Vincent, while Serkan insists his master stay behind the shield. Serkan reflects there was no time to save Vincent, trusting the barrier to at least protect everyone else. The magical blast continues to roar within the enclosed area. A second surge of energy flares as powers clash. When the shockwave clears, Vincent stands, having cut through the explosion with his sword. Vincent pants amid falling embers, eyes still glowing with power. Raven and Serkan stare in disbelief at what just happened. Exhausted, Vincent collapses from the strain. Raven and Serkan sprint to the fallen Vincent. Raven calls out to the unconscious Vincent lying on the floor. Serkan, stunned, recalls seeing Vincent swallow the explosion with his sword. Serkan wonders how Vincent's strange blade could even slice through an explosion. Raven helps carry Vincent upstairs while Serkan restrains the dead bomber's body with mana threads. Vincent, leaning on Raven, remarks how dangerously close the blast had been. He reflects that using his unique sword style 3 times spared his heart but left his mana in chaos. A door opens, transitioning them into a private room. Inside, Raven asks if Vincent needs a priest, but he insists his wounds are only minor. Sitting cross-legged, Vincent says he must meditate immediately and asks them to guard him. Serkan questions Vincent's trust in strangers who might harbor ill intent. Vincent, trusting his intuition, judges Serkan as a powerful 7-star warrior worthy of reliance. Vincent shrugs that if Serkan meant harm it would not matter whether he meditated or not. Serkan silently considers this answer. Serkan erects a complex mana web barrier around the room. Within that barrier, Vincent's silhouette appears as he enters deep meditation. Vincent sits bathed in blue mana, stabilizing his chaotic energy. Outside, Raven asks Serkan if he understands how Vincent survived the explosion. Serkan admits he does not know, only that Vincent somehow avoided the brunt of the blast. Raven wonders if such evasion is even possible and asks if Serkan himself could do it. Serkan says it is possible to a degree, implying even he is unsure Vincent's feat can be replicated. Serkan concludes that the hooded bomber was the source of the explosion, and notes his oddly preserved corpse. Suddenly red cracks reappear on the corpse's neck. Before their eyes the body disintegrates into dust. Serkan realizes there are many unknowns surrounding both Vincent and the bomber. Raven claims she now understands something and piques Serkan's curiosity. She praises Vincent as remarkable and declares she wants to fight him someday. Time passes to night under a crescent moon. After meditating for hours, Vincent finally tears through the mana cocoon. Vincent steps out with his spirit companion, remarking that his meditation took longer than expected. Raven greets him as he emerges, and he reacts to her presence. Watching him sleep soundly after such chaos, Raven muses that his composure befits someone from a noble house. Inwardly, Vincent and his spirit link the bomber's mana to a familiar ominous presence. Vincent concludes the bomber carried a warning of imminent danger, and wonders how a non-warrior stored mana in his heart. He infers from the man's aura that he was a Samion prisoner injected with mana and sent as a living bomb. Vincent suspects a larger conspiracy connecting the Presbyterian Council and Samion. Later, Serkan appears and says he has questions for Vincent. In a dim room, Serkan manifests in a dark, menacing aura before him. He pointedly asks how Vincent knew the man would explode and still had power to counter it. Serkan also demands to know why Vincent chose not to run away. Vincent answers that civilians in the hostel and restaurant, not just their group, would have died otherwise. He recalls seeing a woman clutching her baby among those he sought to protect. Serkan presses Vincent on whether strangers' lives matter more than his own safety and goals. Raven, half asleep elsewhere, wonders if her own master Raven would have ignored civilians in his place. Serkan answers for himself that Raven would not abandon civilians either. Serkan reflects that most people would not act as selflessly as Vincent did. He then respectfully praises Vincent's sword as the finest among the Adinka he has met. Vincent thanks Serkan politely. Serkan announces that, out of respect for his master, he intends to withdraw from the current mission. He formally declares he is pulling out and leaving the mission to Vincent. Vincent processes in surprise that Serkan really intends to step back. Elsewhere, a massive green beast moves through the forest, introducing a new threat. A cloaked figure leads a chained chimera, promising to eventually feed it Vincent Adinka. The robed mastermind hungrily hints there will be more valuable prey afterward. He reveals his true excitement lies in also targeting the heir of the Vatican. Back with Vincent, Serkan admits staying might have overshadowed Vincent's own achievements. He says he wants to see how far Vincent's righteous sword can go without his family's interference. Serkan promises he will not lay a hand on the goblin that Vincent is hunting. As they depart, Vincent muses that having such a strong martial artist cheering him from afar is a blessing. Walking through the forest, Vincent decides it is safer not to delay in case hidden enemies gain time to prepare. Vincent's spirit calls his attention as they travel, and Vincent turns curious. Raven suddenly realizes they have been walking without confirming their destination and questions Vincent. Vincent replies they are heading back to where they first met the goblin, though his lightning detection has found nothing. He reasons that the goblin's base must be far from here and that it likely teleported as before. Vincent proposes switching to a more old-fashioned tracking method. He begins methodically searching the undergrowth. Raven doubts they can track the creature without a special tracking trait, but Vincent disagrees. Vincent explains that such a huge monster would leave clear traces like oversized footprints and hunting signs. He recalls honing this tracking method over years of hunting demonic beasts in a previous life. Vincent decides to follow the scent of blood and tells Raven to come along. The trio continues deeper into the forest following the trail. Vincent pauses by a tree, still reading the signs around them. They soon discover signs of carnage that confirm the monster's passage. Following large footprints along the path, Vincent directs the others onward. Raven marvels that Vincent can track a monster even without a special trait. As they move through a reed field, Raven praises Vincent and says she has learned much from him. Vincent silently stays alert, something nagging at him. He finally voices that tracking the monster has felt suspiciously easy. He notes the footprints are unnaturally uniform, letting them follow without a single misstep. Raven agrees that monster tracking should not be this straightforward. Vincent concludes they have been deliberately led somewhere, just as he steps onto a magic circle. He and Raven realize too late that they triggered something. A magical mine explodes violently beneath them. Picking themselves up from the blast crater, they question if it was indeed a trap. Vincent's spirit warns that the entire reed field itself is abnormal. Vincent reasons reeds should not grow in such dry terrain, confirming the field is artificial. Accepting this, Vincent unleashes a massive lightning strike into the ground. He casts his powerful giant thunderstorm spell over the field. The storm tears away the reeds, exposing a hooded figure hiding within. The cloaked mage counters with a red magic circle. Red mana clashes against Vincent's blue thunderstorm in a huge collision. The mana struggle expands into a roaring sphere of power. As the storm clears, a red spell formation appears at the eye of the vortex. Vincent says these are the ones who lured them. The cloaked mage taunts them for discovering the magical trap. Introducing himself as Carvel, he thanks them for accepting his invitation. Vincent asks if Carvel was hired by Adenka elders. Carvel grins and admits he was promised a vast sum to kill Vincent. Vincent deduces that Carvel only reveals this because he has no intention of letting them live. Carvel confirms with manic glee that he never planned to leave any survivors. Behind him, his monstrous chimera looms, facing Vincent and Raven. Vincent activates his Amelin midsword technique, charging his blade with purple lightning. Raven invokes the Vatican spear art, surrounding her weapon with holy fire. Together they launch a combined assault at the chimera. The chimera roars as their attacks slam into it. To their horror, the creature reflects all of their strikes back. Carvel, glowing with red mana orbs, reminds them not to forget about him. He gathers even more destructive power between his hands. Vincent and Raven charge again amid Carvel's raining attacks and explosions. Raven rushes to the staggering Vincent to see if he is alright. Vincent clutches his chest, realizing the aftereffects of his previous absolute sword slash still linger. Carvel boasts that with his special chimera beside him, defeating the two of them simultaneously should be trivial. Laughing, Carvel declares it impossible for them to survive and promises they will die here. As Carvel rants, the scene cuts to a close-up of Vincent's determined, faintly smiling mouth, implying he has not given up. Vincent asks the others to leave the goblin for him. The sorcerer is confused by this request. Vincent's threads restrain the sorcerer, who struggles and shouts. The threads cut into the sorcerer's stitched mouth, drawing blood. Vincent dashes forward, channeling power through his threads. He crosses his threads in a deadly pattern, causing a bloody explosion behind him. The orange-haired girl calls out Serkan's name in shock. Serkan admits he was hiding his presence but praises Vincent for detecting him. Vincent explains he expected Raven would not be sent alone. Serkan apologizes, saying he only attacked the villain targeting Raven. The girl panics about the missing corpse of their enemy. They notice only torn clothes remain and no body. The sorcerer reappears in front of them, now protected by a red aura. He recognizes Serkan as the famed assassin of Vartican Pass who fights with threads. The sorcerer realizes Serkan is actually the legendary king of assassins. Serkan is labeled the Murder King while he stands silently. The girl is stunned by this title, while Serkan wryly notes his reputation endures. Serkan covers the field in glowing threads and remarks that the sorcerer has not fled. The sorcerer says he has changed plans. He vows to use their corpses to make an even more perfect chimera as a dragon-blooded goblin looms behind him. Vincent asks Serkan to handle the sorcerer, and Serkan agrees. The chimera charges Serkan while Vincent and the girl move in. Vincent's power condenses into bright spheres of energy. Vincent unleashes the powerful ability Absolute Sword Slash at the chimera. The chimera manages to block the slash with its arm. It counters with a massive punch at Vincent. Vincent and the girl realize the chimera can even block his strange mana skill, and Vincent feels its body repels mana entirely. Serkan clashes with the sorcerer's large red magic attack. The sorcerer taunts Serkan not to overextend, saying assassination not war is his specialty. Serkan, still blocking, retorts that the sorcerer is not much of a tamer either. The sorcerer reveals his special trait Leash, which forces monsters to obey and lets him transport them. He flicks his fingers to activate it again. Red light drops toward Vincent and the girl, signaling another attack. The chimera dives at Serkan from above. Serkan notices something alarming as the attack closes in. A huge explosion erupts in the forest. Vincent and the girl fear for Serkan and call out to him through the smoke. Serkan, carrying an unconscious raven, assures them he is fine. He says Raven's guess was correct and confirms the creature bears a scale of the dragon species. Vincent is shocked to learn the goblin is of dragon species. A narration explains dragon species are thought extinct, appear human but can manifest man-resistant scales like true dragons. Someone off-screen insults Serkan and calls him a loser, startling him and Vincent. The sorcerer angrily scolds the chimera for nearly hitting him and blames its poor control. He calls the chimera stupid in frustration. The chimera growls ominously at him, catching him off guard. The sorcerer furiously demands to know if the chimera dares defy him. He insists the creature can never escape his trait's control. He threatens to drain the dragon blood from the chimera if it loses its temper again. Vincent learns the goblin is being controlled by the sorcerer's trait. Vincent concludes that if it is a trait, there must be a way to break it. Facing the raging chimera, Vincent tells his allies he has a plan. The sorcerer is surprised, wondering where the group has gone. He looks over the devastated ground and assumes they fled. He mutters that letting them escape is problematic. Serkan suddenly dives down toward the chimera and sorcerer with thread energy swirling. The sorcerer lands, preparing to counterattack and cursing at Serkan. The orange-haired girl springs from above with a spear, welcoming the enemy into their trap. Her spear crashes down, blasting through the sorcerer's defenses. She invokes a blessing that lets her spear pierce anything. The sorcerer realizes he cannot block this blow but believes the chimera's scales will endure it. He braces, relying on the dragon scale's toughness. The spear strike is caught by the chimera's arm in a direct clash. The girl strains and screams as she tries to force the strike through. The chimera swats her away with a powerful blow. The sorcerer laughs, declaring their efforts useless. Vincent once again readies absolute sword slash, this time channeling blue light. The sorcerer understands that Vincent and the others are focusing on him instead of the chimera. Vincent confirms they are deliberately targeting the sorcerer. He launches another immense sword technique that cleaves through chimera and sorcerer alike. The sorcerer is wounded and cries out. He laughs it off, insisting that despite the good attempt, the odds still favor him. He orders the chimera to trample them all. The chimera silently pauses, its expression unreadable. It growls menacingly at the sorcerer instead of charging. Vincent reveals his true objective was not the chimera but the sorcerer's controlling trait. He explains he attacked the leash that oppressed the goblin. With the trait severed, the enraged chimera turns on its former master. The sorcerer hastily raises a defensive barrier. The chimera smashes through the barrier with overwhelming force. The sorcerer panics as shards of magic and rubble fly. The chimera's empowered blow shatters part of its own dragon scale and tears into its body. It screams in agony. The chimera rampages violently, riddled with bloody wounds. Vincent observes that the creature clearly loathed its tamer, and that the sorcerer was never a true tamer at all. A narration contrasts real tamers, who bond and share feelings with beasts, with the sorcerer who only enslaved the chimera using his trait. The damaged dragon scale begins to melt and slew off the chimera's body. Serkan and the girl notice the scale dissolving and feel relieved that this dangerous power is fading. Serkan infers the sorcerer must have forced the dragon's power into the chimera with magic, making the fusion unstable. Vincent turns to the weakened chimera, saying it is time to finish the task of subjugating it. He promises the creature that he will grant it peace. Time passes and the scene shifts to the tranquil forest sky. Vincent carries a blood-stained sack, presumably with proof of the mission's events. The group celebrates their first mission's success and asks Vincent what he plans next. Vincent says the mission came directly from the elders and that, since trouble occurred, he must respond appropriately. He vows to answer the elders' actions with the full might of his family. Walking with Serkan, Vincent adds that he now also has reliable witnesses. When asked who, he points to Serkan as the murder king. Vincent notes the thread marks on the severed head clearly shows Serkan's handiwork, making him an undeniable witness. Vincent thanks Serkan, saying his involvement will make handling the aftermath easier, while Serkan laments being dragged into more trouble. Someone off-screen compliments Serkan's skills, surprising him. A large figure comments that the butler endured a heavy blow as the trio approach. Vincent is shocked to recognize the person. He identifies the observer as Headmaster Herka, who claims to have run into them by coincidence on her day off. She praises Vincent and promises to officially record his mission as a success. Then she asks to see the remains he is carrying. Examining them, she quietly considers Vincent's question about whether she recognizes the culprits. Laughing, she denies knowing them but says she agrees with Vincent's conclusions. Looking serious, she decides the matter should be handled internally by the family, sensing something suspicious. Vincent is puzzled by her saying the situation smells fishy. Herka explains there was an elder who helped Kagan cheat in the previous exchange event, a man named Holyman Samayan. She adds that the elder who targeted Vincent is Tilavan and shows his image. Herka reveals those two elders have been close friends for a long time and hints at the coincidence. A written message addressed to Vargan starts by praising his diligence. In the message, Herka informs Vargan that she has already certified Vincent's mission as a success and let him return home. Vargan reads the note, told to keep working hard, and falls silent. He fumes that the hardworking headmaster has saddled him with more work even on her day off. He yells in frustration about having to handle official business while she is supposedly resting. Exhausted, he mutters that he does not want overtime as an assistant tries to speak. When the assistant insists, Vargan snaps that he is busy. The assistant explains that Cadet Vincent's detailed written report has arrived. Vargan takes the report, surprised to see it. Reading further, he is shocked by its contents. He realizes the incident has been perfectly organized in the report, making it easy to process without relying on the headmaster's version. As he reads, he notes that Vincent described a bomb attack, a chimera, the Murder King, and an equally powerful mage. Vargan wonders why such a massive event happened around a mere rank 9 cadet, and worries about what is going on inside a Denka. More pages show the strange script and thorough notes, Vincent included. Elsewhere, the family patriarch silently reads the same report. He asks what Vincent wishes to say with all this. Standing before him, Vincent says his report rests on two main assumptions. The first assumption is that the mission itself was a trap meant to assassinate him. The patriarch remarks that if events on that scale are considered problematic, he is disappointed. Vincent calmly replies that the issue is not the difficulty of the mission, since he completed it, and stands before the patriarch. He states the real problem is that the hostile forces of Samayon were involved. Vincent argues that while a Denka's elders may test a successor with a Denka's own power, involving Samion's power to test him is unacceptable. He reminds the patriarch that elders Tilavan and Holy Man are well-known close friends. The patriarch wonders if Herka has suggested this and asks about Vincent's second assumption. Vincent quotes that the incompetent elders have discovered nothing about the incident. The patriarch realizes that if he admits suspicion he looks cowardly, but if he denies it he seems incompetent, and ponders the dilemma. Intrigued, he asks which conclusion Vincent favors. Vincent says he hopes the elders are merely incompetent rather than cowardly. As he speaks, footsteps approach hurriedly outside. A priestess bursts in, urgently calling to the patriarch about an emergency. Vincent and the patriarch turn as she arrives. He recognizes her as his mother. Distraught, she begins to say that Tilavan Adenka has just. A flashback shows Tilavan with a sword driven into his own chest. His corpse is revealed, and someone exclaims that he killed himself. The patriarch repeats the word suicide in disbelief. Vincent's mother reports that Tilavan stabbed himself in the heart and died instantly in his room. She adds that he left a will claiming full responsibility for the incident arising from Vincent's mission. Vincent immediately rejects this convenient conclusion with a firm no. Vincent declares that the supposed suicide is actually staged. An elder reacts in shock to Vincent, calling it fake. A woman is stunned to hear it described as suicide. Vincent reasons that someone truly responsible would never have caused the incident, implying the suicide is inconsistent with the victim's character. He and Julian conclude that either the people behind the victim staged the suicide or the victim did so himself. Vincent argues that at the secure Adenka estate it is hard to believe any force could openly assassinate an elder, so the death must be theater. He states that from now on the suicide should be treated as mere stage scenery in someone's play. Vincent's mother considers this claim in silence. She admits Vincent perceives things she cannot with her own eyes. She asks the patriarch for permission to take Vincent away briefly. The patriarch leaves the choice to her and tells her to act as she wishes. She summons Vincent to accompany her. She tells Vincent she wants to see the incident through his perspective. They open the ornate door to the room of the supposed suicide. Light spills in, revealing the corpse hanging with a sword impaled through it. Vincent inspects the body of the elder Tilavan with the sword through his chest. His mother cautions Vincent not to overexert himself, assuming it is his first time seeing a suicide victim. Vincent coldly examines Tilavan's eye, unfazed by the corpse. His mother thinks to herself that he treats a corpse as if it means nothing. Vincent's comment about the scene strikes her as odd. He notes that the blade is unnaturally clean and has pierced the chest in a single perfect thrust. She suggests that as a martial artist Tilavan could have done that to himself, but Vincent says the problem lies deeper. Vincent explains that real death is usually filled with struggle and regret, regardless of how strong someone once was, yet Tilavan's body shows no such traces. Touching the wound, he says there is no lingering sense of death or hesitation on Tilavan at all. Vincent concludes that the corpse itself is fake. Shocked, his mother asks where the real Tilavan is if this body is false. Vincent prepares to reveal his deduction dramatically. He suddenly turns to Julian, demanding to know Tilavan's current location, stunning the spirit. Julian yells that he thought Vincent already knew, while Vincent calmly admits he has no idea beyond his earlier deductions. Vincent thinks that if he were wrong his mother's eye would have exposed him, implying he spoke truthfully but incompletely because he sensed she had another idea. Julian grumbles that Vincent being right makes him even more irritating. Julian guesses that the trick used is a dark art named corpse ventriloquy, which Vincent had expected him to identify. Vincent then presents this explanation to his mother, calling the technique a dark art that manipulates corpses. She focuses on the mention of dark arts and demands to know what evidence supports that conclusion. Vincent asks whether her special eyes could not recognize this technique directly. She explains that her blessing only lets her distinguish truth from lies, not see the deeper nature of things or uncover full stories. Vincent reaches out to her, prompting a tense reaction. Enraged energy flares as she closes in on him, demanding to know where he obtained knowledge of dark arts. Her power surges, startling Julian and another onlooker. She says she does not care whether the corpse is real. What matters is learning the source of Vincent's insight. She decides she must uncover where Vincent's uncanny intuition comes from. Elsewhere, an elder recognizes someone arriving and is shocked by who it is. Patriarch Khan Adenka greets the assembled elders, saying it has been a long time. He courteously offers them tea. He drinks first, testing the tea himself. The other elders sit tensely as they drink with him. Khan notes that the tea is quite fragrant and comments on it. One elder points out that this is Elder Tilavan's favorite tea, making the situation more pointed. The room falls into a heavy silence as they drink. That elder feigns confusion, asking what they mean by calling Tilavan an elder. He then claims Tilavan has been expelled from the council, distancing them from the dead man. Khan interprets this as the conspirators already cutting off their expendable pawn. Another elder asks Khan to state his true purpose in coming. The white-haired elder taunts Khan, suggesting he is there to complain about Vincent's mission. Khan replies tersely that the mission's outcome was unfortunate. The others privately note how unusual it is for the Adenka patriarch to personally file a complaint, and remark that Vincent must be highly favored. One elder speculates that Khan favors Vincent because he is the son of Sarvana Heisley. Another wonders aloud if Khan's favoritism will spark jealousy from Lady Versa or protests from the Helene family. The white-haired elder calls Khan's behavior shameless. He sneers that there is no point in paying attention to Sarvana's son now. Khan recalls words from the past, spoken about becoming stronger. He remembers how Sarvana sacrificed her own life to empower him, Khan Adenka. He also recalls pleading with Sarvana not to do it. In the flashback, Khan begs his bedridden, pregnant wife to use a power that could save her life. Sarvana refuses, asking Khan to respect her decision and care for their child instead. She tells him not to cry even as she faces death. Khan forces a pained smile as he remembers that moment. He resolves that he must fill the void left by her death, and treats this as his personal vacancy to carry. His aura erupts around him, overwhelming the elders present. His eyes blaze with power as his killing intent fills the room. The white-haired elder mockingly asks why Khan is reacting so grimly, hinting that he thought his past actions would stay hidden. Khan's power intensifies as the elder notes that after Sarvana's death Khan struck a deal that let him become known simply as Adenka. The narration states that anyone could suspect Sarvana's tragic death opened opportunities for Khan. The memory returns to Sarvana dying in bed as Khan weeps at her side. The white-haired elder speaks of Sarvana Heisley as a bright young lady whose death the whole family supposedly mourned. He then darkly remembers that Khan himself had to kill her with his own hands. That accusation pushes Khan to the brink of violence. In Khan's perception, his sword is already at the elder's nose. His unleashed sword aura seems to slice the room apart. The energy blasts through the estate, enveloping the building. A torrent of power surges outward like a massive beam. Khan imagines striking down the taunting elder with that blast. The elder sees himself annihilated in a vision and screams. He snaps back to reality, shaken and sweating. The others see Khan calmly standing with his sheathed sword while the elder trembles, realizing it was a hallucination from Khan's murderous intent. The elder wonders what just happened and concludes that simply drawing Khan's sword caused the hallucination. He recognizes that Khan's cultivation is at the theoretical human maximum. He identifies this level as the fabled 9-star and is awed. Khan tells Elder Fidenel to remember that the name Adenka originally belonged to Sarvana. Back in the corpse room, Vincent's mother still grips him, demanding again to know where he learned of dark arts. She repeats the question about his source of information, while her power bears down on him. Julian panics and asks Vincent what they should do as the pressure mounts. Vincent starts to answer hesitantly. He then calmly claims he can indeed see such things. He points out that her own eye is confirming his words as true. Julian despairs internally, thinking they are in serious trouble now. His mother doubts that anyone could literally see a dark magic spell's name. Vincent agrees that he cannot know everything just by sensing but inwardly decides to use the Eye of Truth's story as his cover against her ability. He tells her that he receives divine revelations, framing his insight as messages from a god. Her eye detects no lie, so she recalls the earlier revelation he gave at the Assembly of True Swords. Vincent elaborates that when he follows his senses, revelations come, and that this is how he knew the dark spell's name. She notes in surprise that her eye shows no reaction, meaning he is telling the truth as far as she can tell. She instructs Vincent to keep this ability secret, saying it would be dangerous if others learned of it. Vincent agrees readily, while Julian is stunned that the excuse actually worked. Another elder asks what Vincent's god says now and whether it reveals Tilavan's location. Playing along, Vincent pretends to seek another revelation, grumbling at his supposed god for being slow. Julian interprets for him, saying that if even his mother sensed nothing, then a high-level dark art must have been used and Tilavan likely spent much of his life force. In Julian's logic, that means Tilavan is too exhausted and worthless for anyone to bother helping, so outside assistance is unlikely. He concludes that a physically depleted Tilavan, abandoned by his allies, must still be hiding nearby. Julian triumphantly announces that Tilavan is still concealed somewhere in the room. Vincent's mother is shocked that the fugitive might still be there. Vincent says he therefore has a request to make of his mother. He asks for permission to personally behead Tilavan. She agrees that Tilavan must be executed immediately but questions whether Vincent is strong enough to do it. Vincent says he will need her help to make it possible. He explains that he will force Tilavan out with a single strong attack and asks her to block whatever counterattack comes. She smiles and accepts, telling him to leave the protection to her. Vincent channels blue lightning through his sword, slamming it into the ground. He unleashes a massive spell, Giant Thunderstorm, filling the room with roaring lightning while his mother stands ready. The lightning engulfs the fake corpse, exposing its surroundings. The real Tilavan, hidden in the wall, is revealed and shocked. He bursts out in fury, cloaked in red energy, and charges to kill Vincent. Vincent's mother intercepts the attack, catching Tilavan's dark weapon between her fingers. She holds the Crimson Power at bay, restraining him. Tilavan is stunned that she blocked him barehanded. He chokes in frustration, realizing he is overmatched. Her grip tightens with explosive force, overpowering his weapon. Tilavan collapses, overwhelmed by her power while she stands dominantly behind him. She coldly accuses Tilavan of becoming a hound of the Samion family. Tilavan curses Versa Helaim and admits he almost escaped if not for her intervention. She laughs at the idea of him escaping at all. She readies another luminous attack, asking if he truly thought he could flee the Aiden Cass. Terrified, Tilavan realizes the deadly blow is coming from the Adenka side. Simultaneously, Vincent dives in with his sword, delivering a devastating slash at Tilavan. The combined strike carves through Tilavan as Vincent completes his beheading attack. Vincent looks down with cold eyes, saying the fight is over. A burst of blue energy marks the end of his technique. The effort suddenly overwhelms him and he collapses, startling his mother. She cries out to Vincent in panic. She then screams his full name as he writhes on the floor in agony. Vincent howls in pain as something inside his body erupts. Julian rushes to his side, shouting for his brother while his mother demands to know what is happening. Vincent tells them that immediately after using his absolute sword slash he was struck by excruciating pain. He feels his fingernail dissolving into blue light. Julian sees the nail disappearing and realizes something terrible is occurring. Vincent inwardly realizes that the process he feared may have already begun. He identifies the phenomenon as the destruction of his heavenly exoskeleton, a powerful but finite blessing. His mother vows to call a priest and begs Vincent to hold on. Vincent thinks that given all they have accomplished with his weak body, it is not surprising that the heavenly exoskeleton is finally breaking. He reflects that together they have done feats unthinkable for the former useless Vincent and defeated many foes stronger than their current enemy. Vincent reflects that he and Julian have repeatedly wielded power far beyond their limits. Julian realizes the recoil from overusing that power may now be hitting them. Vincent, in pain, calls out to Julian and questions if he has failed. Haunted by past lives and battles, Vincent despairs that he might be failing yet again in this life. Julian falls silent, struggling with what to do. Vincent suddenly hears Julian deny that they have failed. Julian appears enveloped in glowing butterflies, ascending toward Vincent. Vincent admits Julian's methods were reckless and abnormal but says he never truly disagreed with them. Julian tearfully says that without Vincent he never would have been recognized by their parents or anyone. Julian vows to use his divine power to sustain Vincent's damaged heavenly exoskeleton, just as when Vincent received the lightning giant's blessing. Vincent begs Julian to stop, warning that continued support will destroy him. Julian calmly accepts that he will eventually disappear if he keeps doing this. Smiling through the light, Julian asks Vincent to repair the heavenly exoskeleton before his existence vanishes completely. Vincent tries to stop him but cannot reach him in time. Julian's final words declare his absolute trust in his brother as he fades away. Left alone, Vincent stares in shock and calls Julian's name. Vincent catches a glowing butterfly, the last remnant of Julian. Clenching his fist, Vincent quietly promises Julian that he will handle everything. Vincent swears that, no matter what, he will find a way to fix the heavenly exoskeleton. A servant rushes in, calling to young Master Vincent as he kneels on the floor. A cloaked priest bursts through the doors, urgently asking if Vincent is alright. Vincent recognizes the man as Priest Dueling. Elsewhere, examiners sit at a notary table, overseeing proceedings. One dignitary rises, watching events unfold with a serious expression. Other officials wait behind stacks of documents, ready to continue the notary business. Outside the hall, two cadets loiter. One stands while the other sits, both bored and silent. The red-haired cadet complains that the notary is taking too long while her sleepy friend whines about wanting rest. They notice someone approaching and call out to the headmaster. Sir Merlin arrives from the fortress, his presence surprising them. The headmaster asks if Merlin rushed from the fortress because he was worried about Vincent. Merlin immediately asks how Vincent is, and the headmaster assures him Vincent is fine. The orange-haired cadet adds that Vincent should be with Brother Khan right now. Inside, the butler apologizes to the notary officials for the delay. The headmaster praises the butler for his work as Merlin looks on. The butler modestly says he should have finished everything sooner. Merlin suddenly reacts with killing intent, a scar on his face crackling with power. The others are startled and ask if Merlin and the butler know each other. The butler forces a smile and admits, somewhat bitterly, that they do. Merlin coldly reveals he is the one who gave the butler the scar on his face. Enraged, Merlin draws his sword, lightning exploding around him as he attacks. The butler counters with razor-thin wires of energy, matching Merlin's strike. The headmaster and cadet scream at the two lunatics to stop, recognizing Serkan as the butler. From outside, someone laments what Vincent has done to his body. Priest Dueling heals Vincent and says the damage would have been disastrous had he not come after hearing about Elder Tilavan. Dueling scolds Vincent that healing magic is not omnipotent and his insides are still injured, prompting Vincent to apologize. Vincent muses that Duelin's warning sounds just like something he has heard before. Vincent realizes Dueling might know a way to save Julian and the heavenly exoskeleton. He asks the priest directly what he knows about the heavenly exoskeleton. Vincent explains his situation, and Dueling listens, astonished. Dueling deduces that the god behind Vincent's blessing is currently protecting this special skeletal frame. Vincent, pressed for time, asks if there is any way to repair it, but Dueling admits he has never heard of such a thing. Vincent fears that without a solution both he and Julian are doomed. Dueling hesitates, then says there might still be a way. He states there is one method to protect Vincent's god and preserve the heavenly exoskeleton. Dueling explains that Vincent would need to begin training to wield divine power himself. Vincent realizes that would effectively mean becoming a priest. Dueling concedes that path is possible but too slow for Vincent's limited time. Instead, he mentions the Divine King's grave near the Temple of Gaia, built by a legendary disciple. Dueling tells the legend of the Holy Grail, a relic within that grave said to grant immense divine power. Vincent is stunned that he must seek an item from legend, but Dueling insists it is real, citing a martial artist who once drew power from it. Excited, Vincent demands to know who that martial artist is so he can meet them. Dueling reveals that in all history only one martial artist has used the Holy Grail. He names Arslan Adenka, the sun's sword and Vincent's own ancestor. Back outside, Merlin and Serkan resume their duel, power clashing between them. Merlin asks if this is their first fight since the Charvidal Grand Plains battle. Serkan recalls that he once served as a Tamerlan mercenary while Merlin fought for the Aiden Caste, and that they repeatedly met as enemies. Merlin snarls that they are still enemies and charges with killing intent. Serkan apologizes mockingly and attacks just as fiercely. The orange-haired cadet cries out Serkan's name in panic. Merlin unleashes a terrifying charge, earning the epithet Murder King. As their clash peaks, the headmaster intervenes, grabbing both men by the head. She smashes their heads together and orders them to stop immediately. She reminds them they are instructors of current cadets and that causing trouble here would be a huge nuisance to her. She lets them off with a warning, saying they may fight again only after Vincent and Raven leave the fortress, or she will kill them herself. Merlin, still fuming, asks Serkan if he is really leaving it at that. Vincent and Dueling walk toward the grave while the priest warns it could be extremely dangerous. Vincent replies that since Dueling told him about it, they should go straight to the Divine King's grave. Watching them depart, the others comment that Vincent is about to cause trouble again by heading for the Divine King's grave. Serkan politely suggests to Merlin that they postpone their duel until next time. Merlin grudgingly agrees and calls him Murder King in return. Merlin silently watches Vincent and Dueling leave across the courtyard. The headmaster suddenly fixates on Merlin's surname, Falker, as if recognizing it. She asks Merlin if his last name truly is Falker, clearly disturbed by the possibility. At the grave entrance, Dueling nervously asks if Vincent really intends to go inside. Vincent answers that he did not travel all this way just to turn back now. He thinks about how little time Julian likely has left and that Arslan specifically entrusted this task to him. Standing before the dark passage, Dueling asks if Vincent remembers all his warnings. He reiterates in fear that no one who has ever entered this place has come out alive. Dueling stresses that they know nothing about the grave's depth, its structure, or what lurks inside. Vincent digests this and prepares himself, thinking that in such a case he still must go. He bluntly asks Dueling why he revealed something so dangerous in the first place. Dueling explains that even with the guards outside, he could only enter this place because he was accompanied by a second-class priest like himself. Vincent presses him on why he led him here if it is so deadly. Dueling confirms Vincent knows at least a little about the Holy King Laimigor. Vincent recalls hearing of the Holy King during history lessons with Julian. He remembers that Laimigor was the heroic founder of the Gaia religion. He recalls how the Holy King died leading the suppression of the archdemon Davin and how much of his story was erased by enemies. Dueling then reveals that he is the current priest who inherited the Holy King's powers. Vincent, shocked, repeats that Dueling bears the Holy King's powers. Dueling says that for the priest who carries those powers, there exists a specific prophecy. The prophecy states that only someone who has experienced death and met a god can obtain the Holy Grail, which stuns Vincent. Dueling admits he does not fully understand what experiencing death means. However, he senses the Holy King's powers resonating with Vincent, marking him as the one foretold. Dueling confesses he grew worried when Vincent insisted on entering the grave, but Vincent tells him not to worry. Vincent confidently says that since the Holy King selected him, he must be the right person for this trial. Resolute, Vincent steps alone into the darkness of the Divine King's grave. Dueling musters his courage and also dashes into the black entrance. He pauses, surrounded by sinister energy, unsure of what awaits. Outside, he clasps his hands and vows to keep praying for young Master Vincent. Deep inside the grave, a blinding portal of light appears ahead. Vincent's steps echo as he descends the unseen staircase toward that light. He continues down a glowing spiral stairway that seems to stretch endlessly into the dark. Noticing he has walked a long way without reaching the bottom, Vincent remarks that the darkness is dulling his senses. He calls out to Julian for insight, forgetting that Julian can no longer answer. Realizing this, he reminds himself Julian cannot hear him here. As he walks, he reflects on human nature and how, after 10 years of isolation, a single day alone already makes him uneasy. Vincent senses that the path is abnormal, seemingly without end, and wonders if he has overlooked something in the dark. He decides to turn and check behind him. A mysterious voice suddenly warns him that he must not look back. The voice explains that turning around will make him lose his sense of direction and wander the grave forever. Drawing his sword, Vincent demands that the unseen speaker reveal itself. A swirling purple flame manifests above him, casting ominous shadows. Purple energy pours down, enveloping the area. Vincent recognizes the emerging entities as the shadows. A figure named Melanon introduces himself and his two companions as shadow assassins of the Shadow Clan. Melanon says he has been waiting for the one who seeks the truth. Vincent repeats the title in confusion, wondering if he is that person. Melanon echoes a phrase about surpassing the Samayans and facing the truth, triggering Vincent's memories. Melanon explains that they have guarded this place and its wolf for 500 years. He urges Vincent to prove he is truly the one who seeks the truth and to free them from their duty. Vincent, encouraged that Arslan's task is still in motion, asks how he should prove himself. Melanon tells him to liberate them through his swordsmanship, letting his mana stand as proof. Vincent agrees, promising to release them using the sword techniques of the Aidenkas. Melanon responds that he too wields a Denka swordsmanship learned from his former master. Vincent unleashes his name technique, Half Moon Slash, in a fierce opening attack. With blazing red eyes, Vincent roars his full name, declaring himself Vincent Adenka. Melanon recognizes him as the descendant of Arslan Falker, whose will resides in this place. A massive purple eye of power opens in response to Vincent's assault. The entity behind the eye declares that Vincent's display is still insufficient to prove himself. Outside, the grave trembles, signaling the violent clash within. Inside, Vincent and the shadow creatures collide in a flurry of blades and energy. The shadows shout that Vincent is not yet the chosen one, insisting his proof is lacking. Desperate, Vincent calls upon the lightning giant's power. He releases a devastating giant thunderstorm that fills the chamber with storming energy. The shadow beings scream as lightning tears through their forms. However, dark energy quickly reforms, and a shadow hand reaches out again. Vincent panics when he sees their arms regenerate instead of staying severed. The shadows surround him from all directions, closing in for another attack. Vincent dives forward with another powerful strike, battling the encroaching mass. He realizes these shadows are extraordinarily strong, able to rise again every time he knocks them down and continue attacking. A shadowy guardian of the grave unleashes dark power, declaring the intruder must be eliminated as Vincent stares in shock. Feeling the attack coming from behind, Vincent hesitates to turn around. He recalls the warning that looking back would make him lose his way and wander this grave forever. Ignoring that rule, Vincent is struck viciously from behind by the Guardian's blow. The Guardian, recognizing him, coldly tells Vincent Adenka to give up. The Guardian further declares that Vincent is not the one spoken of in the prophecy. Hurled through the air, Vincent wonders what went wrong and whether this place lies outside the mission Arslan left him. He thinks of Julian, believing that if his friend were here, he would have provided proof or guidance. Vincent questions whether he alone is insufficient to meet this trial. As countless shadowy figures surround him, the threat closes in on Vincent from all sides. Vincent's eyes harden as dark energy gathers, hinting at a change in resolve. Elsewhere, a cloaked man kneels in anxious prayer. He suddenly protests, insisting that what is happening must not be allowed. Guards remind him they stand in a forbidden area, and he protests when he sees someone inside it. Realizing who those people are, he looks on in alarm. Back in the grave, Vincent coughs blood, badly wounded. The Guardian explains they protect the prophecy left by the Sun Sword Emperor and the Holy King. To protect that prophecy, the Guardians are permitted to wield absolute power. Vincent, bleeding, admits they had hoped he would be the one to free them. The Guardian concludes that Vincent's inability to defeat them proves he is just an intruder, not the prophesied one. Vincent remembers the two prophecies mentioning a truth seeker and one who met God after dying. He realizes now that there were two different prophecies from the beginning. The Guardian insists Vincent matches either prophecy. Power surging, the Guardian moves to end Vincent Adenka's life for good. Vincent braces himself as immense energy gathers around him. A cosmic sphere of red and blue power forms, signaling a new awakening. Dark red energy erupts from Vincent's body, overwhelming the grave's shadows. The Guardian is stunned, recognizing the ominous crimson mana as belonging to the Samayon line. Vincent reveals the power named Crimson Emperor's Might, cloaked in red energy. With bloodied grin, he invokes Scarlet Song, announcing its final chapter. Using this new power, he unleashes an enormous slash called Bloody Full Moon against the Guardian. As he fights, Vincent realizes he was meant to prove himself as Devon Samayon, the one who has already experienced death. He proclaims his true name, Devon Samayon, and declares he overcame death to reach this place. Citing their own prophecy, he demands the guardians guide him to the Holy King's Grail. The dying guardians exhale in relief, saying that at last their liberation has come. Their forms dissolve, leaving Vincent standing alone as they rejoice that they are finally freed. Vincent reacts in surprise as the grave begins to shift around him. Before him, a massive sealed door marked with a holy symbol appears, and he wonders if this is the true entrance. He opens the door and steps inside, light spilling around his figure. Within a grand hall, he walks toward a central sarcophagus bathed in holy radiance. Stopping beside the coffin-like structure, he realizes what it signifies. He concludes that this place must be where the Holy Grail is hidden. The lid moves, signaling something activating within the tomb. A colossal golden figure manifests in light behind Vincent, emerging from the grave. Awed and shaken, Vincent asks the radiant warrior if he is the Holy King. The shining knight confirms he is Lamigor and addresses Vincent as Arslan's descendant. He notes that the assignment left by his friend Arslan has been successfully triggered by Vincent's arrival. The Holy King raises his glowing hand, preparing to bestow something upon Vincent. Vincent watches in stunned silence as divine power gathers around him. The Holy King reveals the Holy Grail itself, radiating brilliant light. Handing over the Grail, the Holy King says his duty here is finished and Vincent must move on to his next assignment. Vincent receives the Holy Grail, learning it will guide him toward the heavenly fruit. As his form crumbles, the Holy King thanks Vincent for allowing him to keep a promise to his old friend. His last words of gratitude echo through the chamber, as only Vincent and the open coffin remain. Vincent silently reflects on everything he has just witnessed. He offers a respectful salute, dedicating humble respect to the absolute glory of those who came before. Suddenly the grave begins to crack and quake violently. The ceiling starts collapsing, forcing Vincent to dodge falling debris. Feeling the tremors, he fears the entire grave is about to come down. He wonders if this destruction is the next stage of his assignment. A cloaked figure, his master Merlin, appears behind him in the shaking hall. Recognizing Sir Falker, Vincent calls out to him amid the chaos. Outside, the priest worries how long Merlin and Vincent have been inside and what they are doing. Someone approaches, and the anxious priest tries to speak. A red-haired woman confirms that prophecies about the Holy King are passed down in both Merlin Falker's and Headmaster Quebbel's families. She affirms that this strange situation is tied to those long-kept prophecies. She recites the prophecy that a truth seeker of the Adenkas will come to the Holy King's grave and meet a K-Bell descendant there. Unsure of her role, she realizes the prophecies are unfolding at this exact moment. Thinking of Merlin inside, she worries whether he is alright, knowing what the prophecy implies. She grimly recalls that if Vincent is truly the truth seeker, the K-Bell descendant is fated not to return alive. Inside, Merlin explains that Falker was Arslan's original family name, and that it was odd his line remained even after the name was cast off. Vincent asks what really happened to the Falkers, prompting a heavy silence. Merlin says that among the Adenka martial families there is a prophecy handed down for generations. He clarifies that it is more a mission entrusted by the first patriarch Arslan than a simple prediction. The prophecy states a Falker's descendant must sacrifice themselves at the Holy King's grave for the sake of the Adenka who remembers Arslan's name. Vincent is shaken by the notion that Merlin is expected to offer himself as a sacrifice. The central column destabilizes further, and Vincent realizes the collapse is imminent. Merlin's eyes blaze as he prepares to act decisively. He unleashes a massive sword strike to shatter the supporting column. Vincent strains to keep his footing, clutching the Grail as the floor erupts. Merlin notes that after 500 years of standing, the grave will now begin collapsing in earnest. He says there is only one way left to escape safely. Pointing up at the central column, Merlin explains that destroying it is that sole method. He elaborates that once the central pillar falls, the collapse will accelerate but a small opening to the outside will appear. Vincent volunteers to destroy the column or at least do it together with Merlin. Merlin refuses, saying this duty belongs to him alone. Vincent angrily asks if Merlin intends to die while sending him out through that opening. Merlin falls silent, recalling the day Vincent said he would remember his name. He remembers how Vincent's words about remembering Falker stirred his heart. Merlin admits that from that moment his heart trembled with the realization his time to fulfill the mission had come. He insists there is no greater joy for a martial artist than completing their mission before death. As he readies his ultimate technique, he tells young Master Vincent that he has been an excellent disciple. Merlin's thunderous attack surges toward the column with overwhelming force. Vincent intercepts, crossing swords with his master to stop him. Staring at Merlin, Vincent asks if those were truly his final words. Vincent demands to know whether the name Falker really means so little to Merlin. He argues that the Arslan and Falker he knows would never sacrifice their descendants just to complete a mission. Vincent recalls Arslan as a pure child who wept for his suffering and would never treat his own bloodline as expendable tools. Their clash stalls the attack as debris continues to fall around them. Merlin grits his teeth, frustrated by Vincent's refusal to accept this fate. He yells that if they stay like this, both of them will die in the collapse. Vincent counters that there is a way for both of them to live. Merlin is startled by this declaration. Vincent points out that Merlin planned to use every last bit of strength solely to open a path for him. Vincent proposes that if he can move faster, Merlin will not need to expend all his power at once. He channels energy into his body, cloak billowing as blue force gathers. Deciding to stake everything on one great leap, Vincent concentrates all his strength. He calls upon the Dwarf King's blessing and the Galactic Wanderer's blessing, activating their powers. He adds the Lightning Giant's blessing, stacking all 3 divine traits. Merlin watches in shock as Vincent's aura changes dramatically. Vincent feels the 3 traits fuse together within him into a single overwhelming power. That fusion forms a new purple sigil, signaling a transformed lightning ability. Surrounded by visions of the 3 beings who granted their blessings, Vincent bears the combined might. Empowered, he roars for Merlin to act now. Merlin raises his sword once more, lightning wrapped around the blade. He launches Thunderbolt Ascension, driving a column of lightning straight into the central pillar. The blast explodes with blinding light, obliterating the structure. As the pillar gives way, a bright opening to the outside sky finally appears high above. Vincent sprints toward that gap, using his heightened speed to leap. He rockets upward through a pillar of purple energy toward the distant light. Straining every muscle, he pushes himself higher with a fierce shout. His lightning-wreathed body carves a path directly toward the sunlit exit. Seeing the beam of daylight, he recognizes it as their escape route. He reaches up, telling himself to go just a little farther to make it through. Bathed in white light and crackling aura, Vincent finally bursts out of the collapsing grave. Midair, he realizes his strength is almost depleted from using Crimson Emperor's might. As he starts to fall back into the chasm, a hand catches him. His eyes widen as he feels himself being supported instead of plunging. Outside, Merlin hauls Vincent up with a rope, having leapt after him to keep him from falling. Smiling faintly, Merlin urges Vincent to seek the truth no matter what happens next. Gathering energy in his hand again, Merlin prepares one last lightning technique. He uses this power to stabilize the exit and ease Vincent's escape. Vincent screams in horror as he realizes Merlin intends to stay behind. Merlin plummets with the collapsing grave beneath him while Vincent is flung outward. Vincent slams into open air, desperately reaching back toward the ruin. Outside, the red-haired woman hurls a rope down into the chasm toward the falling figures. She dives in after them, determined to help. Fighting gravity and debris, she swings the rope toward the light. The rope catches around a rock, giving her an anchor point. She calls out to Merlin as she hauls with all her strength. Below, Merlin rides the coiled rope upward, clinging to life. The rope tightens securely as the 2 of them ascend. Panting, she finally manages to catch Merlin and stop his fall. Resting in the rope's cradle, Merlin says he finally understands the truth. She realizes Quebbel's prophetic name was actually a setup meant to draw in a falcon descendant like him. Vincent, regaining his senses, murmurs as he pieces together what just happened. He rushes toward his master, refusing to accept the idea of losing him. Emerging into the open, Vincent looks around in confusion at having survived. Seeing Vincent safe, Merlin smiles weakly and expresses his relief. Later, outside the ruin, the priest greets the awakened Vincent, saying he has finally regained consciousness after the accident. Vincent is asked if the object he carries is what someone suspects, and he affirms it. Vincent reveals the object is the Holy King's Holy Grail and invites the others to verify it. The priest examines the Grail in awe, amazed to finally see it in person. He touches one of the Grail's jewels to test it. The Grail suddenly absorbs the priest's divine power, shocking both him and Vincent. The Grail fills with glowing holy water as it draws in the power. The priest notices the water level has risen unexpectedly. Vincent, intrigued by the Grail's power, wonders if drinking from it would grant him divine power. A companion objects to Vincent drinking ancient liquid that has lain buried for centuries. Vincent drinks from the Grail anyway. Power floods Vincent's body, and he realizes he has gained divine energy. Vincent's eye reacts to the new power, triggering a radiant manifestation. A radiant figure surrounded by violet energy appears before Vincent. The figure fully materializes, floating in purple flames and butterflies. The apparition greets Vincent by name. The reborn blonde boy looks at his hands in confusion, beginning to speak. The boy excitedly tells Vincent he has found a way to repair the celestial bone by replenishing Vincent's divine power. He realizes that with this much divine power he can continue to exist while maintaining the celestial bone. He then grows uneasy as he notices the surrounding devastation. He questions the disastrous scene, wondering what happened. The group surveys the collapsed tomb site, now a huge crater. Julian explains the collapsed pit was the Holy King's tomb, which fell apart after finishing its role, leaving him stunned. He furiously berates Vincent for causing such a catastrophic accident. News spreads in town that the Holy King's tomb collapsed the day before. People gossip that an abandoned ruin has fallen and rumors blame Adenka's 7th prince for it. A newspaper showing the prince's image is gripped tensely by someone reading the report. A high-ranking priestess silently studies the article about the prince. She comments that, despite hearing he was bedridden, the prince has recovered and now stands before her with Julian. Vincent politely claims he recovered thanks to Priest Dueling. The priestess, dark aura rising, coldly agrees. She sees that Vincent dared cause such a grave incident. The scene shifts to Gaia's shrine's main hall where judgment will occur. Dueling pleads before Gaia's elders, insisting Vincent had no motive to deliberately destroy the Holy King's tomb. The presiding elder rebukes him as naive and addresses Dueling formally. First-class priest Nellywook asks if Vincent's reasons even matter to them. Nellywuk declares that what matters is Adenka's prince has destroyed Gaia's historical site. Dueling protests again, distressed. Nellywuk slams the table, beginning a declaration. He asserts that Gaia has the right to demand fair compensation from Adenka for ruining a 500-year relationship. He suggests they can reasonably demand a great deal of cash from Adenka. Other elders eagerly agree, seeing this as a chance to expand their order's power. Dueling inwardly realizes they only want money for themselves. Dueling nervously acknowledges their words. A royal envoy arrives at the shrine expressing deep regret for Prince Vincent's actions. The envoy insists Vincent must be held accountable to honor the Holy King's name. He hints at harsh punishment, drawing a sword as an example. The envoy proposes cutting off Vincent's left arm as suitable atonement. Later, the priestess confronts Vincent and Julian, saying they have no idea how much trouble they caused. She emphasizes that Vincent destroyed a sacred relic Gaia guarded for 5 centuries. She explains that Gaia Temple and Adenka have been allies since the war against the Great Demon, and breaking that alliance would be politically disastrous. She adds that a protest delegation from the temple is already on its way and will likely demand outrageous terms. Vincent, seeing she knows the situation, says they can skip the routine report. She is alarmed and asks if there is an additional, unusual report. A maid wheels in a shrouded object as Vincent calls her name. Vincent grips the cloth, ready to reveal what he brought. He uncovers the grail, stating he obtained it in the Holy King's tomb. The priestess at first dismisses it as merely a cup. Vincent's attendants insist its value is immense. The priestess notes that geopolitical arguments do not remove Vincent's share of blame and asks how he will take responsibility. Vincent calmly replies that he does not need to take responsibility. The priestess is stunned by his answer. Vincent claims that, because of what he brought, Gaia will instead end up thanking him. Intrigued yet wary, she allows him to continue. Vincent argues the tomb was a neglected site to which Gaia had no real attachment. He recalls how the relic was poorly managed despite its supposed importance, and guarded only by 2 soldiers. He further explains that entry only required bringing any priest, showing lax security. He notes the temple had stopped investigating the tomb long ago and barely understood it. He concludes that if Gaia truly valued the relic, they would have risked more to explore it. Therefore, he says, the tomb functioned only as a historical record, nothing more. Vincent then asks if this reasoning is enough to absolve him, almost mocking his mother. The priestess, anger flaring, accuses him of daring to lie despite knowing her ability. She erupts with power, declaring she will not tolerate lies directed at her. Vincent's attendant thinks in shock that Lady Versa's skill is to detect lies, and it has just activated. Versa demands he stop hiding behind talk of the tomb's value and reveal what he is truly concealing. Julian panics at her fury while Vincent acknowledges internally that lies never pass his mother's eyes. Vincent tells everyone to look at something, drawing their attention. Light fills the ceiling as he activates a device. Versa and the attendant stare in shock at what the projection reveals. They confirm the image cannot have been manipulated, as the device is too old for tampering. Versa realizes that with this evidence the entire situation shifts. Vincent declares triumphantly that the evidence overturns everything and asks his mother if she is now satisfied. Narration notes that in a few days Gaia's full delegation will arrive at Adenka's palace. As Gaia's procession marches, someone warns that if Vincent's misdeeds become public, his supporters will share responsibility. Nellywuk blames Duelin's earlier claims about the Holy King's power for the current crisis. Dueling warns Nellywuk that he is making a serious mistake. Nellywuk dismisses the concern, claiming he is only doing what is right. Inwardly, Nellywuk vows to use this affair to replace his rival and seize the throne. Dueling silently reacts, disturbed by his ambition. Back at Adenka, Versa asks if Vincent's earlier bold statement is really true. Versa replies that of course it is. Because they entrusted Vincent with such a key role, she owes him this much support. She adds coldly that if Vincent cannot prove his innocence, she will personally execute him. Julian trembles, but Vincent remains relaxed amid her killing intent. The envoy accepts Versa's condition if she insists. He privately thinks she has started an unnecessary fight and doubts she will follow through when the time comes. The Gaia delegation arrives at the palace and is formally welcomed inside. Versa remarks that the talks will be long, and invites them to a proper venue. Both sides assemble in a grand hall, with delegates and nobles taking their seats. A Gaia representative opens by lamenting that unfortunate events forced them to summon their old ally Adenka. The Adenka elder says there is no need to rehash the incident and asks Gaia's elders to state their demands. Nellywuk plans to use this incident, with Gaia's backing, to take control of the council's authority. As the session begins, he notices Vincent's unexpected move. Vincent grins slyly, ready with his own strategy. Nellywuk's ally shouts at Vincent, accusing his recklessness of causing this entire situation. Vincent offers an apology in response. He then says he realized Nellywuk had intentionally excluded Adenka's hostess from the discussion. His accusation shocks Nellywuk and the surrounding clergy. Julian laughs eagerly, thrilled by Vincent's gambit. A furious priest warns Vincent that if he cannot properly explain himself, he will have to pay with his life. Vincent stands to introduce himself formally to everyone. He announces his titles as Adenka's 7th prince and a student of the Red Fortress. Holding up a mana crystal, Vincent identifies himself as Vincent Adenka. He channels power through the crystal. The crystal projects a towering image of the Holy King before everyone. The Holy King's recorded spirit thanks Vincent for helping him keep a promise and move on. The apparition expresses deep gratitude as its energy fills the hall. Nellywuk stares in disbelief, unable to grasp what he is witnessing. Vincent cheerfully proposes that they now officially begin the meeting. The story shifts to a quiet blacksmith workshop where a girl carries a tub of swords. A stranger approaches the girl and politely gets her attention. He asks if he has arrived at Hansen's workshop. The girl brusquely answers, assuming he wants a sword forged. The visitor introduces himself as a journalist and asks if she is Hansen, the creator of the famed sword Red Lotus. Confused, he answers yes when she reacts in exasperation. She explodes, telling him to stop coming and demanding articles about famous swords, saying it is driving her crazy. She furiously asks if he knows how disruptive his visits are to their business. A powerful voice from inside scolds Millie for fighting with a customer again. The muscular dwarf-like blacksmith Hansen emerges, reminding Millie to control her temper. Millie nervously tries to deny responsibility as the journalist excitedly confirms Hansen's identity. The reporter pleads for an interview while Millie tries to throw him out, and Hansen notes, with interest, that a journalist has come. Hansen grumbles that Vincent's actions have turned his life into a mess. Someone urgently calls out to Master Blacksmith Hansen. Outside, the reporter continues begging for a brief interview while Millie insists Hansen will not comply. Hansen reflects that thanks to Vincent he at least hears himself called Master Blacksmith again. He muses that Vincent has not returned even once since leaving with the mana crystal. Hansen recalls that Vincent took the magic crystal and left them cleaned out. Back at the council, Vincent smiles and suggests they now start the meeting in earnest. The elders whisper in shock, wondering if the projection was truly the sacred king and if his tomb collapsed by itself after fulfilling its purpose. Vincent thinks how he never expected the day would come when he would use the mana crystal Hansen gifted him in this way. Nellywuk clenches his teeth, sweating with frustration. Another priest furiously claims the projection is a fabricated sham meant to hide Vincent's crimes. Yet the Adenka elders note that such a mana crystal cannot be faked, leaving Nellywuk cursing his incompetent allies. Vincent coolly asks if they would like to examine something else as well. He presents the Shining Grail as a sacred relic personally given to him by the Holy King. Seeing it, Nellywuk stammers in disbelief that it might be the very Holy Grail. Nellywuk accuses Vincent of calling an unknown antique the Holy Grail and of insulting the sacred king's name. Vincent counters by mentioning Merlin of the Imperial Dragon Army, who has vouched for the Grail's authenticity with his life. Nellywuk is shaken that Merlin, one of Adenka's 12 swords, would risk his life on this claim. Dueling steps forward, saying he will testify as well. Dueling declares, with the Holy King's power within him and his life on the line, that the Grail Vincent holds is genuine. Nellywuk glares at Dueling, demanding to know whose side he is on now. Bertha proposes increasing the wager and calls on Elder Delbach to respond. Delbach insists that a son's wrongdoing also implicates the mother, then is confused by what follows. Bertha declares she is betting her right arm on Vincent telling the truth. Delbach is shocked by Bertha's extreme declaration. Bertha cheerfully invites Delbach to stake his own left arm in return. Delbach panics internally but, unwilling to back down, steels himself to match their confidence. He loudly stakes his left arm on Vincent being a liar. Vincent says he has effectively bet his life from the moment he entered, stunning Delbach. Vincent calls on Priest Neliuk to step up. Vincent points out that Neliuk is the only one who has risked nothing yet. Vincent demands that Neliuk match the wagers made by Priest Dueling, himself, and his mother. Neliuk convinces himself the Grail must be fake and that Vincent is bluffing. Trying not to appear intimidated, Neliuk declares he will stake his own neck as well. The surrounding priests silently react, sweating at the escalating stakes. Spurred by the moment, the other priests enthusiastically declare they will stake their necks too. Vincent respectfully addresses the Holy Mother. Dueling activates the Holy Grail by touching its gem. Golden divine energy begins to pour forth, surrounding Bertha. The power surges outward from Dueling and the Grail in a brilliant display. Delbach stares in horror as the miracle manifests for real. Neliuk is likewise terrified by the undeniable sacred power. The Grail visibly fills with holy water, confirming its authenticity. Dueling explains that the Grail has absorbed his miracle and produced holy water, proving it is the true Holy Grail. The Adenka elders look on, stunned into speechlessness. Vincent mockingly asks Neliuk what he intends to do now. Vincent presses Neliuk to admit the Grail is genuine. Neliuk is left gasping and sweating, unable to deny what he has seen. The priests stammer in shock, starting to accept the implications. One priest angrily rejects the result, calling the miracle unimpressive. He claims it must all be some trick, just before something happens. Neliuk, splattered with blood, realizes something dreadful has occurred. He sees his fellow priest Mikkel in a horrifying state. Mikkel wonders why this is happening as a red slash finishes him. Bertha instantly beheads the rebellious priests in a blur of red light. Delbach cries out in panic, demanding to know what Bertha is doing. Bertha enforces the stakes, severing Delbach's arm in payment. Delbach reels in agony, realizing the bet's consequences are real. He roars in rage as blood pours from his wound. Bertha, covered in blood, invokes her duty as a mother of Adenka. She orders everyone to honor the true reputation of her son, Vincent. The remaining priests are left trembling and speechless. The Adenka elder also watches, sweating at Bertha's ferocity. Vincent's companion notes that Bertha publicly called Vincent her son and that her decapitations were too fast to follow. The elder identifies Bertha as Versa Helaim, famed as the giant of the Adenkas. Delbach, clutching his stump, pants in pain and fear. The hall lies drenched in blood as Bertha stands between the nobles and the priests. Bertha asks permission to speak, and Vincent prompts her to go ahead. Vincent states that he wants the defeated priests to be spared. Dueling notes that they have the legendary Holy Grail and the highest Gaia priests present. He adds that if they hurry, they can still save the beheaded priests. Bertha asks Vincent why he wishes to show them mercy. Vincent answers that he does not want to appear like a child forever hiding behind his mother. He asks Bertha to let him claim his own honor from this incident. Bertha silently considers his request. She agrees to his wish and allows it. Vincent urges Dueling to move quickly to heal the fallen. Dueling rallies the other priests to focus their divine power into the Grail. The priests, still shaken, comply and join the ritual. Together they invoke Gaia's light, channeling power into the Grail for healing. Bertha reflects that everything has gone Vincent's way up to this point. Vincent's companion eagerly anticipates what Vincent will do next. The holy light descends as the priests pray, initiating a vast healing miracle. Neliuk awakens, shocked to find his head intact and alive. Seeing the Grail again, he expresses relief at being restored. Dueling formally addresses Neliuk, now that the ritual has succeeded. Overwhelmed, Neliuk struggles emotionally as he says Dueling's name. Dueling invites the maimed Delbach over so he can reattach the severed arm. Delbach gratefully accepts, wanting his arm restored. Vincent interjects with a firm refusal and reaches for the severed limb. He declares that Delbach's arm will not be reattached. Delbach erupts in outrage at this announcement. Vincent argues that, unlike the priests, Delbach is an Adenka martial artist whose honor rests on keeping his wager. He adds that reclaiming the arm would deny Delbach the resolve he had shown in staking it. Vincent warns that if Delbach takes back his wager, his honor will be meaningless. Delbach seethes, cursing Vincent inwardly. Shaking, Delbach forces himself to admit that losing the arm is proof of Vincent's truth. Vincent mockingly promises to remember Delbach's strong determination and emulate it. Crushed, Delbach can only assent and tell Vincent to do so. Bertha remarks that, with the matter settled, everything is now in proper order. She turns to Neliuk and gets his public confirmation. Neliuk nervously proclaims that Vincent is innocent and that the temple will drop its compensation demands. The priests prepare to leave, saying it is time for them to go. Neliuk consoles himself that although the scene was ugly, the temple has not truly lost anything and can seek offerings again later. Vincent stops them, saying there are still unresolved issues. He reminds the priests that some matters remain to be addressed. Vincent presents a glowing crystal recording of the events. Neliuk watches the recording and realizes Vincent has helped him keep a promise to a friend, feeling deeply grateful. Narration explains that the Grail's guardianship had been Gaia Temple's duty for centuries, but they neglected it while Vincent recovered it. The Holy Grail is shown as a radiant relic at the center of this controversy. Vincent notes that he retrieved the Grail and earned the Holy King's gratitude. Smiling darkly, Vincent suggests the priests are now obligated to act, given their heritage from the Holy King. Neliuk, as a descendant of the Holy King, is forced to confront that duty. The priests line up behind Neliuk, ready to give a formal response. Neliuk begins offering official thanks on behalf of Gaia's temple for Vincent fulfilling the Holy King's will. He steps forward and states that they owe Vincent and Adenka their deepest gratitude. Neliuk then kneels fully, praying for Gaia's blessing on Vincent and his family. All the priests prostrate themselves before Vincent, acknowledging his deeds. One priest bows so low his nose nearly touches the floor. Another follows suit, echoing the deep bow of submission. Vincent's companion notes with satisfaction that the priests of Gaia are literally kissing the floor before Vincent. Later, Vincent opens the door to leave, having turned the situation around. Neliuk, furious inside, vows revenge on Vincent. When the doors open, reporters flood in, and Neliuk is stunned to find the press waiting. The journalists exclaim that the priests are kneeling and scramble to understand what happened at Vincent's supposed trial. They excitedly snap photos and shout that this is a major scoop, while asking for explanations. Neliuk panics and tries desperately to stop the reporters from documenting the scandal. Delbach orders guards to seize Vincent and Versa before they gain any more advantage. He thinks they must not allow Versa and Vincent to maintain control of the narrative. Delbach cites a regulation forbidding council meetings from being publicized and accuses Vincent of breaking the rules. The counter clause is revealed, allowing disclosure when it benefits Adenka's honor. Vincent's side points out this forgotten clause and slyly asks what Delbach can do now. Vincent notes that by any reading, the situation greatly benefits the Adenkas. Delbach realizes with dismay that he has been completely outmaneuvered. Narration time skips a few days, explaining that the confrontation with Gaia Temple became sensational news across the continent. The reports focus on how Gaia's top clergy bowed to a young noble, disgracing the temple's dignity. The temple's attempt to dominate the Adenkas is said to have failed utterly. Back at Adenka, Dueling is stunned that Vincent wants him entrusted with the Holy Grail. Vincent explains that Dueling, as heir to the Holy King's power, is the most suitable guardian. He adds that he needs a trustworthy ally with divine power, so he wants Dueling within his inner circle. Dueling reluctantly accepts, saying it cannot be helped. He quietly wrestles with the weight of Vincent's trust. Vincent warns that Gaia Temple is deeply corrupt, and says someone like Dueling must guard the Grail to prevent abuse. Dueling asks if Vincent truly trusts him with such responsibility. Vincent answers simply that he does. Vincent elaborates that his trust stems from Dueling having already aided him with a miracle stone. He reminds Dueling of that earlier help and reaffirms his faith in his character. Vincent says he knows Dueling will use the Holy Grail for righteous purposes and pushes the relic toward him. Dueling joyfully pledges to maintain the Grail and provide holy water whenever Vincent needs it. Vincent's companion cautions Dueling not to overexert himself. A servant suddenly bursts in, urgently calling for the young master. Vincent and his ghostly companion turn, recognizing the flustered Raelsa. Raelsa rushes in, insisting Vincent must prepare immediately. She announces that Lady Versa has invited Vincent to join her for dinner. Vincent and his companion react with alarm, sensing this is significant. That evening, Vincent dines opposite Bertha, who casually asks about his return to the fortress. Vincent's companion notes that Bertha, like their father, never invites others to dinner, making this meeting unique. Bertha's eye glints, revealing she is closely observing Vincent. Vincent's companion groans with anxiety while Vincent tensely eats, still nervous before his mother. Vincent admits he has long been on edge around Bertha because she can always see through his act of being useless. Bertha remarks that he should have no reason to be nervous anymore. Vincent reflects that they recovered a holy relic and even punished 2 corrupt elders. He guesses that Bertha summoned him now to address the aftermath of all that. Bertha smiles and says she has called him to give him a gift. She enumerates how he exposed the elders' corruption and turned the tables on Gaia Temple. Bertha formally acknowledges his achievements and offers him any reward he desires. Vincent asks for time to think, and Bertha readily grants it. Vincent realizes that this reward is also Bertha's way of punishing herself for not fully protecting Adenka earlier. After considering, he tells her he has decided. Vincent asks for permission to take the advancement exam as a cadet of the Crimson Fortress. Bertha, surprised by the modest request, repeats that he only wants the advancement exam as his reward. Vincent's mother warns him that he is underestimating her influence. She introduces herself as the mistress of Adenka and claims she can make him a cadet of any rank. She questions why he is content with his current position despite that offer. Vincent respectfully answers his mother. She asks him to explain the reason for his decision. Vincent states that refusing her help is simply the morally correct choice. He notes that the advancement exam is rare, difficult, and limited in spots, which she confirms. He reasons that using her power to advance would rob someone else of that opportunity, so it would not truly be his. Vincent declares that he intends to advance solely through his own abilities. His mother repeats his phrase about doing the right thing, mulling it over. She tells Vincent that his conviction will slow his progress. She adds that this slower path will ultimately take him much farther. She reveals that she once held the same wish he now has, prompting Vincent to ask if that has changed. She explains she is now older and burdened with responsibilities, so she only pursues the fastest paths. She silently reflects, eyes glowing, as she considers her son. She informs Vincent that he will be given a mission once he returns to the fortress, which will count as his rank 8 advancement exam. She encourages him and says she will support his conviction. Vincent thanks his mother earnestly. Time passes with a new dawn, signaling the start of his next journey. Vincent and his companion prepare to depart the estate by carriage. Outside the mansion, Vincent looks back as his companion speaks to him. From a window above, his mother silently watches him leave. She stands alone by the window, wordless and thoughtful. She orders Raelsa to make preparations while she drafts Vincent's mission assignment. Raelsa nervously asks what mission Vincent will be given. Versa decides that the mission's destination will be Maeltum. She states that Vincent will have to go to Maeltum. Raelsa clarifies that Maeltum is the southern coastal city ruled by the Vire family. Versa explains that Maeltum is inexplicably rich despite lacking special goods and is monitored by the patriarch because the Vire family is rumored to exploit its citizens. Raelsa wonders if Versa plans to strike the Vire family through Vincent, but Versa answers that Vincent will only accompany someone there. Versa says Vincent's task is to escort the Gaia priest being dispatched to Maeltum, shocking Raelsa. Raelsa objects that Vincent recently humiliated the Gaia temple and questions sending him to guard its priest. She worries that the greedy Vire patriarch could be bribed by the Gaia temple to harm Vincent. Versa acknowledges that Vincent will indeed be in danger, and that accidents can be staged easily, alarming Raelsa. As the carriage travels, Versa's thoughts follow Vincent. She reflects that Vincent will always choose the righteous but dangerous path. She concludes that this is precisely why such perilous tests are called exams. Back at the fortress, the red-haired headmaster greets Vincent joyfully. She praises his efforts and says he must have gone through a lot. Vincent comments that she seems unusually cheerful. She says she is delighted he eliminated the scheming Tilavan. Vincent notes that she clearly held a grudge against Tilavan. She angrily recalls Tilavan creepily asking her to become his concubine, which Vincent acknowledges. A colleague reminds the headmaster of business, and she admits that was not why she summoned Vincent. She hands Vincent a new mission scroll, telling him he will depart again in 3 days despite his fatigue. Vincent immediately asks where this mission will take him. The man beside her answers that the destination is the southernmost city on the continent, Maeltum. Vincent internally repeats the name, realizing that if it has not changed in 500 years, it is a very significant place. Everyone else cries out in surprise at hearing Maeltum named. A purple-haired cadet excitedly asks when he is going to Maeltum. She begs Vincent to take her along to Maeltum. As he studies the mission documents, Vincent notes that Maeltum, ruled by the Vire family, is renowned for its defensive barrier. Reading further with his purple-haired friend, he notes that despite bordering the Helene family's lands, Maeltum has had no recorded conflicts or tributes, spawning many theories. Vincent thinks of the Helene family and recalls from his past life that they were closely connected to Maeltum. He recognizes Helene as his mother versus family, and realizes this mission clearly serves her hidden agenda. His friend reads on about remnants of a 200-year-old sea battle linked to Maeltum. Vincent comments that she must really love history. Flustered, she tries to explain her enthusiasm. She confesses that her true dream is not martial arts, but becoming a historian. When he reacts silently, she angrily asks if her dream is strange. Vincent assures her it is a fine dream but wonders why she came to the Crimson Fortress with such a goal. She explains that historians earn little and adventuring is dangerous, so martial skills are necessary. She shifts the conversation, preparing to make another point. She insists she could be helpful to him on this mission. She resolves to accompany him this time and assist him. Other classmates burst in, shouting that they heard he received a mission. 2 of them request permission to join Vincent and promise to work hard. Vincent smiles and agrees that they should all go together. The group celebrates enthusiastically while the purple-haired girl blushes shyly behind them. Vincent's spirit companion remarks that Vincent already has plenty of sidekicks, while Vincent thinks he chose them for other reasons. The spirit asks if Vincent truly believes these friends will be useful, prompting Vincent to consider why. Vincent notes that their trusting eyes and eagerness to help are themselves valuable assets. He then decides they should recruit one more person. The orange-haired fighter lights up in excitement at the chance. Vincent promises that if this comrade helps with the mission, he will finally spar seriously with him. The orange-haired cadet declares that it is a perfect deal and clasps Vincent's hand. Vincent reasons that by bringing Raven along, Raven's mentor Serkan will be drawn into protecting them, which is useful because Maeltum is notoriously unsafe. The spirit teases that Vincent is becoming more cunning, and Vincent credits that to the spirit's influence. Raven suddenly remembers that Serkan wanted to speak with Vincent. Hearing this, Vincent is abruptly pulled into a mysterious space, startled. Vincent appears calm within a glowing web of lines surrounding him. Vincent and the spirit find themselves trapped inside an intricate blue barrier. Vincent asks what this situation means as he looks around the glowing prison. Footsteps approach and a man apologizes for startling him. Serkan steps forward through the barrier, saying he had no intention of scaring Vincent. Vincent silently readies his sword while watching Serkan. Serkan wonders why Vincent has not drawn his blade. Vincent answers that he senses no real killing intent from Serkan. Serkan is impressed that the barrier's pressure does not rattle Vincent. He calls Vincent fascinating and studies him with interest. Vincent asks what this technique is, and Serkan explains it is a barrier that blocks all contact with the outside. The spirit identifies it in fear as the territory of the Murder King, a deadly skill that almost no one survives. Vincent repeats the name, and notes that few people have lived through it. Serkan says the technique is ideal for assassination but also perfect for sharing secrets safely. Vincent, wary, asks what secret Serkan wants to reveal. Serkan hesitates, saying that now that he has begun he is unsure where to start. Then he recalls Vincent's comment about survivors and picks up that thread. Serkan reveals that in truth only one person has ever escaped this territory perfectly. He builds suspense by preparing to name that sole survivor. Serkan finally states that the survivor is Merlin Falker, Vincent's own master, leaving Vincent stunned. The narrator recalls a young genius whose overwhelming lightning power crushed the Murder King's territory despite their age gap. That attempt to challenge him ended in complete failure, with the Murder King gravely injured. Afterward, the narrator began intensely studying mana application to someday counter Merlin Falker's lightning. A close view of Merlin's scarred face hints that the narrator's efforts did at least wound him. The narrator reflects that he succeeded only in leaving a scar on Merlin's face. He explains that when he became the Vartican family's butler 15 years earlier, he lost all contact with Merlin. Vincent is shocked to realize the butler knew his master 15 years ago. The blonde boy mentally questions how old the butler must be if that timeline is true. The butler points out the oddity that he should be about the same age as Vincent's father. Laughing, he notes that his face looks far too young for someone of that age. The blonde realizes in astonishment that the butler must be using a secret art called the reversal technique. He recalls rumors that the Murder King uses this technique to alter his appearance and trick opponents. Vincent repeats the term reversal technique, trying to process what it means. The butler, seeing they recognize the skill, asks if they know why he is showing it to them now. Vincent admits he has no idea what the butler is trying to convey through this conversation. The butler begins his explanation in earnest. He says he revealed all this first as repayment because Vincent saved everyone from the earlier explosion. Secondly, he hopes Vincent will prove worthy of walking the same path and dream as young Master Raven. Vincent confesses that he still does not understand what the butler is getting at. Vincent closes his eyes, remembering the events that led to this moment. A flashback shows him being blasted away, triggering this chain of recollections. In the past, Raven unleashes a fiery spear strike that explodes against the ground during training. Afterward, the butler reminds Raven that training shirtless in the Crimson Fortress's bitter cold is dangerous. He then suggests they call an end to the harsh training session for the day. Raven, frustrated, thinks about how he has just lost twice in a row. The butler internally notes that Vincent was the one who rescued everyone during that explosion. He remembers that Vincent also devised the strategy used to defeat the Chimera. The butler recalls feeling powerless while Vincent took the lead whenever crises arose. Back in the training ground memory, the butler calls out to the trembling young master. Raven suddenly brightens, thrilled by the idea of having a rival even stronger than himself. He vows energetically to grow stronger from now on, using Vincent as his target to surpass. The butler watches this declaration with a mix of amazement and concern. Softly, he encourages Raven to do exactly that, addressing him respectfully. In his thoughts, he believes Raven will reach far greater heights by chasing Vincent. Returning to the present, the butler tells Vincent he must grow stronger and help lead Raven toward his dream. He adds a chilling warning that if Vincent ever becomes pathetic, he will personally cut him to pieces. The blonde boy is horrified by this threat, while Vincent nervously acknowledges how intimidating it is. Vincent then asks what the butler's reversal technique has to do with this discussion. The butler explains he created the reversal technique in order to forge a body capable of enduring Merlin Falker's lightning. He details that besides changing appearance, the technique rearranges mana circuits and reconstructs bones and muscles. Observing Vincent's current state, he notes that Vincent is using some power to keep his own body from breaking apart. The butler says that if Vincent's body collapses and dies, it would cause serious trouble for him as well. He proposes a solution by offering to teach Vincent the reversal technique. Smiling, he asks if Vincent wants to learn it, and Vincent eagerly accepts without hesitation. Vincent and his companion realize that mastering the technique could greatly stabilize the heavenly exoskeleton and protect his body without relying solely on divine power. The butler agrees but says Vincent must first make him a promise. Vincent silently considers what he can pledge in return. He admits he cannot guarantee he will always remain Raven's ideal, or even be worthy of serving as anyone's goal. Clenching his fist, he prepares to state what he can promise instead. Vincent finally vows that, no matter what, he will one day surpass the Samayans and offers this determination as his promise. The scarred instructor decides the student is ready and offers to teach him the powerful reversal technique. The instructor begins mystical training, surrounding the seated student with swirling blue energy. The student focuses deeply as blue flames of power engulf him. His eyes flare red, showing he has awakened or accessed a new state. 3 days pass, marked by someone closing a thick report book on a desk. The headmaster addresses the assembled cadets and announces he will skip the usual report. He starts explaining the special examination they are about to undergo. He states that the exam is being held at the request of second-class priest Dueling. Another officer adds that the mistress of Adenka, Versa Helaim, approved it as an advancement exam. Vincent tells his comrades he expects them to try their best so as not to trouble the parties involved. The headmaster speaks about the upcoming advancement exam results. Dylan worries internally that, although the headmaster should grade the test, the task will likely fall to him. The headmaster dismisses the group, saying their results will be given later, leaving one cadet confused. The cadets perform a formal chant from humble respect to absolute glory while one grumbles about having to do it. Carriages race through snowy woods, carrying the group toward their destination. On a map, the navigator explains they will use teleportation gates yet still need several days to reach the coastal city Maeltum, which surprises Vincent. Vincent gripes that travel used to take years, and his guide jokingly calls him an old man. 4 days after departure, they reach the 5th teleportation gate, shown as a huge blue vortex. At the gate, Wilson is shocked by something, presumably the cost. Wilson argues angrily with the blue-haired gate witch over the high price, while she calmly says he can simply not use the gate. Wilson shouts that Crimson Fortress cadets are passing only out of obligation until his companion scolds him. The witch, confused, asks what the Crimson Fortress is. Wilson and his companion are stunned that she has never heard of the Crimson Fortress. Wilson presses the point, boasting that nobles from the Adenka and Vardakan families are riding the carriages. The witch shrugs, saying if they are so great they can pay, while Wilson rants that she is overcharging. Vincent leans from the carriage and sharply orders Wilson to stop. Vincent warns Wilson that further outbursts will disgrace their fortress, and says anyone who loses his temper over trivial issues should go back. Vincent broods that people this far from central Adenka do not even recognize the Crimson Fortress, and treat them poorly. Julian, in spirit form, tells him Adenka's influence naturally weakens in remote regions and predicts a rough journey. 2 days later, the carriages travel along a seaside cliff road. Inside a carriage, the cadets relax and chat during the ride. One cadet excitedly tells Vincent to look out the window. They see the towering Maeltum barrier guarding the coastal city. A cadet explains the barrier was built after a great sea battle 2 centuries ago, and has long protected Maeltum from pirates. Hearing that pirate raids are still frequent today, Vincent is visibly uneasy. He senses something off about the claim, and decides the story is suspicious. Vincent tells Julian they must investigate the barrier, and Julian enthusiastically agrees. The narration introduces Maeltum as the coastal city safeguarded by the centuries-old barrier. Despite the barrier, narration shows pirate attacks battering the city and threaten its safety. Starving citizens are depicted, and the narration says recent hunger has worsened their suffering. Vincent's group walks through Maeltum's poverty-stricken streets, witnessing the misery firsthand. The orange-haired officer remarks that the famine is far worse than expected. Wilson complains that they received no guide, viewing it as disrespect toward Vincent and the group. A cadet suggests the lack of reception might be because Adenka holds little sway in the southern regions. Vincent still feels something is off and cannot accept that explanation. He reasons that the Helaims, Adenka's only in-laws, border this city, so Adenka should actually wield more influence here. Vincent declares they need more information and decides to visit the local temple priests. At Maeltum's Temple of Gaia, someone raises the idea that their mission is to escort priests. Third-class priest Lusson lazily claims he vaguely remembers the escort request. When Vincent offers to present written mission orders, Lusson dismissively says he does not need to see them. Vincent is taken aback by this attitude. Lusson suggests the cadets should simply waste some time and then leave, implying that would suit both sides. In private, he smirks that he needs no guards because the area is supposedly peaceful. The orange-haired officer angrily objects that they did not travel days just to be told to leave. Lusson walks away talking with his robed aides about heading to the sunburnt derelicts camps the next day, unaware he is being overheard. Outside the slammed temple doors, the cadets realize they have been ignored. One cadet vents frustration, asking what is wrong with Lusson. Vincent silently contacts Julian, asking if he has reached the barrier. Julian, straining, says he is almost there. We see his trembling hand crest the wall as he climbs using his magic. Exhausted atop the barrier, Julian notes that his abilities weaken with distance from Vincent. Vincent asks via telepathy for Julian's assessment of the barrier's condition. Julian peers over the edge and says things appear just as expected. He reports the barrier wall is immaculate, lacks defensive or preservation magic, and concludes the stories of constant pirate attacks are fabricated. Vincent thinks there is clearly something wrong with both the people's attitudes and the situation in Maeltum. Suddenly a massive explosion rocks the barrier above the city. The cadets panic, wondering if it is a real pirate attack, while one tries to calm another. Townspeople scream about pirates returning and flee in terror past Vincent. Explosions erupt throughout the city, and citizens cry that their homes are under attack and they must run. Amid the chaos, Vincent urgently asks Julian if this is a genuine pirate assault. Julian insists the attack is entirely fake. From the barrier he sees an empty sea with not even a single sailboat, proving there are no pirates present. Vincent is startled when someone passes close by during the commotion. Lusson theatrically urges citizens to seek shelter in the temple. The townspeople rejoice at the priest's appearance and rush toward the temple, thanking Gaia. Vincent observes that Lusson remains relaxed even while explosions go off around them. Remembering Lusson's earlier remark that he needs no guards because the city is peaceful, Vincent notes how certain he sounded despite the supposed frequent attacks. Vincent concludes that Lusson knows the pirate attacks are faked. He recalls overhearing Lusson plan a trip to the sunburnt derelicts camps. Smiling, Vincent repeats the camp's name to himself, setting his next objective. Elsewhere, red-haired warrior Merlin stands on a high ledge, lost in thought. Merlin silently gazes over the landscape, scarred face contemplative. Someone asks Merlin what he is thinking about, snapping him from his reverie. Dean Vargan appears, noting that Merlin seems to have recovered well. Merlin replies he has no complaints about his condition. Merlin admits he had intended only to fulfill his duty guarding the Holy King's grave. He recalls his past, saying he believed that role to be his destiny until young Master Vincent changed everything. Merlin confesses he never imagined a life after that destiny, and is now wondering what to do next. Vargan relates by saying he also faced hardship due to his family. He remembers how Vincent once consoled him before his breakthrough and helped him confront his true desires. Merlin confirms the child who did that was indeed young Master Vincent. Vargan asks that if Vincent could change Merlin's fate once, could he not also guide Merlin toward his next path? Merlin quietly reflects on Vargan's suggestion. A cut back to Vincent from behind emphasizes him as the person at the center of these changing destinies. The next day, Vincent leads the group to the sunburnt derelicts camps. Guards block Vincent at spearpoint, ordering him to halt. They state that the facility belongs to the Vire family and outsiders may not enter. Vincent introduces them as cadets of the Crimson Fortress and politely asks for entry. The guard refuses, saying martial artists from other families need a valid reason to come inside. Vincent hints that his reason is about to arrive, looking towards someone approaching. In narration, he calls that approaching person his just reason. Priest Lusson arrives with his robed followers, shocked to see the cadets there. He angrily repeats that he does not need guards, while Vincent calmly says they are following their orders. Lusson explodes in rage, calling them cursed and telling them to get lost. Vincent thinks how stubborn Lusson is and that he had hoped to avoid troubling Dueling. He pulls out Duelin's second-class priest token and says that on that authority he must inspect the facility. Lusson reacts by violently knocking the token from Vincent's hand. He screams for them to leave immediately. The token thuds to the ground while Lusson glares, having struck it away. Vincent notes that such blatant disregard for church hierarchy proves the priest is hiding something. Suddenly Lusson and Vincent hear a shout and turn toward the storage building. Inside, the orange-haired officer has forced open a warehouse full of crates, exclaiming at how many boxes there are. The guards panic, realizing someone slipped past them even though they were blocking the entrance. The officer curiously asks what is inside the nearest box. As she reaches for it, a huge hand suddenly grabs her wrist. A massive, red-glowing man looms over her, declaring that she is forbidden to touch that box. Space lights up with blue lines as his body becomes ensnared in Serkan's binding magic. Serkan appears behind him, commanding him to take his hands off her immediately. The thug is completely bound in luminous threads while the cadets look on in shock. Vincent warns Serkan not to injure the man, knowing it would complicate matters. Vincent then coolly tells the restrained man that they are the priest's guards and are simply inspecting the area for safety. The orange-haired officer adds that if he objects, they could report that a serious incident occurred at the Vire facility. Standing beside her, Vincent reinforces the implied threat of reporting his misconduct. Intimidated, the big man sweats and falls silent. Furious, Lusson mutters that the cadets are infuriating. Another priest calms him, saying things are under control. The big man relents and allows the inspection to continue, remarking that the priests must feel very safe with such capable martial artists. He introduces himself as Edmund, the manager of the Sunburnt Derelicts camps. Edmund invites the group to follow him and says they may look around freely. Vincent thanks Edmund for cooperating, while Edmund replies there is not much to see anyway. Edmund repeats the suspicious line that the place is peaceful, echoing Lusson's earlier claim. Vincent's eye flashes with anger and resolve at hearing this lie again. As they walk among rows of crates, Vincent asks Edmund what is stored in all of them. Lusson answers that every box is filled with so-called magic stones. The orange-haired officer repeats the term in surprise. Edmund explains that these are raw materials used to create magic crystals and that the derelicts receive food, shelter, and clothing in return for helping refine them. Lusson adds that the priest's role is to treat injured workers, since the labor is harsh and injuries are common. A cadet protests that it is impossible for ordinary derelicts to perform work only mages should be able to do. Edmund attributes this to a secret technique of the Vire family that has been handed down for generations. Two cadets discuss how such a technique must have allowed the Vires to amass great wealth, since magic stones sell for high prices everywhere. We see green crystals being violently struck, beginning a tour of the extraction process. Edmund shows them the work chamber where masked laborers mine and break the glowing crystal ore. One masked worker pauses, nervously glancing toward the visitors. Others carry boxes of processed stones, and the narration says the priests assist the workers as best they can. Another exhausted laborer is shown, with narration claiming the goal is to help them eventually become independent. Edmund suggests they move on to the next site, while Vincent silently ponders. He later announces that the rooftop will be their last stop. On the roof, Edmund says it is the perfect vantage point for watching the sun set beyond the Maelstrom barrier. Vincent casually asks what a cluster of distant buildings is. Edmund claims those buildings are merely storage facilities for the high-maintenance magic stones. Vincent mocks the excuse that a remote place is only being used for storage. A robed healer greets the manager as he appears at the doorway. The healer says there were no injuries today and tells the cadets to go rest. Night falls over the tall stone building. Two girls sleep soundly in their shared dormitory bed. Other cadets sprawl messily across their beds while one groans. Outside, Vincent stands under the full moon preparing to act. His eyes glow and power gathers as he activates his magic. In the distant forest near mountain warehouses, lights move along a path. Masked men march 10 chained captives through the forest, vowing not to let any escape. One captive, bound with a wooden stock, reacts anxiously to the word escape. The guards scoff that the shackled, barefoot prisoners could never flee the mountains. Helk, a Vire family martial artist, urges the group to hurry before daybreak. A terrified blonde captive begs Helk to let him go. The blonde insists he was wrongly taken and pleads to return to his newborn daughter. A guard viciously beats him for daring to mention having a home. The man collapses in agony, crying out. Other captives watch in horror as the guards continue brutalizing him. A red-eyed guard looms over the blonde and demands information. The guard threatens to bring the man's daughter there unless he reveals his address. The injured father is taunted for claiming he wanted to see his daughter. The guards warn the rest not to cause trouble after witnessing the beating. They threaten that if anyone escapes, random beggars on the streets, possibly friends or family, will be seized instead. One captive, Devin, quietly admits he just wants to go home. As he thinks this, a hand suddenly yanks him off the path into the bushes. Only a fallen shoe remains, unnoticed as the group moves on. The column continues forward, leaving the shoe behind on the trail. Helk announces they have arrived at their destination. He declares this ominous multi-story building is where the captive's real work begins. Helk drags the bruised blonde toward the entrance, threatening more beatings if he resists. At the inner gate, the guards confirm there were supposed to be 10 captives. One guard begins counting them as they line up. The count reaches 9, revealing someone is missing. Realizing the numbers do not add up, the guard is startled. He looks back down the forest path, sensing something is wrong. Helk angrily demands to know why only 9 arrived when there should be 10. The subordinate stammers in confusion. Furious, Helk yells that one captive has escaped and orders everyone to find them. Davin, disguised as the missing man, apologetically returns with the group. He claims he fell earlier and got lost on the way. Smiling secretly, he thinks to himself that he has finally caught up. Vincent, having possessed Davin, rejoices that he has at last reached his target. In the present, Vincent slams his hand down, insisting the shelter's explanation was a lie. Flashing back to 2 hours before the infiltration, Vincent's group discusses how the vagrant shelter's mining setup makes no sense. They conclude there must be a hidden secret inside the vagrant shelter. Some cadets doubt this, saying the facility looked clean and normal. Vincent counters that they did not see everything hidden there. He points out the suspicious mountainside warehouse complex attached to the shelter. He also notes that the manager Edmund seemed far too sharp and dangerous to be a simple caretaker. Edmund's eyes remind Vincent of the murderous magician who previously attacked them. Vincent reflects that his mother would not have sent him here without reason, so the place must conceal something critical. He decides he must uncover the shelter's secrets, and declares he will infiltrate it alone that night. His friends worry that his disappearance will arouse suspicion among the priests. Vincent tells butler Sirkin he needs his help with a plan. He asks Sirkin whether he can shape-shift into a smaller human as a disguise. Later at church, Sirkin impersonates Vincent while the real Vincent is absent. The healer preaches about divine grace and the congregation becoming brothers. Smirking inwardly, the healer thinks the cadets misunderstand why they are really there. Raven quietly checks if disguised Sirkin as Vincent is okay, and he awkwardly replies. Another cadet scolds Sirkin that Vincent normally speaks more like an elder, and coaches him on what to say. Sirkin resigns himself to playing the role of young Master Vincent. He mentally laments that Vincent has outwitted him and roped him into this deception again. Meanwhile, the real Vincent, in Davin's body, is locked behind iron bars underground. A guard kicks Davin into a cell, shouting for him to move inside. Davin groans in pain on the floor of the prison. The guard complains that the troublemaker scared him into thinking one captive had escaped. He orders Davin to stay put and not even think of resisting. Davin, accompanied by the ghostly scholar, gripes about ending up in prison but notes it is bearable. A glowing magic circle activates beneath him, signaling incoming support. A cute blue familiar bursts from the ground outside, excitedly announcing itself. Through the circle, his maid appears as a glowing projection and anxiously asks if young master is safe. Vincent reassures her they entered undetected and says they should begin gathering information. Suddenly a shout interrupts them from elsewhere in the prison. The blonde father yells that he is not a vagrant and begs to be released. He frantically shouts his full address, emphasizing that his child is there. Vincent listens to the desperate plea for someone to feed the man's child. Later, a guard nudges Davin awake in his cell. Smiling, the guard announces it is mealtime and presents a small black pill. Vincent warily identifies the pill as some kind of medicine. The guard forcibly shoves the pill into Davin's mouth, ordering him to swallow. The ghost scholar panics, warning Vincent that they have no idea what the pill contains. Vincent decides the only way to know is to take it and taste it himself. The scholar protests that this is reckless, urging him instead to give it to others. Then he realizes Vincent has used a reversal technique to stop the pill from being absorbed. Vincent confirms the reversal technique blocked its effect and begins channeling its energy. Using his neurology ability, he starts breaking the pill's power down to analyze it. A surge of blue light erupts from the prison window, visible outside. Vincent senses the power and begins identifying it. He realizes the pill is made of extremely concentrated mana. The scholar exclaims in shock that common residents are being force-fed mana. He explains that such mana would build up in the heart until it explodes, lethal even for trained warriors. Vincent is horrified that the shelter is kidnapping innocents to use them in this way. However, he notes that for someone already skilled at storing mana in their heart, this pill could be beneficial. For him, the concentrated mana functions like an all-purpose panacea. A few days later, the prisoners are marched to a solitary tower. Vincent observes the unfamiliar tower and notes he has never seen it before. Help tells them they have arrived at the next stage. Inside, he points to a black, flaming doorway and orders them to step through one by one. He specifically commands the captives to pass through the sinister door. A bald man nervously approaches the entrance, sweating. The captives slowly descend into the dark passage beyond the door. Outside, Helk is annoyed that all previous attempts apparently failed. The terrified father waits at the threshold, while Helk and Davin watch. The father steps forward into the glowing portal room. He finds himself alone in a red void as the door seals behind him. Countless red eyes appear around him and he panics, asking what is happening. A monstrous spirit screams as it closes in on him. Outside, the man shrieks as red energy pours from him and overwhelms his body. Helk laughs maniacally, saying there should be at least one successful contract among them. Possessed by the spirit, the father raves his address and begs that his child be fed, fixating on returning home. Hearing this, Vincent thinks of the hopeful words that the father told his infant that he would return soon. Vincent realizes in horror that what he is witnessing is an evil spirit contract ritual. He sees the true form of the evil spirit merging with the victim. The towering armored spirit reveals itself fully as it descends. Vincent identifies it as Daben's evil spirit and understands this is a pact with the spirit realm. The father continues screaming as the contract consumes him. Vincent wonders how an ordinary non-warrior could form such a contract. He deduces that the concentrated mana pills are precisely what allow the contracts with evil spirits. Vincent concludes again that this is a contract with Davin's evil spirit. The father howls in agony as the process ravages his body. Vincent marvels that a mere civilian is being forcibly bound to an evil spirit. He realizes this is why the organization keeps stuffing concentrated mana into people. Chains clamp around the transformed father's neck, restraining him. Shackles lock his wrists as well, securing the possessed man. Helk remarks that at least one attempt succeeded and that manager Edmund will be pleased. A guard orders hesitant Vincent as Davin to go through the door next. Helk, hungry for another success, agrees and urges them to maintain momentum. He pushes Vincent toward the portal, insisting he step inside. Vincent hesitates on the brink, red energy swirling at his feet. He steels himself, face contorted with fear and resolve. Inside the portal, Vincent finds himself alone in a dark realm, realizing something is wrong. He understands that the realm is showing him his own negative memories so the evil spirit can seize his heart. He sees a vision of his parents calling him a disgusting thing and wishing he were dead. Facing them, Vincent sorrowfully calls them father and mother. He recalls how they never accepted him from birth until the day of his death. Refusing to submit, he gathers blue lightning and prepares to counterattack. Vincent shouts that he will no longer be swayed by them and unleashes his power against the vision. A voice from outside the realm screams Vincent's previous name, Davin. In the physical world, Vincent's body staggers at the door, apparently lifeless. Helk outside wonders worriedly why this captive is not reacting and if the contract succeeded. A faint blue aura begins to surge around Vincent's form. That aura erupts into a massive blue explosion that devastates the tower. From the town, people see the blast on the mountainside and wonder if pirates are attacking again. The healer recognizes the location of the explosion and is alarmed, while Sirkin Vincent stays silent. Sirkin anxiously calls out young Master Vincent's name, worried about him. The tower stands partially destroyed, smoke pouring from its shattered side. Helk staggers from the rubble, cursing that the suspicious boy caused this. Enraged, he orders any able men to chase and capture the scrawny troublemaker. Vincent, wreathed in blue lightning, charges toward Helk as the latter screams for his men to move. Seeing the incoming strike, Helk can only stammer in disbelief. Vincent brings his lightning-charged blade down in a powerful blow against Helk. The swordsman realizes his opponent is the culprit and rages that a derelict dared attack him. His lightning-charged blade unleashes a powerful slash. The slash cuts through the masked enemy, knocking him away. The derelict screams as his arm is severed by the lightning strike. The blue-haired fighter says that, as both martial artist and human, he cannot ignore such deeds. He declares he will not overlook their wrongdoing. Another masked foe charges, enraged that the blue-haired fighter harmed Sir Helk. A sudden icy blast erupts, obscuring the blue-haired fighter's position. The masked attacker is shocked that his target has vanished. The blue-haired fighter reappears midair and swiftly cuts down several enemies. The wounded man panics as his lightning-burned arm keeps bleeding. The blue-haired fighter calmly says the unstoppable bleeding is due to his lightning-imbued sword. He advises the man to summon a priest quickly or risk losing use of the arm forever. Terrified, the man sends an urgent request for backup and priestly healers for the many critically injured. The blue-haired fighter notes his plan worked and that once priests come, their cadet guards must accompany them. He and Julian head toward a ruined tower, mentally calling out to Julian to begin their investigation. They vow to expose the conspiracy behind the tower, with Julian thrilled by the prospect. Inside the tower, empty stone corridors lie silent before the coming battle. A massive explosion tears through the interior, shaking the structure. Using the blast's momentum, the blue-haired fighter kicks an enemy as they fall through the debris. Guards inside shout that an intruder has appeared, recognizing the troublesome brat. The intruder lands from his descent, readying his sword for combat. The guards order each other to kill him and prevent him from reaching the workshop. The blue-haired fighter invokes Absolute Sword Slash's alternate first chapter, imbuing his blade with brilliant power. With eyes blazing, he calls upon the Dwarf King technique through his sword. The empowered strike detonates like a massive explosion inside the tower. Guards below watch the blast in confusion, wondering if everyone has been defeated. They are then startled by crackling lightning forming around them. Above them, the intruder summons a colossal lightning giant that dwarfs the room. He names the overwhelming spell Giant Thunderstorm. The giant's power surges downward in a titanic lightning vortex. The blast engulfs the remaining enemies, silhouettes consumed by blinding light. When the energy settles, the blue-haired fighter stands amid shattered stone and lingering lightning. He concludes these were the last of the enemy's martial artists, but notes, he has spent more mana than intended. Planning his next move, he starts searching for evidence when a sudden blade streaks toward him. He senses the surprise attack and reacts with alarm. Turning quickly, he registers the incoming danger. Looking up, he sees a shadowy figure above and prepares to confront the new foe. A clown-like warrior in a jester outfit appears, mocking him for becoming too greedy. Julian identifies the masked clown as Vire's elite 7-star martial artist. Julian names this formidable opponent Jester Lancerton, who eagerly anticipates how the so-called useless 7th young master will fight. The blue-haired fighter stares tensely at the jester approaching. He hears the jester's taunting greeting from the balcony. Jester repeats that the young master has grown too greedy, brandishing his blades. Julian mentally confirms again that the smiling, clown-suited figure is Vire's 7-star martial artist. The jester's presence is fully introduced alongside his title and mocking challenge. The blue-haired fighter verifies the jester's 7-star rank, while Julian explains he is one of Vire's 5 strongest fighters. Jester smugly asks if they now understand the vast power gap between them. The blue-haired fighter silently assesses him and realizes this opponent feels fundamentally different. He recalls powerful allies like Railsa and Mr. Serkan, noting that though they are also 7 stars, this jester feels weaker than them. He smirks and tells Jester Lancerdon that compared to the 7 stars he knows, the jester is lacking. Jester watches from above, intrigued by this boldness. Angered, he vows to see if the young master still talks big after being riddled with holes. He unleashes a storm of throwing knives in a lethal barrage. The knives blast the floor in a devastating impact. Dust and debris cover the blue-haired fighter's body where the attack landed. The jester starts to gloat, believing he has finished his target. Laughing, he boasts that the sheer number of his imageries makes him unbeatable. Suddenly, the blue-haired fighter appears beside him, insulting how ugly the mask looks up close. Shocked, the jester cries out in disbelief. He realizes too late that the person he hit below was only a decoy. Panicking, he deduces that someone else must have taken his attack down there. The real blue-haired fighter, now in dress clothes, reminds him that he had already warned about the difference in strength. Surrounded by glowing threads that control the knives, he repeats that this 7-star falls far short of the ones he has met. The jester reels in horror upon seeing 2 of the young master's images at once, unable to comprehend it. The real fighter surges forward with a powerful blade attack. The jester is struck, blood spraying as he realizes he has been fatally cut. His body is shredded further, as the follow-through slash slices through him. The blue-haired fighter stands calmly afterward, arms folded as the corpse falls. Julian asks if everything unfolding is really part of the young master's plan. Serkan notes that his timely arrival and the jester's appearance feel too deliberate to be coincidence. The young master explains he anticipated these schemes after Serkan revealed his skills at the derelict's camps. He hints there is more to his plan. At that moment, Railsa dramatically lands nearby, responding to his unspoken request. She says she trusted that Raven would act against injustice and demands to know where the villains are. Serkan states the culprits are not present here and intends to check the lower floors, with Railsa eager to join. Serkan sighs that he has been outmaneuvered once again. The young master suggests they all go investigate what the enemy is really doing. Grinning, he says they will uncover what these conspirators are plotting in the shadows of Maeltum. Elsewhere, a guard triggers a device, causing a fiery explosion. In the workshop below, the heroes find fallen guards and freed captives. Vincent checks on an older prisoner, and is thanked. Vincent realizes this underground workshop is where magic stones are actually produced, and asks what happened. The elder explains they were abducted by Priest Lusson and forced to make magic stones. He recounts how captives with mana talent were pushed through a black door to form dark contracts, many dying while a few were used to craft stones. Vincent laments how many people must already have died this way. He sees that the temple and martial families, who should protect the weak, are actually behind the atrocities. He questions where justice exists in such an era. Serkan asks the captives to describe the exact process used here. They say everything was done using a special device on the table. The orb is identified as a dark magic crafting tool that lets stones absorb mana. Staring at it silently, Vincent is addressed by his worried allies. He grabs the device decisively. Dark energy floods from it as he channels its power with determination. Julian panics, calling to his brother and asking what he is attempting. Vincent explains he also passed through the black door after taking a mana pill, so he believes he can use the same powers. The purple energy coalesces into a new crystal. Vincent successfully manifests a bright blue magic stone in his hand. He asks Julian if this stone can store all information about the facility. Julian excitedly confirms it can and that it will serve as irrefutable evidence. Vincent activates the stone, projecting a pillar of blue light and recording the scene. Outside, the ruined tower stands as the surface world remains unaware of what is happening below. A priest scolds the wounded guard for being defeated by a mere child while healing him. Hearing something amiss, the priest looks up, confused. Vincent and his allies emerge from the ruins to confront the priests in silence. The green-haired priest angrily demands an explanation for the destruction of their facilities. Vincent answers with a punch, striking the priest in the face. He condemns them for shamelessly exploiting innocent lives for profit. He declares the facility shut down and says they will all be taken to the Tower of Judgment, Jeremiel, for trial. A hulking figure replies ominously that such consequences sound troublesome. Purple miasma spreads, and Serkan and Railsa gag at the foul, rotting stench in the air. A towering man wreathed in purple mist appears, saying his plan has only just begun. Vincent and the priest recognize him as Edmund as he steps forward. The giant opens his mouth unnaturally wide, beginning a horrifying transformation. Vincent reacts in shock to what he sees. Edmund's human shell bursts, revealing a lean, long-haired figure emerging from within. The transformed man calmly announces he will reintroduce himself. He states he is Edmund, a first-class tactician of the organization Nightmare. Dark energy surges around Edmund as he fully manifests in front of them. Vincent repeats the name Nightmare, trying to grasp this new enemy. He asks Julian what he knows of nightmares, and Julian admits it is his first time hearing of the secret organization. Vincent reasons that if someone like Edmund revealed everything himself, he must intend to kill everyone present. The frightened priest and guard beg Edmund, now Nightmare, to save them. Edmund only smiles cruelly, and readies a blast of purple power. He launches a massive vertical torrent of energy, prompting the priest to shout for everyone to look skyward. The green-haired priest stares upward in terror as shadows fall. Edmund thanks Priest Luzon and Helk for their help, implying he will now discard them. Vincent demands to know what Edmund, or Nightmare, is really planning. Edmund answers casually that his group simply dreams of creating a more splendid world. He then asks if they are willing to become his powerful puppets. Skeleton hands rise from the ground in numbers, surrounding Vincent, Serkan and Railsa. Vincent realizes these undead are likely the townspeople who have died in the area. He is horrified that Edmund has turned all the fallen townsfolk into skeletal undead. Edmund asks if the assembled nobles and royals will now become his strongest puppets. The undead horde charges the party, attacking with shrieks and roars. Vincent counters with a sweeping purple attack, cutting down many of the skeletons. Serkan notes there are still too many enemies as he and Railsa fight them off. Vincent mentally calls for his sister's help. A powerful red-haired woman appears from above with whip in hand, descending toward the battlefield. Her onslaught obliterates swaths of undead with blue energy. The three defenders brace themselves as an intense surge of mana erupts around them. The red-haired woman says she only came due to Baron Vargan's nagging but now joins the fight. She confirms this emergency is apart from the original mission, prompting Vincent to address her as Fortress Lord. She taunts Edmund that all his corpse allies have already been destroyed. Edmund laughs, denying that his forces are finished. He summons a huge serpent-shaped mass of dark energy to confront her. Alarmed, she screams for everyone to run as she realizes the scale of the attack. The tower begins collapsing, and people flee while being urged to run if they do not want to be crushed. A gigantic skeletal hand slams down before the heroes as Edmund ominously addresses them. He reminds them that the strongest corpse, a still hidden monstrosity, has yet to appear. A fiery masked giant animates the corpse of a 7-star warrior. A man recognizes the mask as belonging to the feared Clown Lancer. The red-haired warrior rallies everyone not to fear the undead. She explains that most undead vanish once their controlling necromancer is killed. The Lich necromancer is suddenly bound tightly by a glowing rope. The Lich grins menacingly despite being restrained. Julian notices the Lich smiling and realizes something is wrong. Julian urgently tells his brother that the blue-skinned figure is actually a Lich. Fired up, the Fortress Lord vows to rip the Lich apart. Vincent shouts to stop her, repeating that their opponent is a Lich. Hearing this, the Fortress Lord is shocked that she is fighting a Lich. Julian explains that Liches only die if their core is destroyed and that damaging the body just spreads their influence. A huge red shadowy arm shoots out from the giant body above the group. The giant's flaming fist crashes down, causing a massive explosion. The butler shields the young master from the blast. Vincent is blown back, screaming in pain. The flame-headed giant unleashes another devastating blast skyward. Smoke and dust engulf the battlefield after the attack. The party regroups in the clearing, and the Fortress Lord checks whether anyone is hurt. The giant gloats that he has added another corpse to his growing collection. The Lich smugly declares that the party will become his army of nightmares. A surge of purple power flings the group high into the air toward the massive undead. The butler, straining, admits that a warrior resurrected by a strong necromancer becomes far stronger than before. The Fortress Lord realizes that a 7-star warrior turned undead by a Lich is overwhelmingly powerful. The butler falls silent, worried by this realization. The 4 allies land, and the butler formally addresses the Fortress Lord. He states that, as Vatican butler, his first duty is to protect his master's child. He clarifies that if any choice must be made, Raven's safety will be his priority. The Fortress Lord thinks this means he will flee with Raven if things go badly and calls it ungrateful. She nonetheless orders him to take Vincent and Raven and escape if necessary, though Vincent objects. Vincent refuses to run, saying they will defeat the enemy and leave proudly. The Fortress Lord is left speechless by Vincent's determination. She jokingly promotes Vincent to be the second Baron Vargan, like the cunning schemer of that name. She compares Vincent's smirking, planning attitude to Baron Vargan and says watching it from the side feels strange. Vincent asks if she has a concrete plan to beat the Lich-possessed giant. Impatient, the Lich yells that their farewell is dragging on and sends more shadowy attacks. Vincent dives through the barrage, launching himself along one of the giant's massive arms. While blocking the strikes, Vincent thinks that his trainee objectives are complete, and now it is time for the real fight. Empowered with blue energy, he leaps straight down toward the Lich's head. The Lich finally looks wary as Vincent descends. Vincent shouts for the enemy to remember his name as he attacks. He declares his identity as the 7th son of Adenka. Vincent fully names himself Vincent Adenka. His sword crashes against the Lich's defense in a powerful clash. The Lich mocks him for thinking he can win, but Vincent calmly answers that he can. Vincent reveals he is not the Lich's real opponent. Blue chains snake from behind and bind the Lich, held by his allies. Vincent kicks off and falls, leaving the Lich bound to the giant's chest. The butler and Fortress Lord yank the chains, pulling the Lich down with them. The Lich angrily demands to know what they are doing as they drag him. His eyes widen as he sees a new threat coming from above. Raven plummets from the sky with a glowing spear aimed at him. Raven calls out her special technique and slams a pressure strike into the Lich. The combined assault drives the Lich into the ground in a massive impact. Raven laughs triumphantly, demanding to know how that felt. Despite the blow, the Lich staggers up while the butler orders the young master not to approach yet. The Lich, cloak of dark aura swirling, accepts that these three are his true opponents. He notes he is facing 2 7-star warriors plus the Vatican heir and thinks this should be enough to restrain him. He then erupts into manic laughter, saying they are utterly mistaken. The fortress lord admits she does not fully understand Vincent's plan but chooses to trust him. The butler and Raven agree that Vincent's words inspire confidence, so they will follow his lead. The Lich accuses them of clinging to false hope, insisting Vincent must already be dead. He confidently claims that the giant's earlier attack must have crushed Vincent. The giant swings another colossal flaming attack toward the fleeing Vincent and Julian. Vincent asks Julian how much longer they need to hold out. Julian replies that they are following the strategy but still need more time. The giant's enormous flaming hand closes in on Vincent. Vincent is struck by the massive blow. Bloodied, he is sent flying through the air. The severed clown head laughs maniacally even as it falls. Vincent realizes in horror that even the separated head acts with its own will. A barrage of projectiles rains down, hammering the giant's mask. Vincent blocks frantically, thinking he must endure just a bit longer. He resolves that they must keep stalling for Julian's preparations. Vincent lifts a huge purple blade and tries to smash the giant. His full power strike lands, but the giant's body remains unharmed. Shocked, Vincent sees he has not left a single scratch and believes he has failed. He lands sword planted, breathing hard atop the giant. The giant retaliates, slamming Vincent off and battering his body. Vincent struggles to keep his balance and senses that this situation cannot continue. The giant's twin masks loom over him, laughing. Vincent can only stare up in dread at the looming mass of power. Raven notices a bright explosion in the distance and reacts with alarm. She cries out Vincent's name in worry. She forces herself to stay focused, reminding herself she entrusted this part to Vincent. Raven charges the Lich again, yelling insults and preparing another attack. Meanwhile, the clown giant gathers a growing red orb of energy. The orb erupts in a massive burst of destructive power. The clown admits Vincent's holy attack almost got him but laughs it off. Footsteps approach through the smoke as someone else arrives. A mysterious figure emerges from the smoke, gripping a sword adorned with red hair. The clown is startled, calling the new arrival's appearance a trick. A glowing arm swings down, intercepting the giant's next attack. The clown is shocked as divine light begins to burn through his strike. Julian exclaims that he succeeded in restoring some of his divine power into Vincent's body through the sword. He identifies the technique as the Adenka chain, specifically a divine power chain. In a flashback, Aslan explains that this chain sword style is a core Adenka technique and his own specialty. Aslan describes the 7 Adenka sword types and notes that the chain style is less flashy but unique. He says the chain sword may seem plain compared to others, but Aslan demonstrates the technique, wrapping his blade in roaring lightning chains. He explains it lets the user channel energy directly into the sword. He tells Vincent that, because Vincent can wield many traits, the chain style suits him perfectly. Vincent reflects that gaining new powers will continually make him stronger. He concludes that this chain swordsmanship from Aslan is a perfect match for him. The clown is stunned that Vincent now wields divine power like a holy warrior. Vincent raises his glowing chain sword and declares the enemy will be sanctified by the Holy King's power. Aslan's wall-rising ascension technique is recalled, but Vincent now applies a chain divine version. Vincent concentrates, acknowledging that he is using divine power through the chain. A golden pillar of sword energy erupts skyward as he unleashes the technique. The clown panics, demanding to know where Vincent obtained such power. Vincent's strike pierces and explodes within the clown's chest. The light blast soars into the sky, visible over the entire fortress. The giant clown body is hurled away, thrown out over the city wall. Raven excitedly announces that the undead aura has vanished. The butler admits that Prince Vincent's power is starting to frighten him. The fortress lord grins and affirms his new nickname as Bargain II. Edmund the Lich reels from the loss of his prized 7-star corpse and questions what just happened. Vincent walks up with his allies and declares that Edmund's ambitions end here. Vincent warns Edmund that it would be wiser to surrender peacefully. Edmund, furious, curses everything that has gone wrong. He recalls how he has hated the Adenka family for years and spent 2 decades plotting their downfall. Now he rages that his grand plan to destroy Adenka has been thwarted by an Adenka prince. Edmund screams that this outcome is unforgivable as his aura flares violently. He releases a catastrophic surge of pink energy that blasts everyone backward. The fortress walls begin to crack and tremble under the strain. Gates burst and water surges as the city's defenses start to fail. The entire port city shakes from the unleashed magic. Julian and Vincent realize in horror that all of Malthium is trembling. Edmund declares that the whole city belongs to him and prepares to sacrifice it rather than accept defeat. He vows to destroy everything together with his enemies in a final explosion of power. A calm new voice calls him a foolish man while holding a glowing purple orb. Edmund's expression distorts in terror, as he recognizes this intervention. The newcomer criticizes Edmund for acting disgracefully the moment his plan failed. The party and Edmund look up at the stranger now seated on the ruins above them. The stranger remarks that Edmund was never suited to be a true strategist. He addresses Edmund by name in an ominous tone. Edmund, horrified, stammers in recognition and demands to know why this person is here. The allies wonder when this mysterious man appeared among them. The butler realizes with dread who the newcomer really is. Julian points out that the man is holding something unusual in his hand. Vincent realizes the object is a lich core and suspects it belongs to Edmund. Edmund panics, begging for another chance and insisting the battle is not over. The newcomer coldly tells him to be quiet. He crushes the core in his hand, releasing a burst of purple fragments. Edmund feels his body disintegrating and screams in denial. He howls that this is a nightmare and begs desperately for mercy. Echoing his pleas, he cries that he does not want to die. Raven and the butler feel their bodies being torn apart by the residual power. The fortress lord asks Vincent, whom she calls Bargain II, what he thinks is going on. Vincent concludes that Edmund was nothing more than a pawn for this higher-ranked figure, used and then discarded. Sirkin demands to know why the intruder is here as his companions look on in confusion. A man sitting atop the ruins casually greets Sirkin the butler. A girl asks if Sirkin knows the stranger, and he tensely admits he does. Sirkin reveals the man is named Daimar Helraim. Daimar introduces himself as the next head of the Helraim family and greets his nephew. Armored warriors march into position. Sirkin, Vincent, and their allies face off against the assembled Helraim warriors. Vincent notes that Daimar has brought an excessive force for a simple meeting between uncle and nephew. Vincent's brother realizes the soldiers are Helraim warriors. Vincent wonders how Helraim forces could enter Vyalga territory so quickly. Flashback. Vincent recalls learning that Helraim's adjacent lands have never openly conflicted with Vyalga or paid tribute here. Another memory. An elder says he is too old to chase every problem and now only pursues the responsibilities he can reach quickly. A close view of Versa's intense, all-seeing eye. The elder voice declares support for Vincent's sense of righteousness. Vincent concludes that Helraim has been behind the recent atrocities. Daimar lightly acknowledges Vincent's deduction. Vincent states that exposing the family's darkness to the world is what his mother wanted. Daimar argues that if Vincent has thought that far, he should step back instead. Vincent refutes the idea of what is natural, saying what he has witnessed here is intolerable. He recalls an innocent father of a toddler dragged here without cause and nearly sacrificed. Vincent furiously asks if such cruelty is what his uncle calls natural. Daimar is momentarily speechless in the face of Vincent's rage. Daimar says he is not here to debate morality and abruptly steps down to confront Vincent directly. He offers to spare everyone if Vincent erases today's events from his memory. The Helraim warriors respond aggressively, surrounding Vincent's allies and asking if they intend to challenge them. Daimar smugly claims he has fulfilled his role as a life path follower. He starts to declare his new identity as Vincent Adenka and asks what Vincent is plotting. Vincent calmly reminds Daimar that he is also Daimar's son. Crimson magic circles flare in the sky above, alarming everyone below. A woman's foot steps forward through flames as someone affirms Daimar's words. A towering, aura-shrouded woman appears, and Vincent recognizes her as his mother. The soldiers whisper in fear, identifying the newcomer as Versa Helraim, the giant. Daimar panics, realizing his sister has appeared here in Agitinium. Versa addresses Vincent, acknowledging that he sensed her arrival. Vincent notes that his mother's intervention proves she intends to change Helraim's current path. Daimar warns his sister that trying to stop him now would be a grave mistake. He reveals that Magistones require blood sacrifices and that he plans to make them Helraim's new source of power. Versa points out that Helraim himself is a magi and questions whether Daimar truly intends to justify mass killing through black magic. Daimar dismisses the atrocities as the work of Edmund, claiming such worries are now irrelevant. Versa reminds Daimar of her nature and condemns him for brazenly lying in front of her. Versa unleashes a furious, magic-charged scream at Daimar. Vincent and his brother are staggered by the overwhelming power. Vincent is haunted again by the image of Versa's piercing eyes. Flashback. A younger Daimar stands before his composed sister, overshadowed by her. He remembers always feeling belittled by her all-seeing, judgmental gaze. A younger Versa stares ahead with those same unblinking eyes. Daimar's resentment builds, recalling how she was always ahead of him and looked at him with pity. Consumed by hatred for those eyes, he charges at Versa with a blazing red blade. Versa moves, and Daimar's attack is intercepted or deflected. A massive burst of violet energy erupts from another direction. Khan Adenka, Vincent's father, cleaves through the magical blast with a single sword strike. The explosion disperses above the city in a radiant X. The unleashed power surges outward, overwhelming the Helraim forces. Daimar watches in shock as the violet wave expands behind him. He immediately panics and admits he was wrong, claiming his judgment was momentarily clouded. Khan stands protectively in front of Versa, having slashed Daimar's attack aside. Vincent marvels that Khan's single sword swing cleared the darkened skies. Vincent explains that this man is Khan Adenka, his own father and a descendant of Arslan. The narration praises Khan as the embodiment of Adenka's martial might. Khan asks Versa how they should deal with the captured Daimar. Blood drips onto the ground, emphasizing Daimar's defeat. Daimar trembles, and Versa calls him a foolish little brother. Versa admits that seeing him in this state pains her. She declares that she has come to correct Helraim's wrongdoings. Versa sentences Daimar Helraim to bear full responsibility for all the sins committed here. She steps forward, preparing to enforce the judgment. Later, Adenka's Black Sword Corps and Gaia Temple priests arrive with carriages, securing the area. Daimar recognizes in terror that the Black Sword Corps and Gaia Temple have both mobilized. Bound and dragged away, he screams at his sister, suspecting everything was planned from the start. Versa tells her brother she wants Helraim to follow a righteous path. Daimar shouts after her, asking if she feels no remorse toward their father. Versa continues walking away while Daimar collapses behind her. She hesitates silently, clearly conflicted. Versa answers that their father bears the greater responsibility for all this. Khan quietly calls her name, and she tells him to proceed. Versa says that although it is late, she will now pursue the ideals she once supported. Gaia and Adenka forces arrest the Helraim warriors, announcing that the local Gaia temple is closed and escape is impossible. Priest Dueling tells a captured conspirator he must cooperate fully with Jeremiel's trial if he wants any leniency. Dueling is briefly puzzled by something. Dueling greets Vincent warmly, and Vincent responds in kind. Dueling hurries over, worrying that Vincent has overexerted himself again, and Vincent admits he likely has. Dueling eagerly asks Lady Yosai about his own promotion as Vincent looks on. Yosai explains that while Vincent contributed greatly, that was expected of an Adenka heir and his official mission was only to protect the Gaia priests. She notes that since several priests were harmed, his promotion might normally be difficult, but Vincent tells her not to worry. Dueling calls out to the Maltam priests to testify. He asks them ominously whether they were satisfied with Vincent's escort service. The frightened priests fear punishment and imagine imprisonment or death if they answer poorly. Desperate to save themselves, they loudly praise Vincent, calling his protection greater than even an 8-star warrior. Dueling happily concludes that the priests were extremely satisfied with Vincent's escort. Yosai says this testimony should be enough even for strict Knight Bargwan to accept Vincent's promotion. She formally announces that Vincent Adenka has passed the 8th grade promotion exam. Vincent accepts the medal while saying there is usually a long speech, but he prefers to skip it. His friend enthusiastically congratulates him on becoming an 8th grade cadet. Raven and Sirkin also congratulate Vincent, and he thanks them. Versa suggests they depart, and Khan agrees as they leave the celebrating group behind. Guards escort the bound Daimar away. Someone notes he is walking unusually fast. Daimar bitterly realizes that sending Vincent to Maltam was actually the beginning of Versa's plan. He thinks that if Versa had come personally, he would have hidden everything more thoroughly. He now understands she deliberately sent Vincent, knowing he would expose the evidence. Daimar seethes, refusing to believe Versa's scheme will succeed to the very end. He lunges again, vowing that her plan will not end as she intends. Daimar fires a murderous red beam toward Vincent while shouting for Versa to watch closely. He screams at her to see how her plan ends as he drives the attack forward. Vincent turns in shock as the lethal strike approaches. Blood erupts from Vincent's body as the attack lands. Yosai and Sirkin cry out his name, racing toward him in horror. Vincent remains standing but is drenched in blood, struggling to comprehend what happened. He looks up, stunned, as a figure steps between him and Daimar. He realizes that Versa has intercepted Daimar's attack. Versa stands before him, cloak billowing, having cut down Daimar in Vincent's place. As he dies, Daimar stares at his sister and mutters that she remained true to herself to the very end. Versa quietly says she had hoped Daimar would not force her to go this far. She walks away from his fallen body, blood dripping from her cloak. Yosai, shaken, tries to address Versa. Sirkin observes that Versa cut down her own brother without hesitation, finding her ruthlessness chilling. Vincent reflects that he could not even perceive Daimar's movement, and wonders if this is truly the power of a giant. Vincent silently watches, his eye trembling with emotion. Versa's hand shakes slightly beneath her robe, betraying her inner turmoil. Vincent softly calls out to his mother. He produces a magical stone formed from his own life force, explaining that it contains a record of all Helraim's atrocities. Versa thanks him, saying he has spared her much effort, and prepares to take the evidence back for judgment. Vincent stops her hand and refuses to let her simply treat it as a tool. He tells her the stone is his personal gift and asks her to accept it as such. Surprised, Versa asks if the gift is really meant for her. She admits the stone cannot replace what she lost today but is moved that her son wanted to give her something. Vincent's brother notes that Versa's hands are trembling, which does not fit the legend of a heartless giant. Vincent concludes internally that his mother is more delicate than people think as she clutches the stone to her chest. Versa smiles gently, saying the stone feels warm in her hand. That night, the narration states that the true nature of Vyalga is revealed. A violent impact shakes the Vyalga estate. Khan skewers the Vyalga guard captain with a single thrust. The surrounding guards stare in shock at how easily their captain was killed. Another figure announces that evidence now directly links the head of Vyalga to the Maltam incident. Khan throws off his bloody cloak and warns he will strike only those who resist. The guards waver, some on the verge of tears. One loyalist rallies them to protect the family head and charges forward. Khan releases a terrifying aura, his eyes glowing with purple power. He blitzes through the attackers, cutting them down in an instant. The surviving guards scream in terror as he advances down the corridor. Wreathed in violet energy, Khan prepares another devastating sword technique. His slashes carve through the hall, dismembering the Vialga warriors. When the carnage ends, only corpses remain as Khan walks deeper into the fortress. He stops before a grand door, eyes glowing fiercely. Inside, Khan informs the cloaked Judge Jeremiel that all the evidence has already been sent to the Tower of Judgment. Jeremiel pronounces the head of Vialga guilty and sentences him to immediate execution. As a final courtesy, Khan offers the condemned man the chance to die by his own hand. The Vialga head falters, unable to respond. Instead of accepting, he screams for his men to kill Khan. He leaps to attack, but is swiftly overwhelmed by Khan's counterstrike. Khan cuts him down in a flash of purple light, decisively ending Vialga's rule. The older Khan draws his cursed sword, sensing something and muttering to himself. Facing a robed figure on a throne, Khan curses in frustration. Khan says he understands the person's decision, power flaring around him. The robed figure reacts in alarm as Khan advances. Khan unleashes a devastating purple slash toward the robed figure. The robed figure screams in agony from the attack. Ice cubes fall through a crimson, flame-like background. The scene shifts to a peaceful tea setting with ice cubes in a cup. On a cliffside road, Vincent's mother asks if the sugar tea suits him, and he thanks her. Inside the carriage, Vincent's mother apologizes for separating him from friends, but he replies it is fine. Remembering Vincent's ideals, his mother says she acted because it was right and begins to open up. She explains that seeing Vincent pursue his beliefs deeply moved her. She thanks Vincent, saying his example restored her resolve to follow what she believes is right. Vincent replies that her own determination deserves the credit. Vincent hesitantly asks if she is truly fine with her choice, knowing she will be branded a traitor. She jokes that the one who blew up the magic stone factory is worried about her, lightening the mood. Vincent and his friend panic at the reminder, wondering if they are now in danger. With a gentle smile, she confirms she accepts the consequences, even those. She tells Vincent he resembles his mother in spirit, surprising the boys. As a modest reward, she offers to tell them a story. She begins a tale about Vincent's mother, Sarvina Heisley, and something else important. The mention of the heavens shocks Vincent as he anticipates the connection. Vincent wonders if the divine fruit and his mother are directly related. She reveals that Sarvina was chosen by the divine fruit and received it. Vincent's friend is stunned by the idea that someone could be chosen to receive such a thing. She warns that what follows is a long story and prepares to recount it fully. As the tea ripples, she notes it is a very old story. In the past, young Khan, then a top cadet, ventures with Sarvina and another girl toward his rite of passage. She narrates how she and Sarvina accompanied Khan to a fortress to complete a preparatory ritual. Near the Red Fortress at the Nile waterfall, their task was to subdue the demon dwelling there. Chaotic demonic energy surges, announcing the creature's presence. Sarvina proves both strong and graceful, matching Khan's prowess in combat. The demon erupts from the water, surrounding them with surging power. Sarvina cuts through the revolting tentacles of the waterfall beast, disgusted by it. The monster roars and lashes out with its maw at Sarvina. She cries out in revulsion at the creature's grotesque attack. Yet her eyes gleam with excitement, as if she expected such a challenge. The third companion slashes the creature from another angle, joining Sarvina in assaulting it. Seeing an opening, the third cadet urges that this is their chance. Khan answers the call, striking with his powerful Red Lotus sword to finish the demon. Young Khan focuses intensely as he delivers his decisive blow. The group stands over the subdued clam-like demon at the waterfall's base. Sarvina celebrates their joint victory, but the others remind her they still need to retrieve the pearl. Khan extracts a foul, glowing purple pearl from the slain creature. One companion complains about having to bring back such a smelly pearl, while Khan notes the hunt is an old family tradition. The third cadet remarks that something else about this ritual feels strange. Sarvina points out that hunting the waterfall clam, while tricky, should not be so difficult for a top cadet. She also questions how such a strong waterfall can exist in the frigid region and where its water source lies. The narrator comments that Sarvina was bright, cheerful, inquisitive, and keenly observant. When addressed, Sarvina hints that perhaps this mission has another purpose. She suggests there may be some hidden intent behind the right's task. The others ask if she means a secret design left by their ancestor Aslan, and she says, for example. Sarvina wonders aloud if something might be concealed behind the waterfall itself. She muses about how they could possibly investigate inside a waterfall with currents that strong but insists there are ways. Sarvina steps boldly toward the edge near the falls. Her companions remark that she never backs down and that no one can really stop her. Sarvina proposes clinging to the cliff wall to peer behind the falls, trusting her intuition that there is something there. One of her friends warns her not to complain later as Sarvina steps onto the wet rock. Sarvina begins to question what he means by different just as something happens. She is suddenly swept away by the surging water, screaming as she falls. Versa cries that it is dangerous while Khan reacts in alarm. Khan dives after Sarvina into the waterfall. Both plunge into the turbulent pool below with a huge splash. Sarvina later awakens injured but alive, groaning on the cave floor. She realizes she is inside a hidden cave located behind the waterfall. Delighted, she declares that her intuition about something being there was correct. Versa angrily grabs Sarvina's ear, threatening to hit her for recklessly proving herself right. Versa scolds that they all could have died and demands Sarvina be more careful, while Sarvina apologizes meekly. Khan notes it is a miracle Sarvina is unharmed after such a powerful fall, and Versa agrees. A disembodied, fiery voice corrects them, saying it saved Sarvina, startling Khan and Versa. Back in the present, Vincent exclaims in disbelief that there was actually a person inside. His mother confirms that the being they met was what people call the divine fruit. In the flashback, the fiery presence begins to reveal its true identity to the three cadets. Sarvina's eye widens as she recognizes what they are seeing. A colossal red dragon materializes before them, prompting Sarvina to cry out its name. The three cadets stare at the dragon in terror and shock. Sarvina is especially stunned as she faces the overwhelming creature. The dragon asks which of them is the Seer of Truth. Versa quietly asks if the Seer of Truth refers to an old prophecy of Adenka. The dragon realizes they stumbled in ignorant of that prophecy and calls them unlucky. It concludes that the situation cannot be helped. The dragon unleashes blazing breath, declaring that everyone there must die. The attack explodes around the cadets, knocking them back as they cry out that a single hit could end them. Versa's thoughts race, questioning why a dragon is in the Red Fortress but deciding their priority is finding a way to survive. One of them plants a foot to sprint, initiating a desperate escape attempt. Sarvina yells for everyone to run as they flee across the cavern floor with the dragon in pursuit. The dragon roars that escape is impossible and prepares another spell. The waterfall's flow intensifies behind them, making retreat even harder. The dragon proclaims there is now nowhere left for them to run. Looming over the cadets, it orders them to accept their deaths. In the present, Vincent fixates on the word dragon, shocked. The dragon in the story continues speaking ominously, prompting Vincent to ask if such a thing truly exists. Vincent questions whether beings like that can really exist in their world. His mother answers that it should not be so surprising. She points out that the bone attached to Vincent's red lotus sword is believed to be dragon bone. Vincent's friend panics, thinking only their father and Lael knew about the dragon bone and realizing how little can be hidden from the mistress of Adenka. Vincent then asks how she and the others managed to survive the dragon. She admits she does not know all the details herself. She says that probably only Sarvina truly understands what happened. Returning to the flashback, the dragon traps them and again insists there is no escape. It repeats its demand that the human children accept death. Versa urges Khan and Sarvina that they have no choice but to fight. Khan and Sarvina ready their blades in grim determination. The three cadets launch a coordinated aerial assault toward the dragon. They dart around the cavern with rapid footwork to position their strikes. From the dragon's perspective, the cadets close in for their desperate attack. The dragon notes their efforts with a thoughtful hum. Sarvina and Versa's strikes clash with the dragon's power as Khan rushes in beneath. Khan unleashes his ultimate technique, General Death Sword Dance, in a massive purple arc. The dragon's claws meet the attack head-on. The clash explodes, and the dragon remarks that Khan's technique is impressive. Khan is horrified that the dragon so easily deflected Adenka's strongest sword art. The dragon declares that human ability has strict limits. Surrounded by crushing blue mana, Versa realizes the overwhelming pressure is the dragon's mana. Sarvina gasps that she cannot breathe under the same mana pressure. Khan calls out to Sarvina and Versa as they buckle under the force. He steels himself, breathing hard under the dragon's gaze. The dragon notes that Khan can at least withstand the mana it radiates. It judges him a strong human who might have achieved great things, making it almost a shame to kill him. Khan roars that he will not abandon Sarvina and Versa to die. The dragon's magic sigils flare as it launches a devastating attack. Khan is impaled and bloodied by the blast. He coughs blood in agony. The dragon explains that all human methods of using mana are mere imitations of dragon's own techniques. Resuming a humanoid form, the dragon states that no human warrior is anywhere near its level. Khan hangs his head in defeat as the dragon continues speaking. Smiling cruelly, the dragon girl says it is a pity but suggests they kill him. A massive explosion tears through the waterfall area. Amid the smoke, Sarvina's purple hair whips in the air as bodies tumble. Khan shields Sarvina and Versa as they are blown out of the cave. The dragon girl is stunned that a human survived her magic. She realizes Sarvina is special and turns her attention to the battered girl. The dragon seizes Sarvina's chin, addressing her directly. She asks Sarvina if she is of the Hwansaengui family, confusing Sarvina. Sarvina, barely conscious, asks how the dragon knows her family. The dragon replies that it is possible for it to know, and keeps holding Sarvina's face while Versa lies collapsed nearby. Versa weakly calls out Sarvina's name. The dragon begins to explain that it is because Sarvina's family. It declares that Sarvina's family has been chosen by it. In the present, Sarvina's mother ends the tale, saying that is all she knows. She adds that when she woke up, they had already been cast outside the waterfall. She recalls that something had been given specifically to Sarvina. That gift was the radiant heavenly fruit resting in Sarvina's hands. Vincent repeats the name heavenly fruit in awe. He recognizes that the legendary item Aslan left in the Red Fortress truly existed and was this heavenly fruit. Back in the carriage, Vincent and his mother sit silently as he absorbs the story. She says that after those events, Sarvina's health steadily declined. Sarvina's once great strength faded until everyday life became difficult. Vincent, close to tears, whispers for his mother. His mother explains that even in that weakened state, Sarvina chose not to eat the heavenly fruit. Sarvina offers Khan a mystical fruit, wanting him to eat it. Narration explains Khan hesitates to accept power that harms Sarvina, whom he deeply loves. The storyteller says Sarvina died after long disputes, and by her will Khan finally ate the heavenly fruit. She adds that Sarvina lived on in Khan's heart, remembered as in their happiest days. Vincent observes many emotions in his stepmother Versa's face, including jealousy, longing, and compassion. Vincent asks Versa what kind of person his birth mother was. Versa admits she both respected Sarvina and envied her. In a rainy memory, someone reassures Versa that things are okay. Young Sarvina hugs the crying Versa in the rain and comforts her. Versa looks stunned as Sarvina embraces her. Sarvina tells Versa she is not a mere doll, making Versa sob harder. The two girls keep hugging on the rainy ground, their bond cemented. Versa addresses Vincent and asks him to grant her one more request. Vincent, tense, asks what the request is. Versa coldly asks Vincent to annihilate her own family, the Hellenes. The scene shifts to Crimson Fortress at Nile Falls, where Vincent and Julian stand before a powerful waterfall. They comment on the strength of the current as they inspect Nile Falls. Julian is shocked when Vincent grips his sword, preparing to act. Vincent unleashes a massive technique called Absolute Sword Slash imbued with divine energy. He follows with an overwhelming all-gods strike that cleaves toward the falls. The attack detonates in a huge purple blast against the waterfall. Julian panics, scolding Vincent for risking collapse of the cave entrance behind the falls. Vincent, unimpressed, questions the worry about it collapsing. He notes that the entrance hidden by the waterfall would not be destroyed so easily. Julian marvels at the unshaken waterfall while Vincent concludes he cannot enter it yet. Vincent recalls the dragon inside waiting for an Adenka truth-seer, and deduces a link between this waterfall and Arslan. He thinks his birth mother used a different means to enter, which weakened and killed her after obtaining the heavenly fruit. Vincent reasons that the key to passing the waterfall must still be hidden somewhere. Determined, he vows to find the truth lying beyond the waterfall. Narration explains Daimar Halaim was executed on the spot by Patriarch Khan under Jeremiel's supervision. At the fortress, two officers discuss the scale of the incident, one boasting that her presence prevented disaster. Her colleague reminds her she had initially tried to avoid going, teasing her for her laziness. They agree the situation ended acceptably, though the tragedy between the siblings weighs on them. The man grows somber, thinking about that tragedy. He looks at a framed portrait of a witch-like girl, thinking of siblings. Footsteps approach quickly down a hallway. A frantic priest runs clutching the Holy Grail. Realizing trouble, he panics. He finds himself cornered in a dead-end hall. Someone tells him there is no escape and urges him to give up. Priest Nelyuk appears with armored knights, correcting that he should be addressed as senior. Nelyuk announces that the priest will surrender the Holy Grail and retreat from the secular world for doctrine. Nelyuk brutally grabs the priest by the throat. Crazed, Nelyuk prepares to kill him forever. Suddenly bolts of blue lightning strike the cathedral from above. The lightning shreds Nelyuk's knights, leaving him horrified. Nelyuk, electrified, shouts in confusion about what is happening. He grimly prepares to retaliate. A voice warns him to abandon the Grail unless he wants to lose his head again, startling him. Vincent's red-haired paladin ally appears and declares he will now guard the Holy Grail as Duelin's paladin. Back at Nile Falls, Hannah arrives as Vincent wonders why she summoned him there. She's introduced as Hannah Adenka, a top-rank 1 cadet and third direct descendant of Adenka. She confirms this is the graduation mission site, where they must fight the Waterfall Clan. Hannah admits she still lacks enough points to take her graduation mission. Narration explains that few tasks require rank 1 cadets, leaving them short on points like some rank 9s. Vincent extends a mission request slip toward her, saying that is why he approached her. He proposes that she join him on a mission. Hannah thinks that a mission linked to their late mother's last request deserves to be heard out. She asks what kind of mission it is, and Vincent says first they must go to Helheim territory. Hannah notes Helheim territory will be difficult for him now that their uncle is dead, and Vincent agrees this is why he needs her. He asks her to be his bodyguard in exchange for enough points to complete her graduation mission. Hannah, suspicious, asks what he truly wants in return for such an offer. Vincent reveals that his price is a portrait. He remembers how Julian once angrily discovered an old portrait of Vincent while he was reading. The memory shows that portrait inside a book. Young Julian had carefully inked and preserved that portrait. A flashback shows young Hannah happily giving that drawing to Vincent, who was delighted. Vincent jokes that the old picture is outdated and suggests creating a new one. He activates a powerful skill, causing Hannah to flinch. A glowing crazed sculptor power manifests, ready to create an image. Another power, Michaelian, manifests behind Hannah as she glares down at Vincent. Furious, she asks if he is making fun of her. Vincent insists he is serious, calling the old drawing a precious memory, while Julian protests. Vincent exposes that Julian preserved the drawing with magic, proving how precious it actually is. Vincent adds that he has changed as well, implying he wants a new image of himself from her. He asks if she refuses to draw it again, making her fall silent. Hannah curtly tells him to change his request. She says she might consider the escort mission if he asks for something else. Julian, watching, calls out to his sister. Elsewhere, blood drops into a glass held by Garfanzo Helheim. Garfonzo is told that Daimar is dead. His servant confirms the news, saying it is heartbreaking. Garfonzo icily asks if all evidence of his own involvement has been erased. He presses the question, demanding a clear answer. The narration introduces him fully as Garfonzo Helene, patriarch of the Helene family. The servant insists everything was arranged so Daimar appears to have acted alone, sparing the family. Garfonzo notes that Versa has always opposed his methods, so her current hostility is no surprise. With a sinister smile, he approves of this development. He eagerly looks forward to testing both Versa and Vincent. He mentions that the Helene still have a secret weapon. Revealing that weapon, he shows mutilated dragonkin bodies hanging above, their blood harvested. A close-up emphasizes the suffering dragonkin victim. Garfonzo invites Versa to submit and figuratively return to her father's embrace as he drinks their blood. His fist tightens in anticipation of battle. He vows that Vincent will also fall into his monstrous grandfather's arms. The scene cuts back to a clash of enormous energies. Vincent and his blonde opponent cross blades in a fierce duel. Their energy beams explode repeatedly. The duelers continue fighting violently across the arena. Julian watches the match in disbelief, wondering how this situation arose. Vincent's opponent also wonders how things reached this point as he fights ferociously. The blonde noble screams that he will finally kill Vincent. Vincent answers, daring him to try while powering up his purple blade. A third fighter dives from above as their attacks collide in the arena. The clash results in a massive fiery explosion. Vincent reels from the blast but endures. The noble curses Vincent for surviving. The third fighter lands and asks not to be left out of the battle. The blonde prince and spear-wielding Vardakin argue over who is interfering, each wanting to fight Vincent. The prince decides to defeat Vardakin first, while Vardakin welcomes the challenge. Vincent yells that this squabble is not the priority, and asks if they forgot why they came. Julian again exclaims in shock, asking how it all turned out this way. He laments even louder, bewildered by how events escalated. Several powerful figures, including Khan, are briefly shown reacting to the chaos. Their stern expressions show how serious the situation has become. Another man grins wickedly, eager for the unfolding turmoil. Versa urges Vincent to hurry, or their long-laid plans will fail. Garfonzo similarly frets that their own schemes may be ruined. The narrative jumps to 2 weeks earlier at Crimson Fortress. The instructor casually grants Vincent and Hannah permission to depart on their mission. Both react with surprise at how easily approval is given. She clarifies she is ordering them to leave for Helene territory the next day. Hannah protests that her sword is ill-suited for escort duty and suggests other rank 1 cadets. The instructor curtly says she hates being bothered. She playfully explains she will have peace of mind if 2 direct Adenka descendants leave the fortress together. Hannah tries to object again. The instructor cuts her off, declaring that refusal is not an option under the headmistress's orders. Reluctantly, Hannah accepts the assignment. As they leave, Vincent muses that they have no choice. He reminds her she is not the type to leave debts unpaid. He frames the mission as a win-win, giving her graduation points in exchange for 1 portrait. Hannah realizes this was his strategy from the start, and feels outplayed. She finally agrees to draw the portrait, pleasing Vincent. Vincent enthusiastically seals the promise before they depart. Time passes under a beautiful evening sky. On departure day, their group gathers by the carriages as their superior hopes Vincent will not cause trouble again. Another officer warns of the mission's danger, but Vincent says Helmes cannot directly harm him. He notes he will have his powerful rank 1 sister with him. He also counts on Seri, a friendly spirit mage, to accompany them. Wilson eagerly asks to come too, and Vincent agrees. Someone calls Vincent's name, drawing his attention. Several cadet friends sprint toward him, shouting for him to wait. Out of breath, they are relieved they arrived before he left. Vincent focuses on them as they call for attention. The group gives him their customary salute and chant of humble respect to absolute glory. One girl blushes and tells Vincent to return safely. Another reminds him of his promise to duel her after the mission and makes sure he has not forgotten. 2 more cadets thank Vincent for helping them grow stronger. Vincent is silently moved by all their support. He responds with a quiet smile, ready to depart on the dangerous mission. A confident young man pledges respect to absolute glory and promises he will return. At the train, a woman tells Vincent it is time to leave while another man awkwardly starts to respond. Vincent remembers a red-haired comrade teasing that he used to be less stiff. Hannah coldly states that emotions only obstruct missions. She explains that as an Adenka martial artist, necessary sacrifices must be made. The man silently reflects on her words. Horses whinny as the carriages prepare to depart. The convoy rides out through the fortress gate. Friends shout farewells and warnings while someone worries whether the departing siblings will be okay. Vincent comments that Hannah seems somewhat warped. He thinks Hannah has become an emotionless mission-focused person nicknamed Statue. Red Hair wonders if keeping the siblings together for so long is wise but assumes they will reminisce as they travel. In the carriage, Hannah's brush stroke flashes sharply beside Vincent. Vincent flinches as the blade-like brush passes by his face. Hannah presses her blade to his throat, implying siblings would never actually kill each other. She silently holds him at sword point while he sits shocked. Her brush sketch of a faceless figure is dramatically slashed. The attack lands in the wooden floor with a burst. Vincent angrily demands to know what Hannah thinks she is doing while another passenger panics and calls her name. Hannah stares back in cold silence. She unleashes a blindingly fast series of slashes. The relentless sword practice continues, filling the carriage. The blonde boy gasps in awe at what he is witnessing. Hannah remarks on the Adenka family's poor grooming and swiftly trims Vincent's hair. The carriages continue along a rough, narrow road. Hannah calmly paints on an easel despite the jostling ride. She finishes and reveals a precise portrait of Vincent. Vincent compares himself to the picture, sitting straight as the subject. She hands him the portrait, asking if he is satisfied, and he gratefully thanks her. Vincent marvels at how detailed the drawing is despite the shaking carriage. The blonde boy proudly boasts that his sister is a prodigy-level artist. Hannah says the portrait repays her debt, and Vincent promises to treasure it. The blonde wonders aloud why such a talented sister ever refused to draw, then guesses she might have quit. Vincent explains that, as a noble, many of Hannah's choices were made for her, and art may have been abandoned under that weight. He reflects that becoming a painter was probably an unattainable luxury for her. The blonde insists it should not have to be that way. Vincent argues that not everyone must be a warrior and other dreams should not be belittled. He quietly resolves that if the Adenka name stole something from Hannah, he wants to help her get it back. Elsewhere, protesters yell for Hwansaengui to be driven out. Soldiers are ordered to suppress the demonstrators. Leaders insist the protesters must not be allowed into Dressora. The crowd shouts about reclaiming Hwansaengui from a tyrant. Violent clashes erupt between protesters and armored guards. Hannah's group arrives on a rooftop and looks over the chaotic city of Hwansaengui. Vincent recalls Hwansaenguy's former trade-based wealth while Hannah notes it is now a civil war zone benefiting only the rich. She explains that the Hwansaengui family's tyranny led to a citizens' revolutionary group engaging in protests and guerrilla warfare. Many who could afford to flee the conflict have taken refuge in the central city of Dressora. Vincent knew the general situation but is surprised by the current level of unrest, concluding something recent triggered it. Hannah says the people's rage exploded after the revolutionaries' leader was publicly executed. Vincent reacts to the word execution as Hannah urges the group to hurry to Dressora's center to avoid revolutionary forces. She leads them through a shortcut alley, and the attendants note she seems very familiar with Hwansaengui. Someone asks if Lady Hina has been here before, startling her. She begins a hesitant answer but is interrupted. Armed men appear, prompting Vincent and Hannah to draw swords and demand to know who is there. Vincent recognizes the armor as belonging to Hwansaenguy's warriors. The warriors, suspicious of the unfamiliar uniform, order that the intruders be captured. Vincent tries to de-escalate but is forced into combat with an attacking knight. The knights assume Vincent's group are revolutionary guerrillas because they are armed. Vincent decides talking is pointless now and prepares to fight seriously. He launches a powerful blue-enhanced strike that slams a knight into the ground. Gathering glowing energy around his fist, he activates a technique labeled necessary. He dives like a comet and smashes another opponent with a devastating blow. The remaining knights stare in stunned disbelief. His blazing punch crushes an armored helm. Vincent continues, his empowered blows tearing through enemy defenses. One knight flies away as Vincent moves with overwhelming speed. A surviving knight leaps down cursing Vincent as a reckless youngster. Vincent counters, triggering an explosion that hurls the enemy skyward. The blast sends flames and debris surging from the building. Hannah shields her attendants from the shockwave and orders them not to panic. She calmly notes that Vincent is unhurt, while he fights high on a wall. A horrified knight calls the situation madness. A concentrated blue beam rips across the street, further shocking onlookers. Vincent slams another warrior down with a vertical slash of energy. He feels light, and realizes the mana pills from the reversal and absorption prison are fully supporting his body. More armed soldiers converge from multiple directions, trapping Hannah's group in an alley. They are completely surrounded by Hwansaengui soldiers, who call for additional troops to prevent any escape. Vincent and the blonde boy see the encirclement, and worry about the overwhelming numbers. Hannah notes the fight will never end at this rate, and prepares a different solution. She raises a jeweled emblem and declares for everyone to look, revealing Hwansaenguy's blue gem medal. The soldiers recognize it as the highest grade martial arts medal and wonder who she is. Hannah identifies herself as Hina Adenka of the Red Fortress and demands passage to Dressora. The knights are shocked to learn she is the head family's granddaughter. A commander orders all troops to cease fire, declaring Hina a benefactor of Hwansaengui. Vincent realizes there must be a significant story behind the medal since she hesitated to use it. As Vincent questions her, a mysterious bound stone device rolls between them. The device reveals glowing runes and activates. A smoke bomb engulfs the area, blinding both Hina and Vincent. Amid the confusion, someone grabs Vincent's arm. Vincent, led by the hand, is guided away through the smoke. Hina recognizes the particular smoke as one used by the revolutionaries for guerrilla tactics. She suddenly realizes Vincent has vanished. Emerging from the dissipating smoke, Hina anxiously calls out for Vincent. Hwansaengui soldiers report that they still have no news from the patrol on 7th Street. Hina urgently orders them to find Vincent, insisting he could not have gone far. She worries aloud whether the search party will reach him in time while her attendants try to calm her. Hina, increasingly frantic, insists they must hurry because Vincent may already be in danger. One attendant reasons that the revolutionary army likely snatched Vincent, though she is surprised he could not handle mere civilians. She then notes the kidnappers acted right after Hina announced her name. Hina concludes that because Vincent is known to be related to her, the revolutionaries will now treat him as an enemy. She reveals that she herself captured their leader and handed him over to the Helene family. Meanwhile, Vincent lies unconscious in a storeroom. A hooded figure stands over his prone body. A green-haired youth mocks Vincent as a pathetic brat. The kidnappers prepare to depart with their captive. Their wagon races through the alleys, urged on by shouts. The masked group confirms they successfully stole military supplies during the protests. They drive toward a tunnel leading to Vartican territory, planning to blend with traitors once through. Inside the tunnel they notice Vincent and identify him as Hana Adenka's younger brother, considering him a perfect bargaining chip. Vincent secretly smirks, revealing he is awake. The blonde driver nervously asks if it is really right to do something this bad. The blue-haired leader sharply tells him to get a grip, reminding him of the fate of falling back into Garfanzo's slavery. When asked how he captured a direct Adenka descendant, the leader brags that ambushing within the smoke made it easy. Another bandit realizes this makes no sense unless Vincent allowed himself to be caught and is hit by a sudden attack. Vincent springs up and blasts that bandit with a glowing strike. The leader screams his comrade's name in shock. Vincent dashes past with blurring speed, heading straight for the others. The blonde driver, unaware, asks if someone spoke, saying he could not hear over the noise. A terrified bandit suddenly finds a sword at his throat and shrieks. Vincent orders the driver to keep going to the original destination, promising not to hurt him if he cooperates. He calmly states he wishes to meet the leader of the Citizen Revolutionary Army. The frightened driver agrees and begs him to move the blade away. Vincent notes that driving a carriage is all the man seems skilled at, then recognizes him from the sunburnt derelict's camp. The driver realizes Vincent remembers him from that encampment. As the wagon exits the tunnel, figures block the path and the driver reacts in alarm. Vincent and the driver shout that a person is standing ahead in the supposedly deserted tunnel. The driver yanks the reins and shouts a warning. The wagon hits something and begins to overturn. The cart, horses, and bandits are violently flung through the air. A massive impact rocks the tunnel floor. The blue-haired youth wakes amid the wreckage, clutching his head. He calls out to his companions to see if they survived. Vincent appears before him, remarking that he knew they would choose this route. Another man appears, amused that the Helene army never discovered the local secret shortcut. Vincent notices the newcomer wears a blue Helene armband. The blue-haired youth accuses this man of treachery, believing he intends to sell them out to Garfanzo. The newcomer coldly distances himself, saying they are merely reactionaries opposing Garfanzo and Helene. Laughing manically, he produces a black orb and declares he will show them a model citizen. The blue-haired youth recognizes the orb as a dangerous grace. The orb pierces into the man's chest as he activates it. His body transforms, face cracking with red energy as he revels that this is the power he sought. Red demonic flames surge around the area, trapping the revolutionaries. The transformed demon towers above, exuding overwhelming murderous aura. He exults in his newfound strength, boasting he could now capture countless traitors. He vows to seize everyone present and earn even more graces. His crimson attack crashes down, only to be intercepted by a streak of blue energy. Vincent, now standing before the stunned blue-haired youth, blocks the demon's claw with his glowing sword. The youth stares in disbelief at Vincent's feat. The enraged demon cannot fathom someone stopping a grace with one hand and demands to know who Vincent is. Vincent, sword blazing with purple power, prepares to introduce himself with overwhelming might. A fighter yells that his opponent should introduce themselves first as he launches a powerful purple attack. The cloaked swordsman swings his glowing blade, unleashing the massive strike. The demonic foe reels in the smoke, groaning from the blow. The red demon scoffs, claiming even divine power cannot hurt his body. Grinning, the demon begins to say the opponent should know their place. The swordsman smashes the cave ceiling with a blue blast, bringing tons of rock down. Smiling, he explains he knew mana would not hurt a dragonkin body, so he targeted the cave itself. Looking at the collapsed cavern, he reflects that the dragonkin power explains everything he has seen. He thinks about the drugged dragonkin attacker and the method of imbuing pills with such strength. He concludes that the dragonkin blood used against him traces back to the Helene family. Deciding there is more to uncover in Helene territory, he grips his sword. A blue-haired youth clashes blades with him in midair, attacking fiercely. Struggling in the duel, the youth demands to know what he really is and why he first surrendered then saved them. The youth angrily accuses him of siding with noble Hana Adenka and says nobles never care about commoners. A man with a cane walks up and orders the youth, Harmona, to stop. The newcomer tells Harmona he cannot win against this child. The swordsman asks the mysterious man who he is. The man calmly introduces himself as Laurent Helene. Surrounded by red flames, he states he is the supposedly captured and executed leader of the Citizen Revolutionary Army. The scene shifts to a forest hideout on the outskirts of Helene territory where revolutionaries are gathered. Inside the cabin, Laurent and the swordsman talk while others whisper that this is really Vincent Adenka who once used Laurent's face. Spying through the window, Harmona doubts Vincent's worth while a comrade insists he is the hero of Maeltum. A grateful man holding his daughter tells them Vincent's household even protected his child. Flashback to that man in prison, frantically giving Vincent his mailroom address so his daughter can be saved. Another captive begs at least to be allowed to feed his child. Vincent summons his spirit Sari and sends her to that address. Sari receives the detailed mail to Midway, 12th Street location. Back in the forest, the grateful father urges Harmona to trust Vincent, saying he came to help them. Harmona still insists they cannot be sure Vincent will not betray them. Vincent worries they do not know when he might reveal his true colors, from their perspective. Laurent asks if Vincent really saved Maelton. Vincent modestly credits his parents, and says he only started the process. Laurent laughs, saying the survivors give Vincent the real credit. Laurent adds that several members here are from or tied to Maelton, and he wants to thank Vincent on their behalf. In a memory, Laurent concludes they must kill someone dangerous. Barum appears in that memory, and Laurent greets him anxiously. Barum warns Laurent that Vincent knows their hideout, and about Laurent himself, urging him to act before it is too late. Laurent questions Barum's idea of killing the martial artist who defeated a grace-enhanced citizen. Vincent reassures Barum they will be fine, calming him. Vincent notes inwardly how extremely cautious the revolutionaries are of outsiders and wonders what happened. Vincent then connects that Laurent, believed dead as revolutionary leader, is somehow still alive and asks how. Laurent answers that dark magic saved him, surprising Vincent. Laurent explains Barum escaped forced labor camps, discovered talent for dark magic while making magic stones, and used it to help him. Barum details a body duplication spell he used to create a fake corpse of Laurent. Thanks to that spell, they swapped the fake body in right before Laurent's scheduled execution. Vincent's companion notes the dark magic resembles what Tillavan once used. Barum suggests he and Vincent talk alone and asks Laurent to help move a chair. Laurent leaves the room with Vincent while Barum watches in tense silence. Barum silently worries as they depart. Walking through the forest, Laurent realizes Vincent was sent by his elder sister to bring down the Hell-Aims. Laurent believes his sister wants to punish both herself and their family. Vincent respectfully asks Laurent a personal question. He bluntly asks why Laurent slashed his own eyes, startling him. Vincent reasons that the scars are too rough to be from a skilled fighter. He adds that there are no signs of struggle, so Laurent must have done it himself. Laurent confesses he blinded himself because he could no longer bear what he saw. He recalls horrific scenes of cities under Hell-Aim control where people were hanged. He remembers citizens suffering and screaming, which he could not stand to watch. Vincent presses, sensing there is another reason behind Laurent's self-mutilation. Laurent thinks that Vincent's insight surpasses that of normal martial artists, and understands why his sister chose him. Laurent confirms Vincent has seen what a grace pill is in action. He explains grace is a monstrously empowering but addictive pill the Hell-Aims use to divide the populace. A vision shows how taking grace corrupts and transforms users into monstrous beings. Those who cooperated with Hell-Aims were rewarded with higher ranks and stronger graces. Laurent narrates that his family turned grace users into mercenaries, and as more protesters fell to addiction, citizen resistance weakened. Laurent recalls publicly declaring he cannot tolerate Hell-Aim territory's condition and rallying citizens to reclaim it. In that speech he vowed not to witness the oppression with his own eyes any longer. He dramatizes that he sacrificed his sight to become a unifying symbol for remaining resistors. Back in the present forest, Vincent tells Laurent his motives are respectable, and Laurent thanks him. Suddenly 2 red, demonic grace users appear in the trees, shouting about Laurent being alive. Vincent identifies them as grace users and fears the hideout has been exposed. The attackers leap down, motivated by the promise of becoming first-class citizens if they capture Laurent. Vincent orders Laurent to hide as he charges forward with eyes blazing. He clashes with one demon, but his powerful slash fails to injure the dragonkin-like body. Realizing his blow left no mark and there is nothing nearby to exploit, Vincent worries about how to fight them. One enraged demon rushes in, demanding to know what Vincent is pondering while attacking with a massive punch. Vincent is smashed into the ground, sent spinning by the impact. He rises from the crater, bracing himself for the next exchange. Laurent watches, tense and sweating, cursing their enemy. Vincent's spectral brother shouts and points out that Laurent is in danger. We see Laurent about to be struck by a hulking monster as Vincent races toward him. The monster mocks that Laurent only needs his face intact as it charges a fiery blast in its mouth. Laurent panics and calls out to Sir Laurent, fearing for him. Vincent roars in response, rushing to intervene. He slashes and deflects the flaming blast away from Laurent at the last second. The redirected energy explodes violently in the forest. Laurent, knocked back, groans and wonders what just happened. Emerging from the smoke with a wounded arm and bloody sword, Vincent stands protectively before him. The surviving demons taunt that Vincent cannot defend the blind man forever and offer to spare him if he surrenders Laurent. Vincent firmly refuses, thinking he can defeat them if he goes all out. However, he worries that protecting blind Laurent while fighting 2 foes will be difficult. The demons decide to kill Vincent along with Laurent and charge again. Vincent curses, bracing for another desperate clash. He unleashes a flurry of blue slashes that surround and slice through the demons. The red silhouettes of the enemies are shredded by his technique. Blood erupts as the demons are annihilated around Vincent. Recognizing the familiar sword art he just used, Vincent is surprised. A woman surrounded by aura appears and he recognizes her as his sister. Hannah is shocked to realize her brother Laurent is still alive. Hearing her voice, Laurent is stunned and turns toward it. Hannah clenches her teeth, asking if the man is truly Laurent. Vincent exclaims in surprise as a dark aura suddenly surges. In a rage, Hannah charges at Laurent, yelling that it is unbelievable he is still alive. Vincent intercepts with a powerful blue strike that meets Hannah's attack. Their blades clash directly as Vincent blocks her assault. Vincent shouts at his sister, demanding to know what she is doing. He reflects that Hannah rarely shows emotion and wonders what made her this furious. Laurent falls silent, weighed down by guilt. He asks Hannah if she is still good at drawing while Vincent continues holding her back. Hannah's lips tremble at the reminder. Her sword falls and sticks into the ground as she loosens her grip. She collapses to her knees, confused, while Vincent hovers protectively and calls to her. With tears in her eyes, Hannah asks why Laurent talked about her drawing even though he cannot see. From a distance she apologizes to Laurent, the battlefield now littered with dead monsters. Revolutionaries rush in shouting for their leader, startling both Laurent and Vincent. Harmona and others arrive, asking what caused the explosion and if they are all right. Seeing Vincent, Harmona calls him the Blessed One and asks how he ended up here. Harmona notices the kneeling woman and starts to suspect who she might be. Realizing it is Hina Adenka, Harmona's anger flares. Laurent tries to calm everyone, insisting he is fine and they should not panic. A dark figure looms over the kneeling Hannah, staring silently. Hannah, shaken, recognizes this person from that past incident. A flashback shows Hina striking Harmona during their first confrontation. In that memory, Harmona angrily demands to know what she is doing there. Hannah replies that Harmona almost killed their revolutionary leader. Hannah recalls being taught that a warrior needs no emotions, only to obey orders and be praised for success. She remembers being raised to see blind loyalty and destructive violence as virtue and honor. In the past, Harmona bursts into the hideout yelling that their location is compromised and they must flee. Suddenly Hannah appears behind Harmona, catching him off guard. She swiftly strikes and wounds him with her sword. Harmona falls as Hannah stands over him, sword ready. Hannah narrates that after giving up on her dreams she stopped caring about anything else. She formally summons Laurent as a reference witness regarding the illegal violent protest in Dursona City. Harmona cries that she is lying and only wants to take the leader away to kill him. Hannah insists it is merely a reference investigation and that he will be released after a short appearance. Harmona refuses to believe her and says they will never hand over their leader. Hannah begins to say there is no way they are planning to kill Laurent. Suddenly Gafanso Helem strides in, claiming they are only taking his son away. Laurent trembles and calls this imposing man father. Hannah orders the revolutionaries to stop resisting and come inside, but Laurent declares they cannot comply. He vows that they will resist to the very end. The revolutionaries proclaim they are ready to sacrifice anything for Helem's people. Gafanso coldly remarks that Laurent even sold his eyes to sway people and suggests such self-sacrifice is questionable. A sinister figure echoes that if Laurent truly believes in sacrifice, he should act accordingly. Gafanso then asks if Laurent is willing to sacrifice his niece Hannah as well. Grabbing Laurent, Gafanso sneers that Laurent is the one who encouraged the girl's love of drawing. He threatens that if Hannah ends up blind like Laurent, it would break his heart as a grandfather. Terrified, Laurent realizes exactly what his father is implying. Narration states that night Laurent quietly went with Gafanso. A caption jumps forward, saying that days later, it is revealed that night Laurent's execution was decreed, and crowds now protest in the square calling him a hero and demanding the execution be cancelled. The rebels reveal they saved Vincent from execution by using Baram's corpse reanimation magic to fake his death. Disguised in cloaks, Vincent and Baram hurry through the city, wary of being recognized. Hearing a familiar voice, Vincent panics and wonders if it could really be Hina. Vincent sees Hina confronting armored soldiers at the execution, accusing them of breaking their promise. Hina screams in anguish, demanding to know why her uncle is on the execution block. The order to proceed is given and the execution blade falls. Before a massive crowd, the guillotine comes down on the body that replaced Vincent. Hina tearfully watches, believing her uncle has just been killed. Hidden in the crowd, Vincent apologizes inwardly as he endures her grief. Vincent's thoughts flash back to the words of apology he could not say to Hina. Later at a campfire, Vincent reflects that his father's grim warning before his capture was not entirely wrong. He admits that without Grandpa Baram he would have died, and now as a blind figurehead he feels useless as revolutionary leader. Vincent explains that to sell the ruse of his execution, he never let Hina know he survived. Hina silently breaks down alone, still believing her uncle dead. Helem's head Gafanso praises Hina for her successful mission. Gafanso wonders why she looks so dejected when the mission supposedly succeeded. Hina trembles, feeling nothing like a righteous hero despite having killed a supposed villain. Gafanso tells her that merely following orders and being praised is the true virtue and honor of a warrior. He insists a warrior should suppress emotions as he clasps her hand, reinforcing that doctrine. Hina remembers being told, metal in hand and blood everywhere, that she would become an excellent warrior. In the present she crushes that metal in her fist, conflicted. Around the campfire, Baram asks Vincent if he truly intends to honor his sister's request and bring down Helem. Vincent and his ghostly companion rage internally at how Hina was used and vow never to forgive Gafanso. Vincent glares silently, weighing this accusation. He declares he is serious and pledges to support Knight Lawrence's cause against Helheim. Beram smiles and asks Vincent to also accept his personal request. Beram's request is for Vincent to go to Dursona and meet his father, the head of the Helheim family. At the mansion gates, guards stop Vincent and demand identification before he approaches the Helheim estate. Vincent introduces himself as Vincent Adenka of the Red Fortress, and states he has come on official mission to see his grandfather, Gafanso Helheim. The guards say he may enter once his identity and papers are verified. Irritated at being told to wait, Vincent's temper flares. Dark power surges as Vincent menacingly asks if a mere soldier dares make a guest of the family head wait. Surrounded by his ominous aura, he explains he was delayed by circumstances but that his visit is already authorized by the Helheim head. He pointedly asks if the guard thinks his rank surpasses that of the family head. Overwhelming them, Vincent orders the soldiers to stop arguing and guide him directly to Gafanso's room. Ignoring their protests, he pushes open the mansion doors and strides inside. Noticing something unusual inside, Vincent's eyes narrow. He finds the grand hall packed with heavily armed soldiers lining the approach to the head's audience chamber. Even the soldiers themselves wonder why so many fierce troops have been assembled here. Vincent asks a nearby guard about the large military presence, and is told it is for an event called the Hades Meeting. The guard explains that the Hades Meeting is a friendly martial competition named after Helheim's symbolic flower, held between Helheim and invited warrior families. However, growing revolutionary unrest threatens to disrupt this event. Because of that risk, nearly all of Helheim's forces have been mobilized and kept on standby. The flustered guard asks Vincent for understanding, saying Gafanso is deploying soldiers even where they are not truly needed. Vincent's cutting comment about this careless deployment shocks the guard. He tells the guard that if they are going to invent excuses, they should at least make them believable. Vincent challenges them, asking what justification there could be for posting troops at the head's own doors when greeting an honored guest. Realizing this is a test of wits, he presses the soldiers to answer why the troops are really there. A massive hammer strike answers that it is supposedly to prevent any possible disturbances. A towering, one-eyed hammer-wielding officer appears, saying he will personally guide Vincent from here. The officer, still radiating killing intent, politely orders Vincent to follow quietly. Vincent coldly repeats the word disturbance, mocking the idea. He demands to know if a prince of Adenka studying at the Red Fortress can truly be considered a disturbance to the Helheim head. The officer stammers in denial, unsettled. Vincent berates the troops, shouting that soldiers who cannot clearly state what or whom they are protecting are unworthy of the title. Sweating, the soldiers realize how absurd it is to treat an invited guest as an enemy. Vincent commands them to disperse and insists he will go to his grandfather alone, even as the hammer officer tries to restrain him. The hammer swings again in a forceful attack. The officer roars that Vincent cannot pass, unleashing a massive shockwave. Vincent regards the attack and calmly asks if violence is really their final answer. Cloaked in dark power, he offers to become the very disturbance they claim to fear. Overwhelmed by Vincent's aura, the hammer officer realizes this presence matches rumors of Vincent releasing a power called Malthium. Gafanso suddenly shouts for everyone to stop. From a balcony above, Gafanso orders the soldiers to stand down. He then greets Vincent formally and welcomes him. Smiling, Gafanso invites Vincent inside and reiterates his welcome to the Helheim family. In a drawing room, Gafanso admits Vincent has struck a nerve and asks if the boy was displeased by the earlier test. He apologizes, saying he merely wanted to test Vincent's mettle after hearing of his spirited deeds, and that the rumors were accurate. Vincent replies politely that he is flattered, inwardly confirming that this imposing man truly is Gafanso Helheim. Vincent senses a murderous aura behind Gafanso's calm exterior, and judges him well suited to lead a warrior clan. Gafanso says he has long wanted to meet Vincent, who reminds him of the enemy who killed his son. Vincent answers that the feeling is mutual, because he has come specifically to bring his grandfather down. When Gafanso asks what mission brought him, Vincent evasively says it is a secret. Gafanso presses, surprised that Vincent would withhold information even from his own grandfather. Vincent calmly insists that personal and official matters must be kept separate. Gafanso laughs, saying Vincent's blunt words keep hitting him, yet admits they are correct. Vincent relents slightly, saying he can at least reveal who assigned him the mission. He states that the mission came directly from his mother. The revelation shocks Gafanso, who wonders if his daughter Versa truly recognizes Vincent as her legitimate son and plans to support him. Gafanso notes he has heard of Vincent recently correcting his own son's misdeeds together with Versa. When Vincent modestly calls it luck, Gafanso darkly reminds him that his son died, so luck is a painful word. Awkward silence falls between them after this remark. Vincent's spectral companion worries the conversation is veering off course, but Vincent trusts they are safe for now. Gafanso tells him not to be nervous. He claims to be grateful, saying that without Vincent he himself would have been forced to execute his worthless son. Changing topics, Gafanso mentions Vincent's late arrival and asks why he was delayed. When Vincent explains there was friction with revolutionary citizens, Gafanso erupts in fury that rebels dared lay a hand on his grandson. Vincent hastily reassures him that he was not seriously harmed. Gafanso still curses the revolutionaries, seething at their insolence. Calling the rebels dogs that bite their master, he vows they must be taught a harsh lesson. He brags that recently some guerrilla revolutionaries were captured and asks Vincent to guess what he did with them. Uneasy, Vincent asks what was done. An image shows limbs being smashed as punishment. Gafanso proudly says he cut off one hand and one foot from each captive. He adds that these traitors will spend their lives regretting crossing him, and that such rats must learn their place. Gafanso then demands Vincent's agreement with this cruelty. Standing, Vincent says he feels uncomfortable keeping his mission secret any longer from his grandfather. Gafanso, now wary, asks if he has been that curious about the boy's mission. Vincent finally reveals that his official mission is to participate in the Hades meeting. Gafanso is stunned that Vincent himself will enter the prestigious Hades competition. Vincent adds that many influential people are counting on his performance, and produces a document to prove it. Remembering Baram's earlier words, he then asks if Gafanso will also grant his own request. Around the campfire, Vincent tells the revolutionaries their next major action will take place on the day of the Hades meeting. Baram explains that his father has Helaim on high alert, locking down Desona with troops. Vincent assigns Baram the dangerous role of acting as bait to draw their enemies' attention. Back at the Red Fortress, an official reads that several high-ranking individuals will request to attend the Hades meeting as observers. The observer list includes the Red Fortress commander, vice commander, all representative cadets, and 2 high priests of Gaia including Dueling. Vincent plans for his mother, father, and other key allies to be among those observers. He accepts the bait role, believing that using Gafanso as the lure will be irresistible to their enemies. The narration jumps back to last night, before these plans were set in motion. By the campfire, Vincent says time is short, and they must reach all the named allies by tomorrow. The gathered group falls silent, processing the scale of his request. Their shocked reaction erupts as they demand to know who exactly Vincent intends to involve. 2 supporters freak out, asking if Vincent has lost his mind with this plan. Hina says she understands the outline but doubts those powerful figures will act as Vincent hopes. She warns that if anything goes wrong, Vincent could be in grave danger and calls the strategy reckless. Vincent teases her for worrying about him, though she awkwardly denies it. He smiles confidently and assures her everything will be fine. Vincent notes that the real issue is how to contact all these people at once without Gafanso noticing. His revolutionary allies volunteer, explaining they have a secret magical communication network that can send messages quickly. Satisfied, Vincent approves and moves the meeting toward finalizing their operation. He remarks that he hopes his grandfather will appreciate the surprise gift he is preparing. Elsewhere, a magical letter arrives and settles on a desk. High Priest Dueling reads it in shock, realizing something significant is happening in Helaim. Another priest, Merlin, walks in and asks about the letter Dueling is holding. Dueling, trying to play it off, invites Merlin to step outside with him for some air while still clutching the message. On a snowy mountain, the vice commander calms the enraged fortress commander, who is unleashing immense magic. He questions whether the commander intends to obliterate an entire mountain with his rampage. The vice commander explains that a cadet endured a terrible ordeal and the commander remained unaware of it. The chastened commander listens as the vice commander calls out to him. The vice commander laments how pitiable they must seem if even the cadet never asked them for help. The red-haired officer wonders who is truly behind this turmoil. The vice commander says the trail points toward Elder Taliban. He describes Taliban's fate as that of someone deliberately abandoned by powerful backers. The red-haired officer suspects the secretive Nightmare organization, noting only a few groups can sway the Elder Council. The commander confirms the name Nightmare as the likely culprit. The vice commander recalls Edmund the Lich mentioning Nightmare, and notes that Versa's younger brother appears tied to that group. He repeats the name Nightmare, weighing its implications. The red-haired officer anxiously asks Barvan how large this situation might grow. Barvan answers that while nothing is certain, one thing is clear. He says Vincent's actions are effectively declaring a massive conflict. Across the realm, Versa calmly states that Vincent intends to start a fire. Her ally replies that their role will be to fan that fire into a full-scale blaze. She adds that they too must prepare their own moves for when that blaze erupts. Her companion warns that the Inferno Vincent lights may end up consuming her own family. Versa says she will ask just once more if this is truly the path to take. He grips her shoulders, underscoring the gravity of her decision. He directly asks Versa if she is truly willing to go through with this plan against her kin. Versa remains silent, her eyes betraying complex resolve. Barvan reflects that despite everything, Versa is still fundamentally a kind person. Versa tells Khan that if her actions can atone even a little for Helaim, Hina, and for him and Sarvina, she is willing to do it. Versa thinks further that she hopes this atonement will extend specifically to Khan and Sarvina. Time shifts to a formal room where Vincent meets Khan, indicating a serious discussion is about to begin. Vincent casually asks Khan if he has time to be doing this instead of preparing for the arriving guests. Khan responds with a wide grin, clearly amused by Vincent's attitude. Khan bursts into loud laughter at Vincent's remark. Vincent, sweating, demands to know what Khan finds so funny. Khan glares and asks if that weak comment is all Vincent has for his own grandfather. Khan, turning away, taunts Vincent, saying he would never be shaken or make mistakes over something so trivial. Khan starts explaining that Helaim is a prosperous trade region. He outlines on a map that Helaim lies between the Samayan, Bardican, and Adenka territories as a key commercial hub linking the 3 martial families. Khan states that even if relations with Adenka and Vincent's father break down, Helene would not really lose anything. He adds that, like Versa once did, Helene could easily form new alliances with other territories eager to accept them. Khan concludes that Helene cannot be brought down by a mere small fire, dismissing Vincent's warning. Khan then presses Vincent, asking what he intends to do about the situation. Vincent smirks and asks if that is truly the extent of Khan's concerns. Khan is shocked by Vincent's dismissive reaction. Vincent, eyes glowing, proposes a different idea and begins to unleash power. Elsewhere, Serkin runs through the forest calling for his missing young master. He suddenly spots the boy and starts to address him. Serkin finds Raven cackling before a blazing campfire. Raven grins manically while holding a letter in front of the flames. At the Samayan family's main castle, peace reigns before any disturbance. A sudden magical explosion blasts the castle grounds. A Samayan warrior reels from the shock and wonders what is happening. Another warrior, Prince Kagan, appears with crackling energy around him, holding a similarly charged letter. A third powerful figure, Vincent, also receives a letter and senses the sender's intent. Raven excitedly orders Serkin to contact her father immediately. Kagan, likewise thrilled, tells his attendants to inform his mother right away. The letters from Vincent contain a provocative message saying to bring it on. Each letter is signed with Vincent's name, making clear who is challenging them. Fired up, Raven declares that they must depart for Helene at once. Arslan's glowing eyes appear, showing that he too is aware of Vincent's move. Kagan exclaims that they are heading to Helene. Vincent narrates that he still dreams. He clarifies that the dreams are of an event that happened 500 years ago. The memory shows a roaring arena where Davin clashes with the renowned warrior Kajin before a massive crowd. Davin unleashes his immense technique, Great Sword-Splitting Slash. He screams Kajin's name as he attacks. Kajin answers with his own technique, Gentle Steel Breaker. The two overwhelming attacks collide violently. The resulting shockwave lashes the audience with fierce winds. Civilians flee as the destructive energy tears apart the surroundings. Kajin struggles in the storm of power, cursing the situation. He is shocked as he realizes something has changed in Davin's sword. Kajin wonders since when the one-armed Davin's blade became so heavy as he strains to block it. Kajin channels more power, pushing back with his own energy. Ultimately, Davin is defeated and Kajin declares the battle over. Vincent recalls this outcome with his eyes closed, haunted by the injustice. The crowd screams and questions what just happened. The official announcement proclaims that Kajin has punished the evil Davin. Vincent thinks about how the truth was fabricated. He remembers unfinished business with the Samayans, linked to a slain woman before him. He addresses Arslan in his thoughts. Vincent asks in memory whether Arslan knows a way to undo this twisted fate. He recalls Arslan's instruction from a dream to surpass the Samayans and seek the hidden truth. Vincent questions what Arslan expected him to do. He wonders what can be done after 5 centuries have passed. A blurred voice calls to Vincent, telling him to get up. Vincent's eye opens from his dream. His sister Hannah stands over him, ordering him to get up. She explains she woke him early because today is special and urges him to get ready. Vincent agrees and reminds himself that today, on the eve of the Hades Assembly, he has no time to dwell on dreams. The narrative shifts to Helheim, Dursona, where preparations for the Hades Assembly are underway. It is the 200th anniversary of Helheim's founding, and large festivals fill the territory. Townsfolk notice approaching nobles and wonder if they are who they think. They recognize the approaching figures as the Adenka patriarch and Lady Versa, whispering about their presence after the death of the young master. Someone hushes the gossip, warning that the nobles might hear. The Adenka delegation arrives in the square to face Khan and his forces. Khan internally curses Vincent upon seeing him arrive with his siblings. Hannah thinks to herself that Vincent really did invite their parents here. Versa formally greets Khan as the Helheim representative. Khan addresses Versa by name, bristling at her appearance. He angrily asks how she dares show her face here if she feels any guilt. Versa coldly admits that her brother died by her own hands. Khan is stunned and enraged by this blunt confession. Onlooking youths wonder if Versa intends to seize control of the Helheim family. Versa retorts that unlike certain people, she will not act immorally just for the position of family head. Khan roars at Versa not to insult his deceased son Daimar further. The Adenka patriarch supports Versa, arguing that if Khan truly loved his son, he would not have placed all the blame on him. Khan fumes internally that these ungrateful people are driving him insane. Versa reminds Vincent of his mission to attend the Hades Assembly and reconcile the families, and he agrees. She then turns affectionately to Hannah. Versa apologizes to Hannah for failing to protect her in the past. She adds that things will be different from now on. In a darker memory, Versa tells Khan she has come to tie up all loose ends. Narration explains that the Hades Assembly is a simple battle royale where many participants fight until only one remains. Vincent and his ghostly companion review that the last one standing wins, though there may be some twists. Hannah warns Vincent to be careful. She explains that the Hades Assembly includes not only nobles' children, but also real martial artists. Vincent agrees that surviving alone will be difficult. He greets the approaching Adenka group. Kagan strides up proudly, introducing himself as the 6th young master of the Samayan family. Vincent notes their arrival as Khan reacts with surprise. Kagan comments on Vincent's changed hairstyle and asks about his cut, and Vincent dryly says it came from his sister. Vincent thanks Kagan for coming, but Kagan insists he is only here to use this chance to destroy Vincent. Raven excitedly reminds Vincent of the personal challenge between them and asks if he will finally keep his promise. Vincent calmly confirms that this is indeed his intention. His ghost friend worries aloud whether they will be alright teaming up with such volatile people. Vincent introduces Kagan and Raven as his comrades who will fight alongside him in the assembly. Khan realizes in dismay that the heirs of Samayon and Vardakan have really come. The gathering becomes casual as Kagan's group jokes about Vincent not resembling his father. Khan recognizes Raven as Pontianus' son and notes the similarity in their personalities, surprising Raven. Khan explains that he, Pontianus, and Valkia have known each other since youth. Raven cheerfully notes this means Khan will get to see his old friend again. As if on cue, Valkia descends from the sky, called out as father. Pontianus lands with a dramatic impact in the street. He grins and remarks how long it has been. Flame-wreathed, Pontianus jokes that Khan has aged, revealing himself as the Vardakan patriarch. Vincent and his ally are shocked that the Vardakan patriarch himself has appeared. Khan stiffly points out that he received no notice of Pontianus coming in person. Pontianus ignores protocol, focusing only on seeing his son compete. Vincent's companions are speechless at Pontianus's blunt reasoning. Pontianus hugs Raven enthusiastically, saying he would never miss an event where his son participates. Observers conclude Pontianus is simply a doting fool, which explains Raven's loud personality. Suddenly Valkia appears on a rooftop, chiding the others for leaving her out. She leaps down, landing with force. Valkia lands beside Kagan and greets the others, saying it has been a while. Hannah is stunned to see the formidable Samayon matriarch Valkia in person. Pontianus also greets Valkia, asking why she has come. Valkia says her son once lost his honor, and she wants to see him regain it. She insists she cannot miss the chance for Kagan to restore his reputation. Pontianus laughs and challenges her confidence, asking if she thinks her son can beat his. Khan darkly suggests that Kagan might lose face again instead. Vincent's ghost companion is awed by the tension between these titans. He notes that 3 of the continent's mightiest figures have all gathered here. The ghost panics that things are spiraling beyond their control. Vincent acknowledges the chaos but has his own reasons. Khan realizes the same holds true for Garfanzo and calls the gathering bastards in frustration. He wonders why these powerful figures are converging on his land and senses that nothing else matters now. Khan fears that if these leaders start fighting, the entire Halaim territory will be devastated. Narration emphasizes that Halaim could become a war zone. A vision shows Halaim in flames, illustrating Khan's worst fears. Khan resolves that he must drive them away and steps forward to confront the 3 heads. Trying to save face, Khan apologetically claims Dursona cannot properly host them now and promises an official invitation later. Pontianus bristles, asking if Khan is really dismissing him in front of his own son. Valkia also takes offense, questioning if Khan dares to expel the Samayon family. Khan curses inwardly, recognizing the danger. He concludes it is impossible to force them out, and likens his situation to standing on a political landmine. Khan then wonders if Vincent Adenka truly intends to use all this to bring him down. Vincent, smirking, appears determined to challenge Khan's power. Khan's frustration boils over as he shouts in rage. In private, he fumes that Vincent dares to scheme against him. He admits that thanks to Vincent's actions, Dursona is now full of tourists and beyond his control. He reflects bitterly that revolutionaries and the followers of Khan and Versa have infiltrated the city in unknown numbers. Khan forces himself to think carefully about the crisis. He asks his aide about the revolutionary army, and hears that their operations are highly organized. The aide explains that instead of collapsing after Lawrence's death, the rebels have become more united. Khan is outraged that they strengthened even after losing their leader and demands to know why. The aide answers that the Maeltom's derelicts have lent their support, and Khan is certain Vincent plans to ally with them to threaten him. Vincent wonders if he has only one option left. He considers seeking help from the group known as Nightmare. An older man shouts that using Nightmare is too dangerous. A bearded patriarch declares Vincent is the root of their troubles and must be dealt with at any cost. Vincent resolves internally to eliminate that patriarch during the upcoming assembly. Vincent's friends react in surprise to his newly cut hair. Selbira nervously compliments that the haircut suits Vincent, and he thanks her. While walking through the festival, someone asks why Vincent changed his hair, and Hannah answers that she cut it for him. The others are surprised to learn Hannah was the one who gave Vincent his haircut. Selbira shyly calls out to Vincent to speak with him. She starts to invite him to enjoy the festival together, but is interrupted by someone calling for Vincent. Raven appears, drags Vincent off to eat festival food, and Vincent agrees, saying he needed to talk to Raven anyway. As Raven leads them, he excitedly starts listing foods they should try. Selbira is dismayed that Raven snatched Vincent away from her. Hannah confirms the Fortress Group's arrivals and notes the remaining cadet representatives on missions will come tomorrow. Elsewhere, an informant reports that, as planned, descendants of the 3 great families have gathered in Dursona. Images show powerful heirs of the other 2 families, radiating energy. Narration explains that the Hades Assembly has become a proxy war between the leaders of the great families rather than a simple tradition. Another report mentions meeting Gaia Temple members on the way and that reporters from all territories are arriving. Journalists are shown eagerly observing and taking notes. The narration adds that minor martial families and many ordinary tourists are present, with more factions coming as rumors spread. Barvan's comrade announces through a portal that their group has arrived as well. Sensing the mana, Barvan is shocked by the presence. The newcomer is revealed as Helios, master of the 6th magic tower, greeting Barvan. Helios stands before Barvan's group and says he wishes to renew an earlier offer. He asks Barvan to take the position of the tower's vice master in place of his deceased sister. Meanwhile, Raven stuffs himself with skewers at a restaurant table. Raven asks why no one else is eating, while Vincent and Kagan stay silent. One of the adults reminds everyone that the food will get cold, urging them to eat. Vincent reflects they were dragged here by Raven but realizes this gathering is more than just a meal. The 3 family heads drink and talk, remarking on how long it has been since they all gathered, estimating around 10 years. Khan mischievously suggests that, since the mood is good, they should have a fight. Vargan replies that while he is not against fighting, they should postpone it for another day. He shifts attention to the youngsters, stating that these children are now the main actors. A nervous onlooker thinks the adults' challenge sounds terrifying but is relieved the 3 seem friendly. His companion disagrees, sensing a more complex rivalry between them. Narration explains that powerful martial artists instinctively want to win and that right now their closest rivals are sitting beside them. Vincent feels uneasy and decides it is best not to prolong this tense meeting. Kagan also feels suffocated by the atmosphere and tries to calm himself. One of the heads notes he must watch every word and movement carefully. Raven enthusiastically raises his hand, saying he has a question for the family heads. Khan encourages his son to speak freely. Raven acknowledges that all 3 heads are very strong. He then bluntly asks which of them would win in a fight. The 3 younger boys are visually stunned by the reckless question. They stare in disbelief, unable to respond. One of them finally lets out a shocked exclamation. Together they silently conclude that they are doomed by this question. Khan leans forward, repeating the provocative question of who would win. Valkia places his hand on the table and admits he is curious as well. Vargan joins in, suggesting they find out. All 3 heads flare their auras, clearly ready to clash. Hannah realizes this older man is the 6th tower master and panics. Helios calmly confirms his intent to make Vargan the tower's vice master. Barvan replies that Helios should already know his feelings toward the magic towers. Helios counters by bringing up Barvan's admiration for his late sister Varnelli. He argues that such a talented mage would never have abandoned the chance to become tower master. A memory shows Varnelli before her tower, emphasizing her ambition and power. Helios praises Barvan's own talents, noting he reached the 5th circle while living as a mercenary. He says the magic tower wants to change direction and needs someone like Barvan to do it. Hannah anxiously calls out to Vargan during this discussion. She erupts, refusing to let Helios take her mentor away. Helios presses Barvan, asking if he does not want to fulfill his sister's dream by taking the position she longed for. Hannah stammers, worried about Barvan's possible answer. Barvan hesitates, visibly torn about the offer. Simultaneously, the 3 heads continue to glare at each other, auras clashing. Their overwhelming energies spread, stunning both the youngsters and bystanders. Raven innocently reacts, still confused about the situation. Kagan curses internally, wondering what Raven is trying to do. Vincent feels a strange sensation building within himself. He perceives the combined auras through a multicolored eye-like image. The narrative focuses on Vargan's mouth as he starts to respond. The 3 heads suddenly burst into laughter, diffusing their killing intent and surprising the youths. Vincent and Kagan call out in confusion, with Kagan addressing his mother. Valkia and Khan casually debate their chances in a serious fight, each confident neither side would easily win. Khan concludes that a martial artist's strength is meant to protect, and with things they now care about, fighting on impulse would be irresponsible. Khan laments that they should have settled their rivalry when they were younger. A flashback shows him declaring that one day their duel must reach a true conclusion. Vargan agrees that he is also eager to end their old rivalry. The woman from the flashback smiles, satisfied that they still share this desire. Swords with bloodstains cross, symbolizing their lethal past clashes. The narration states that nothing brings a martial artist greater joy. A scene shows one warrior stabbing another, illustrating that joy in testing an old rival with life on the line. The narration continues that the peak joy is crossing swords with a longtime rival. It adds that in such a duel, one of them will inevitably fall to the other. The blonde head quietly reflects on these thoughts. Khan then asks his son which of the 3 heads he believes is weakest. Raven looks at the 3 with curiosity, pondering his answer. Vincent thinks Raven's question is actually a test from the adults. Kagan thinks that by answering, their own proxy war has effectively begun. Raven considers his response carefully. He first flatters his father as being the strongest, making Khan ecstatic. Khan then turns to Kagan, asking his opinion. Kagan states that Adenka appears to be the weakest of the 3 heads. Adenka narrows his eyes, silently reacting to that judgment. Khan's spear heritage and title as the one with the spear that pierces everything are highlighted. Adenka's trait, the sword Kashak, is introduced as his own powerful blessing. Vargan notes that unlike them, Adenka has no known traits or blessings. Kagan reasons that lacking such variables in a clash of the strongest naturally makes Adenka the weakest, but Vincent counters that this is wrong. Vincent confidently declares that the Samayan matriarch is actually the weakest. Adenka asks Vincent to explain why he thinks so. Vincent recalls sensing earlier that Valkia Samian's exerted power was the faintest of the three. He tells them that, among their earlier bursts of aura, Samian's was the weakest. Raven admits he did not notice any difference in their auras. Kagan angrily asks what nonsense Vincent is talking about. Valkia concedes that Kagan is right that the other two are 9-star while he is only 8-star. He then draws a knife, saying there is more to consider. Valkia activates the blessing of Kashak, Sword God, boosting himself up to roughly equal the others. Observers recognize Kashak's trait as one that amplifies imageries. Adenka explains that this blessing is what maintains balance between the three heads. Kagan asks if, after advancing, Valkia could reach the power of a 10-star, believing it would not be hard for his mother to hit 9-star. Vargan solemnly states that humans die upon reaching the 10th star. Kagan is shocked by this revelation. Vargan elaborates that at the peak of 9 stars one hits the limit of human growth, with anything beyond belonging to gods. Adenka compliments Vincent, saying his answer was excellent. Vincent thanks him politely. Inwardly, Adenka marvels that even veteran martial artists cannot usually distinguish auras of 8 stars and above, yet Vincent did so at a young age. Adenka reflects that he already knew Vincent had good instincts. He now believes a frightening genius is emerging within the Adenka family. Kagan fumes in frustration, feeling upstaged by Vincent once again. Raven cheerfully says he has another question, alarming Vincent and Kagan. The two boys hurriedly cover Raven's mouth and drag him away, claiming he is tired and that they will turn in for the night. From the adult's viewpoint, Raven is carried off protesting, muffled. Khan laughs that the kids are already close friends and reminds Vargan of their own youth. Adenka jokes that Khan's son resembles him, especially in his lack of tact. The scene shifts to a remote, icy mountain cave at night. Inside the cave, two figures face each other across a wide passage. The woman greets Laurent, expressing relief that he is still alive. Laurent replies that while he is glad to see her, his feelings are dampened by Helame's current situation. He opens a case to reveal a glowing spear-like device. The woman realizes this artifact, called the Eye of Athenia, is capable of bringing down her father. Returning to the festival, Barvan begins to answer Helios's offer. He firmly refuses to become the tower's vice master. Helios calmly asks to hear Barvan's reasons. Barvan questions whether the tower's new path involves meddling in the assembly's friendly competition. He accuses the tower of trying to rig the assembly in favor of a particular family, recalling a sinister figure. Helios remains silent at the accusation. Barvan says the tower he once admired no longer exists. He adds that if he left, the current fort commander would wreck the place within a day, teasing his comrade. Helios takes responsibility, admitting guilt over what the tower has become. A new visitor arrives saying he came specifically to see Prince Vincent and his magic-cutting sword. Helios politely ends the conversation, saying it was nice to see Barvan again. Barvan replies formally, telling his former master to enjoy the festival. As Barvan's group walks away, one of Helios's cloaked companions asks if he will really let Barvan go. Helios says they should leave Barvan be for now, but if he resists them like Barnaly did, they must act. He turns away and darkly implies what will happen next. Helios orders that, should Barvan oppose them, they are to kill him just as they did his sister. Helios then departs with his entourage, saying it is late and they should leave. A final caption states their next destination is a meeting with the head of the Helene family. Morning arrives over the festive city as preparations continue for the coming Hades assembly. Reporter Maria of Wind Sound greets the audience. Maria reports live from Dersona, Helene, where the Hades assembly is being held in a massive arena. She emphasizes that this Hades assembly is larger than any before. She explains that the scale is due to the presence of illustrious dignitaries who will be remembered in history. Various academy participants watch the proceedings with mixed anticipation and anxiety. Some students are awed by the huge crowd and mock a supposedly weak classmate who must stand on that stage. Cloaked figures discuss the city and arena's splendor, and note that such wealth likely came from exploiting Helene's outskirts. Maria hints that there is an especially important reason for this grand gathering. She reveals that the continent's rulers, heads of the 3 great families, have arrived with their princes. Maria excitedly announces that something is happening right now in the arena. The participants, including Vincent and other princes, make their entrance to the roaring arena. One prince's father boasts to another about how impressive his child looks through a magic crystal. A man overlooking the arena wonders why another person has shown up here. The woman replies that she is also of the Helene family, implying her stake in the event. A glowing spike called Athenia's Eye is shown, stored in a box. A mysterious man explains that Athenia, former head of Helene, created this artifact as one of her magical tools. A girl recalls the names Athenia Helene and Dragon King Abel Tan, linking them together. The backstory shows Athenia's unrequited love for Abel Tan, a mighty Dragonkin warrior. Athenia is depicted heartbroken and weeping over the failure of their love. Their romance remained unfulfilled because of racial differences, making it a tragic love story. The man explains that many treasures and tools across Helene were crafted by Athenia for Abel Tan. He states that one such artifact is Athenia's Eye, designed to foresee dangers that might befall Abel Tan. He activates the eye, sending its power surging forward. The spike strikes the ground, opening a magical eye-shaped gate as the man casts a complex spell over the girl. He explains that when something touches the spike, the user can see what lies through and beyond it. Vincent remembers being told to take this spike to the arena the next day. In a prior meeting, Versa asks Vincent if he understands their plan for using the eye. Vincent declares that they will expose his grandfather's crimes to the world, using the eye to show places like Melodum's magical crystal factory. He reasons that refining dragonkin blood into magical grace requires a large facility like the Melodum factory. Vincent concludes that his grandfather would keep such a critical facility close, not outside Dersona. Versa agrees and notes that the grace production facility must be hidden somewhere in Dersona. They deduce the only place capable of concealing such a huge complex is beneath the Dersona Grand Arena. They review the arena's system where multiple magical crystals scan each entrant. The crystals automatically teleport out anyone deemed unable to continue fighting. The rules of the gathering are explained, emphasizing that the goal is to injure as many opponents as possible and remain standing. During the briefing, a red-haired fighter raises his hand to ask a question. He bluntly asks what happens if they accidentally kill someone in the match. Vincent is taken aback and left speechless by the question. The officials respond that in such a case there is no special penalty implied. Shadowy figures suggest that death in an honorable duel is unavoidable, revealing the event's brutal mindset. Vincent thinks to himself that the real problem is only beginning. He recalls that to reveal the entire arena with Athena's eye, someone must hold it and pour mana into it for a sustained time. This would force him to sit still in the arena's center while Gafanso's killers swarm around him. Vincent concludes his only safe option is to win the gathering so no one can target him while he uses the eye. He worries, however, that he cannot possibly defeat all of Helame's elite fighters alone. His allies Raven and Kagan ask if he is nervous as they stand with him on the arena floor. Vincent realizes this is why he needed those two allies. He tells Raven and Kagan that he has a proposal. He explains that the gathering has become a proxy war between the family heads. Vincent proposes that one of the three of them should become the ultimate winner. He suggests they cooperate by first focusing on eliminating Helame's soldiers. They agree to fight together until only the three princes remain. The battle begins, with Raven unleashing powerful sword strikes. Kagan shouts that the stage is only for the strong and orders the weak to step aside. Kagan channels blazing power through his spear with a manic grin. He launches a massive flaming arc attack across the arena. Helame's soldiers realize something devastating is coming. The fiery attack crashes into the soldiers, sending many flying and screaming. One surviving soldier furiously charges Kagan, telling him to stop fooling around. Kagan just smirks in response. His spinning fire shield continues to whirl menacingly. He slashes the attacker, knocking him out with another explosive blow. Spectators exclaim that the princes have single-handedly taken down the Helame soldiers. Kagan, catching his breath, notes that there is only one troublesome foe left. Raven agrees that only one enemy remains to deal with. The remaining foe's weapon collides violently with another strike, filling the arena with sparks. That enemy is the huge armored warrior Vincent is currently facing alone. Vincent clashes with the giant, their blows shaking the ground and sending debris flying. Sensing the mana, Vincent estimates the man's power as at least 5 or 6 star level, matching his massive size. Yet Vincent observes that despite his power the man's movements are stiff and full of openings. Vincent prepares his technique chain strike Milky Way Wandering Prince, imbuing his sword with icy chains. He grins confidently, ready to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. The three princes coordinate attacks, pressing the big warrior from all sides. The giant is shocked by their unexpected ferocity. All three prepare simultaneous finishing blows against him. The dwarf-blessed warrior's eyes flare red as his defensive power activates. Empowered by the dwarf king's blessing, he stands firm while the princes strike him. Vincent's sword hits the glowing hexagonal barrier on the armor but fails to penetrate. Raven is stunned that the man is not even flinching despite their attacks. Vincent recognizes a familiar overwhelming aura and cannot believe it. He realizes the warrior bears the actual blessing of the dwarf king. Vincent charges again despite the danger. The blessed warrior counters with a tremendous downward strike that smashes Vincent into the arena floor. He yells at the other princes not to interfere as he continues his relentless assault. The allies are shocked that even combined attacks cannot move him and suspect he has a powerful defensive trait. Gafanso focuses on Vincent, calling him kid. He accuses Vincent of trying to destroy Helame's honor, which he claims was built through blood. Vincent, battered but kneeling, retorts that those who cause the bleeding have no right to speak of honor. Gafanso dismisses him as ignorant and insists that a warrior's honor lies in obeying orders. He says that honor includes capturing people and breaking their limbs if commanded. Vincent is horrified that Gafanso equates honor with crushing others. He recalls the suffering inflicted by this twisted ideology and trembles with rage. Gafanso declares that every task requires sacrifice and implies Vincent is simply the current sacrifice. He roars that Vincent should become fertilizer for Helame's honor and powers up for a killing blow. Vincent shouts back in defiance, refusing to accept that fate. He laments how far the era's notion of honor has been corrupted. Vincent proclaims that true warrior strength exists to protect people, not to trample them. He vows that he will not allow people like Gafanso to defile warriors and honor any longer. Gafanso, enraged, tells Vincent to do his worst and charges with fists blazing. Their powers collide again in a spectacular clash before the entire arena. The impact explodes across the arena floor, stunning even the nobles watching from above. Gafanso senses that something about Vincent's determination feels wrong, as if there is more at stake than the match. He also notices that Versa and her allies behave as though everything depends on Vincent's victory. He suddenly realizes this might be about the dragon's blood secretly stored beneath the arena. He wonders if their real plan is to expose that underground facility to the world. He doubts it at first, questioning how they could reveal something hidden so deep below. A sinister memory of Vincent's confident gaze makes him uneasy. The thought jolts him, and sweat runs down his face. He concludes that he cannot predict what Vincent might pull off and must stay on guard. Gafanso orders his butler to get up with him, intending to leave his seat. The butler leads the way as Gafanso prepares to depart. Mid-step, Gafanso abruptly stops, reconsidering. He notices Versa calmly standing and wonders why she has not moved. He reasons that if he tried to destroy any evidence, Versa should move to stop him, yet she remains still. Gafanso suspects Vincent might just be bait, meant to force him to reveal the secret facility by his own actions. He fears that moving now would effectively guide Versa straight to the underground complex. He imagines Vincent smirking behind him and realizes he might already be ensnared in their plan. Versa innocently asks what is wrong, drawing attention. She then pointedly asks whether he does not have somewhere urgent to go, calling him father. Gafanso, enraged at her implication, screams Versa's name and calls her a wretch. Versa again asks what is the matter, acting as if nothing is happening. She reminds him that he had something to take care of. She reassures him that she can handle the event alone, inviting him to leave. Her eyes glow red as she warns him against trying to deceive her right in front of her. Surrounded by her oppressive aura, Gafanso curses and feels cornered. He admits internally that under Versa's binding power he cannot do anything. Versa cheerfully suggests that they continue watching the meeting together. She mutters that the outcome of everything will soon be decided. On the arena floor, Vincent, bloodied but resolute, tightens his grip on his sword, ready for the final exchange. Gafanso rushes him with another devastating punch as Vincent dashes forward to meet the attack. The armored warrior furiously calls out Vincent Adenka and unleashes a powerful spell from his glowing hand. Vincent, cloaked and red-eyed, charges through an explosive barrage of flames. The arena fills with dust and smoke as combatants recover from the massive blast. Vincent's allies despair at the overwhelming situation and their inability to keep up. A blue light pierces the smoke, hinting that Vincent is still standing. The armored warrior roars at the younger fighters, ordering them not to interfere. He slams his weapon down, sending shockwaves that hurl all three youths away. Samayon sees that the enemy has treated them as insignificant from the start. He accuses the warrior of focusing solely on Vincent while attacking again. Vincent concludes the only way to break the man's defense is with a special sword technique that cuts through abilities. Realizing the enemy knows this, Vincent notes that if he is taken out first the others will be helpless. Vincent's strategist ally insists they must somehow create an opening for that special strike, but Vincent doubts a 6-star warrior will ever allow it. The strategist looks up in alarm at something changing in the sky. Raven's eye reflects a strange phenomenon above, leaving her speechless. Vincent shouts to Raven to look at the sky. Raven confusedly repeats the instruction and glances upward. She remarks that the weather looks fine and wonders why Vincent is so concerned. Suddenly understanding, Raven grins as a plan forms in her mind. As the armored warrior charges again, he demands to know what Vincent is plotting. Vincent meets the blow with his sword, clashing directly against the man's empowered fist. Samayon, crackling with energy, complains that the entire fight has revolved around Vincent while he is ignored. Driven by jealousy, he vows to win the meeting himself and commands everyone to stop overlooking him. Samayon unleashes a flurry of red slashes at the armored warrior. Using that distraction, Vincent soars high above his opponent wreathed in blue energy. The armored warrior reaches up in rage, determined not to let Vincent escape. He is abruptly stunned as Raven's foot slams into his face. Standing on his shoulder, Raven uses Artisan's spear throw to launch her weapon. With manic delight she orders the spear to fly. The spear rockets away with explosive force, carrying the armored warrior along. Vincent declares that from this point onward the battle is his alone. He states with burning eyes that the fight is solely his. Elsewhere, a cloaked woman reflects that everything now depends on Vincent. In a previous planning meeting, an ally warns that their strategy has a flaw. The woman admits there is no guarantee Vincent can defeat every opponent. Vincent confidently promises he will win for the honor of Adenka. The woman clenches her fist, saying she has staked all her regrets and hopes on him. She silently begs Vincent to win. High nobles observe the proceedings from their thrones, waiting. The central elder watches the arena with a stern, unreadable expression. Outside the arena, the woman notes the match still has not ended and wonders what the fighters are doing. Her bearded companion inwardly curses Vincent, wishing he would simply die. Inside the arena, Vincent, Samayon, and Raven descend together, ready to combine their strength. Samayon decides to handle Vartican first and launches a lethal red strike. His crescent blades rain down toward Raven, threatening to overwhelm her. Raven spins her spear like a whirling shield, taunting him to show something more impressive. Excited, Samayon agrees and charges with his full power. Raven's eyes sharpen as she braces for the oncoming assault. Their red and orange attacks collide repeatedly in midair. Seeing them momentarily aligned, Vincent dives in, planning to attack when they are close together. He activates a combined technique, Chain Strike Thunder Giant with a mean run heavy sword, calling down chains of blue lightning. Lightning explodes between Samion and Raven as Vincent swings the massive sword. Samion reels at the destructive power Vincent just displayed. Raven laughs and praises Vincent's blazing performance. She refuses to be outdone and slams her spear into the ground with equal determination. Vincent's eye widens as the clash sends sparks inches from his face. He watches Raven drive her spear down with all her strength. The three of them land battered but still standing after the exchange. Samion then unleashes a huge technique called Crescent Moon Slash, a sweeping red wave. Vincent and Raven look up in horror as the red crescent descends. The attack carves a gigantic, smoking ring trough in the arena floor. When the dust settles, the fighters are separated around a massive circular crater. Vincent senses the enemy's crimson vitality growing stronger, and realizes Kagan cannot hold out much longer. He recognizes that Kagan is attempting a quick victory by summoning a towering spectral knight. Facing that power, Vincent admits he must fight with everything he has or be defeated. Raven responds by invoking her own full-power guardian, ready for an all-out clash. Samion accepts the challenge and calls forth his sword's spirit in a frenzy. Raven rises with a technique named Penetrate, thrusting her spear like a drill. Kagan's astral giant completes a supernatural sword strike in preparation for the final blow. Vincent channels that strike into his own sword as third form Thunderstrike, crackling with blue lightning. The three ultimate attacks crash together in a blinding explosion. The stadium is engulfed by a colossal blast that sends debris flying. From the stands, the cloaked woman watches the explosion consume the arena. She and the bearded noble stare in shock at what they have unleashed. The elder also reacts gravely to the violent outburst. Flames and shockwaves ripple through the arena as the energy continues to erupt. Gasping, Vincent tries to catch his breath amid lingering smoke. He stands wounded but alive, gripping a now purple glowing sword. Inspecting a deep wound in his side, he acknowledges he never expected to escape without injury. He immediately worries about the fate of his companions. Turning, he surveys the ruined arena through drifting smoke. Both Samion and Raven are bloodied but still standing, wondering if the result is a stalemate. From the stands, the strategist notes that Samion and Vardican proved as formidable as expected, yet something seems off. Vincent realizes the arena has gone eerily silent after the blast. He reflects that despite such a flashy explosion, there are no cheers or screams from the crowd. Alarmed, he senses something is wrong. He gathers purple power for another supernatural sword strike, doubting what he is forced to do next. Exhausted, Raven admits she no longer has the strength to dodge such an attack. Samion curses, wondering if this will be their end. Vincent's vertical purple strike tears a massive rift through the arena floor past both allies. Raven and Samion are stunned, thinking the attack somehow missed them. Raven's eye catches something strange created by the slash. Both of them gape at the phenomenon and demand to know what it is. Vincent grimly begins to explain. He reveals that the attack opened a rift and that they are now trapped inside the arena. Outside, to which spectators complain in confusion as the match suddenly pauses. The irritated crowd shouts, accusing the officials of rigging the match and demanding it resume. Above them, a dark purple vortex spreads ominously over the stadium. The noble woman anxiously asks what is happening. The bearded noble exults that he will finally see Vincent die. He recalls vowing that the next time they met, Vincent would be a corpse. Appearing via magic, he calmly announces to the audience that a minor error has occurred with the meeting's magic. He claims the mage tower needs maintenance and will delay the proceedings, puzzling some listeners. He further explains that, for the audience's safety, a barrier has temporarily sealed the arena. The noble woman is horrified, knowing this was never part of the official plan. She demands to know what is really going on as the bearded noble ignores her. He coldly calls the scheme insurance for his goals. Smiling, he tells her he enlisted Damar's associates to help execute this plot. He boasts that when the barrier falls, it will appear as though Vincent's trio were annihilated. The woman trembles in panic at his revelation. She suddenly lashes out, grabbing her father's throat in fury. With eyes blazing, she orders that the children be removed from the arena immediately. He mocks her as pathetic for wagering on Savannah's child and failing. He insists he has actually helped her, since only her 7 children will remain alive in Adenka. She curses and races toward the arena, resolved to stop the scheme by force. The conspirator's servant warns that Versa is heading for the arena, but the bearded man says it is already too late. The crimson barrier swells around the royal platform, fully isolating it. The elder concludes that the greedy noble has clearly done something. Annoyed with the delay, he decides to go get a drink. His fellow monarch questions the sudden decision, saying it is unlike him. The elder casually mentions that Helaim is famous for rare liquors. His tone darkens as he identifies that liquor as contraband that was smuggled in. The other rulers realize his words carry a hidden accusation. They exchange serious looks, sensing trouble. Back in the arena, Kagan demands to know what Vincent means by saying they are trapped. The red and blue rift in the air begins to knit itself closed by external magic. Vincent observes that the very tear created by his supernatural slash is being sealed. He concludes they are up against a mage far beyond his understanding, someone layering spells to close the rift. A mental image explains that even gravely wounded fighters cannot be teleported out because the exit magic has been blocked. Samayan realizes that from the very start their enemies never intended to let any of them live. Raven, terrified, says that if a mage capable of such a barrier appears, their battered group will not be able to handle it. Vincent urgently decides they must escape because staying here is too dangerous. He shouts for everyone to focus on getting out of the arena. As Vincent moves, Helios binds Kagan and Raven with powerful blue magic circles. Kagan groans in pain, struggling against the magical restraints. Raven also strains to break free, demanding to be released. Vincent panics and calls out to Kagan and Raven. A long-haired mage addresses Vincent for the first time, greeting him formally. The mage introduces himself as Helios, master of the Mage Tower. Vincent is shocked that the Mage Tower's master is aiding Gafonso. Helios comments on Vincent's supernatural slash for having torn a rift in his magic and demands to know why he opposes Gafonso. Helios dismisses Vincent's questions, saying his reasons do not matter, and beginning a powerful golden spell. He unleashes a devastating barrage of fiery magic, intending to kill Vincent. Vincent resolves to dodge because taking the Mage Tower master's magic head-on would be suicidal. A violent impact strikes, blood and force exploding across the scene. Vincent cries out in pain as the attack hits. Helios drives the fiery blast down, causing a massive explosion. Vincent lies gravely wounded, blasted through debris and sand. A second wave of blue energy plummets toward Vincent's fallen body. The magic slams him into the ground, creating a deep crater. Helios approaches calmly, assuring Vincent he does not plan to kill him yet. Helios reveals his orders are to fake the scene so it appears the young nobles killed each other with their own swords. Vincent, bound, angrily demands to know whose orders these are, suspecting the Adenka elders or Samayan. Helios mocks Vincent as naive and drives a glowing sword into him again. With a twisted grin, Helios hints that the mastermind behind the order stands higher than the elders or Samayan. Gloating, Helios notes Vincent is already wounded on one side. He cruelly decides to drive the sword deeper into that same wound. Vincent's eyes blaze as he gathers his remaining strength in fury. He erupts with blue lightning, breaking his restraints and chaining Helios in energy. Helios is stunned as Vincent's lightning engulfs him. Vincent activates his skill chain strike Thunder Giant, summoning a titanic bolt of lightning. The thunderous attack detonates, rocks and energy exploding across the arena. A concentrated pillar of lightning crashes down toward Helios. Badly burned and crackling with electricity, Helios rages at the savage brute who dared hurt him. Helios suddenly notices a bright blue sphere forming overhead and reacts in alarm. Vincent launches another massive supernatural slash downward at Helios. The purple-white slash rips through the arena with overwhelming force. Helios desperately begins casting more golden magic, cursing in frustration. Vincent's supernatural slash collides with the golden magic circles. The slash cuts through, severing Helios's arm and shocking him. The attack continues downward, pulverizing the area around Helios. Helios screams in anger as he strains to hold back the onslaught with burning magic. The magical barrier strains and starts to crack under the slash. Helios watches in horror as the slash tears through his defenses and wounds him. He realizes, stunned, that his strongest defensive magic has been broken. Vincent, wreathed in dark purple aura, declares that whoever interrupted his duel must pay the price. Kagan and Raven dive from above, ready to join the fight against Helios. Raven yells that he has had enough of Helios's interference. Kagan furiously insults those opposing Vincent, saying they do not know their place. Helios is bewildered, wondering when the two heirs got behind him. Vincent sees an opening and resolves to display his full power with his electrified sword. The cloaked mastermind elsewhere snarls that those brats have ruined his plans. He raises a blazing sphere of destructive magic overhead. The sphere explodes into blinding light, signaling an enormous spell. The arena fills with rainbow-tinged beams as the spell expands while Vincent braces with his sword. The caster screams that he no longer cares about control and will turn everyone to dust. Vincent assesses that this magic is extremely dangerous, but using his ultimate sword strike now might kill him. Helios commands the spell toward Vincent, shouting for Vincent Adenka to die. Vincent curses, sweating as the attack bears down on him. A familiar blue-white rift appears in the huge spell, signaling another slash. The rift deepens and destabilizes the magic, surrounded by crackling energy. Vincent's sword pierces the heart of the spell, shattering it from within. Someone leaps in front of Vincent, cloaked, shielding him from the collapsing magic. Vincent looks up in shock, recognizing his unexpected savior. The hooded man is revealed as Sir Laurent, standing calmly amidst the falling sparks. Vincent warns Laurent that approaching the unstable spell is too dangerous. Laurent silently raises a glowing hand, ready to counter the magic. His fiery aura erupts like giant claws striking downward. Laurent plunges into the blast, neutralizing it before Helios's eyes. Helios stares upward, stunned that his spell was stopped. Raven sits back, equally amazed at what just happened. Kagan gasps that the unknown magic belongs to Laurent. Everyone watches as Laurent stands unharmed, having blocked the attack with one hand. Vincent cannot fathom how Sir Laurent could appear here and be so strong. Elsewhere, blue energy tears through a distant barrier. A mage at the barrier strains with a glowing circle, sending power toward the arena. He and his companion confirm that Vincent made it through the barrier and ask after each other's safety. The mage explains the barrier spell was advanced and concludes that Vincent must have opened the gap. A new group arrives, thanking Fargan for his efforts in helping them. Their leader states that, thanks to Fargan, they will now be able to rescue the captured children. Fargan apologizes that he could only open the barrier long enough for one person, forcing them to send Laurent alone. The commander reassures them that Laurent will be fine. A woman muses that if Laurent is acting now, certain things must be in motion. Laurent silently prepares himself, his scarred face half covered by hair. Vincent grabs Laurent's cloak, urging him to step aside because the situation is still perilous. Laurent calmly addresses Vincent by name, about to explain. He points out that the heirs of the two great families, Kagan and Raven, are already fighting beside Vincent. Laurent asks Vincent to watch as he acts in the name of the High Lane family's honor. Vincent, stunned, repeats Laurent's name, unsure what he is seeing. Vincent reflects that with Laurent's eye scar and former weakness, it should be impossible for him to be this powerful, wondering if he survived against all odds. Helios admits he does not understand how Laurent blocked his magic but assumes Laurent must now be very confident. Laurent coldly tells Helios to cancel the magic immediately. Helios suddenly recognizes something terrifying about the power Laurent is using. He identifies the overwhelming force surrounding Laurent as aura. Laurent fully transforms, his body armored in red with demonic claws, roaring as aura surges. Helios panics as this monstrous Laurent charges at him. Laurent smashes Helios into the ground with a brutal, red aura strike. The impact shatters the arena floor, debris and shockwaves radiating outward. Helios lies broken and bleeding, his monocle shattered as blood pours down. The earlier massive barrier spell in the sky begins to crack and dissipate. As it vanishes, Vincent realizes he can now see outside the arena. Outside, someone announces to the cheering crowd that the barrier has disappeared. A cloaked man outside grins savagely, vowing that at last he will see his enemy dead. Vincent's eyes widen in alarm as he senses this new threat. Looking down at Laurent and the fallen Helios, Vincent realizes something ominous is forming around them. Laurent, his face half crimson stone, stands among purple fragments as someone calls his name in disbelief. The bearded schemer is horrified that Laurent is still alive. Onlookers shout that there is a monster inside and question how a supposedly dead Laurent could appear during a magical investigation. Laurent declares to the entire arena that he is Laurent Highlane, leader of the civil revolution and a scion of the Highlane family. He tells everyone he holds crucial evidence and prepares to show it. Vincent wonders anxiously whether Laurent possesses more incriminating proof. The cloaked mastermind realizes these men intend to expose his secret. Laurent's recording device shows a distorted image of the mastermind's face, glowing with red lines. Laurent screams with all his might as he channels red aura, determined to reveal the truth. Vincent again unleashes his devastating supernatural slash, aiming to finish the battle. Helios, in a flashback, curses and gathers golden energy for a desperate counterspell. Vincent's slash collides with Helios's ornate golden barrier. The attack shears through, severing Helios's arm and overwhelming him. Helios is aghast that his strongest protective spell was broken so easily. Vincent, wrapped in purple aura, insists that the one who interfered in his duel must pay. Kagan and Raven dive once more toward Helios, ready to strike together. Raven angrily tells Helios to stop butting into their fight. Kagan adds that fools like Helios should know their place. Helios, overwhelmed, demands to know when the two heirs manage to surround him. Vincent seizes this chance, deciding he must pour every last bit of power into his sword for one final blow. The outside mastermind growls that the meddling brats will pay. He raises another catastrophic sun-like spell overhead. The spell expands again over the arena while Vincent, Kagan, and Raven brace for impact. The caster roars that he has abandoned all pretense of faking evidence, and will simply reduce everyone to dust. Vincent recognizes how deadly the spell is but also that using his absolute sword slash in his current condition might destroy him as well. The caster screams for Vincent Adenka to die as he hurls the final overwhelming attack. Vincent curses as something urgent happens. A crack of blue lightning tears open in the arena. The rift swells into a pulsing, electrified red gash. A spear of energy drives through the heart of the red mass. A cloaked figure dives into the blazing arena while someone watches. Vincent, shocked, recognizes who just arrived. He realizes the newcomer is Sir Laurent. Vincent warns that Laurent is charging into danger. Laurent thrusts out a glowing hand, unleashing power. Fiery projectiles rain down from Laurent's attack. His spell detonates in front of the enemy caster. The old mage is stunned by the sudden intervention. An onlooker gasps at Laurent's overwhelming display. Another fighter notes that Laurent completely stopped the spell. Spectators marvel that Laurent cast such a spell one-handed. Vincent demands to know how this cloaked Laurent suddenly appeared. Elsewhere, a blue crack opens as a teleport spell activates. A magician strains with a glowing circle, sending someone through. Vargan and a red-haired ally confirm they successfully sent Laurent inside and check on each other. Vargan explains the arena barrier is highly advanced and that Vincent must have opened the gap they used. A knight praises Vargan's work as he rushes in. Their commander says Vargan's efforts mean they can now save the children. Vargan apologizes that he could only send one person and worries if Laurent alone is enough. Their lord reassures them that sending only Laurent will be fine. The woman reflects that Laurent is inside right now. Inside the arena, Laurent quietly composes himself. Vincent grabs Laurent, begging him to move because the situation is too dangerous. Laurent softly speaks Vincent's name. Observers recall Laurent was once weaker than the young nobles watching him now. Laurent asks Vincent to stand by and watch as he protects Helame's honor. Vincent stares in disbelief at Laurent's change. Another observer realizes from Laurent's scar that he is Laurent Helame, long thought dead, and remembers he was never talented in martial arts. The old mage snarls that he does not know how Laurent blocked his spell but calls Laurent arrogant. Laurent orders him to dispel the dangerous magic at once. The mage suddenly recognizes something terrifying in Laurent's power. Laurent unleashes a berserk transformation while roaring the name Grace. The old mage is engulfed in the red surge rushing at him. Laurent smashes him into the ground with a devastating strike. The impact leaves the arena floor shattered around Laurent and his victim. The mage lies broken and bleeding from Laurent's blow. Overhead, the massive arcane barrier begins cracking with purple lightning. Outside, people cheer as the dissolving barrier finally reveals the arena again. A bearded noble eagerly anticipates seeing Vincent die once the view clears. His expression changes as he notices something shocking. He sees Laurent and the fallen mage encased in a strange sphere amidst purple fragments. Someone shouts Laurent's name, staring at his half-demonic face. The bearded lord screams in disbelief that Laurent is alive. Onlookers panic at the monstrous sight inside and wonder why Laurent, presumed dead, is there. Laurent, transformed, declares himself Laurent Helame, leader of the Citizens' Revolutionary Army and member of the Helame family. He announces to the entire arena that he has crucial information to reveal. Vincent realizes Laurent is using another grace. The bearded lord panics, realizing they intend to expose the truth about the grace drug. Energy surges as Laurent's demonic power flares violently. Laurent screams as the red power spirals around him. The crowd recoils in horror, shouting that a man has turned into a monster. Laurent, horns and all, claims this monstrous form is actually a blessing. He explains the blessing is created from refined dragonkin blood and kept as the Helame family's secret weapon. The Helame lord frantically charges Laurent, yelling for him to stop talking. He swings his sword while screaming at Laurent to shut up. Laurent counters with another devastating crimson blow. The lord is pinned against a wall, blood splattering behind him. Laurent blocks his blade effortlessly, shocking the man. Laurent points out that despite being blind and untrained in martial arts, the blessing lets him stop the sword of a martial arts family head. He explains the purpose of the blessing is to forge an overwhelming Dragonkin-powered army to conquer the continent. The Helame lord's son realizes his father exploited nearby cities as laboratories for this so-called blessing. The lord again screams for Laurent to shut up and lunges. Another figure suddenly steps forward, interrupting. The Helame lord rants that this is a conspiracy and that the accusations are lies meant to topple him. Vincent, wielding a glowing magical device, says he holds the evidence. His spell projects a vision around Laurent, showing the scale of the corruption. The Helame lord recognizes the device as an advanced magical tool from Athenia and panics. Vincent confirms it and fully releases its power. The tool projects a vast eye-like array that envelopes everyone at the arena's center. Inside the vision, chained dragonkin are revealed in a grisly chamber. Spectators gasp, realizing what they are seeing. The projection clarifies that these chained beings are dragonkin, a supposedly extinct race, held in large numbers. A mage recognizes the prisoners as dragonkin. Viewers are horrified to see that the dragonkin are still alive. The vision shows their blood being harvested repeatedly, condemning the Helame family's cruelty. Vincent states this projection proves Helame captured dragonkin and experimented on their blood as weapons. He continues that Helame selectively distributed the blessing to favored allies, dividing the citizens. The crowd murmurs that if this is true, the Helame family is finished, while the lord desperately begs them to listen to his denials. Vincent openly claims responsibility, naming himself the seventh prince of Adenka and son of Bertha Helame. The Helame lord screams that it is all a trap and a lie. Furious, he shouts at the mage Helios to fix things, demanding he get up and clean up this disaster. Energy flares around the old mage's body as he stirs. The real Helios rises and introduces himself to the Helame lord as the sixth tower master. Vincent and an ally are stunned to see a second Helios present. Others wonder in confusion where this real Helios came from. Helios admits the magic tower is in turmoil, with some mages secretly serving evil and even impersonating him. He blames himself for not stopping this sooner. Helios bows amid flames, saying he will atone through his actions. The Helame lord reels at the revelation that the previous Helios was a fake. A noble wonders if they truly struggled so much just against an imposter. Vincent realizes a genuine tower master would never have left such openings in battle. Even so, something about the situation still bothers him. He recalls that his sword strike earlier failed to fully dispel the trapping magic. Vincent questions whether Helios and the sixth tower might also be enemies. Suddenly the ground shakes as Laurent in monster form lands nearby. Laurent clutches his head, saying the blessing carries dangerous side effects. He explains the drug uses the soul of a great demon, and that high doses lead to terrible consequences. Laurent reveals that overuse of the blessing binds one into a demon's pact. He continues that the more you take it, the more addictive it becomes until you lose your reason. Laurent roars as he descends further into uncontrollable demonic rage. The Hellame Lord trembles in terror before the fully monstrous Laurent. A looming demonic silhouette towers behind him, symbolizing the pact's grip. Accepting Laurent has won, the Hellame Lord vows not to go down quietly. He brandishes another grace pill, shouting that with the Creator's power he can still fight. Before he can act, Laurent strikes at him again. The monstrous fist crashes down, unleashing another massive impact. The Hellame Lord is smashed into the wall, leaving a bloody crater. Laurent stands transformed, radiating feral-killing intent. People flee in panic, cursing the Hellame family for mass-producing such a monster. Vincent cries out to Laurent, begging him to regain control. Someone orders Vincent to step back from the rampaging demon. The three great family heads advance together, preparing to intervene. One of them narrows his glowing eyes, ready for battle. Another grins, finding the situation exhilarating. Their leader solemnly declares that they will handle the monster. Among the crowd, someone points upward in shock at the arriving nobles. The onlookers recognize the heads of the three great families and hope they will defeat the monster. Vincent realizes Laurent's earlier request and questions if this unfolding scene was Laurent's plan. He understands that Laurent intended to expose all of Helame's crimes and then die as a monster at the hands of heroes. Laurent's earlier plea echoes, asking Vincent to watch over him as he protected Helame's honor. Vincent resolves that Laurent and Helame's sins cannot simply be buried and forgotten. He removes his princely emblem, preparing to act on his own. Vincent steps forward, apologizing to the lords for his rudeness as he raises his sword. He decides he cannot just stand by as a spectator. Vincent declares that he himself will confront Sir Laurent. One of the great family heads acknowledges Vincent's feelings for his uncle but is concerned about his decision. Observers explain that after forming a demon contract, the knight has become a mindless monster who should be killed quickly. The orange-haired warrior panics that the rampaging monster could reach the audience and yells for Vincent to move aside. Khan silently watches, processing the situation. Khan demands to know if Vincent has a plan while his companion urgently calls his name. Vincent answers that because it is a demon contract, Sir Laurent can still be saved. Khan recalls having once rescued a previous demon contractor named Melron. Vincent adds that he has a promise to keep. His promise, made to his mother, is to destroy Helame. Bowing, Vincent begs his father to help him fulfill that promise. Khan hesitates, silently weighing his decision. The demon lunges toward Vincent from behind as he realizes the danger. Vincent sees Laurent completely lost to madness. The berserk demon roars and prepares a powerful attack. Khan thrusts out his glowing hand, intervening. He stops the demon in front of Vincent with overwhelming power. Khan asks the demon to allow his son 3 unopposed moves. Spectators are stunned that Khan would go this far to aid his child. The orange-haired warrior realizes Vincent is the 7th child, linking him to Sarvana. He remembers Sarvana and understands Vincent truly is her son. Deciding to trust Vincent, the warrior wants to see what the boy can do. He agrees to the arrangement, telling Vincent to try, but promises no mercy after 3 moves. Another ally reminds Khan he owes them for cooperating. Khan, still restraining the demon, assures his ally he will repay the favor. Khan gathers intense purple mana in his hand. He blasts the demon away with a devastating strike. As he retreats, Khan entrusts the rest of the fight to Vincent, who charges forward. Vincent launches himself at the airborne demon in a high-speed attack. The demon realizes in fear that Vincent is dangerous. Vincent focuses with fierce determination. He recalls the question of how to handle people empowered by grace. In a flashback, his sister questions him, knowing he has already dealt with such foes. She reminds him he subdued high-level citizens in Laurent, asking how he managed it. She begins explaining that there are 2 main methods. The first is to overwhelm them with sheer physical force, since their scales can still be crushed despite mana resistance. Vincent notes she herself defeated one using only a sword. She says she used the second method. She explains that grace imitates dragonborn scales but leaves fine gaps. If one has the perception and speed to see those gaps, they can pierce through the scales to the body beneath. The narration states that Hina's divine blessing gives her the precise, swift swordsmanship needed for this method. Back in the present, Vincent's blade crackles with power as he prepares his strike. He slashes at the demon, combining red and purple energy in a massive blow. Vincent counts this as his first move. He decides to rely on the wonder of the Milky Way for speed and only needs eyes that can find the scale gaps. Julian's magic reveals the demon's body clearly, highlighting its structure. Vincent trusts Julian, whose godly eyes perfectly memorize magical circuits. Using that support, Vincent darts past and slashes the demon again. He registers the second move and knows the third will be his last chance. Pain racks his body as he prepares to push himself further. He realizes his body is at its limit, and that using his supernatural sword strike will injure him as well. Vincent asks Julian if he will try to stop him, but Julian angrily insists he wants to stop this reckless act. Meanwhile, Bertha walks down a corridor, thinking about what is happening. She approaches a bright doorway, someone stepping in behind her. Exhausted, Hina staggers through the hall, shaken. She panics at the thought of making Hina sad again. The demon unleashes another furious roar and attack. It charges Vincent, who stands ready with his sword. Julian suddenly discovers the exact pattern of weak points. He identifies 4 connected gaps from shoulder to chest in the demon's scales. Julian tells Vincent that his sword must follow that path. Vincent's vision sharpens as he says he can now see it. He activates supernatural sword strike with full power. The technique drives his blade down through the demon's body. The demon's torso splits along the glowing wound, blood and energy erupting. Vincent worries the cut might not have been deep enough. The demon tries one last desperate lunge toward Vincent. His companions cry out to him in fear. Khan instinctively prepares to interfere again. Vincent fears that if the demon continues, Laurent will die. Cracks race across the demon's stone-like body. The demon's shell shatters, revealing a battered, unconscious Laurent falling free. Laurent lies on the ground, alive but spent. Vincent stands over him with sword drawn as others watch in relief. The crowd erupts, cheering that the monster has fallen and praising the Adenka prince for saving them. Vincent stands dazed and bleeding as the cheers echo. His vision blurs and he begins to collapse. His sword slams into the arena floor with a shockwave. Forcing himself up on the sword, he insists he cannot fall yet. He reminds himself that with all eyes on him, this is his chance. He vows again to bring down Helheim, specifically Helheim of Gafanso. Kneeling, he publicly condemns Helheim for growing powerful through evil acts. He compares Helheim to the Hades flower nourished by the resentment and blood of countless victims. He declares that not everyone in the world has submitted to evil. He honors people like Laurent who preserved their honor and sought righteousness. Spreading his arms, Vincent addresses the honorable citizens of Helheim. He calls on them that now is the time to stand up. A shocked reporter watches, stunned by what she is witnessing. She then excitedly orders her staff to write and publish this huge story immediately. Her subordinates worry about the political implications and potential danger. She furiously berates them for lacking journalistic integrity and insists they must report what they saw. Other reporters agree they must publish quickly or be scooped by rival outlets. She commands them to prioritize an article titled about the wind sound, and they rush off. She promises to spread Vincent's story to the world faster than anyone. Back in the arena, people shout Vincent Adenka's name. The orange-haired warrior marvels that Vincent actually pierced Dragonian scales in only 3 moves. Laughing, he praises Vincent as an incredible rival for his son. His smile fades in surprise when he notices Vincent's condition. Vincent remains upright only because someone is supporting him. They realize he actually fainted while still standing. The warrior laughs nostalgically, saying it reminds him of sparring sessions where they push themselves to exhaustion. Another noble protests that this is no time to laugh and that Vincent needs immediate treatment, but Khan calls Herka's name. Friends leap from the stands, rushing toward Vincent amid the renewed chaos. They decide to go to Priest Duran for healing and ask to be teleported to his location. A teleportation circle engulfs them, whisking the group away. Khan quietly watches them leave, thoughtful. The orange-haired warrior teases Khan for pretending to be harsh while clearly doting on his son. Khan simply admits it. He tells the warrior he now understands his feelings as a father. Narration states that after these events, Helheim plunged into chaos. Bertha Helheim begins personally purging everyone connected to the corrupt blessing. Inspired by Vincent's speech, hidden citizen revolutionaries flood the streets and launch surprise protests. The Hyades gathering incident becomes the subject of competing news articles, undermining Gafanso's authority. Vincent dreams again of the moment Lord Kajin stabbed Davin. He bolts awake screaming in denial. In reality, he wakes in a luxurious bed while Hina notes he has finally regained consciousness. She assumes he had the same nightmare again and advises counseling from a priest. Vincent reflects that it was the same dream, yet something about it felt different. His memory now shows a clearer confrontation between 2 figures, hinting at new details. He asks how long he has been out, and is told it has been half a day, during which everyone worried. Suddenly remembering, he cries out in concern. He immediately asks if Sir Laurent is safe, and we see Laurent bandaged but alive. Bertha comments that Laurent's body has gained even more scars. He despairs, saying he believes he should have died back in the arena. Bertha replies that Vincent clearly did not agree. Back in Vincent's room, she bluntly calls his actions inefficient and dangerous, saying his choice was unnecessary. Yet she thanks Vincent sincerely for saving her uncle Laurent. She adds that Hina likely feels the same gratitude. Laurent privately agonizes that he almost harmed that child again. Bertha gently warns him not to treat his life so lightly, since he still has an important role. She reveals that role is to become head of the Helheim family. The scene shifts to an underground waterway, signaling the story's next development. A hand slams down as power surges, signaling the start of a desperate move. The defeated man wheezes in rage, vowing that the children who beat him will pay and that this fight is not finished. Gripping a glowing orb, he curses everyone and swears none of them will escape Helheim alive. He shoves the ominous black orb into his mouth to trigger a last resort. As he does so, a new figure steps in and tells him to stop. The elderly wizard calmly advises him to vanish quietly instead. The fallen man recognizes Helios and furiously accuses him of betrayal. Helios reproaches Edmund for revealing their secret group and says Edmund must be silenced before others trace clues back to them. In the past, a bespectacled mage performs a powerful spell on a boy while asking him not to let their secrets leak. Smiling in the flames, he says he is doing it for the sake of their nightmare. He grins manically as his magic flares. He bursts into crazed laughter. The mage remarks that with Edmund the tactician dead, no one remains who can truly think for their enemies. The cornered man, now half demonic, declares that his violent transformation is his answer. He reminds Helios what Helheim has wrought through his hands, demanding he remember. Fully transformed into a horned demon, he looms over Helios, declaring himself Helheim's creation. He boasts that this new power, born from immense bloodshed, surpasses any previous grace. He proclaims himself the scourge of wizards and unleashes a massive red attack at Helios. Helios narrowly protects himself inside a magic barrier, as the demonic blow shatters the surroundings. The old wizard then gathers Grand Wizard-level magic to test whether the demon's power can withstand it. Helios releases a gigantic spiraling bombardment that engulfs the area. Amid the smoke, a small red glint shows the demon has survived. The demon laughs and smashes through Helios' spell, insisting the attacks are useless. Helios notes in surprise that his onslaught had no effect. The towering demon mocks Helios for acting calm when death is near and advances with burning fists. He vows to kill Helios, then Bertha, Khan, Loran, and anyone else who opposed him. He fixates especially on Vincent, craving to gorge himself on Vincent's blood. A dark armored presence stirs in response, its visor glowing. 2 flaming orbs appear above the demon, making him suddenly wary. Realizing what he faces, the demon's eye widens in fear. A sinister aura floods the hall, chilling everyone present. Helios, now wreathed in that aura, asks if the demon is not the one who has forgotten. A red spectral knight's armor manifests, as Helios invokes Helheim. The demon recognizes the power he had borrowed, now answering another master. The full figure of the archdemon Davern is revealed, and the demon panics in disbelief. Davern's spirit surfaces through Vincent's body, eyes blazing red. Vincent fully awakens in this demonic state, coldly focused. The demon finally identifies the presence as the archdemon Davern. Horrified, he wonders why that abominable being is here. Overwhelmed with terror, he resolves to flee. Davern streaks toward him with lethal speed. The demon finds Davern already behind him, blade raised. Realizing Davern is far too fast, the demon can barely react. His eye shows naked fear as he watches the attack descend. Water roars, hinting at the watery boundary he must cross to escape. Deciding on a last gamble, the demon rushes for the water. He splashes into it in a desperate sprint. Reaching the other side, he rejoices that he might escape if he keeps going. A red slash cuts through the scene. Davern's arc of energy bisects the demon mid-flight, sending his body into the water. The demon's remains crash and sink, blood spreading through the lake. Davern, possessing Vincent, stands over the waters with glowing eye and great sword. Nearby, the cloaked Helios lies unconscious amid shattered stone. Davern approaches and checks on the fallen Helios. Vincent's demonic expression fades as he silently looks down at his own hand. He turns toward Helios, who notices the change and reacts. Helios remarks that Vincent can show such emotion and asks if something good happened. Vincent, holding several black beads, says it is nothing. He explains that the battle felt like waking from a nightmare. The memory shifts to a clash where Davern fought a golden-haired warrior in the past. In the present, a modern Vincent dreams, seeing Davern and that warrior facing each other. The same dual image of Davern and the armored woman hangs before his eyes. Vincent wakes in his academy dorm, wondering why he had that nightmare again. He recalls that the same scene repeats every time in his dreams. He vividly remembers the red-hued image of Davern crossing blades with the knight. Another young man in his dream looks on in terror as the duel unfolds. Davern and the knight in the nightmare suddenly address that bystander, calling out one-armed Davern. The nightmare echoes with accusations of "you were there," closing in on the witness. Horrific red phantoms surround the witness, closing in as he trembles. The boy stammers in panic, unable to respond. Davern's nightmare self lunges toward him in a killing blow. The dream erupts in a blinding red flash. Vincent bolts awake in bed, screaming in terror. Gasping, he thinks to himself that time is running out. His attendant comments that Vincent has had another nightmare and suggests seeking a priest. A lingering voice in Vincent's mind promises they will meet again soon. Vincent remembers that voice, disturbed. In the nightmare's echo, Davern clearly names him Vincent Adenka. Vincent presses his lips together, lost in thought. Later, as he eats and Julian's spirit hovers nearby, Julian cheerfully notes he will recover fully with some rest, while Vincent stays silent. Vincent admits he has been unable to forget that dream over the past few days. He asks Julian if he is sure Vincent did not dream while he lay unconscious. Julian complains that he has repeatedly said there was no such dream and asks what could trouble Vincent so much. Vincent ponders how to even describe that kind of dream. He then asks Julian if he is curious about Vincent's past life. Julian is startled but intrigued. Vincent says he has an idea about it, which excites Julian. Vincent recalls being identified as a swordsman from Samayon in his previous life. He also remembers being linked to the heroic King Kajin Samayon during a fierce battle. And he knows he was acquainted with Arslan, Adenka's founder. Julian boasts that with those clues, even a fool could deduce who Vincent was. Just as Julian is about to name him, a strange power clouds his memory. Julian's mind blanks, and he forgets the name he had realized. Dazed, he can only stammer his own name instead. Vincent confirms that Julian knew he had been Davin, shocking Julian. A surge of interference strikes Julian, making him scream as Vincent calls his name. Vincent finds it odd, sensing something is preventing Julian from remembering his true identity. He recalls reading in his family's archives that a similar phenomenon once occurred. Vincent concludes that, like before, revealing his true name to Julian is impossible and suspects Arslan engineered this restriction. He wonders if there is a specific reason Julian must never know his real identity. Vincent calls out to Julian again, intent on pursuing answers. He tells Julian he wants to quickly learn what his nightmares mean. He also wants to know what befell his past self, and what is happening to them now. He resolves to uncover the truth Arslan left behind. With a determined smile, Vincent urges that they move faster toward that truth. Julian enthusiastically agrees. Julian warns him not to overdo it, and urges him not to die, while Vincent asks if Julian will participate this time as well. Later, Vincent stands by a window, deep in thought. Suddenly someone kicks through the window, attacking him from outside. Vincent barely dodges as the intruder crashes into the room in a fiery assault. He snaps into combat focus, eyes sharpening. The attacker lands with explosive force, forcing Vincent to evade. Recovering, Vincent notes the audacity of a direct attack and wonders if this is a remnant of the Gafanso. A newcomer compliments Vincent for dodging Damien's strike. Abel observes that Vincent's skills from their previous meeting were genuine, while Damien proudly agrees. Abel orders Vincent to come out, saying he has something to discuss. Vincent follows them outside, wary beneath the darkening sky. Julian explains that Abel and Damien are direct Adenka descendants who remained at the fortress. He identifies Abel as the fourth child of the Adenka family, and Damien as the fifth. In a secluded alley, Vincent confirms no one is watching and asks what they want to talk about. Abel's sudden movement puts Vincent on guard. Abel closes in ominously, questioning Vincent's claim of wanting to talk. Furious, Abel demands to know if Vincent is mocking him. Vincent thinks his body is still not fully healed and that he cannot properly resist a serious fight yet. Blades clash as Abel launches an attack. Before Abel's strike lands, Hina intercepts with her own sword. Abel, stunned, realizes who has intervened. Their older sister Hina appears between them, and Vincent calls out to her. Hina states that her mission is to protect 8th grade cadet Vincent. She warns Abel that if he interferes with that mission, she will oppose him even as family. Abel argues that Hina must understand what Vincent's choice truly implies. He points out that by taking this path, Vincent is effectively entering the struggle for family head. Vincent, surprised, realizes he had not considered the burden that title carries. He reflects on the ruthless power struggle among the Adenka direct line. Vincent says his only real goal is singular. He declares he wants to defeat Samayan, complete Adenka's mission, and uncover the truth Arslan left behind. Abel grumbles that Vincent sounds like he is boasting about winning the recent friendly exchange. Damien, however, laughs and welcomes another rival. Damien then asks Vincent if he has ever considered how strange this mission actually is. Hina questions what he means by strange. Damien recalls that in 5 centuries of conflict, Adenka has never truly defeated Samayan. He asks outright if Adenka has ever bested Samayan even once. Vincent muses that from his own experience, Samayan should have been able to crush Adenka if the disparity were that great. Damien notes that since the exchange Vincent has faced nothing major, which is why Vincent can still claim to be chasing the truth. Damien explains that the same was true of their second sister Dia, the previous victor, who devised the theory. Her theory begins by saying that the fundamental premise everyone believes is wrong. She suggested that Adenka's bloodline beating Samians might not be so straightforward. Dia believed it required a far rarer condition, a variable that had not appeared in more than 500 years. That variable, Damien hints, is something like the extraordinary situation now unfolding around Vincent. Someone speculates that Adenka's family head might even be capable of defeating Samian's family head. Vincent and his ghost companion are stunned into silence by that idea. The white-haired cadet taunts Vincent, asking if he can still finish his mission under such conditions. Vincent replies that it makes no difference to him. Vincent declares that, regardless of any obstacles, he will keep advancing toward the truth, even if Samayan stands in his way. He adds that he will move forward even if the obstacle is the person right before him. Their enraged mother appears behind them, saying she cannot overlook Vincent's claim. She furiously accuses Vincent of pushing aside her children to aim for the position of family head. Vincent and his ghost friend are left stammering in fear. Their mother, wreathed in power, demands Vincent repeat what he just said. She shouts at the others, accusing Vincent of trying to seize the head's position over her own children. Hina rushes forward, begging her mother to stop and listen. The mother orders Hina to get out of the way. Hina freezes in terror as her mother's killing intent bears down on her. The mother berates Vincent as arrogant and blinded by fame, knocking him to the ground. She screams that she has never regarded such an insolent, unworthy person as her son. Vincent's ghost companion gasps, recognizing the terrifying change in her eyes. The mother commands Vincent to follow her immediately, and he reluctantly agrees. Hina grabs Vincent's hand to stop him. She pleads with him not to go, fearing what their furious mother might do. Vincent calmly says it will be all right. He reassures her that nothing bad will happen and tells her not to worry. Hina stares at him anxiously, calling his name. Vincent agrees to go with his mother, and walks away beside her. The mother opens a door, leading him inside. Inside the grand hall, the ghost panics about what to do as they face the imposing mother. The mother charges at Vincent with glowing power, calling his name. The ghost begs Vincent to act, while Vincent simply waits, composed. Instead of harming him, the mother's hand gently cups Vincent's cheek. She anxiously asks if he is hurt. Vincent answers that he is fine thanks to his mother's performance, leaving his ghost friend confused. Vincent explains that his mother's ability is involved. She confirms she can force her eyes to react to her own lies, even using her lie-detecting blessing on herself. The ghost realizes then that everything she shouted earlier was a lie, and Vincent agrees. Vincent recalls something and begins to connect it to a truth-revealing artifact. He remembers the artifact called Athena's Eye, which exposes truth. He asks if Athena, first head of Helame, had the same blessing as his mother. His mother says the blessing was not passed down exactly, but she is sure of a connection, prompting Vincent to ask why. She explains that Athena could never be with the Dragon King Abel then whom she loved. The ghost elaborates that Abel then, the Dragon King and Athena's beloved hero, was the intended user of artifacts such as Athena's Eye. He further explains Abelthan's overwhelming power and water blessing, yet notes their love failed because of their differing races. Vincent's mother reflects that what truly separated them was more complicated than race alone. A narration states that this kind of blessing activates compulsorily. She explains that when she desires to read someone, the blessing automatically reveals truth and lies, even showing a loved one's real feelings. A vision shows Athena using the eye-shaped magic circle. Vincent's mother looks down, weighed by this burden. Vincent then asks to pose a question of his own. He asks why she is so obsessed with her mission and the truth that she is willing to oppose all 6 of her children. Vincent replies evasively that even he does not fully know. He suggests maybe it is because he died once, failing to defeat Samayon, and now moves as if driven by a ghost. His answer silently shocks his mother. She calls him incomprehensible, while laughing awkwardly. Vincent adds that not all 6 siblings are his enemies. He reasons that Hina shows no desire to compete for the head position and has never acted hostile to him. His mother agrees that Hina likely has no intent to fight for the role. She explains that elders and minor families belatedly joining the succession struggle looked for a new candidate to back. Those factions, bringing gifts and weapons, chose Hina as their representative. Hina is shown crowned and standing on treasure as their chosen candidate. Vincent's mother describes Hina as diligent, fully aware of the heavy but valuable burdens she has received. Vincent concludes that Hina is trying to shoulder responsibility while suppressing her own wishes. The mother then proposes another idea. Vincent states that if he surpasses Hina and proves himself the better head candidate, he can take those burdens from her. His mother asks if he truly wants to free Hina from all of that. Vincent recalls earlier words about not everyone needing to pursue the warrior's path. The ghost had insisted that other dreams deserve respect. Vincent thinks that if Hina lost something because of Adenka's name, he wants to help her reclaim what she lost. He invites his mother to verify for herself whether this resolve is genuine. She is left speechless. She admits she does not want him burdening himself that way. Then she asks if he has a concrete way to free Hina from her obligations. A door opens somewhere with a loud impact. Elsewhere, the red-haired fortress commander laments having to leave such a cushy posting. She dreads returning to her work-filled fortress. She screams in public that she does not want to go back. A voice offers her a way to stay in Helame longer, startling her. She turns to see Vincent and the ghost waiting nearby. The ghost calls to Vincent, who looks determined. The commander grins widely at the opportunity. She announces she will assign them a new mission. The new assignment is to search the Francis Art Museum for the treasure of Dragon King Abel then. Hina is shocked to see Vincent using this method again. Vincent smirks knowingly. The commander tells them to report to the fortress commander after the mission, promising to wait in Helame. The official search for Abelthan's treasure at the museum begins. The commander reads the mission slip about Francis's hidden work, called Find the Dragon King's Grace. She asks Vargan too if he is serious about this clue. Vincent explains that legends say Francis Alam's treasure lies there, and that the Dragon King's Grace is where the light reaches. The commander doubts it, saying it sounds like a scam and that Helene would have taken it already if real. Vincent then requests that Hina be assigned as his guard for the mission. He claims he fears possible attacks from Helene's remnants, using that as a reason. The commander teases him, reminding him he just stirred up 3 great families at the Hades meeting. Vincent points out that since the fortress commander must receive Hina's report personally, she can remain in Helene until the mission ends. The commander is surprised by how neatly this solves her own wish to stay. The fortress commander remarks that the students have come this far and should gain culture by seeing art. The red-haired commander nervously suggests staying a few more days to receive the report. The fortress commander's glowing eyes intimidate her as he repeats her title. She curses that Vargantu's scheme leaves her no room to refuse. The commander praises her for finally acting like a proper fortress commander, and she begins to accept the idea. He then proposes making art tours part of the regular curriculum, leaving her stunned that the excuse actually worked. She happily shouts her agreement. Hina thanks Vargantu as she and Vincent enter the museum to begin the mission. Walking inside, Hina asks Vincent where he thinks the treasure might be, but he says he does not know. Vincent comments that the mission seems suspicious since Helene would have already taken any real treasure. Hina answers that the mission is simply to find the treasure and protect him, with success taking priority. The ghost notes that though Loran is safe and Gafanso has retreated, their overall situation is unchanged. A narration shifts the topic with "by the way." They enter a neglected but magnificent gallery, and Hina says Loran should restore it. Vincent stops before a landscape painting, wondering if it might be by Francis Alem. Hina explains Francis is the gallery's namesake and greatest artist of his era, whose works underpin Halem's tourism. Vincent comments that Francis's skill is remarkable and even he can sense something from the art. Hina corrects him, saying the piece he is admiring is not by Francis. Vincent mentally criticizes his shallow cramming, realizing his lack of depth shows. Hina points instead to one of Francis's signature works. They stand before the painting titled Portrait of Mother. She describes it as Francis's portrait of his mother in her 20s, famed for its delicate realism. She adds that Francis mostly painted people around him, and his lifelike style amazed everyone. She mentions some believe Francis inherited the blood of the dragon's eye, shocking Vincent. A vision explains that the dragon's eye granted superb vision and dexterity, naturally gifting talent for art. She continues that the entire gallery was built to Francis's design, which remains fully unanalyzed even today. Therefore, rumors say the treasure Francis left here might be the Dragon King's grace. Hina notes that Vincent seems to know a surprising amount. Vincent admits he only learned of Francis yesterday, and that most soldiers would not recognize the name. Studying the portrait, he judges Francis's work less impressive than expected and says Hina's childhood portrait of him looks better. He asserts that if Hina had continued painting, she could easily reach this level, which visibly rattles her. Hina, cloaked in blue aura, demands to know what he is implying. Vincent answers that though she holds a sword, her gaze and focus are elsewhere. He tells her that a sword swung while looking away protects nothing and that such aimless fighting let Gafanso use her. He recounts that her actions nearly killed Loran, terrorized Halem's citizens. The narration shows the citizens' suffering and executions under Gafanso's influence. It continues that she enabled Gafanso's grace user army to nearly consume the continent. Vincent says she has neither achieved her own dreams nor used her sword in a righteous way. His former self calls him a stubborn child and asks what he can truly do like this, spurring Vincent on. Vincent grits his teeth, straining with resolve. Hina releases a massive water-like slash at him while screaming. The clash smashes through the gallery, but Vincent stands firm amid the exploding energy. When the dust settles, a panting Hina faces the unscathed Vincent. Vincent smiles, thinking he could have shown even more of his power. Hina, shaking, accuses him of fighting only to mock her. She screams that he is right about her indecisiveness but asks what she is supposed to do about it. Vincent gently points out that expressing herself should make her feel a bit better. She reacts in disbelief at that remark. Vincent tells her not everyone must become an absolute warrior, and in fact it is impossible for most. He declares that he will take on that role in her stead. He vows to complete Adenka's mission, surpassing both his father and Samayon if necessary. Vincent states with conviction that fulfilling that mission is what he truly wants. He then asks Hina what it is that she herself wants. Hina, stunned, repeats his question about her own desires. Standing under the patterned skylight, she hesitantly begins to answer, saying I. As Vincent steps toward her, the scene ends on the sound of his approaching footsteps. Vincent realizes the strange phenomenon is caused by the shadow. Vincent and Hina stand within a vast magic circle formed by their shadows. Remembering a phrase about the Dragon King's grace, Vincent and Julian realize the magic circle is real. Vincent decides to channel mana into his sword following the circle's shape. Hina panics and tries to stop Vincent from doing something reckless. Vincent drives his mana-filled sword into the ground, unleashing a huge blast. The magic circle activates, creating a powerful rotating barrier of light around them. The barrier turns into a vortex that swallows both Vincent and Hina. Both siblings are shocked as they begin to fall into the abyss. Screaming, Vincent and Hina plunge down a cylindrical shaft. Vincent realizes in terror that they are falling endlessly. Vincent invokes his snowfield step ability, as blue lightning surrounds him. Empowered by this skill, he dashes downward, shattering debris as he goes. After landing painfully, Vincent groans that he overexerted himself earlier and will feel the strain. He suddenly remembers Hina and shouts for his sister. Vincent sees Hina land unharmed using her own skill, surprising him. Hina casually notes she is a top-ranked representative cadet, and wonders why he is so shocked. Julian teases Vincent, saying the difference in their abilities is natural and asks if Vincent's pride is hurt. Hina remarks that for someone who vowed to act as her warrior, Vincent still seems lacking. Julian and Vincent both notice something unexpected and confirm they saw it. They are astonished because Hina actually smiled. Hina then asks Vincent what he thinks this mysterious underground space might be and whether Francis's Dragon King's grace is real. She observes that the architecture matches Francis's style, and questions why he built this place beneath the museum. Vincent wonders aloud if this whole setup might have been arranged by Arslan. Julian doubts that theory, saying it seems unlikely. Julian explains that the historical timelines of Francis and Arslan do not match. He recalls Francis lived about 200 years ago, in the era of Athenia and Abeltan. By contrast, Vincent's brother and ancestor Arslan lived 500 years ago, leaving a 300-year gap. Vincent agrees, noting Helheim was a small family 500 years ago. He recalls that Helheim only grew to greatness in the last 200 years, so Arslan had no reason to build something so far from Adenka. Vincent wonders whose intention actually created this hidden place. Hina calls out to Vincent to get his attention. She points at something and tells him to look. She leads him before two portraits, identifying them as works by Francis. Hina deduces the left painting is likely Dragon King Abeltan and the right is Athenia Helheim. Vincent notes, such a painting would already have been rare in its time and questions why it is hidden here. Staring at Ableton's portrait, he wonders if these figures arranged this place. Touching the painting, Vincent asks what exactly Ableton left behind. His touch triggers a mechanism behind the framed artwork. The wall starts to split apart with loud mechanical sounds. Vincent is startled as everything begins to shake. Hina shouts that the ground is shaking as cracks and explosions erupt. The floor breaks open violently around them. Amid the destruction, a glowing red sphere rises from below. The red core gathers power at the center of the chaos. That core unleashes an intense surge of red energy. Vincent reacts in alarm, sensing what it is. A massive stone guardian constructs itself around the red core, radiating immense power. The guardian raises a huge fist to attack. It slams down a devastating beam-like strike. Vincent braces himself to withstand the impact. Hina intercepts the attack, standing protectively in front of Vincent. She tells Vincent to step back, saying this enemy is beyond his level. Hina faces the towering guardian, readying her glowing sword. She steps onto a dark energy field, gathering blue power beneath her. Shrouded in speed and power, she rushes forward, declaring she will take on the guardian. The guardian's eye widens as it detects her charge. Hina dashes up the guardian's body, closing in on its core. With eyes blazing, she roars that the guardian's efforts are useless. She swings her sword in a brilliant blue arc toward the core. Her silhouette is reflected in the guardian's red core as she attacks. The guardian retaliates by firing another concentrated red blast downward. Hina slices off part of the guardian, severing its head area. She continues striking, causing massive explosions across the guardian's body. Vincent observes that Hina is not only fast but also accurately targeting all of the guardian's weak points. Feeling the shift in power, he realizes what he is witnessing. He recognizes this as the overwhelming power of top-ranked representative cadet Hina, who knows the guardian will stop if its core is destroyed. Hina, intent on learning what Francis left behind, resolves to uncover it. The core erupts again, generating a huge red sphere in front of her. Hina suspects this is the guardian's final desperate attack and prepares to counter. She leaps in to strike the incoming beam. Mid-fight, she realizes the attack is not aimed at her. She cries that someone is in danger as the red energy swells ominously. Seeing it redirected toward Vincent, she shouts his name. Vincent is caught directly in the path of the furious beam. Vincent understands the guardian is using him as bait to distract Hina, and calls it cunning. The red beam hurtles toward him while Hina races to reach him. She screams at Vincent to get out of the way. Vincent steels himself instead of fleeing. He draws out a purple power, insisting he will not fall for the guardian's plan. The beam rushes at him as he prepares his counter. Hina realizes the guardian's power is far beyond what Vincent can safely handle. Vincent urges himself to move faster. He rushes forward to stop the cataclysmic attack. Hina unleashes a Denka explosive sword technique, 5th form, against the beam. Vincent adds his own bulletproof deflection skill, bending the beam aside. Their combined efforts cause a massive explosion that neutralizes the attack. Hina sighs in relief that Vincent is safe, but a huge stone fist suddenly drops toward her from above. She curses, realizing too late the guardian had planned an ambush from the start. She understands the previous attack was a decoy meant to open a gap in her defenses. A violet flash erupts as Vincent intercepts the blow. Vincent and Hina together execute a technique called Linked Strike, King of Beasts. Shocked, Hina cries Vincent's name as purple aura surrounds him. Vincent strains under the power, eyes wild and bleeding. Their joint strike collides with the guardian in a massive blast. Vincent yells for his sister to destroy the core now. Hina charges the exposed floating core. She leaps high above it, sword poised for the finishing blow. Channeling the mad sculptor Mycelian's power, Hina forms an enormous ice blade. The core gathers red energy in response. Hina's gigantic ice sword slams down on the core. She utters the technique round carving. The spectral sculptor raises a hammer, echoing her move. Together they drive the monumental blade through the guardian's core. The impact shatters the guardian completely, scattering icy debris. Vincent, awed, says mad sculptor's power is truly that of a god. Hina calmly sheathes her sword amid the falling blue roses of mana. The guardian's body collapses, leaving only a glimmering remnant. Julian and Vincent confirm the guardian has fully stopped and no mana remains. Still stunned, they wonder how Vincent managed to respond to the ambush. Hina asks if Vincent really reacted to the guardian's surprise attack, since even she failed to catch it. Vincent smiles, saying he simply trusted his sister to protect him. He explains that from the beginning he ignored the laser and focused on the guardian itself. Because of that focus, he could read its movements. He then poured all his strength into a single decisive defense. Vincent concludes that his sister protects him and he in turn protects her. Hina reflects that his judgment and resolve show he has faced more than she ever realized. She internally vows to fulfill Adenka's mission. She is ready to surpass both her father and Samayon to achieve that goal, which is what she truly desires. Seeing his determination, Hina admits Vincent's ambitions might actually be possible. Suddenly a huge blue column of light erupts where the core once was, startling them. Vincent shouts in shock as he sees it. The light pierces up through the ceiling toward the world above. Outside, the beam bursts from the Francis Art Museum and shoots into the sky. People in the city point at the pillar of light over the museum, panicking about what is happening. A red-haired observer nervously asks if someone plans to destroy the museum as well, likening it to a second Vargan. Back below, Hina insists the core has been destroyed while Vincent senses that this phenomenon is something different. The collapsing rock reveals a massive swirling blue portal before them. Hina realizes it is a teleportation gate and suspects this was what the Guardian protected. Vincent suggests they now go see what Francis actually left behind. The three of them step toward the glowing portal together. They ascend the stone steps, preparing to enter while rain-like mana falls around them. Vincent narrows his eyes, bracing himself. Overwhelmed by what he sees beyond, he breathes that this place is. They emerge high in the sky above the museum, looking down at a huge shining magic symbol. Vincent notices the museum now looks like a sign of divine blessing. As a radiant light engulfs him, he gasps in confusion. The light spits him back out near the steps, and Hina rushes to his side. Regaining himself, Vincent asks Julian if he memorized the blessing they just witnessed, and Julian confirms he did. Julian analyzes the sky pattern, identifying a trident and swirling waves that match a specific blessing. He reveals it is the blessing of the god of tides, Poseidon, the same water-controlling power once held by Dragon King Abeltan. Vincent reflects on having found a blessing that controls water. He thinks that if he can master this blessing, then he might finally be able to reach a certain distant mountain stronghold. He envisions that isolated fortress high in the snowy peaks. He follows the image toward a hidden waterfall pool near the mountains. Deep behind that waterfall, a sinister red cavern stirs. There, a dragon hidden behind the Nile Falls awakens, its blazing eye opening. Back at the gate, Vincent sits and begins concentrating mana into his hands while Hina watches over him. Hina marvels that even while shielding her, Vincent could manipulate mana so skillfully and receive a blessing. The blonde boy explains that water mana is closest to human nature and should actually improve Vincent's condition as he imbues him with it. Vincent concentrates, nearly completing a magic circuit identical to the one from Julian's memories. The water mana circuit manifests as a glowing magic symbol shaped like a trident. The completed circuit expands around Vincent, Hina, and the blonde boy, filling the floor with blue light. Hina sees the ritual succeed and tells Vincent he has obtained the blessing. Vincent, wrapped in blue energy, realizes he has received Poseidon's blessing. Smiling, Vincent shyly asks Hina if he did well. Hina, surprised by his need for validation, asks if her praise really matters that much to him. Vincent admits he is weak to compliments, and says it would feel great to have her approval. Hina hesitates, considering how to respond. She finally acknowledges that Vincent has gained a legendary power, praises his performance, and urges him to hone it and pursue his desires through her incomplete blessing. The blonde boy bashfully says Hina is exaggerating while Vincent looks pleased. Vincent asks Hina to keep his new power a secret, believing others would covet it, and then pointedly asks if she trusts him. He jokes that sharing secrets makes people friends, but Hina counters that such thinking gets one betrayed. Vincent insists Hina would never betray him, causing her to react in confusion. He declares that his dream must be achieved first so that she can reach her own dream. Hina recalls a time she was told not everyone can be an absolute warrior, and that such a goal is impossible. Vincent had then vowed to take on that role in her place. In that memory he had asked her what she truly desired. Hina had been unable to answer, staying silent. Back in the present, she warns that if Vincent wants to remove her from the succession, he lacks the strength to do it. She challenges him to prove himself by showing the Dragon King's power he just obtained. Vincent, eager to test it, agrees enthusiastically. He prepares to invoke Poseidon's blessing, channeling its power through his red sword. Vincent faces Hina with his sword and water mana gathered, ready to demonstrate his abilities. He tries to activate the blessing but nothing happens, leaving him speechless. Hina is equally shocked and confused by the failure. Vincent realizes in disbelief that the blessing's power is not activating despite his efforts. Frustrated, he clutches his head, overwhelmed by the unexpected situation. He senses that his body is full of water mana yet no effect occurs and wonders why nothing is happening. Vincent recalls that in past blessings, the god of blessings always appeared, but this time no deity showed up. The blonde boy had once said that normally the blessing god manifests in person, reinforcing Vincent's suspicion. Examining the Dragon King's arrangement site, Vincent suspects something is missing or undiscovered. He wonders if there is still some hidden element they have not yet found. Hina calls out to Vincent as he broods at the altar. She reminds him that pressing a Belton's portrait earlier had summoned a guardian. Reasoning from that, Hina presses a new portrait of Athenia, believing another secret may be hidden. Her hand strikes the painting to trigger whatever mechanism lies behind it. The impact shakes the room, making Vincent fear another guardian is appearing, while Hina declares she will not be fooled this time. A burst of purple energy erupts from the altar. That energy stabilizes into a massive swirling purple gate before them. Vincent concludes that the transport gate's destination has changed. Hina asks if he will enter immediately, and Vincent answers that the gate might hold the key to completing his incomplete blessing, so there is no reason to delay. Power gathers around the gate as they prepare to go through. Vincent and Hina ascend the steps together toward the brilliant opening. On the other side, Vincent uses a glowing blue crystal as a light source in the darkness. As they walk through the dark, seemingly endless corridor, they note that the space feels artificially and magically constructed. Vincent senses the chilling darkness, and wonders if it signifies the same dangerous phenomenon he once experienced. A huge wave of darkness rolls toward them, startling both. Drawing their weapons, they confirm that something is lurking within the darkness around them. A purple, shadowy substance with faces slithers at Vincent's feet. The shapeless beings rise up as monstrous shadow creatures behind Hina. One of the shadows launches a sudden attack with a powerful energy column. Hina counters, shouting that she will not fall for such a sneak attack. She then slams down, scattering spikes of dark energy around her. The shattered shadows reform into multiple smaller amorphous creatures. More of the grotesque shadow monsters surge toward them. Hina is alarmed to see a creature revive and realizes her attacks alone cannot kill it. She and Vincent continue fighting, coordinated, while Vincent prepares the crystal. One shadow is sliced apart, revealing bright purple innards. Another charges with terrifying speed and power. They become fully surrounded by the grotesque shadow beings and wonder what these monstrosities are. From the feel of cutting them, Vincent recognizes the creatures as something he has sensed before and is certain of it. Vincent calls out to Hina, preparing to reveal more. He asks her to keep secret whatever happens after the crystal's light fades, just as she did before. Hina hesitates, weighing his request. She finally agrees to keep his actions hidden. As a massive shadow lunges at Vincent, he braces himself. Vincent raises the crystal, ready to unleash a deeper power. A fiery red energy ignites in his eyes. He internally calls to the entities known as soul hunters. Vincent orders these soul hunters to carry out their mission and guide the prophesied protagonist to the Dragon King's arrangement. Surrounded by red-shadowed soul hunters, he commands them again to guide him as the executor. Hina is horrified, unable to believe that Vincent has summoned such beings. He reveals his hidden identity by invoking the crimson-yellow mystic art of Samayan and declaring himself the seer of truth, the story's protagonist. Vincent notes that his gamble has worked, realizing the shadow beings were in fact guarding Arslan's arrangement. A disembodied voice welcomes the seer of truth as Vincent and Hina are suspended in purple energy. Vincent addresses the speaker and asks if they are the leader of the executors. The figure introduces themselves as Executor Bailom, and says they have been waiting for the seer of truth. Hina, sword at Vincent's throat, asks the executor how they can speak, while Vincent demands the legacy left by Dragon King Abeltan. Bailom kneels respectfully and agrees to present it to the seer of truth. He begins to reveal the Dragon King's arrangement that has been entrusted to them. Dark energy swirls as Bailom fully manifests his power before the trio. Vincent recognizes what is being shown. Bailom displays a ring called the Dragon King's Grace, described as the final key to the heavenly path. Vincent examines the ring and thinks it looks odd. Hina points out that the ring is incomplete, startling everyone. Bailom confirms she is right, saying the ring left by the Dragon King is only half. A vision shows the Dragon King wearing the ring and preparing it as a token for his eventual successor. The Dragon King had split the ring into 2 parts and entrusted them to different guardians. Vincent asks where the other half now resides. Bailom answers that the missing half is with the one who truly has the qualifications. He asserts that it would not be with an impostor falsely claiming to be the Dragon King's successor. Hina and Vincent react in shock to being called imposters. Hina instantly attacks Bailom in anger. She unleashes her technique Adenka Explosive Sword, 7th form. Hina's explosive sword art creates a massive sweeping strike across the battlefield. Vincent calls out to his sister as she presses the assault. Bailom remarks that Hina's discovery of the incomplete ring is impressive but still not enough evidence for them. He then declares that unqualified intruders are defiling the covenant and orders all his followers to kill them. Countless shadow creatures descend upon Vincent and Hina. Hina is overwhelmed, fending off waves of monsters and crying out in pain. She realizes there are far too many enemies and worries about how long she can hold out. Vincent laments that at this rate he cannot protect Hina and curses the situation. In desperation, he decides to simply cut all the enemies down. Vincent charges recklessly into the mass of shadows with his sword. Bailom counters with a huge purple slash, boasting that Vincent will not expect what comes next. Hina screams for him to stop. She shouts Vincent's name as he puts himself in harm's way. Vincent steals his resolve with a determined look, sweat on his face. Bailom is taken aback by what Vincent is about to do. Vincent presses his own neck against the sword, preparing to stake his life. We see that his blade is already cutting and drawing blood from his own throat. Hina is shocked when the attack aimed at Vincent suddenly stops. Vincent confronts Bailom, asking why he now hesitates to kill the supposed intruder. Bailom nervously urges him to stop, telling him not to be reckless. Vincent concludes that, as he suspected, Bailom cannot bring himself to kill him. He recalls meeting another executor before, one with similar overwhelming power. Vincent narrates that in the past he almost died to such an executor, learning that executors wield absolute power to maintain prophecy. He points out that Bailom also could have killed them at any time but did not, despite clear proof of the ring's existence. Vincent asserts that Bailom has another reason for being unable to kill them and asks if he is wrong. Bailom admits he cannot refute Vincent's logic and that Vincent is correct. Vincent reveals that executors can sense the trace of the Dragon King's power within him. He manifests Forsiden's blessing, declaring that the very blessing used by the Dragon King resides inside him. Vincent reasons that because executors can feel this power, they fear killing someone who might be connected to the Dragon King, and he resolves to exploit this hesitation. He claims to be following in the Dragon King's footsteps, stunning his blonde companion, who asks when that happened. Vincent adds that though he knew nothing of the incomplete ring or the executors, 2 centuries have passed since the Dragon King's death and his legacy has largely been forgotten. He argues that no one will ever reach this place again under perfect conditions, so another candidate is highly unlikely. Vincent then offers to leave and find the ring's missing half himself. Bailom objects that letting him go would be unacceptable because he might never return. Bailom explains that they are bound by a life-sworn covenant with the Dragon King, and that allowing an unqualified person to leave would destroy them. He insists that the covenant's rules must be strictly followed and therefore Vincent must die here. Hina warns Vincent to stay alert as she moves to defend him again. Vincent stops her, asking her to wait a moment. He proposes a different approach to resolving the standoff. He slams his sword into the ground to signify a new plan. Vincent suggests forming a brand new covenant directly between himself and Bailom. Bailom questions whether Vincent truly understands the gravity of that word. Vincent pledges that if he fails to retrieve the ring, he will pay with his life. Hina and the blonde boy cry out in panic as Vincent makes this life-or-death vow. Vincent tells Bailom that the choice is now his, to accept this covenant or remain eternally bound to an unfulfilled one. He challenges Bailom to either cling to stagnation or risk everything on this first chance in 200 years. Accepting they cannot defeat Bailom by force, Vincent states that if he must die, he prefers to do so with honor. He declares that if death is necessary, it will be carried out by his own hand. The sword cuts deeper into his neck, blood running down the blade. Horrified, Bailom shouts for him to stop and not act so recklessly. Hina realizes that Vincent, unafraid of these mysterious beings, is using his own endangered state to corner them despite their overwhelming power. She concludes that even though the executors hold their lives, Vincent is actually the one controlling the situation. Bailom considers that if they kill Vincent and Hina now, they may lose their only opportunity to ever fulfill the Dragon King's covenant. The dark figure, surrounded by purple energy, steels themselves and thinks that if things are this way, they must act. The glowing woman resolves herself and agrees to form a pact. Vincent smiles, calling her choice wise as he prepares his sword for the ritual. The pact ritual is about to proceed to the next step. Vincent and the purple-cloaked woman face each other before the sword and swirling energy as they begin the contract. The woman explains that the pact will be sealed with Vincent's very shadow. Vincent declares that he is staking his own shadow on this pact. A massive, ominous shadow rises, enveloping the ritual space and the participants. Vincent, alarmed, realizes that his shadow is reacting. He sees that his shadow is being devoured by the dark entity Bailom. The woman, being consumed, urges Vincent to leave this place and return with the other half of the Dragon King's grace. She vows that their lives are sworn to this pact, and that they must uphold it at any cost. Vincent is shocked by the severity of the oath. The entity calmly states that Vincent's shadow will serve as collateral. Bailom affirms that he will keep Vincent's shadow as payment. Bailom sets the pact's deadline for when the 7th new moon appears. He explains that if Vincent completes the pact by then, his shadow will be returned. Hannah and Julian watch in disbelief, realizing the entity has changed form. Vincent and the others see that Bailom has taken on Vincent's appearance. Bailom explains that 7 new moons is the longest a person can survive without their shadow on Earth. He warns that if Vincent fails to reclaim it by then, his body will collapse and he will die. Vincent, unfazed, insists there is no need to worry because he will not allow that outcome. Bailom says he will wait here for Vincent to fulfill the pact. He calls Vincent the one who perceives the truth and hints at future revelations. A burst of purple light signals the end of the encounter and the opening of a way out. Vincent and Hannah stand before the blinding exit portal created by the pact's completion. Back in the real world, Vincent exhales in relief, acknowledging their return. He notes how strange it feels in his body. Vincent reflects that walking without a shadow under his feet is unsettling. Julian panics over having only about 7 months to find an unknown legendary treasure, while Vincent observes that their original goal was already such a legendary item, the heavenly fruit. Vincent admits he is oddly pleased because their path forward has become clearer. He then points out that they now face another immediate issue. Vincent recognizes that the real problem is Hannah having witnessed everything. Nervously, he tries to explain, but Hannah instead refocuses on their mission to find the Dragon King's grace, saying the journey is far from over. Vincent, surprised, asks if she does not have questions for him. Hannah replies that she does not understand what he means. She reminds him he asked her to keep his secrets, and she promises to honor that request. Vincent is internally moved by Hannah's loyalty and thanks her. Their reunion is interrupted when a familiar voice yells in shock at the sight of the portal. Vincent recognizes that the voice belongs to the headmistress. The headmistress storms and furious with Vargan, accusing him of destroying yet another old building. Cracking her whip, she says she will hear the full story later. She rushes toward the portal, saying there is something urgent she must check. Whispering to Vincent, she confirms his mission is still ongoing and tells him not to worry yet. She then praises the cadets and asks for their mission report. Assuming Hannah should report, the headmistress is surprised when Hannah declines. Hannah states that Vincent deserves to give the report because he skillfully directed every situation with his abilities. The headmistress is stunned to hear such praise from Hannah. She teases Vincent, suggesting he has already won Hannah over, which embarrasses him. Vincent instead focuses on the danger of leaving the portal open and says they should seal the place. The headmistress tells him to leave such trifles to her and to go visit Versa after finishing his report, which surprises Hannah. Smiling, she hints that Vincent must have many things to discuss with his mother. The scene shifts to the Grand Helheim estate, establishing a new location. Vincent formally offers greetings to the patriarch of House Helheim. He approaches the throne where Laurent, now patriarch, sits with Versa standing beside him. Vincent respectfully salutes Laurent, the man who overthrew Garfonzo's tyranny. Laurent, flustered, tells Vincent to relax, insisting he is only a temporary patriarch. Versa tells Laurent to get used to his role, saying he is now the most powerful man in Helheim, but he replies that the power truly belongs to the people. Laurent outlines his plan to divide authority among competing civic groups so that power spreads to as many people as possible. He adds that in such a system, even if another tyrant like his father appears, collective goodwill will be able to stop him. Versa notes that this path will be long and difficult. Vincent counters that though slow, it can reach the furthest, just like the path Versa herself is walking. He affirms that her chosen way forward inspires him. Versa smiles softly at Vincent's words. She recalls asking him, on their return from Maeltum, to destroy her corrupt family, and she praises him for accomplishing that. Versa then announces that she will reward Vincent for his success. She reveals a glowing scroll as his reward. Vincent recognizes it as a magic scroll. Laurent explains that the scroll opens a path to the homeland of the Dragonkin, given to them by freed survivors as thanks. Vincent is surprised that such a gift is meant specifically for him, not for Laurent and Versa. Laurent formally appoints Vincent Adenka as Helheim's envoy to the Dragonkin. He tells Vincent to speak with the Dragonkin on Helheim's behalf, assuring him that his words will carry Laurent's authority. Laurent adds that Vincent's will in this mission will be considered his own. Over in the Dragon Forest, a red-skinned Dragonkin elder impatiently wonders why Vincent is taking so long to arrive. Vincent later examines the scroll, thinking of the Dragonkin homeland it leads to. Lying in bed, he reasons that if this is where Abeltan once lived, clues about the Dragon King's grace must exist there. He resolves that he must uncover information about the Dragon King's grace. Remembering the two-part ring, he vows to find the missing second half no matter what. Vincent concludes that the scroll likely redirects the teleportation gate and suggests using it in the art museum's basement, asking Julian if he can activate it. Julian admits the spellwork is beyond him and jokes that if he could, he would already belong to a magic tower, leaving Vincent momentarily stumped. Vincent then recalls that they have another skilled mage available. Realizing whom he means, Vincent exclaims as the idea clicks. When asked to help, the maid Sari stubbornly refuses to go. Julian and Vincent are confused by her unexpected rejection. Vincent and Julian shout in disbelief, reminding Sari that she learned magic from Sir Vargan. Vincent guesses she might not know how to use the scroll, but Sari insists her training is solid and that is not the issue. Vincent, bewildered, asks again why she will not go. Sari points out the bandages on his neck as proof he has overexerted himself. She scolds him for once again exceeding his limits, especially right after nearly exhausting himself to save Laurent at the assembly. Vincent waves it off, claiming it is just a minor injury. He argues that a priest could heal him quickly, but Sari zaps him with magic before he can finish. The spell surges through him painfully, exposing how weakened he still is. Sari points to his reaction as proof that his mana circuits are barely recovered and demands they return to square one. She refuses to let him venture into an unknown region while in that condition. Sari declares that he must either heal fully or find a different mage before attempting the journey. After being driven out, Vincent notes how angry she is, while Julian comments that they have indeed been chased away. Vincent concedes that it is impossible to find another trustworthy mage right now and that Sari is right about his condition, so their departure must be delayed. Just then someone calls out to him, having finally found him. Raven runs up cheerfully saying he has been looking for Vincent. Raven explains it took some effort to find Vincent and that he thought he would have to leave without saying goodbye, since he assumed everyone from the fortress had already gone. Raven begins to say what this means for him. He recounts that his father demanded he come home for at least a week, so he will be staying with his family for a while. Raven adds that Kagan was too impatient to wait and has already departed. As a wagon caravan rolls out of the city, Raven mentions that Kagan left a message for Vincent. The carriages carrying Kagan and others rumble away from Helheim. Elsewhere, someone asks if it is really fine for Kagan to leave now, pointing out that Vardakan and Adenka will miss fighting alongside him. Kagan answers that he has already left behind what he wanted to say. Grinning fiercely, Kagan's message is revealed. Next time they meet, one of them is guaranteed to die. Vincent reads the message and approves, thinking it is exactly what he expected from Kagan. Raven punches Vincent's chest lightly, asking him not to forget about their rivalry. Raven insists their own duel is far from settled. He says he held back during the last battle because of the greater enemy, promising that next time he and Vincent will fight for real. Vincent agrees, promising a future fight that will not be interrupted by anything. Narration states that with these events, the Helaim incident finally comes to an end. Versa reflects silently, gazing into the reflective water of a hidden chamber. She stands alone by the pool in that secret hall, still deep in thought. 1 week later, light shines into a ceremonial chamber marked by Versa's portrait and the deep pit that houses the teleportation circle. Vincent, now bandaged but in uniform, adjusts his collar as he prepares for departure. The group assembles around the teleportation site, Vincent rallying them to set out without further delay. He announces that their destination is the Dragonkin homeland, the Dragon Forest. Standing before the reformed gate, Vincent asks Seri to activate the scroll. Seri eagerly agrees, addressing him respectfully as young master. She makes him promise not to overdo things in the Dragon Forest in exchange for her help, and he nervously agrees to try. Watching, Hannah realizes that the maid is actually Dean Vargan's disciple. With the scroll's power, the dormant portal erupts into a huge blue gateway before them. Seri thinks proudly that the power she refined so diligently can finally aid her young master. She focuses intensely, determined to execute the spell impressively as red magic circles blaze to life. The spell detonates spectacularly, shattering the stone and forming a violent red portal. Amid the chaos, Vincent remarks that this must be the true form of the gate. The unstable portal fully opens, revealed as the gate leading to the Dragon Forest. The headmistress cheerfully wishes them a good trip and jokes that they should not return too soon. Another man daydreams about how generously the Dragonkin will reward them and imagines receiving lavish treatment himself. Hannah urges Vincent to proceed with their task, and he confidently agrees. Suddenly, someone calls out to Vincent in alarm. Seri, straining to control the magic, shouts that the teleportation gate is dangerously unstable. She realizes in horror that the gate will not be able to transport all of them. Vincent demands to know how many people it can handle. Seri hurriedly calculates the limit. She announces that it can send only 2 people, shocking Vincent. Seri repeats that the teleportation gate is too unstable to safely move everyone. Fighting panic, she prepares to share her estimate. She spells it out clearly, saying the gate can move just 2 people, stunning Vincent. Wilson immediately volunteers himself, proclaiming that as Vincent's personal servant he should go. Hannah protests that her original mission was to guard Vincent, implying she should accompany him. Seri, exhausted, begs them to decide quickly, warning that the gate will soon close. The headmistress orders Vincent to take Seri, the mage, through the gate immediately. Hannah asks the headmistress why, and the headmistress explains that in this situation, the mage who can control the gate must go with Vincent. She reiterates her decision firmly. The headmistress declares that the expedition will consist of Vincent and Seri alone. Hannah, distressed, starts to object as the choice sinks in. A worried girl is told not to be anxious. Vincent vows to return safely and obtain the Dragon King's grace. He insists their mission is not finished and refuses to let it end in failure. The girl hesitates silently, struggling with her emotions. She sends Vincent off, saying she will trust him and wait for his return. Vincent smiles confidently in response. Vincent calls Seri to depart, and she answers obediently. A massive portal opens as their companions watch from behind. The portal forms in another place amid pink trees. The light of the portal flares intensely. Vincent and Seri are hurled out of the portal, screaming. Vincent checks if Seri is alright as she stabilizes herself with magic. Seri, surprised, begins to ask where they are. She realizes they have arrived in the Dragon Forest, and notes the eerie quietness. Vincent doubts the forest is empty. He tells Seri there is no need to be overly cautious. Vincent introduces himself as Vincent Adenka and says he came by invitation of the Dragonkin. Something bright moves behind a tree, indicating hidden observers. Silhouettes of armed Dragonkin appear, secretly watching them. A group of horned Dragonkin soldiers reveal themselves, ready for confrontation. Their leader demands to confirm Vincent's identity. Vincent affirms that he is indeed Vincent Adenka. The Dragonkin leader, having heard Vincent wields the crimson sword of the beginning, asks him to draw it. Seri mutters that Vincent is being interrogated, but he considers their caution natural after suffering because of Helaim. Vincent reveals his sword Crimson Lotus, forged by the master blacksmith Hansen and symbolizing the rise of both his father Khan Adenka and himself. He adds that the sword possesses an additional secret. Vincent activates the sword, explaining that it holds the power of the Dragon King. The Dragonkin leader is stunned by the display. The Dragonkin soldiers tremble, realizing what they are seeing. The leader proclaims that their savior has come to the Dragon Forest and orders the welcoming horn to be sounded. A soldier enthusiastically blows the great horn. Seri notes that their wariness has eased and suggests they now enjoy Dragonkin hospitality. A stone suddenly strikes Vincent's head. Seri panics, shouting for the young master and demanding to know who attacked. The Dragonkin guards also shout, asking who dared throw a stone at their savior. They turn and notice 2 small figures in the distance. The culprits are revealed as the children Miguel and Olivia, standing defiant with a bag of stones. Vincent notes in shock that the boy is missing his left arm. Miguel yells for the humans to leave the Dragon Forest and hurls another stone. He curses Vincent as Garfanzo's dog, while Vincent wonders how such a young child became so hostile. Miguel is violently knocked to the ground. His father scolds him in alarm, calling him reckless. Miguel, crying, screams that humans killed his parents and curses them. Olivia steps forward, telling the adults not to bully her brother. Sari intervenes, hugging Olivia and insisting the adults are going too far because the assailants are just children. Miguel begins to shout again in frustration. He is struck down once more, silencing him. His father cries out in pain. Miguel rushes to Olivia's side, desperately calling her name. He grabs her wrist to pull her away. Miguel urges Olivia to run with him, and she agrees. Sari notices Vincent bleeding from the earlier stone strike and reacts with concern. An unseen voice asks Vincent to forgive the children's rudeness. Vincent and the others turn to see Dragonkin greeting him respectfully. A regal Dragonkin woman is addressed as mother while her followers explain that the children bear many scars from humans. She apologizes to Vincent on behalf of the children. Vincent is shocked because her face seems strangely familiar. He recalls a painting created by Francis of his mother, renowned for its realism. Vincent recognizes the image as the work titled Portrait of Mother. He notes that the Dragonkin woman before him looks almost identical to the woman in Francis's painting. The woman remarks that Vincent has recognized her, and he confirms that he has. Vincent explains that an artist once painted a woman with her exact face and called the work Portrait of Mother. He begins to say that this was long ago. She finishes the thought by revealing it was 200 years ago and that she has yet to introduce herself. She names herself Nymer Elam, the godmother of the dragon forest. Elsewhere, guards atop a fortress spot an approaching carriage. Another guard announces that their mother's carriage is arriving. The fortress gates are ordered open. The guards declare that their mother has returned with their benefactor. Inside the carriage, Vincent shields his eyes from the bright light. Soldiers line up to honor the carriage as it enters the city. They pledge to receive the carriage with humble respect. Inside, Sari marvels at how many Dragonkin live there while their ghostly companion and Vincent react. Vincent observes that the real issue is not the number of Dragonkin. He notes that all the Dragonkin outside are armed. A black-cloaked Dragonkin thinks that their people are sharp both in mind and arms. Vincent senses that the looks directed at him are far from friendly. He remembers Miguel's earlier hostility and feels open animosity despite having been invited. Vincent thinks something is wrong and that this invitation has another purpose. He concludes that the invitation is not just gratitude, but hides a deeper agenda. Suddenly Vincent reacts in alarm to something unexpected. Sari and their ghostly ally ask in panic what is happening. The ghost brother calls to Vincent, and Sari points outside the carriage. Vincent urgently asks what they have seen. Someone gasps in shock as their dragon-like eyes widen. The carriage passes an enormous, fantastical tree that astonishes the group. Nymer explains that the colossal thousand-year tree grants them strength and shelter. She shows them the tall castle built into the tree's trunk and calls it her home. Nymer formally welcomes Vincent and his companions to Dragon Forest. At a lakeside, something splashes violently into the water. Miguel angrily skips stones, raging that allowing humans into the Dragon Forest proves everyone has lost their minds. Watching from behind a tree, he adds that even the matriarch herself welcomed the humans. Olivia quietly says the humans did not seem like bad people. She recalls Sari shielding her from harm earlier. Miguel scolds Olivia for being deceived. He clutches a dark stone, beginning to speak of their family. Fueled by power, Miguel slams the stone into the water and asks how their parents died. The impact creates a huge pillar, an explosion of water. A Dragonkin guard screams in pain amid flames. Chaos erupts as Dragonkin shout that it was a trap by Helheim and wonder if the peace treaty was a lie. A human mocks them, admitting they never intended a treaty and ridicules them for coming unarmed. The human leader orders his men to capture any Dragonkin whose blood is valuable, saying Lord Gafanso is waiting. Young Miguel and Olivia cry out for their captured father and rush toward him. Miguel struggles to lift the weapon pinning his father while Olivia begs their dad to get up. A human soldier seizes Miguel by the arm, making him cry out. The soldier dismisses Miguel as too weak to be of use and tells him to stop interfering and leave. Miguel refuses, screaming that he will not back down until his father is returned. The soldier coldly promises to ensure Miguel can never grab anything again. Miguel screams in agony as his arm is brutally damaged. Olivia watches in horror, tearfully covering her mouth. Nymer narrates that to avoid conflict with humans, most Dragonkin retreated to Dragon Forest, while a group remained in Helheim to seek peace. She says they still dream of a day when Dragonkin can live freely among humans. Vincent realizes the people who stayed in Helheim were the Dragonkin Nymer mentioned earlier. She reveals that those Dragonkin were captured by Gafanso and had their blood drained. Though many survived, their bodies were ruined by prolonged suffering. Among the survivors are Miguel and Olivia, now orphans. Nymer adds that others did not return alive at all. Vincent notes the soldiers' heavy armament and the hostility he senses. He wonders if Dragon Forest is preparing for war against Helheim. Nymer begins to explain. She admits they were planning to invade Dershona to rescue their captured kin. Vincent realizes that if Dragonkin troops had flooded the city, Helheim would have been destroyed. He notes that Helheim's commercial importance would have drawn many powerful human families into the conflict. He concludes that such a war would likely exterminate the Dragonkin. Nymer agrees that their people would have been wiped out. She says Vincent's destruction of Gafonso's Helene allowed them to abandon that self-destructive war plan. Nymer thanks him on behalf of the Dragonkin for protecting their future. Vincent abruptly refuses something, his voice echoing through the chamber. An elder Dragonkin declares that the Dershona invasion must still go forward. He insists they cannot leave a cowardly history of surrender to humans. He argues passionately to Nymer that, for honor's sake, they must fight. Vincent realizes that his earlier bad feeling was about this looming war. He understands the true danger is the Dragonkin's internal conflict over war. He identifies the situation as a civil struggle among the Dragonkin. Nymer yells at Sir Kalbeck, accusing him of recklessly bringing an army into her quarters. Kalbeck retorts that she is the irrational one for canceling their war plans. One soldier shouts that they have suffered sacrifices and oppression, while humans have paid no price. Vincent and Seri watch tensely from the side. Kalbeck insists they must at least once give humans a crushing defeat to prove Dragonkin's strength. He vows to punish all who exploited their power, from Helene's rulers to the great human families. He declares that even their greatest enemy, the Sixth Tower, must be targeted. Vincent is shocked to hear the Sixth Tower named. He thinks bitterly that, as expected, the tower is also entangled in this matter. Nymer asks Kalbeck what will come after he takes his revenge. She warns that even if they miraculously destroy all their enemies, it will cost a river of blood, so she questions the purpose of such vengeance. She rejects the idea of yielding to rage and endangering the clan, swearing she cannot permit it. Kalbeck says that if she cannot see the plan through, he draws his sword, ordering her to step aside while this matter is settled. Nymer's power surges as she seethes at his insolence. She unleashes magic and calls on her children to punish anyone who dares raise a sword against their own mother. Kalbeck charges forward with his sword drawn. He accelerates, eyes glowing as he launches his attack. The horned demon girl unleashes a powerful red energy blast. The white-haired girl panics and tries to stop what is happening. The red attack collides with another force in a huge explosion. Vincent intercepts Kalbeck's strike, crossing blades with him. The magical clash sends shockwaves through the hall as everyone is blown back. Kalbeck's eyes widen in shock at Vincent's strength. The demon girl is equally stunned by Vincent's power. Vincent blocks Kalbeck and calmly calls his efforts disappointing. Smirking, Vincent mocks the Yongain for thinking they could start a war with swords like these. The demon princess hesitantly calls out to Vincent. Another demon shouts Prince Vincent's name in alarm. Kalbeck recognizes Vincent Adenka as the man who drove out Gaponso. Kalbeck faces Vincent and the princess, realizing who now stands before him. Kalbeck respectfully acknowledges Vincent's rescue of their people but warns that Yongain affairs must stay free of human interference. He declares that if humans interfere again, his sword will be forced to spill blood. The demon princess begs Vincent to step aside, warning that Kalbeck is their strongest swordsman. Vincent pointedly asks Nymer why he summoned him here. Nymer awkwardly says she called him mainly to express her gratitude. Vincent notes she could have just sent a gift and presses her on why she used a special scroll to invite him. Kalbeck, standing with his warriors, notes that she invited him despite knowing many would object. Vincent, growing impatient, demands again to know why she called him. Nymer falters, struggling to voice her true request. Vincent finishes her sentence, saying he believes everything Nymer has done. He concludes that her actions are a plea for him to stop the war. Nymer thinks it is too much to ask of someone who has already helped them so much. Vincent urges her to simply ask him for help. He promises that if she does, he will end the conflict between humans and Yongain, expose the Sixth Tower's collusion with Helene, and fulfill his duty as an Adenka warrior. He declares that undertaking this task is his honor. Nymer quietly repeats Vincent Adenka's name, moved by his resolve. She thinks that if he is truly the man she believes him to be, she remembers deciding, while crafting the invitation scroll, to reach out even on the slimmest chance he could stop the war. She hoped he would raise his voice against the war if given the opportunity. Gathering her courage, she begs Prince Vincent to save Yongrim from a path of self-destruction. Vincent gives a faint, knowing smile in response. Kalbeck accepts the request and agrees to the proposed test of Vincent's strength. However, Kalbeck admits he still does not trust the prince. He questions whether Vincent truly has the will or power to accomplish everything he claims. Vincent draws his sword, blue power surging as he prepares to demonstrate. Surrounded by intense blue energy, he unleashes a powerful sword technique. Kalbeck watches in stunned disbelief. The Yongain around him are overwhelmed by the force, shocked that a human could wield such power. The blast forces Kalbeck's dragon blood to manifest visibly against his will. Nymer realizes without doubt that Vincent has inherited a Belthan's evolution. She recognizes that his power is the evolved form once possessed by Dragon King Abel then. Vincent smiles confidently as his sword and magic circle glow with blue energy. Kalbeck, shaken, wonders where Vincent obtained such power while the prince asks if this display satisfies him. Kalbeck concedes the power is impressive but says it is still incomplete. In his mind, he warns that in this state Vincent cannot defeat the Sixth Tower, much less stop Kalbeck himself. Vincent counters by asking what happens when he perfects this blessing and surpasses Kalbeck. He then challenges Kalbeck's use of honor as justification for a suicidal war. Vincent claims that once he completes this power, even Kalbeck will be unable to stop him. Kalbeck responds by granting Vincent 1 month. Vincent vows to perfect his power within that month and then challenge Kalbeck. He proposes that the outcome of their duel will decide whether Yongrim chooses war or trusts him to lead them back toward peace. Time shifts to a tranquil waterfall deep in the forest. The roaring falls and red forest set the scene for harsh training. Energy flares as someone endures the pounding water. 1 week later at Ableton Falls in Yongrim, Vincent meditates shirtless beneath the crushing waterfall. Vincent's companion doubts whether such primitive training can really complete the blessing. Vincent explains this is where Dragon King Ableton once trained, as Nymir told them. He recalls that absorbing water energy with the body makes this the ideal place to awaken the blessing of water, though he reflects wryly on how tough the ancients were. A narration states that Knight Kalbeck agreed to Vincent's challenge. There are now 3 weeks left before the duel is to take place. Vincent thinks that to stop the Draconians from destroying themselves, he must grow strong enough to become a dependable figure. Huge rocks crash down on him as part of the brutal training. He calmly blocks the falling boulder while maintaining his meditative posture. Miguel, watching, exclaims in disbelief. He is astonished that Vincent blocked the rock with his eyes closed. Vincent compliments Miguel's strong frame, saying he could become a fine swordsman someday. Miguel, still wary, urges Olivia to run away. But Olivia is happily eating with Nymir on a nearby rock, accepting food being offered. Olivia and the girl invite Miguel to join them, saying the dish is a draconian recipe and praising how delicious it is. Miguel panics, warning them not to eat recklessly in case it is poisoned. Vincent approaches and tells Miguel that he understands his circumstances. He gently acknowledges how hard life has been for Miguel, especially after losing his parents. Vincent admits humans cannot truly atone but promises to fight so children like Miguel will no longer suffer. He asks Miguel to trust him just this once. Miguel hesitates, his expression softening. His clenched hand loosens slightly as he considers Vincent's words. Memories surface of his dying father calling his name. He relives the plea to run away, shouted to him long ago. Overwhelmed, Miguel suddenly attacks, kicking Vincent. Vincent stares at him in surprise and calls out his name. Miguel, arm turning red and clawed, declares his father trusted humans and was killed for it. He screams that he will never trust humans and insists Captain Kalbeck will drive Vincent out of limb. Miguel runs away while Vincent tries to stop him. Vincent's companion notes that Miguel is gone, and Vincent stands silently troubled. Olivia anxiously calls out to Vincent. Vincent's companion observes that he seems to care about Miguel a great deal. Vincent recalls someone from his past, seeing Miguel's pain reflected in that memory. He concludes it will take time for Miguel to open his heart. Elsewhere, armored guards stand bored at their posts. They wonder why they have been ordered to guard an art gallery. They answer themselves that they guard it simply because they were told to, unaware of its deeper importance. Beneath the gallery, stones float ominously in a magical space. A black and red portal suddenly swells open above the gallery, alarming the guards. The knights panic, shouting in confusion at the appearance of the portal. Red energy surges from the portal toward them. The knights are engulfed by red flame, losing control of their minds. One collapses, his sword falling as a cloaked figure's shadow looms over him. That same portal appears aligned with a stone gate in the forest. Miguel steps onto the gate's platform, activating it. He curses the gate, blaming it for everything that happened. In tears, he says that without such gates none of his people would have suffered. He furiously kicks the gate and orders it to break. Still screaming, he tries to destroy it. Instead, the gate erupts with violent pink lightning. Miguel is startled as the power surges in response. The gate swells into a massive glowing sphere, shocking him. Miguel braces himself, eyes blazing red. A voice from within the darkness greets him casually. A hooded man emerges from the portal with a red-eyed shadow, saying he is new to this place. With a sinister grin, he politely asks Miguel for directions to Vincent Adenka. Miguel, sweating, is frozen in fear. Elsewhere under the waterfall, Vincent continues his intense meditation as the torrent pounds down. In this focused state, he realizes why his blessing was incomplete. He recalls that controlling water energy requires two aspects. He identifies them as the powers to accept and to release, realizing he had only been using release. The focus shifts to the drained riverbed around him. He understands that trying to use only release is like drawing from a dried river. Vincent decides instead to draw the water energy fully into himself. He begins absorbing all the water energy within Yongrim into his body. Water droplets rise from the surroundings toward him. The waterfall and river swirl upward as the energy converges. Vincent becomes a luminous core within a sphere of gathered water. He then releases the power, standing within colossal waves of water. Seeing this, he acknowledges his new level of control. He feels he has taken one step closer to completing his blessing. Suddenly, Miguel, now wreathed in red energy and wielding a huge sword, dives down at Vincent. His eyes glow with feral rage, fully consumed by the power. Vincent screams Miguel's name in alarm. Miguel's evil-empowered strike crashes into the waterfall's basin. The impact sends a devastating red shockwave through the area. Vincent reels from the blast, gritting his teeth. He leaps from the rock, leaving his sword stabbed behind as he rushes toward the disturbance. He and his companion sense the sinister energy, and confirm they both felt it. Vincent sees Miguel standing amid the raging power, and recognizes what it is. He sees Miguel's face twisted in fury, as the red aura boils around him. Vincent realizes Miguel has formed a contract with an evil spirit. Consumed by hatred, Miguel screams at the human to leave Yongrim. Vincent wonders why the evil spirit Davin has come all the way to Yongrim. Scowling, he finds this intrusion deeply unpleasant. He stares at Miguel, disturbed that the ominous weapon is somehow tied to his own name. Miguel, hearing that, momentarily falters in confusion. Vincent vows to uncover the truth behind what is happening. He recalls advice that supernatural sword strikes do not work on Yongane and decides to knock Miguel out with the flat of his blade instead. Miguel's red eye narrows, fixated on Vincent. Purple water energy and motion surge again around the battlefield as their confrontation escalates. Vincent suddenly senses danger and steels himself. Miguel also reacts in shock as the tension spikes. Miguel lunges with his knife while Vincent is blasted back by a powerful strike. Vincent crashes onto a rock in the middle of the raging water. Catching his breath, Vincent says the current situation is unacceptable. He demands to know who the rogue stranger is and how he obtained the Yongane sacrifice. The hooded man, Barum, says Vincent being weakened would complicate his plans. Vincent recognizes him as Barum of the Revolutionary Army, the black magician who made Sir Roran's corpse. Barum is amused Vincent remembers him from their brief encounter. Barum ominously continues speaking, preparing to act. Miguel, enraged, charges again and scolds Vincent for spacing out. Miguel's empowered attack slams into the ground, forcing Vincent to defend. Miguel screams that Vincent is no different from Gafanso. He insists Vincent will eventually try to steal his family like Gafanso did. Vincent barely blocks Miguel's frenzied strike with his sword. Vincent yells at Miguel to regain his senses. Barum raises glowing purple mana, asking if they plan to fight him too. He unleashes a devastating black magic spell called Devastation. Vincent braces himself, thinking he must dodge the incoming spell. He hesitates, realizing if he dodges someone else will be hit. A red crystal-like core pulses ominously, hinting at another power. Vincent realizes what kind of power this enemy possesses. Barum's devastation blast slams into the area. Barum exhales in surprise when Vincent survives. Barum thinks devastation should dry a victim's body and wonders if Vincent has a water blessing. Bloodied but standing, Vincent calls out to Barum with a serious accusation. He asks Barum if he is the one who created the magical substance called grace. A flashback explains that Yongane power normally resists mana, making it hard to craft into magic. However, magic circles show how that resistance can be circumvented. It's revealed that black magic can bypass that resistance entirely. Miguel explains that black magic is life-sacrificing energy capable of harming Yongane's scales. Vincent recalls the blackened goblin that attacked him. He also remembers the counterfeit corpse of Elder Taliban. Investigations into nightmares and grace all pointed to a powerful black magician. Vincent accuses Barum of being the black magician of nightmares responsible for everything. Barum smirks, impressed by how much Vincent has deduced. He declares he cannot let Vincent live any longer. Miguel, still shaken, weakly asks Vincent why he is doing this. A past scene shows Barum telling Miguel that Vincent seeks to replace the dead Gafanso. Barum's wraith says Vincent, as Gafanso's grandson, will one day capture Yonganes again for power. The wraith urges Miguel to expel humans from Yongrim before that happens. Miguel starts to waver internally, unsure how to respond. He wonders why a human like Vincent is risking himself to protect him. Miguel begins to suspect Vincent might be different from Gafanso. The wraith snaps at him not to falter. It insists all humans are evil and trusting them will lead to betrayal like his father's. Miguel resolves that he must protect Olivia at all costs. Overwhelmed by rage, he erupts in red mana and screams. Barum senses Miguel's mana growing violently and is surprised. Barum laughs, saying events have reached the point where he no longer needs to interfere. He commands Miguel to kill Vincent Adenka. As Miguel charges, tree roots infused with green power suddenly bind him. Barum is shocked by this unexpected restraint. Before he can react, Kalbeek slashes him from behind. Kalbeek's surprise attack seriously wounds Barum. Vincent recognizes Kalbeek Pass and says Yongrim would never leave its borders undefended. A cloaked dragonkin leader appears, declaring humans will not have their way. Barum trembles when he realizes new enemies have arrived. Furious, he calls the dragonkin worthless lizards and begins gathering more dark power. A burst of white light signals another powerful attack in motion. A blade pierces Barum's robe as Kalbeek presses the assault. Barum gasps in pain. Bleeding and staggering, he mutters that things aren't over yet. Kalbeek coldly replies that Barum's lifeline has already been severed. Olivia praises Kalbeek's swordsmanship, while Miguel still struggles in the roots. Vincent urgently warns Kalbeek that the fight is not finished and Barum is more dangerous than he looks. He explains that Barum's faction can even fabricate corpses, so Barum might still deceive them. Kalbeek curses as he realizes the threat. Barum casts devastation again directly at Kalbeek. The blast engulfs Kalbeek as Olivia and Vincent shout his name. Kalbeek reappears in a monstrous, undead-like state after enduring the spell. Barum panics, seeing that Kalbeek survived in a warped form. Barum mocks the idea anyone could have infiltrated Yongrim, calling Kalbeek a lizard. Dragonkin soldiers rush to protect their captain and drive out the intruder. Barum notes the time and prepares the next phase of his plan. He calls forth the offerings he has prepared for his Dark Master. He orders Lord Davin to feast on the dragonkin, directing the wraiths toward Vincent and Olivia. Miguel strains against the bindings, beginning to resist the wraith's influence. He roars as the wraith fully takes hold again. Numerous Davin wraiths descend on the battlefield, terrifying the soldiers. One Dragakin panics as a wraith begins entering his body. Other soldiers ask if he is alright, not realizing he is being possessed. The possessed soldier coldly repeats the question, signaling the wraith has taken over. Under wraith control, a Dragakin screams about his mutilated family and his inability to be fine. He denounces those who oppose revenge on humans and demands his family back while attacking allies. Another possessed soldier threatens anyone who would halt their revenge. Yet another soldier finds his body frozen, unable to move against the wraith's control. Olivia binds her own children with roots, begging them to stop as they claim their anger is justified. She pleads with them to resist the wraiths and regain their senses. Miguel, still bound, tearfully calls out to Olivia. The wraith's grip on Miguel loosens and his eyes clear slightly. Vincent shouts Miguel's name anxiously. Olivia reassures Vincent that Miguel is still alive. Vincent angrily asks Barum if this grotesque manipulation of hatred is entertaining to him. He then calls out to Bailom for aid. Barum gleefully states it is hilarious watching the Dragakin tear each other apart. He describes how easy it is to stir their inner rage and make them feud. Barum boasts that all nations, including Helaim, are unwittingly dancing to the Nightmare's tune. He screams that without Vincent's interference, they could have entertained Lord Davin much longer. Vincent coolly asks if serving Davin is truly the Nightmare's ultimate objective. Barum confirms and says their dream is to bring Davin back into the world. Vincent replies that such a dream deserves the name Nightmare. He vows to awaken Barum from that delusion. Barum challenges Vincent to try, channeling more mana. Barum casts a wide-area version of devastation, threatening everyone. The Millennium Tree roots binding Miguel begin to wither under the spell. The roots completely crumble as the spell sucks out their moisture. Olivia realizes in horror that even the Millennium Tree's bindings have dried up. She then sees that the children possessed by wraiths are starting to be freed. Barum berates the Dragonkin, questioning their pride. He yells that they cannot allow Gafonso's grandson to move freely in the dragon forest. Olivia cries that the situation is extremely dangerous. The Dragonkin call out to Lord Vincent for leadership. Vincent's eyes blaze with power as he resolves to act. A massive column of water energy envelopes him, astonishing everyone. Barum watches in disbelief as the blighted land around them begins to heal. Shocked, he realizes something unprecedented is happening. Dragakin soldiers recognize the phenomenon, and wonder if a long-awaited event has returned after 2 centuries. Olivia tearfully thinks of her child Abel then as she witnesses the miracle. She rejoices that someone has finally inherited Abelthan's power. A majestic water spirit figure manifests, symbolizing the awakened blessing. Vincent stands calm amid blue water aura, transformed by the blessing. The spirit of Forston appears with a trident, ready to act. Forston descends in a colossal water strike. Olivia explains that Poseidon's blessing bestows the authority to lead the Dragonkin. Kalbeek adds that by releasing this stored water energy, it can forcibly awaken both the strength and spirit of Dragonkin. The technique Forston uses is introduced as his first signature move. Empowered Dragonkin feel the awakening coursing through them as Vincent raises his arm. Olivia commands the Dragonkin to greet their new leader with the dragon's roar. The Dragonkin proclaim a new Dragon King has appeared and vow to protect Vincent. Barum realizes with dread that Lord Davin's control has been completely broken. Vincent smiles and says it is time for everyone to awaken from the nightmare. Barum, baffled, cannot comprehend what is happening. A Dragonkin priest insists Lord Davin's control should be absolute and unbreakable. Barum demands to know what trick Vincent used. Vincent yells to the Dragonkin, rallying them. He reminds them of his promise to Lady Nymer to punish oppressors and resolve racial conflict peacefully. He asks the Dragonkin to trust him and lend their strength. The Dragonkin answer, pledging to follow the Dragon King's descendant and drive out the invaders. Vincent declares he will personally lead the charge. With Vincent at the front, the Dragonkin army charges toward Barum. Barum desperately summons another skull of devastation, trying to repel them. Vincent declares Barum's black magic is now useless and advances with his sword. The blessing trait of Forston activates, forming a powerful water sigil. Vincent unleashes Sweep Strike, a massive water attack. The water surge obliterates the skull of devastation. The resulting explosion engulfs the battlefield and Barum's position. In the dust, Barum mocks what he thinks is Vincent's suicidal charge. But Vincent emerges through the blast, driving his glowing sword straight at Barum. Miguel is fatally stabbed through the chest by the protagonist. A colossal dark spirit manifests above them while cultists look on. Miguel groans in pain as the ominous spirit looms over him. Miguel unleashes a torrent of red energy while screaming in rage. Miguel reminds everyone he can use corpse revival and vows to finish things this time. The protagonist orders his allies not to let Miguel escape again. An ally calls out to Sir Kalbeck as he charges forward. Kalbeck, bloodied but resolute, prepares to strike. Miguel watches in terror, realizing the danger. The red spirit swings a massive blade downward. An elf warrior rushes Miguel, declaring this will be the invader's end. Miguel rages at the idea of losing to such weak foes. Kalbeck suddenly senses something alarming from the dark energy. He recognizes the countless red spirits as the unleashed spirit of Davin. Miguel, thinking his master has saved him, starts to thank Lord Davin. The spirits silently encircle Miguel, ignoring his gratitude. Miguel is stunned, unable to accept what is happening. Panicking, he begs Davin to wait and promises to bring the enemies to him. Instead, the dark smoke pours into Miguel's mouth, consuming him. Calbec shouts that Davin is now devouring his own follower. The protagonist realizes Davin is forcing spirits into a contract. Miguel screams Davin's name as more spirits invade his body. Miguel pleads not to be abandoned. As his body swells grotesquely, Miguel insists he can still fight and laments being betrayed after all his loyalty. Miguel's body inflates into an enormous pillar of diseased flesh towering over the forest. Observing, the blonde mage notes that a human who can form so many spirit contracts has become a true monster. Buried in the mass, Miguel weakly wonders if Davin has really forsaken him. Transforming into a screaming skeletal giant, Miguel demands to know why this is happening. The protagonist coughs and warns everyone about the deadly smoke. The corrupted smoke billows through the red forest. Trees rapidly wither as the smoke spreads. The protagonist sees the forest dying and suspects the dark spirit contract has amplified Davin's dark magic. He orders everyone to retreat. Another ally yells for everyone not to touch the smoke, or they will be dried up, urging them to run. The horned boy Miguel admits he is confused, saying the old man's words scrambled his memories. While fleeing, Miguel spots Olivia collapsed by a tree. He reacts in shock at seeing her. Miguel rushes to the struggling Olivia, calling her name. Desperate, he reaches out and shouts for Olivia to snap out of it. The pus-like flesh spreads toward them, threatening to engulf everyone. Lady Nymer raises a powerful magic circle and tells everyone to step back. Her barrier expands, holding back the advancing mass. The protagonist thanks Lady Nymer, and she stresses that they must eliminate Davin quickly. She warns that if this corrupt energy reaches the dragon forest and its millennial tree, disaster will follow. The protagonist realizes that if the millennial tree withers, all life in the dragon forest will lose vitality and die. The blonde mage says he will sever the dark spirit contract with an enchanted slash, but Julian protests that stopping it is impossible. Julian explains that Miguel's life force multiplied the dark spirits into dozens, and unless all are cut at once, Davin cannot be stopped. The protagonist concludes that even his full strength is insufficient, and wonders if there is truly no solution. Calbec answers that there is one way and moves into position beside Nymer's barrier and the swelling pus. Calbec tells the protagonist that, as a Beltran's heir, he may use a special power. He names this hidden power the essence of Poseidon's blessing. Calbec describes it as a Beltran's ultimate technique, passed down to the greatest dragonkin warrior. He declares that using this technique is the only way to defeat the monstrous Davin. Elsewhere, Miguel clutches the weakened Olivia, scolding her for leaving home. Olivia, half-conscious, begins to reply. She admits she came out because she wanted Miguel to taste the sandwiches Sari gave them. Miguel tells her to save the explanation and insists they run, but pus closes in behind him. He notices the mass descending from above. Realizing the attack comes from behind, Miguel panics. Bracing Olivia, he narrowly blocks the oncoming pus blast. A mage spots them through a glowing barrier and shouts that she has found Miguel and Olivia. She asks if they are okay while sustaining her protective magic around them. Back at the main battle, the pus walls advance toward Vincent, Nymer, and Calbec. Vincent warns his allies that pus will fall from above. Calbec leaps high, slashing upward into the descending pus. The pus rains down but is held at bay by Nymer's expanding barrier as Vincent stands ready. Landing, Calbec runs back, and Vincent thanks him for his timely strike. Calbec notes grimly that even cutting the pus makes his arm and sword rapidly wither. He wonders in frustration if his own blade is truly this powerless. Calbec then kneels and begs Vincent, as prince, to inherit a Beltran's sword. Vincent is shocked to see Calbec kneeling before him. Nymer is equally stunned that proud Calbec would bow to a human. Calbec berates himself for failing to protect Yongrim alone, apologizes for relying on an outsider, and insists this is their only option. He reflects that entrusting their race's secret technique to a once-opposed human leaves Vincent understandably uncertain. Looking him in the eye, Calbec asks if he can truly trust the prince. Vincent listens silently as Calbec wonders aloud whether they can place their future in his hands. Vincent clenches his fist, steeling himself. Far away, Miguel runs with Olivia and Sari, determined not to let the pus catch them. While running, Miguel asks why Sari is helping them after he treated her so badly. Sari smiles and answers that she is helping because that is what the prince wants. She recalls Vincent once saying something important. Vincent had declared that power exists to protect others. He had insisted that using power to protect is an honorable act. Remembering this, Miguel repeats the phrase power to protect in wonder. He recalls a Beltran's last request that he run away and survive. That dying command echoes in Miguel's mind, telling him to live and protect Olivia. Miguel then sees a blinding pillar of blue light erupt from afar. Recognizing the mana, Sari exclaims that it belongs to the prince, astonishing Miguel. Inspired, Miguel wonders if he too can someday become like Vincent. Meanwhile, Vincent, wreathed in blue energy, rises over the pus giant as Calbec calls his full name. Calbec admits he has only inherited the principles of the technique, and that no one since Abeltran has fully recreated it. He concludes that everything now depends on Prince Vincent's martial skill. Vincent focuses, his eye glowing as he invokes the dual powers of Poseidon's blessing. Cal Beck explains that the first form is Maritime Legion, the energy-releasing sword Vincent has already shown, and hints at a second form. Vincent tightens his grip, readying himself. The second form is revealed as a sword that absorbs energy, manifesting a towering blue apparition as Vincent raises his blade. The energy gathers toward Miguel's skeletal abomination, startling it. Cal Beck's soldiers feel Vincent's shared energy flowing back into them from the sky. Miguel, too, senses the power returning to their bodies. Vincent completes a pact with energy compressed to the sword's limit. He unleashes a black sea, like waves said to engulf the world. The skeletal Miguel recognizes Vincent Adenka and screams his name. Consumed by hatred, Miguel howls that everything is Vincent's fault as the Black Sea descends. Vincent announces that he is using a Beltran's ultimate technique. He names the technique Black Sea as the words echo. Vincent dives in a torrent of blue energy, driving the Black Sea down. The attack slices cleanly through Miguel's skull-like head. The overwhelming wave continues downward, obliterating the corrupted mass. The energy disperses skyward, becoming a cleansing rain. Raindrops fall onto Youngrim, signaling the end of the corruption. The healing rain splashes on Olivia's face, and she stirs. Miguel and Sari rejoice when Olivia opens her eyes. Olivia realizes her face has recovered and tearfully asks why her brother is crying. Miguel hugs Olivia too tightly in relief while she gasps that she cannot breathe. Cal Beck observes that the falling energy is restoring Youngrim. Naimer, moved, asks Cal Beck if he still hates humans. Cal Beck replies that he will never forgive those who trampled his kin. He silently wonders again if he can truly trust the prince. Vincent explains that he has seen many suffer from conflicts with evil people. He says his only wish is for such villains to disappear, and that if anything must be cut down for the innocent, he will do so gladly. Vincent then asks Cal Beck once more to entrust him with the Dragon King's sword, vowing to use it. After a pause, Cal Beck says that now he wants to believe. Vincent proudly declares he will drive Davin's monstrosity out of Youngrim. Cal Beck watches, thinking to himself about the remarkable boy before him. Vincent swings the Dragon King's sword again, testing its power. Cal Beck tells him that with this, there is nothing more he himself can teach. He confirms that the Dragon King's sword has been perfectly passed down to Prince Vincent. Vincent exults that the Dragon King's power is finally completely his. Cal Beck cautions that there is still an important limitation Vincent must remember. He explains that using the sword outside Youngrim's waters changes things. Cal Beck says Vincent cannot expect the same overwhelming power beyond this land. Puzzled, Vincent asks what he means. Cal Beck clarifies that Youngrim is saturated with pure mana thanks to the millennial tree. He adds that outside this forest, the sword's energy will be less than a quarter as strong. Cal Beck advises Vincent to absorb as much energy as possible while in Youngrim so some strength remains useful elsewhere, and Vincent eagerly agrees to start training. Later Cal Beck ends the day's lesson, noting they have trained enough. He remarks that a new guest has arrived as Miguel shyly peeks from behind a tree. Vincent cheerfully invites Miguel to train with them again. Miguel, now eager rather than hostile, accepts enthusiastically. Under Julian's watchful eye, Miguel practices sword swings as Vincent pushes him to move faster. Vincent coaches Miguel on maintaining balance with one arm and planning his next move. Impressed, Cal Beck asks if Vincent has trained one-armed warriors before, wondering how his guidance is so precise. Vincent says he once knew someone like that and is simply passing on what he learned. After practice, Miguel hesitantly says he has been curious about something regarding Vincent. He finally blurts out the question of why Vincent casts no shadow. Vincent realizes what Miguel has noticed and is startled. Later in the palace, Naimer repeats in surprise the term of Beltran's blessing. Cal Beck reports that Vincent discovered it in Dersona's underground gate, as a pair of rings split in half. Vincent admits he came to Youngrim specifically seeking those rings and asks Naimer to share anything she knows. Naimer silently reflects, and wonders if their meeting and the rings are all part of fate. The horned woman opens a box and looks inside curiously. She tells Vincent that the item in the box is the only memento left by the Dragon King's son. She offers Vincent the ring, shocking him and his companion when they recognize it as the Dragon King's blessing left in such a casual place. Vincent hesitantly asks if he can really take the keepsake of the Dragon King's son. She says it has more value in Vincent's hands since she would only leave it forgotten in a drawer. Her scarred companion calls Vincent the hero who saved Youngrim and urges him to accept the gift proudly. Vincent places the Dragon King's blessing ring onto his finger. Wearing the ring, Vincent vows to use it in a way that will not dishonor the Dragon King. Elsewhere, Vincent sits in intense meditation as a massive aura erupts around him. Under a waterfall, he reflects that his pact with the Soul Slayer has removed any worry about the Axis. He calculates that 6 months remain until the 7th new moon set by Bilom. Sweat dripping, he steels himself for what he must do in that remaining time. Vincent resolves to absorb every bit of power he can from Youngrim before that deadline. Energy crashes like a splash as his training continues. A vision shows his spirit form standing before his physical body, emphasizing his growth. 6 months later, Vincent thanks everyone in Youngrim for all they have done for him. Youngrim's dragonfolk worry they might not have treated him well enough during his stay. Vincent says he received the Dragon King's legacy here, standing before them with Sari. He adds that he also gained loyal friends during his time in Youngrim. He acknowledges he gained an excellent teacher as well and says wanting more would be greedy. The teacher replies that Vincent has secured their future. Vincent smiles quietly at this recognition. He announces that he will now take his leave. The Yongrim people cheerfully bid farewell to Prince Vincent and welcome him to visit again. The portal flares violently as he departs. The dimensional passage streaks by as they travel back to Helheim. Vincent and Sari emerge from the portal onto Helheim's side. Sari rejoices at returning safely, while Vincent suggests they rest after all they have been through. Vincent suddenly notices something surprising nearby. He sees his sister Hina alone at a campfire, nervously cooking stew. She sits guard at the gate, startled by figures approaching from the portal's direction. Vincent is shocked that his older sister is there and asks why she came. Hina, equally shocked, demands to know why he is here. Later, in an office, Carmen Adenka tells Hina she need not look so displeased about his visit. He claims it is only a friendly visit from an old cadet. Hina internally recognizes him as the eldest direct line heir and strongest candidate for next family head. Carmen introduces himself pointedly as Carmen Adenka. He says that although he was once a cadet, it would be troublesome if she kept treating him like one. He demands that the commander at least salute the future head of Adenka. Flustered, Hina hurriedly gives a formal salute. Another officer anxiously asks Dame Carmen why she has come. Carmen conjures a glowing bouquet with magic, saying his younger sibling is about to be knighted and he wants to give her flowers. He finishes shaping the bouquet from purple power. Holding the ominous flowers, he asks where Hina is. Back at the gate, Vincent asks his sister why she is there. He realizes she has been guarding the gate alone for the entire 7 months he trained in Yongrim. Vern explains that Hina's duty was to protect them, and she followed that duty absolutely. Vincent regrets not sending at least a letter, and says she went through unnecessary trouble. Hina coolly asks if he is criticizing her devotion to duty. Vern and Vincent are both confused by her stern reaction. Vincent says she seems changed and affirms his own 7 months at the gate were meaningful. Hina says she had much to think about during that time. She recounts that soon after she left, the original gate guard was attacked. They could not open the gate from their side, and so she chose to remain here, feeling uneasy and angry for the first time. Looking at Vincent's ring, she begins to say that now things are different. She explains she feels relieved because their mission has not failed and because Vincent is safe. Vincent suggests they go complete their mission, and she agrees. On the Helheim side, the gate opens again and Sari reunites joyfully with a man who thought her dead. Vincent and Hina walk together down a dark corridor toward their next objective. Hina remarks that Vincent has grown a lot since she last saw him. He modestly questions it. Vincent wonders if he simply grew taller, but she insists that is not what she meant. Observing his aura, she judges his mental state level at about 3 stars but notes his presence feels unusual. She concludes he must have worked tirelessly in Yongrim and calls him the strongest 3-star warrior she knows. Vincent points out there are other noble heirs at 3 stars, like Kagan and Raven, with great talent. Hina replies with certainty that Vincent is stronger than them and will continue to be. Vincent thanks her for the compliment, while Vern flails excitedly behind him. The Soul Slayer's shadowy form appears above, reacting in awe. The spirit declares that the true successor of the Dragon King has finally appeared. Vincent proclaims that before the 7th waning moon sets, the one who swore to the shadows has returned and the Shadow Slayer must fulfill the oath. Power gathers as the shade looms and confronts Vincent and Hina. The shadow form of the Soul Slayer surges forward in a torrent of darkness. Hina calls out in alarm as the shadow pressure bears down on Vincent. Vincent braces himself, eyes wide with determination. The Soul Slayer announces that Vincent has kept both the Dragon King's oath and his own. It says that as a reward, the Soul Slayer focuses on the Dragon King's legacy ring on Vincent's finger. It tells Vincent it will now return his shadow to him. Vern exults that they have secured the next arrangement, and calls this the true blessing of the Dragon King. The Soul Slayer states that with this act, it is finally free. Vincent hurriedly questions what the ring really is and why Abel Tan left it there. The Soul Slayer admits it does not know the full story but says the ring will lead Vincent to the heavens. He learns the ring also holds the power of the first head of the Helheim family. Vincent realizes his ring, too, is likely Athena's magical artifact. The Soul Slayer hopes Vincent will reach the truth. Vincent concludes that all necessary work in Helheim is done. He decides it is time to return to the Red Fortress. A week later, the group arrives at the snowy Red Fortress by carriage. Vincent notes that no one has come to greet them even though they are on schedule. A man appears on the battlements, and Hina identifies him as her younger sibling's elder brother. Carmen leaps down from the wall toward them with overwhelming presence. Vincent stares in shock at the approaching figure. Vern recognizes the man as Carmen and mutters his name anxiously while Vincent repeats it. Vern remembers that Carmen is the eldest among the direct line. He explains that Carmen is the cruelest and most cunning sibling, worse even than Malone. Vincent quietly observes that the eldest really does resemble their father greatly. He recalls that Carmen, among the 8 children, most resembles Kanadenka, and notes how disrespectfully Carmen refers to his older brother. Carmen insults Vincent as if he were a concubine's child, enraging Vern. Hina asks why Carmen has come to the fortress, and he says he has been away a while and returned for a reason. Hina tenses as he approaches with flowers. Carmen says he came to congratulate Hina in advance on her promotion and offers the bouquet. With a sinister smile, he tells her to keep devoting herself to martial arts like this flower. Vern explains to Vincent that Carmen is using the bouquet to threaten Hina. A masked swordsman narrates that Adenka's power is currently balanced between the first and second factions. He explains that while the second eldest sister is strongest in battle, the eldest brother holds superior political power. He says the only force that can break this balance is Hina's faction. He reasons that Carmen wants Hina to abandon power for her dreams so her followers remain neutral forever. Hina tells her brother she has no interest in power struggles. Carmen counters by asking if she does not care what happens to Helame's blind one. He boasts that 2 of the 4 great elders support him. The masked commentator states that manipulating Helame's power structure is trivial for Carmen and wonders how long the gentleman beside him can endure this provocation. Shaking, Hina says that if she dislikes it she will simply wither like the flower in its vase. Carmen reveals his ambition to consume all of Adenka. Someone firmly answers him with a simple refusal. Vincent's blue-empowered fist slams into the bouquet. A surge of blue aura erupts, engulfing everyone around the flowers. The dead bouquet is instantly restored into blooming blue roses. Carmen stares in disbelief, asking how a withered flower can bloom again. Vincent, surrounded by blue light, declares he will never let someone like Carmen take Adenka. Elsewhere, Sari's family sees the commotion and reacts in shock. They whisper about why the eldest Sir Carmen is here and realize from Abel's news that Vincent is joining the succession contest. Carmen taps Vincent's forehead, saying that knowing one's place is a form of intelligence. He belittles Vincent's lowly bloodline and questions how he dares interfere. Vincent retorts that Carmen himself is unqualified to discuss who should be Adenka's successor. Carmen is taken aback by the unexpected defiance. Vincent recalls how Dia, another sibling, is the only person in 500 years of Adenka history to win the friendly exchange tournament. He points out that this means Carmen was defeated by a direct line Samayan. Smirking, Vincent says Dia's awakening must have been a disaster for Carmen. He pushes further, mentioning how often Carmen must have been compared unfavorably to Dia. Vincent focuses intensely, preparing his next move. He launches forward in a powerful jump attack. Carmen is driven back as Vincent's strike shatters part of the fortress. Carmen rants that it is not his fault, insisting no one has beaten Samayan in 500 years and questioning why it happened now. He screams that Dia is the abnormal freak and demands no one compare him to her. Sari panics and asks what her lord is doing. Hina restrains Sari, warning her not to step in because it is too dangerous. Hina thinks to herself that once her brother is enraged to this degree, she believes no one can stop him, and Vincent, bruised in a crater, wonders if this is truly the power of Adenka's eldest. Vincent's eyes widen with a new realization as he stares ahead. Carmen, consumed by rage, charges with a blade and vows to kill Vincent. He unleashes a massive name technique, Divine General Sword Dance, ripping the battlefield apart. The devastating purple slash tears through the surroundings. Carmen laughs wildly as he attacks, mocking Vincent's earlier words. From within the crater he taunts whether this is all Vincent has. Vincent quietly answers that of course it is not, and readies himself. Empowered by blue wind, Vincent leaps high toward Carmen with his sword drawn. Vincent reflects that his Yongrim training strengthened not only Forsiden's blessing but also the traits of his other blessings. Blue lightning-like power streaks as he moves too fast for Carmen to follow. Carmen recognizes the technique as Galactic Wanderer and is shocked that it is much faster than reported. He swings desperately, admitting he cannot track Vincent's movements with his eyes. Vincent darts and low around Carmen's leg, catching him off guard. Vincent briefly stumbles, realizing he is off balance, but seizes the moment and internally shouts that now is the time to strike. Vincent unleashes a combined sword technique that sends a tidal wave of power crashing toward his horrified opponent. His foe answers with a devastating heavy sword twin slash. Vincent is shocked when his attack suddenly stops. Realizing the danger, Vincent desperately strikes again. Carmen laughs and mocks Vincent for hesitating, calling him a fool. Vincent understands too late that the opening he aimed for was a trap. The duel's shockwaves reach the distant fortress. Carmen relentlessly rushes Vincent, taunting him about what is wrong. Carmen urges Vincent to keep bragging as he swings another powerful blow. Vincent strains behind a hexagonal barrier, barely enduring the impact. Carmen's attack detonates, obliterating the ground around Vincent. Lying in a crater, Vincent admits to himself that Carmen is overwhelmingly strong. Vincent concedes that Carmen surpasses him in strength and judgment, wondering how such a gap can exist within their direct lineage. Carmen declares the fight finished and moves in to end it. Vincent curses his own helplessness. A sudden burst of blue magic intercepts Carmen's finishing strike. Carmen clicks his tongue in frustration at being stopped. Vincent, seeing the magic circle, realizes someone is using magic. Bar 1 arrives with a magic array and tells Carmen the duel must end here. Bar 1 states this is the limit for a sibling duel and intervenes with formal authority. Vincent weakly calls out to the deputy fortress chief. Carmen furiously demands to know if Bar 1 has a death wish for daring to stop him. Bar 1 replies that he intervened precisely because he is deputy fortress chief. Bar 1 accuses Carmen of overstepping his authority by wreaking havoc in the fortress despite being the first prince. He notes that no one was hurt in the damaged buildings and offers not to report this to the main family if Carmen backs down. Carmen grudgingly clicks his tongue and is reminded not to give their father any excuses. Carmen vows to leave, grow stronger, gain the qualifications to succeed Adenka, and one day return. Inwardly, Carmen swears that when he comes back he will kill Vincent and send him to his mother. Vincent silently seethes at the insult toward his late mother. Vincent recalls that neither he nor Julian ever saw their mother's face. Remembering stories of Sarvina Heiseli, Vincent thinks she was not someone who deserved such contempt. Vincent, echoing Julian's younger outrage, swears that Carmen will pay for insulting their mother. Carmen departs, leaving Vincent to watch him vanish into the distance with Bargon's support. Vincent clenches his fist and admits he was arrogant. He reflects that he got drunk on his newfound power and forgot his place. Thinking of the formidable figures above him, Vincent admits he is still far below them. He realizes he is not even at the starting point to challenge those great powers. Vincent resolves that his journey must begin by obtaining the celestial blessing as soon as possible. Time shifts to a healer channeling green energy over a meditating Vincent. After healing him, the priest notes Vincent's traits kept him from serious injury, and Vincent thanks them. Bar 1 warns that provoking Carmen was dangerous because Carmen's martial ability far exceeds Vincent's. Vincent is told to train within the fortress for now, but he insists he must go to Nail Falls immediately. Bar 1 reminds him that joining an unauthorized duel merits punishment, and says Vincent is already getting off lightly. Yet Bar 1 adds there is something positive to note. He observes that Vincent's mana has grown far denser and higher in quality after Yongrim. Vincent says he has important information to report about what he experienced in Yongrim. He explains that some of it must be reported privately to the deputy fortress chief, surprising Bar 1. Bar 1 repeats in disbelief that the nightmare cult aims to resurrect the great demon Davin. Vincent confirms this, saying a man named Barum explained that nightmare worships the great demon. Vincent adds that the cult's influence may already reach powers like Samion, Adenka, and Helaim, beyond what he can guess. Bar 1 asks what information Vincent wanted to share separately. Nearby, the priest suddenly panics, sensing something strange during healing. He wonders why his healing magic is not working on the white-haired girl Seri. Vincent further reports that the Dragonkin warrior Kalbeck named the Tower of Magic as their enemy, implying a possible alliance between the Tower and Nightmare. Bar 1 reasons that if the Tower of Magic is tied to Nightmare, then Sir Barnaly's sudden death might also be connected. His hand slams the railing as Vincent calls out to him. Bar 1, shaken, says there is somewhere he urgently needs to go. As he tries to leave, the fortress chief Hina bursts in calling to him. Bar 1 hurriedly announces he is taking a vacation and rushes off, ignoring her. Hina shouts after him, asking how long this sudden vacation will last. She jokes that shirking responsibility is usually her job, then turns to Vincent for business. Hina casually mentions that the priest Hina has already left for Nail Falls, surprising Vincent that his sister went there. Vincent realizes his sister is taking the promotion exam. Cut to Hina at headquarters, calmly requesting that her promotion exam application be processed quickly. Another officer notes, Hina already earned enough points from her mission in Helaim and wonders why she applied so suddenly. Hina declares she no longer wants to be swayed by others. She says she wants to become strong enough to protect those around her herself. Hearing this later, Vincent thinks proudly that Hina has grown. The fortress chief then tells Vincent she has a proposal for him. She asks if he would like to assist Hina on her promotion mission, shocking him. The priest and Seri protest that Vincent is half on probation and that only second rank and higher should assist a promotion mission. The chief remarks that strict Bar 1 just left and is not around to object. She suggests quietly swapping the assistant's name with another student so no one will notice. Vincent smiles, clearly eager to exploit this loophole. Vincent and Seri sprint down the corridor to join Hina, thanking the fortress chief as they go. The priest nervously asks if it is really okay to send Vincent like this, and the chief says it is fine as long as the priest keeps quiet. The chief privately reflects that Vincent survived the Holy King's tomb. She wonders if Vincent might be the prophesied one who sees the truth from Adenka's legend. She also suspects the fortress founder Arslan's legacy may be destined for Vincent. Looking to the sky, she asks her ancestors if she is doing the right thing by backing Vincent. At Nail Falls, a monstrous maw roars as the mission begins. A sword beam cleaves through the beast's gaping jaws. Hina finishes a powerful aerial slash against the monster. With the creature defeated, she states that the mission itself is now over. She thinks that all that remains is something else related to this place. Remembering Vincent previously trying to peer behind the falls and his obsession with Adenka's mission, she contemplates what might lie beyond the waterfall. She wonders if there could be something more hidden there. Vincent arrives and praises Hina for her performance. Hina is surprised to see Vincent and Seri, who explains she has already slain the waterfall clam and asks why they are here. Vincent replies that the fortress chief sent them to assist, emphasizing Seri's value as a spirit mage. He notes that since Hina's mission is complete, a small detour should not get them in trouble. He then asks how they might get past the raging waterfall to explore further. Vincent asks Hina to step aside while he prepares to act. Seri hints that Hina has not yet seen Vincent's new power. Seri announces that Vincent is about to display the new power he has gained. Vincent activates the celestial entity for Cedrin's blessing, raising his sword as a vast water spirit manifests behind him. The summoned spirit towers above him, churning the waters into a gigantic vortex. He demonstrates that this blessing grants him control over water itself. Julian excitedly points out something for his brother to see. With the water parted, they all see a hidden cave behind the waterfall. Vincent thinks that the celestial blessing he seeks lies right there inside the revealed cave. Sari and Hina insist on accompanying him to keep him from doing anything reckless. Hina explains she wants to support Vincent's dream just as he supported hers. Vincent gratefully accepts their help. With the water held back, Vincent and Julian lead the group toward the newly exposed entrance they have long awaited. The party leaps forward into the cave. Vincent vows as they charge in that he will obtain the celestial blessing left by founder Arslan. The scene shifts to Adenka's western port, where preparations for a naval expedition are underway under Carmen's authority. Carmen formally announces the departure of the Haychok Archipelago's subjugation expedition. Adenka's stern lord, Carmen's father, watches in silence. He warns that the sea remains an unknown realm for warriors and urges patience and perseverance. Carmen outlines the plan to expel pirates from the archipelago. He intends to secure the surrounding sea routes and make them belong to Adenka. Carmen exults that controlling the seas will let Adenka surpass Samayan and gain greater influence. Kneeling before his father, Carmen promises to make the voyage a success to prove himself. He declares he is the most suitable person to succeed as head of Adenka. The gathered warriors cheer Carmen as the next family head. Carmen is certain that with this victory and the elders' backing, his father will have no choice but to approve him. He vows that no one will ever belittle or compare him unfavorably again. His father abruptly asks why Carmen wants so badly to become family head, leaving Carmen stunned. The Lord then falls silent, giving no explanation. Walking away, he says he expects Carmen's true answer when he returns. Carmen panics, calling after his father and demanding what he meant. Confused as to why his father stopped mid-sentence, Carmen is informed that preparations for departure are complete. He angrily berates his subordinates for only finishing now, saying they should have been ready before his father arrived. Carmen orders the fleet to set sail and proclaims they will surely succeed. Elsewhere, stacks of books crash down as Bar 1 collapses after exhaustive research. Lying amid the mess, he groans that his investigation seems to have reached a dead end. He laments that he expected his sister's house to contain clues, but finds only endless books. Bar 1 reflects that his late sister was righteous and would have resisted Nightmare's infiltration of the Tower of Magic, as Vincent claimed. He reasons that if she fought them, she must have left some encrypted clue behind their backs. Thinking of what she left for him personally, he reaches for a document she gave him. Examining his sister's will, he wonders what message she entrusted to him. As he inspects the paper, hidden magic circles begin to glow on it. Bard 1 notices the strange reaction and focuses intently. He realizes the pattern is something significant and exclaims in shock. Back in the cave, the group marvels at the unexpectedly vast hollow space hidden behind the waterfall. Sari asks if a dragon is really supposed to be hiding here, and Vincent says his mother's story says yes. Hina asks how Vincent expects to obtain the celestial blessing if legend says it chooses its own master, and he confidently answers that it will likely choose him. A disembodied voice suddenly questions what makes him so confident, startling everyone. They look around until a small horned figure appears above, drawing Vincent's alarm. Vincent and his companions ready themselves and demand to know who the intruder is. The grinning horn being mocks the question, asking who they think she is. A glowing symbol flashes, identifying her as Neria Tabra. Perched on Vincent's shoulder, Neria asks if they even realize who she is. Vincent is stunned, wondering when she got behind him. The three humans and the spirit mage spread out, surrounding Neria in preparation for battle. Neria casually praises their movements while Julian notes that the spell she just used was in a non-human language. Vincent deduces what that implies and begins to identify her. He concludes that she is the dragon that guards the prophecy, and Neria confirms he is at least not entirely clueless. Vincent declares himself a descendant of Arslan and the prophesied seer who will claim the celestial blessing. The dragon guardian scoffs, saying she has watched this place for Arslan's sake for 500 years. Vincent, eager, asks the dragon to grant him the celestial blessing. The dragon corrects him, explaining that only those unrelated to Arslan's blood may enter this place. She reveals that the required bloodline is the Haizali family, shocking Sari. Sari realizes Haizali is both Vincent's birth mother's house and her own family. The dragon ominously leads into a harsh conclusion. She suddenly attacks, striking Vincent violently. With crazed delight, the dragon hurls him away as others look on in alarm. She coldly states that Vincent has no right to be here. Vincent rushes toward the explosion, desperately calling out to his sister. The dragon declares that everyone lacking Haizali blood must die, citing it as an oath with Arslan. She transforms into a massive dragon, naming herself Anlin as Vincent screams in pain in her grip. Anlin gathers a lethal energy blast, vowing that Vincent must die here. Her attack is suddenly checked by a crossing barrier of glowing sword energy. Vincent, escorted by magic, drags his sister clear as the clashing powers explode. He lands, apologizing that he has only held his stronger sister back. Sari and Vincent stare up warily as the dragon towers over them, asking what he is. Anlin mocks the idea that a mere human would stand against a dragon. She threatens to kill Vincent and Sari if they obstruct her again, and orders them to move aside. Vincent refuses, insisting he cannot abandon his sister. Anlin responds by forming a blazing fireball and announcing that he will have to die. She hurls the fireball, the cavern roaring with fiery impact. Vincent counters with his technique supernatural sword strike, unleashing purple sword energy. Watching his move, Anlin thinks her suspicions about him are confirmed. Their powers collide in a blinding clash of purple blades and golden fire. The explosion batters Vincent, who cries out in pain. Breathing hard, Vincent glares at the dragon. The titanic dragon silhouette looms and laughs menacingly at the trio. The others, including Julian's spirit, nervously wonder why the dragon suddenly started laughing and if she is insane. Anlin excitedly recognizes Vincent's technique and concludes that Arslan's trusted prophet spoke the truth. Julian asks if Arslan really had a prophet among his companions, and Vincent admits this is news to him. Vincent presses Anlin to recall who that prophet was and what their name was. The dragon tries to remember, saying it was a long time ago. She suddenly recalls the name. In a flashback, a younger Anlin stands before a radiant figure, saying she is certain. The blue-haired man in the vision begins to state the prophet's name. Anlin remembers clearly that the prophet was called Julian. Vincent and Julian stare in stunned silence at this revelation. Julian, shocked to hear his own name, questions if Anlin really said him. A narration scroll introduces the tale Anlin told deep within Nile Falls. That story begins 500 years ago. Narration describes a dark shadow suddenly falling over the peaceful territory of Samayan as the chronicler writes. The writer notes that the shadow's identity was something terrible. A massive demonic presence crashes down, shattering the ground. The armored, horned visage of the demon emerges from the darkness. The narration names this being the great demon Davin. Anyone who encountered Davin became a slave under his control. Samayan is driven to the brink of annihilation by Davin's forces. Terrified citizens flee as armored demonic soldiers charge, crying that a demon has appeared. The tale shifts, noting that there was a turning point. 4 heroes arose to oppose Davin. The narration introduces the first hero. Sun Sword Master Arslan Falcon is shown brandishing his radiant sword. Arslan unleashes his powerful divine sword dance against Davin. His attack slices one of the demon's towering horns. The demon crashes into the city, sending shockwaves down the streets. Arslan realizes his massive strike failed to finish the enemy. Black, many-eyed shadow creatures begin to seep from the crater. The spreading shadows surge toward Arslan as he recoils in shock. Arslan curses as he sees the shadows coming for him. He concludes that Davin is too strong for one person to handle alone. Arslan and his comrades stand in the demon's fiery aura, preparing to cooperate. The narration names Arslan's ally as Holy King Rengo, Arslan's close friend. Davin watches as Arslan recovers from the earlier clash. The demon rips an entire tower from the city and hefts it as a weapon. With a roar of Arslan's name, Davin hurls the tower like a projectile. The demon's thrown tower rockets toward the heroes. Arslan and Rengo shout that they must avoid the incoming building. A mysterious mage's hand begins weaving purple magic. The mage freezes the thrown tower midair, astonishing Arslan and Rengo. Arslan recognizes the intervening figure as Besaddle Heiseli, head of the Heiseli family. The narration confirms Besaddle's identity, and she chides them for stopping if they hope to drive out the demon. Arslan and Rengo gratefully call out to Besaddle as she arrives. Besaddle raises a grand magic circle, ordering Arslan to go. Her magic blasts apart the obstructing tower. She levitates the rubble, announcing that she has cleared a path to Davin. Rengo lifts the Holy Grail and offers all his holy power through it to his allies. His power floods into Arslan as the Swordmaster prepares his decisive strike. Arslan is told this is their only chance and vows not to waste it. Empowered by Rengo and Besaddle, Arslan hurtles toward Davin along glowing footholds. He rockets in, darting through floating debris toward the demon's chest. Davin responds, his eyes blazing red. The demon swings a massive, blood-red blade to intercept Arslan. Arslan barely evades an enormous sweep of the sword. Rengo realizes Davin targeted Arslan's foothold and that Arslan is now falling. The narration introduces the final hero joining the battle, and then appears in dragon form, surprising Davin as Arslan rides on her head. The story names Anlin as a legendary dragon who notes how dire things look. Arslan insists they cannot give up and resolves to trust the prophet's prediction. He recalls that Julian foretold their victory. Arslan agrees, affirming his faith in that prophecy. Riding Anlin, he confidently declares they will win, which the dragon praises. Arslan leaps from Anlin to strike directly at Davin. Anlin dives too, aiming to support him from behind. Arslan charges Davin head-on, promising to end the battle. He screams the demon's name as he descends for the killing blow. The narration skips ahead, saying that with that attack, Anlin cheerfully finishes that they defeated Davin. She proudly reveals to the present-day group that she herself is that legendary dragon. Vincent notes he has heard legends of Arslan and Holy King Rengo. He adds that there are no surviving legends about Besaddle or Anlin, to her disbelief. Outraged, Anlin asks how they could not know of the fearsome black flame dragon of doom and destruction, leaving them baffled by the grandiose title. Someone privately wonders how she can call herself a black flame dragon when she is clearly red. Vincent summarizes, they defeated Davin with help of a prophet named Julian, which Anlin confirms while saying she did not care much but the others did. Julian nervously whispers, asking if this eccentric dragon lady is truly sane. He then notices Vincent falling silent and tense. Vincent thinks that Anlin seems truthful, her knowledge of Betrayal and vivid details supporting her claim. He questions whether the great demon's name was actually Davin. A memory surfaces of Davin dying alone in an underground cell in Samayan. Vincent suddenly realizes this is supposed to be how he died. Disturbing images of his death and betrayal flash into his mind. He sees himself in that past life, standing over his own broken body. The figure of a cloaked man appears in his hazy recollection as he lay dying. Vincent wonders how he actually died. Grasping his head, he panics that his memory of his own death is strangely vague. He forces himself to focus, deciding they first need more information about the past from Anlin. Before he can continue questioning, Anlin roughly grabs him, saying that is enough questions. She hurls him away with magic, telling him to stay out of the way for now. Seri and his sister scream Vincent's name as he slams into the cavern wall. Annelin's shadowy form apologizes to the others for getting overly excited talking to people again. Her enormous hand pins Vincent's sister to the ground, startling her. Annelin, eyes blazing, declares she has decided that Vincent must die. Outside, a huge explosion shakes the area from her unleashed power. She suddenly senses something unexpected and widens her eye. Vincent, glowing with restored power, appears between Anlin and his friends, shielding them. Anlin says she felt Heisley blood from him, and now knows why. She asks if Vincent is the descendant of the Heisley child she once knew, and he answers that woman was his older sister. Pleased, Anlin says she likes that connection. She proposes a wager, asking Vincent if he will stake his life on it. She explains that if he wins she will give him her heavenly fruit and let them all leave alive, even allowing them to kill her for profit if they wish. Grabbing his face again, she warns that if he loses, Anlin, half transformed, snarls that every one of them will die here. Her killing intent surges as she smiles manically. She taunts Vincent, telling him that if he is scared he should just drop dead. Vincent yells that only his life should be wagered and begs her to spare his sister and Seri, and then flatly refuses, saying she will not do that. Julian fumes internally, calling her a terrible old hag. Seri and his sister, though frightened, shout for Vincent to accept the wager, leaving Julian aghast. Seri insists she will not be a burden now that they have come so far. Vincent's sister reminds him he did not come here expecting to fail. Vincent hesitates, speechless, weighed by their resolve. He then agrees, signaling his understanding to Anlin. Stepping forward resolutely, he declares that he accepts Annelin's wager. Delighted, Anlin says he should have agreed from the beginning. She unleashes brilliant golden energy from within her body. Power builds in her throat as she prepares a massive breath attack. The golden beam shoots down a dark tunnel toward the surface. The light races through the passage, growing brighter and faster. An enormous golden pillar of energy erupts into the sky above, marking the start of their deadly wager. Vincent reels in confusion after some overwhelming event. He looks around, stunned and trying to understand the situation. A huge red dragon looms over him as he lies on the ground. The dragon unleashes a brilliant light in front of Vincent. Vincent stares in shock at something miraculous appearing. The dragon reveals a glowing orb called the Heavenly Fruit. Vincent finds himself holding the Heavenly Fruit and questions if it is real. He and his companion remark that it looks like a rotten fruit and doubt its authenticity. A woman confirms it is truly the Heavenly Fruit, but says it is still incomplete. Vincent is surprised to hear that the fruit is unfinished. The woman quotes Betrayal, explaining that the heavenly fruit is a miracle of the gods forged into fruit. Vincent, sensing with his own divine power, notes that the divinity inside this fruit is currently very weak. The explanation continues that divine power exists faintly in all things. Dragons can slowly extract and store that scattered divine power. Over a very long time that power condenses into a gleaming golden heavenly fruit. She explains that this pure condensed divine essence is what a true heavenly fruit should be. She adds that creating a proper heavenly fruit requires a very long time. Vincent is shocked to learn that it takes 100 years for a heavenly fruit to mature. His ghostly friend realizes his birth mother received one in under 30 years and starts connecting the implications. Vincent calculates that completing a perfect heavenly fruit now would demand another 70 years. The dragon declares that their wager begins from this point onward. She says that if Vincent is truly the one who sees the truth, he must endure hardships and complete the withered heavenly fruit. She urges him to finish the fruit, claim it as his own, and warns of dire consequences if he fails. Vincent smirks, telling her not to go back on this promise later. He thinks about needing a method to pour divine power into the withered heavenly fruit, and recalls the Holy Grail. The scene shifts to Adenka, where a woman thanks visiting priests for coming with the Grail. The visiting priest Dylan responds politely while vials of liquid and the Grail sit on the table. They discuss how the church needs a reliable partner to distribute Holy Grail water worldwide. The priest asks Adenka's aid so the Holy King's power can reach even the lowest places. Dylan timidly asks if the holy water can be sold as cheaply as possible. The Adenka matron replies that she respects his goodwill but refuses to take a loss in business. Watching from aside, the butler and red-haired knight note the talk will be long and chat casually about his life as a holy knight. The butler asks if visiting the Holy King's tomb turned the knight into a believer, and he gives a vague affirmative. The knight explains that someone he met there changed his fate. He internally vows to use this second chance at life to help that benefactor. A powerful magic circle and light suddenly erupt over the building. The knight and butler look up in shock at the disturbance. Inside, Dueling and the Adenka matron are also startled by the explosion. A massive blast slams into the courtyard. Debris flies into the room, forcing Dueling and the matron to shield themselves. Dueling asks if they were hit by a cannon, while the matron senses an unusual mana. Recognizing the mana, she exclaims in disbelief. Amid the smoke, a voice complains about the rough landing and ruined lawn, while another retorts that dramatic landings are necessary. The dragon, Vincent, and his companions are revealed, the dragon boasting that landing gently would not look cool. Vincent happily greets Railsa and his master as they run toward him. The Adenka matron recognizes the dragon from a previous encounter and calls up to her. The dragon asks if the matron remembers her, and the woman confirms she does, recalling their meeting at the Nile Falls. The dragon recognizes the matron as that same person. She recalls the matron as one of Sarvina's friends, confirming her memory. The dragon adds there is someone else here as well. She senses that the other important person from that time is present in the estate too. A hand trembles over a desk where someone has been writing, reacting to the disturbance. A shadowed figure sits rigidly at the desk, clearly affected. The older man at the desk looks up in shock, realizing something. Inside the Grail, we see the dragon's face reflected as she confirms the artifact is real and identifies it as the Holy Grail used by Rengo. Vincent shows the Grail to the dragon and confirms he survived the tomb and received the Holy King's message. He recalls the Holy King's words that the Grail would guide him to the heavenly fruit. The dragon is surprised he already satisfies one of the two conditions and asks about the second, which Vincent jokingly titles with her bombastic epithet. She corrects him irritably on the exact order of her title's words. She rants that doom must come before destruction in her title, while Vincent nervously apologizes. After the fuss, Dueling announces the work with the Grail is done, and the group thanks him. Dueling notices Sari also has a cut on her face and shows concern, but she says she already treated it. He warns it might still scar and urges proper treatment, while she hesitates to explain. Sari reveals she did receive healing but divine power does not seem to work on her. The dragon deduces that Sari is a repulsion type, while Vincent is confused since the Heisley family is known for high mana affinity. She explains that repulsion type bodies like Besaddles are so saturated with mana that divine power bounces off them. The dragon remarks on how fortunate this particular trait is for their plans. She then lays out that two conditions are needed to complete the heavenly fruit artificially. Those conditions are the Grail's divine power and a human with a repulsion type body who will not interfere while the fruit is shaped, clearly indicating Sari. Sari panics when she realizes she is being chosen. Vincent and his ghostly friend are shocked that even Sari shares in Arslan's grand design. The ghost begins suspecting that Arslan's arrangements display true foresight, not mere planning. He reflects that previously Arslan only left behind objects, whereas now everything aligns too perfectly to be coincidence. A narrator recalls that the prophet's name behind these arrangements was Julian. The ghost is astounded at realizing Julian's identity. He mutters to himself in disbelief about this revelation. Vincent gathers Dueling and Sari and says he has a sudden but important favor to ask them. He asks if they will help him complete the heavenly fruit. Sari admits she does not fully understand, but agrees to help, and Dueling returns the Holy Grail to Vincent to use as he wishes. The dragon eyes them with growing interest as their cooperation becomes clear. Watching the young trio prepare, the dragon is reminded of Sarvina's old companions. Shock crosses her face as she emotionally recognizes the resemblance. A vision of Sarvina's party appears, and someone calls out Anneline's name. The dragon falls silent, clearly moved by the memory. The Adenka matron asks the dragon if she truly intends to give the heavenly fruit to Vincent. The dragon defensively repeats that of course she will, but the matron starts warning her. The matron states bluntly that Vincent will die if he takes the fruit, just like a child did 50 years ago. The dragon says nothing, visibly troubled by the reminder. Meanwhile, Dueling begins channeling divine power into the Grail with a solemn invocation. The matron and dragon watch from the balcony as he works, and the matron confirms she is wondering about Sarvina's death. The dragon prompts her for her thoughts, and the matron says such a powerful miracle must surely demand a price. She suggests that price is often a person's life. The dragon agrees grimly that Sarvina's death happened exactly as the matron described. In flashback, the dragon declares that only a Heisley who obtains the heavenly fruit can leave her cave alive. The flashback explains that the heavenly fruit always requires a sacrificial bearer who will be permanently cursed with debilitating weakness. The matron realizes this curse might be the one she has seen before. A memory surfaces of people pounding on a door, shouting for Sarvina to answer. We see fists desperately beating against the sealed door. Outside, a companion begs Sarvina to eat the heavenly fruit instead of accepting death. They threaten to force their way inside if she refuses to respond. The person hurls himself at the doors, trying to break through. He is shocked by what he sees once they open. Inside, Sarvina stands weak but alive, bearing the curse's tattoo on her back. Someone immediately asks about the strange tattoo now etched into her flesh. Another companion flusters, scolding their friend for being rude despite their shock. They demand to know what happened to Sarvina in the dragon's cave. Returning to the present, the dragon explains that Sarvina fully understood everything and still chose to be the sacrificial bearer to save her companions. The matron falls silent, absorbing the weight of that sacrifice. The dragon asks what this means for Vincent, but the matron says not to worry yet. She explains that if they follow the correct method, Vincent can take the heavenly fruit and survive. Dueling remarks that up to this point, everything is proceeding as planned. The grail now brims with blazing divine liquid. Vincent takes it and says he has poured in as much divine power as he can handle. An exhausted Dueling hopes this will fulfill Vincent's wish before collapsing. Vincent calls out as Dueling faints, and his master confirms the priest merely overextended himself. Vincent quietly thanks Dueling from the bottom of his heart. The dragon shouts that preparations are done and urges everyone to head back, while Vincent agrees and carries the grail. The master tells Vincent to go on ahead and leave Dueling in his care. The dragon excitedly signals that it is time to proceed. A new magic impact slams down into the academy courtyard as they return. A massive pillar of light shoots into the sky from the courtyard. The Adenka matron watches the beam from a distance, cloak billowing. She notes aloud that their guest has arrived. She internally addresses the figure as the lord of the house. Vincent's father strides in wearing a red cape, aura heavy with authority. He asks the matron if she has learned the truth behind Sarvina's death. She answers that Sarvina used the heavenly fruit for the sake of their lives, and he somberly agrees. She starts to speak his name, but he reassures her that he is fine. He says that simply knowing the truth at last is enough for him. He admits that only today has he finally been able to accept what happened. Looking to the sky, he says he now feels ready to let Sarvina go. Back underground, a nervous Sari prepares to start the ritual with the heavenly fruit and grail. She lifts the withered fruit over the grail. The fruit touches the grail's liquid, beginning to glow. Someone suddenly yells for them to wait. The dragon bursts in shouting the same warning at full volume. Startled, Sari jerks and fumbles the fruit. The heavenly fruit slips and falls from her hands. It lands in the grail with a splash, fully submerging in the divine liquid. Divine power erupts violently from the grail, forcing everyone to shield themselves. The dragon screams that an artificial heavenly fruit vanishes after an hour and scolds them for acting without proper preparation. Vincent shouts back in confusion, asking what she means. The dragon cries that the heavenly fruit is far more than a mere fruit. A vision of a holy figure explains that it is an actual miracle of the gods. The memory continues that swallowing it unprepared has dire consequences. The image shows a body exploding from overwhelming power. In the present, the dragon warns Vincent that his body cannot endure it and he will die. Sari panics, blaming herself, but Vincent tells her it is all right. He explains that his divine bone is already failing, and now that he understands Arslan's grand plan, he cannot abandon this chance. Vincent declares he is willing to risk his life to accept the power of the heavenly fruit. The dragon woman stares at Vincent in shock and starts to address him. She recognizes the ring he is wearing and is stunned. Vincent urgently orders Sari to complete the creation of the heavenly fruit. Sari, flustered but determined, obeys and channels power into the ritual. The goblet erupts with dazzling energy as the heavenly fruit is formed. Vincent braces himself against the power surge, groaning. Vincent, holding the glowing golden fruit, is amazed by what has appeared. Sari confirms that what they created is indeed the legendary heavenly fruit. The dragon congratulates Vincent on succeeding in obtaining the heavenly fruit. She turns away with a composed air, the atmosphere settling after the ritual. Smiling sharply, she admits that Vincent has won their wager. Vincent, surprised by his older appearance, wonders what form he is in now. Hina covers Vincent's eyes while Sari panics, embarrassed by the dragon's revealing body. A strange symbol appears on the dragon's back as she turns around. Seeing the symbol, Sari is shocked and remembers it from somewhere. The dragon notices Sari's reaction and asks if she recognizes the mark. A voice admits that the secret behind the symbol has been discovered. A flashback shows young Sari seeing the same symbol long ago. In the memory, Lady Sarvina, bearing that mark, tells Sari to keep it secret. The dragon explains that the heavenly fruit grants accelerated growth in exchange for hastening someone else's death. Observers realize this is why it is called a wager of life and that Vincent meant to sacrifice himself. The dragon proudly asks if her new, older form looks good to them. She notes that the heavenly fruit will soon vanish and urges them to decide quickly. Vincent, now holding the fruit again, is told this is the moment to eat it. The dragon, seated on her stone throne, says she will watch the final scene of her own grave. Vincent thinks that by truly obtaining the heavenly fruit he is closer to uncovering Arslan's hidden truth. Determined, he bites into the fruit, feeling one step nearer to that truth. A massive burst of golden energy explodes from within him. That power condenses into a searing core of light as it overwhelms his body. Vincent screams in agony as the heavenly fruit's power tears through him. He roars while lightning-like energy blasts around, shattering the ground. Sari and Hina rush toward him, calling out in panic. Watching the torrent of power, the dragon warns that if Vincent cannot endure, he will die, and that he must live if he truly seeks the truth. She adds that otherwise her final act in this tomb would be meaningless. Vincent writhes, thinking that the overwhelming power is setting his entire body on fire. The dragon winces, feeling strain herself as she observes the ordeal. Hina yells that Vincent will die at this rate, and begs the dragon for some way to save him. Amused but prepared, the dragon says she has been waiting for Hina to ask. The ring on Vincent's finger flares with light, activating its magic. Hina catches the ring and realizes it once belonged to the couple Abeltan and Helheim. then demands to know how the dragon is aware of it. The dragon narrates how Helaim loved Abletan so much she cast a spell into their matching rings to share his pain. The spell allows the pair of rings to transfer suffering between wearers a single time. A ring links the two hands with glowing threads as that shared pain magic activates. The dragon cautions that the pain exceeds human limits and asks if Hina will still go through with it, warning she might die too. Hina silently puts the ring on, and the dragon notes she has already made her decision. Vincent thinks of Hina only as his older sister. Hina declares out loud that Vincent is her little brother. The dragon is delighted by this sibling resolve and even says she is jealous. Hina casts the spell, sending the blue stream of shared pain toward Vincent. The torrent of blue energy slams into Vincent, linking them. The impact erupts in a blinding flash where the link hits. Hina grimaces as the pain flows into her, while Vincent senses the burden easing. Hina screams but stands firm, shielding Vincent with her body as lightning rages around them. Vincent, shaking and bloodied, realizes in disbelief that Hina is helping bear his suffering. He thanks her in his heart, and vows not to waste her resolve. Clenching his fist, Vincent resolves to claim this power no matter what. Seri, moved to tears, calls out to her lord and lady as she watches their sacrifice. The dragon comments on what a chaotic situation this has become. She reminisces that Besaddle once cried just as bitterly whenever others were hurt. Patting Seri's head, the dragon tells her that tears alone will not fix anything. She recalls Arslan's charge to make Vincent strong and bring glory to the Heisling name. Arslan further ordered her to ensure Besaddle would be remembered, which she accepted. A massive explosion of light shakes the tomb as Vincent's transformation reaches its peak. The dragon admits she does not fully understand the heavenly fruit's meaning and says even Arslan never explained it completely. She says that one thing is certain, however. A bare, scarred foot steps forward as someone emerges from the smoke. Vincent appears with a muscular adult body, and the dragon proclaims that a hero has been born. Time shifts to a snowy waterfall where Vincent protests loudly about something he does not want to do. The dragon angrily reminds him she gave him the heavenly fruit and spared his maid and sister, demanding why she must now help with his training. Vincent, still unused to his enhanced body, politely asks for her help so he does not ruin things and force her to clean up after him. He explains that his mother lived long even as the heavenly fruit's sacrifice, so a long-lived dragon like her should last even longer, and presses why she will not assist him. Vincent offers instead to ensure that her name will never be forgotten. She scoffs, claiming she does not care whether humans remember her. Vincent counters by asking if she cares about how her fallen comrades are remembered. He notes that a mischief-making dragon like her kept a promise with those comrades for centuries and even laid down her life, then asks why she did so. Vincent concludes that she did it because her promise with them mattered more than anything else, and she is left speechless. He says records of those heroes are being distorted or erased, and insists their stories should not be treated that way. Vincent vows to correct those twisted histories. He asks Annalyn, the dragon, to help him in that mission. Images of Annalyn and her companions celebrating around a campfire are shown as part of the history he wants to preserve. Another memory shows the heroes posing while their story is recorded, with Annalyn proudly in front. Back in the present, Annalyn asks Vincent to promise her one thing. She demands that when he tells their story he make her own part the most dazzling, befitting the black flame dragon of end and destruction. Others tease her about misremembering her fearsome title while laughter erupts. Vincent smiles and promises he will faithfully tell her story. Examining the ring, Vincent notes that it can create a special subspace. The dragon explains that when the ring halves are apart they share pain, but when joined they open a hideout, making it ideal for his training and possessing even more abilities. She adds that the subspace uses time manipulation magic where 3 years inside equal 1 year outside. Vincent's friend points out that because the ring is 2 centuries old it has limits, meaning they can only remain inside for around 6 years total. The dragon continues that the subspace can be created only once and that only she can freely enter or leave it, while Vincent thanks her. Vincent activates the ring, unleashing a brilliant blue light. A spinning portal opens and the dragon yells in surprise as Vincent prepares to step in immediately. The portal engulfs him in a rush of energy as he enters. Vincent's companion shouts for him to stop, but Vincent dives through the portal anyway. A scolding voice complains that he could have waited a bit instead of rushing. Vincent's foot lands inside the new realm as the surroundings warp into a starry void. Inside the subspace, Vincent remarks that it is dark and empty. Annalyn appears inside as well, angrily reminding him she told him to wait. She protests that even she can only enter this place once every 2 weeks, contrary to Vincent's assumption. She warns that a human alone in this dark void would go insane within a month. Vincent and his friend grin, implying that, alone, will not be the case. Vincent proposes they make another wager. He states that if he endures a month here, Annalyn must become his delivery dragon. Annalyn eagerly accepts but adds that if he fails, he will become her slave. The bed is sealed with no option to take it back. Time passes as snow falls over the mountains outside. A huge tiger roars ferociously somewhere in the wilderness. Annalyn confronts the beast, calling it fearless as she prepares to fight. She powers up with blazing red energy, furious that the creature dares bare its fangs at the black flame dragon. She unleashes a devastating blast of black flames. After the attack, Annalyn suddenly remembers she wanted to keep some meat intact. She realizes she has obliterated the area and complains she needed to leave meat. She collects her own dark blood in a vial. Sitting by the waterfall, she reflects that this is blood from a dying dragon but that it will still be useful. Thinking of Vincent as a stubborn kid, she tightly corks the bottle. She muses in surprise that Vincent really did last an entire month in the subspace. Inside, Vincent is shown calmly training, wreathed in blue energy while his friend watches. Annalyn re-enters the subspace with a bundle, asking if he has gone crazy yet and noting that 2 weeks have already passed. She questions how his mind remains so strong and wonders if he has spent years imprisoned before. He answers vaguely that it is something like that. She then asks if he truly intends to stay here until the ring's lifespan is exhausted, and he thanks her in advance for continuing to deliver supplies. Frustrated, she mutters the embarrassingly long title, Delivery Dragon of Death and Destruction. Outside, she storms around the waterfall complaining about how annoying and irritating it is to be stuck dealing with him. Yet as she walks on the water she begins to soften, thinking, well, still. She recalls that Vincent promised her he would correct the stories about her and her comrades. Addressing her fallen friends, she asks them to wait a little longer. Their figures appear behind her in memory as she thinks of being reunited with them someday. She assures them that they will see each other again soon. Back at the waterfall, Vincent powers up his sword with brilliant blue orbs of energy. A massive column of water and light erupts as he releases that power. Vincent slashes with his sword, cutting through the torrent inside the training grounds. 2 years later in the outside world, equal to 6 years of training, Vincent emerges, transformed. Narration clarifies that those 2 outside years equal 6 years in the subspace. Annalyn looks down from a cliff and remarks that Vincent has become quite the man. She tells him that at his current power, most mages will be no match for him. Vincent kneels and formally thanks the loyal dragon who preserved her friends' legacies. Annalyn notes that her comrades probably felt the same gratitude long ago. She tells Vincent not to hoard his strength, but to use it boldly. Vincent reacts with a confused pardon at her urging. His friend urges him to look up as something appears above. Vincent smiles softly and tells the dragon to rest in peace. He inwardly addresses the Black Flame Dragon by name. A colossal skeletal form of the Black Flame Dragon of Death and Destruction rises behind him in response. Elsewhere, blue flames rain down from the sky like bombardment. People on the ground realize they are being bombed from above. Mages hastily raise shield magic to block the incoming barrage. One commander, shocked, wonders if he is seeing things as the attack unfolds. Cloaked attackers surge toward a fortress entrance amid chaos and smoke. Someone recognizes that the charging figures are actually their own soldiers, now enemies. The commander resolves to go personally to the front line, and orders the mage squad to cover him. He shouts that they must not allow anyone to break into the fortress. A cloaked figure's eye widens in shock. A crimson-eyed shadowy entity looms behind the commander, who begins to transform. A green-haired subordinate nervously calls out to the commander. As he asks if the commander is okay, a sudden blur of motion interrupts him. A masked blue-haired fighter slashes through the cloaked cultists with overwhelming speed. Other cultists scream for their commander in panic, not understanding what is happening. A hand slams onto a railing as the empowered commander steadies himself. The transformed commander, wreathed in dark flames, and his monstrous troops prepare for battle. With half his face engulfed in red energy, he orders his forces to attack. Their assault leaves a distant city in flames and people crying out in pain. Time shifts to a snowy northern fortress approached by a horse-drawn carriage. 2 cadets excitedly praise Vincent for becoming even cooler after 2 years of training. Vincent modestly notes that they worked hard too and says he has a favor to ask. He focuses and prepares to bring up that favor. Later at the fortress, Vincent notices soldiers from his family present and wonders why they are there. His friend guesses the soldiers are recruiting supporting troops, which surprises Vincent. The friend explains that mysterious disturbances have occurred across the continent, including a garrison commander who suddenly massacred his own people. Vincent hears that because of these incidents, even cadets like them are being mobilized. Another instructor senses something strange about the situation as a carriage arrives. Vincent goes to the headmistress's office and knocks, announcing himself. Receiving no reply, he starts to report his return at the closed door. An alarm trigger near the door erupts, and Vincent instinctively counters with mana. Magical ropes then bind him tightly, but he finds the trap amusing. The red-haired headmistress, thinking an intruder is flaring mana, yanks the ropes and demands to see his face. She recognizes him mid-action and reacts in surprise. Vincent cheerfully greets her, confirming he is Vincent and that it has been a while. Seeing the barricaded office door, Vincent jokes that the heavenly fruit she obtained must be quite something. Inside, the headmistress fusses over how much Vincent has changed, even saying he could beat a high-level martial artist now. She hesitates, remembering there is a complication. Vincent teasingly asks if she is not proud of her cadet's growth, prompting her embarrassed response. She reminds him that on paper he is still only a rank 8 cadet. She worries that if he outshines everyone, the other cadets will learn nothing. She imagines students doing nothing but praising how amazing and cool Vincent is. Frustrated, she wonders if she should just grant him a breakthrough rank outright, questioning the logic of it. Vincent introduces himself formally as the rank 8 cadet representative to the headmistress. Curious, the headmistress summons the new rank 8 representative to enter. A girl outside politely greets the headmistress. Julian recognizes the voice and is shocked when he sees who it belongs to. The newcomer, Loa Adenka, is introduced as the Rank 8 representative. She formally reports in, and narration notes, she is both the Rank 8 representative and the 8th direct descendant of Adenka. Seeing Vincent already there, Loa offers to come back later, but the headmistress says they should know each other. Loa is stunned by this suggestion and mutters that it cannot be. Julian blurts out that this is the so-called good-for-nothing brother Vincent. His anger boils over internally as he remembers her. He curses her in his thoughts, wishing petty misfortunes on her. Julian continues to rant mentally until Vincent tells him to calm down. The narration recalls how Loa used to bully young Vincent mercilessly. It concludes that Julian's fury is understandable given how cruel she was. Vincent notes it has been about 7 years since they last saw each other, and admits he heard she had changed. He thinks she seems like a completely different person now and politely says it has been a while. Loa reminds him that he was once expected to speak to her formally as his superior. Vincent reaches out and rests his hand on her head. Smiling, he teasingly asks if she prefers him speaking deferentially and calling her sister. Loa grits her teeth in rage at being patted like a child. She explodes, knocking his hand away with a powerful blow while shouting at him to move it. Shaking with anger, she demands that he not belittle her. Loa reveals that ever since becoming Rank 8 representative, she has been told the role would revert to Vincent when he returned. She resents that everyone, including instructors, treated her as merely a temporary stand-in for Vincent. Those words echo in her mind, fueling her obsession with his eventual return. In her thoughts she fixates on the idea of once Vincent returns. She reaffirms to herself that she, too, is a direct descendant of Adenka. Her eyes burn with competitive fury. Loa declares to Vincent that their confrontation will be a competition. With a manic grin, she insists he prove whether his battlefield exploits are real or not. Vincent calmly warns that if she pursues this, she will regret it. She officially challenges him to a duel, addressing him as brother. The headmistress sighs at their immaturity. Julian notes that Loa cannot sense the vast difference in power between her and Vincent. He observes that the gap is so huge she cannot even perceive it. The headmistress realizes that even if they fight, it will not be a true contest. She then gets a sudden idea. She proposes letting them duel with swords instead. Vincent suggests they go further and invite everyone who is free to come watch. The headmistress agrees enthusiastically, wanting to turn the event into a spectacle. She announces that the duel will take place in 1 week at the fortress's Grand Coliseum. That night, Loa heads to a cave in the snowy mountains while servants call after her. One of her attendants anxiously asks if she truly intends to duel Lord Vincent. Loa confidently answers that she does and that she plans to win. She vows to defeat Vincent and make him bow before her again. In her memory, she revels in the time she humiliated a younger Vincent, convinced he is destined to grovel before her. Her inner voice bristles at how he now dares to look at her as an equal. She especially hates the cool, indifferent way he regards her. Vincent's calm expression again contrasts with her agitated reflection. She swears she will make him pay for ignoring her and looks forward to seeing him disgraced publicly. Her maid points out Vincent's extraordinary reputation and achievements, but Loa dismisses them as exaggerated rumors. Loa says she understands her maid's worries. She insists there is no need to worry because she believes Vincent has no chance of winning. She reveals that from the moment Vincent accepted the duel, he stepped into a trap. Deep within a sinister cavern, she smiles before a demonic gate, certain Vincent is doomed. She imagines him as prey helplessly caught in a spider's web of her making. Somewhere else, Vincent places his hand on a similar ominous surface. Loa laughs that Vincent will not even land a single hit before losing. She mentally tells Vincent to look forward to their match as a monstrous eye glows within the gate. Meanwhile, in practice sparring, a purple-haired cadet lunges and shouts, attacking Vincent. He easily parries the strike with a wooden sword unfazed. Another cadet tries to coordinate with Selbira, but Vincent remains composed. Using superior speed, he maneuvers so that his opponents collide with each other. The sparring partners gasp in confusion as his presence suddenly vanishes from their awareness. They slam heads and fall, crying out in pain. Vincent asks if they should stop for now, and the winded cadets hastily agree. One cadet excitedly calls him amazing. They gush that they could not even see him move and that his strength has skyrocketed in 2 years. Selbira adds, blushing, that he has also become very handsome. Vincent replies that they have all grown strong as well, praising their rise to grade 7. They credit their improvement entirely to Vincent's guidance. Another cadet agrees that without his leadership back then, their progress would have been impossible. Vincent smiles softly at their gratitude. As he stands there, a glowing message appears above him, startling him. He readies his weapon, eyes glowing as he channels power. In a flashback, he blocks a fierce blow from Revan during intense training. In the present, he greets Revan, saying it has been a while. Revan jokingly complains that Vincent never wrote during the past 2 years. Vincent introduces Revan to his friends as a close friend named Revan Adenka. He notes that Revan also seems to have kept up his training. Revan proudly shows off an enhanced defensive technique called the Little Giant King, saying he has grown stronger. He admits he may not surpass Vincent in offense but claims he might now outdo him in defense, and Vincent is eager to see. Revan asks to see the full results of Vincent's training, but Vincent explains he has another prior engagement. Vincent asks Elvira where Raven is, reminding her of their promised spar, and she responds nervously. She finally reveals that Raven is missing, which shocks Vincent. Later, Vincent stands on a balcony with Julian, looking over a snowy forest as Julian floats beside him. Reading a newspaper, Vincent learns that Prince Raven Vartican disappeared on a mission along with an attendant, who he deduces must be Butler Sirkin. Julian wonders if Raven was caught in the same spreading chaos, and Vincent agrees the article suggests so. Vincent concludes that these disturbances are clearly caused by Davin's evil spirit and that similar incidents are occurring again. Looking at Raven and Sirkin's images, he reaffirms their connection to the threat. Determined, Vincent says they must stop this nightmare's plan as soon as possible. He reasons that to do so he must free himself from academy obligations quickly, though he knows he will technically remain a cadet for years. Julian thinks there must be a way for Vincent to leave the fortress sooner. Down at the gate, a green-haired woman argues with a guard to let her in, complaining about the cold. Watching from above, Julian remarks that whoever she is, she seems very pushy. As he studies her, Julian feels he has seen this woman somewhere before. He excitedly tells Vincent that he may have found the solution they needed. Realizing it, he identifies her as Maria, chief reporter for the news outlet Voice of the Wind, who might provide a quick way out. Maria shouts that she wants to meet Vincent Adenka. Soon inside, she shivers as someone offers her warm tea. After thanking them, she timidly asks Vincent's maid who this important man is. Vincent prepares to properly introduce her. He formally presents Maria as the chief reporter of Voice of the Wind. The others confirm that this is the famous Continental News organization she works for, while she modestly laughs it off. Vincent points out that rushing north without proper gear was risky. She replies she came as fast as she could upon hearing about him. He asks why she was in such a hurry to see him. She dramatically answers with a single word, instinct. Maria proclaims that her journalist's instinct says Vincent attracts trouble like a magnet. Vincent dryly agrees that she has a sharp eye for a reporter. Julian comments that this matches the energetic reporter Maria he remembers from 2 years ago. The narration explains that she was the one who eagerly reported their Helene deeds, and Julian's memory helped Vincent recognize her. Vincent thinks it is time to move to the next step of his plan. He offers Maria an exclusive scoop for Voice of the Wind alone, which delights her. As she listens eagerly, he begins pondering what headline will best serve his purposes. Sometime later, newspapers carrying that explosive headline scatter through a city as citizens react in disbelief. Readers exclaim over the story, wondering if the shocking news about Lord Vincent can really be true. On the day of the duel, crowds gather in a grand snowy arena. Vincent's friends shout encouragement from the stands. Observers note that 2 years have passed since the last such event. Abel glares at Vincent, remarking that his rival has finally appeared. 2 cloaked figures silently watch the arena. Vincent's red-haired superior complains he had been planning to promote Vincent early. A stern commander repeats that he too thought Vincent was ready for higher grades. A newspaper headline questions whether Vincent Adenka can prove himself worthy of direct succession. Reporters praise the sensational headline and complain a rival outlet scooped them. Maria thinks to herself that she has spread Vincent's story everywhere as he asked. Maria mentally tells Vincent that everything now depends on him. Loa, unnerved by the scale of attention, wonders why a supposedly simple duel has become so big. She then decides the attention is perfect, planning to make everyone witness Vincent's defeat. Revan Adenka introduces himself as mediator and orders both duelists to prepare. Revan nervously wonders how he ended up mediating this duel. He recalls being shocked when Vincent first asked him to mediate. In the flashback, Vincent says that with Revan's little giant king trait he is the right person, though Revan protests. Vincent explains he wants Revan to see the duel's outcome with his own eyes. He specifically wants Revan to witness how strong the master he once swore loyalty to has become. Fired up, Revan agrees and announces the start of the duel. Loa vows to disgrace her brother and activates her sword Scarlet Lotus. Vincent calmly calls her arrogant, confusing her. He says she is not worthy to stand against Scarlet Lotus. Vincent calls for Wilson to assist him. He states that for the real sword duel he accepted 4 handicaps. A flashback lists those handicaps, including standing still, using a wooden sword, fighting with his left hand and moving second. Vincent declares that this time he will accept all but the second move handicap. Loa grits her teeth, seething at her brother. She screams, asking how much more he will look down on her. She rages that she will prove who is truly arrogant as her cursed sword flares. The sword's eye fully opens with sinister power. In a past scene, the sword's gaze paralyzes a maid as a seal forms over her face. That victim realizes her mana has been sealed and Loa gleefully confirms it. Loa reveals the weapon as the Sword of Athenia, gained in Helene, which seals the mana of anyone who meets its eye. She notes the effect is brief but deadly, equating mana sealing to death for a martial artist. She exults that even the strongest opponent will show an opening once their mana is cut off. She concludes that this opening is the key to victory. Now in the present duel, Loa believes the same tactic will lead directly to Vincent's defeat. Vincent is struck by the sword's gaze as Loa unleashes its sealing power. The sealing sigil appears in Vincent's eye. Convinced she has him, Loa thinks Vincent can no longer use mana. She charges in, ready to exploit what she believes is his helplessness. Loa aims to sever Vincent's left arm, but she is stunned to see him standing unharmed before her. Vincent dryly repeats her threat about cutting off his arm. He points out that her sword has been reduced to a mere hilt. Loa stares in disbelief at the shattered blade in her hand. Her eye trembles in shock. Revan looks on, equally stunned by what just happened. The remains of the cursed sword crash to the ground, split by Vincent's power. Loa cannot believe Vincent is using mana despite the sword's seal. She suddenly suspects an even more terrifying answer. She realizes Vincent broke the sword through sheer physical strength alone. Vincent tightens his grip on the wooden sword and suggests they truly begin. He promises to show Loa his strength just as she wished. Loa gapes at the broken legendary sword, unable to comprehend how it shattered. She grasps that he achieved this without any mana. Revan admits he never even saw Vincent swing, bewildered by the speed. He wonders what exactly just happened as Vincent casually addresses the shaken Loa. Vincent taunts Loa, asking if she is already conceding defeat. Loa hysterically accuses him of sabotaging her sword, insisting that otherwise he could never beat her. Vincent muses that if that is her excuse, then so be it, leaving Revan confused. Revan nervously wonders why Vincent is now eyeing him. Vincent moves toward Revan's huge sword, and Revan panics, pleading for his treasured weapon. Vincent nonchalantly tells Loa that if her sword breaks she can simply have Master Hansen forge something better, while Revan meekly lends her his current blade. Before she can even finish assessing the new sword, Vincent instantly destroys it as well. Shards of yet another broken blade fall while Loa and Revan stare in horror. Vincent asks if she is satisfied with this demonstration. Loa strains to lift Revan's heavy sword, clearly rattled, as Revan cheers Vincent on. Desperate, Loa orders Bella to fetch every spare sword they possess. She mentally swears she will not back down like this. Another blade shatters dramatically in the sky. Vincent keeps smashing each replacement sword into the ground. Loa, drenched in sweat, is terrified by his overwhelming strength. The crowd notes that 7 swords have already broken and that Loa is nowhere near Vincent's level. Commentators wonder why she ever challenged the 7th son, realizing Vincent's strength means she never had a chance. Loa realizes she has fallen straight into the trap Vincent set for her. In her mind's eye, Vincent looms before her amid a web-like aura, totally dominating. High-ranking observers remark that Vincent's class is on a different level, his control of power overwhelming. One elder compares Vincent's current might to the family head right after consuming the heavenly fruit. They conclude Vincent has fully made the heavenly fruit's power his own in just 2 years. Revan asks the defeated Loa if she wishes to continue, but she can only stay silent. Revan rules Loa Denka unfit to continue the duel. He declares Vincent Aiden the winner just as a new presence crashes into the arena. Sensing this arrival, Vincent orders Revan to protect Loa. A massive explosion erupts in the arena floor. Vincent's friends panic as someone suddenly jumps into the arena. Revan shields Loa from the fiery blast, bewildered by the sudden chaos. Amid the smoking crater, Vincent greets the new arrival. Damien, Vincent's 5th brother, enthusiastically reveals himself and praises Vincent's evasive move. Damien excitedly declares he wants to duel Vincent too. His superior yells that he needs permission before jumping in, and Damien sheepishly acknowledges it. Damien then formally asks as grade 7 representative cadet to fight, while his commander laments his impulsiveness. Vincent says he does not mind, and Damien relays that the challenger agrees. Maria notices Vincent shows no surprise, suspecting he had anticipated Damien's interruption as well. The fortress commander grins and officially approves the duel, eager to see how far things will go. He tells the two to fight as much as they want. Damien, wreathed in flames, urges Vincent to go all out. Damien unleashes his powerful divine blessing, Wheel of Fire, manifesting a colossal fiery avatar. He warns Vincent that anything less than full strength could be fatal. Another observer explains that Damien's Wheel of Fire, a blessing from the explosive god of fire, grants devastating power. Each fiery ring Damien summons is said to hold enough power to blow away a snow-covered mountain, making his raw destructive power unmatched among the siblings. Vincent's ally affirms that in terms of pure destructive power, Damien is the strongest of the 8 siblings. Damien rains explosive fire across the arena as Vincent narrowly maneuvers through it. The explosions culminate in a massive blast that shakes the whole arena. A gigantic mushroom-like fireball towers into the sky. Spectators reel from the heat while the commander half-jokingly shields himself. Revan stands before the blazing pillar, witnessing the scope of Damien's power. Revan admits he may surpass Damien in defense, and looks forward to testing it. He inwardly scoffs at his own bravado about looking forward to such attacks. A glowing honeycomb barrier appears, showing the strength of Revan's defensive field. Commentators note that Vincent is now entangled in defense as well, protected by this barrier. Damien stares in disbelief that his attack was blocked. Someone breathes Vincent's name, impressed. Damien rushes up to Vincent afterward, gushing that he is amazing and demanding to know how he blocked the blast. Damien says all others have only dodged his attacks and that Vincent is the first to fully block one, while Revan timidly reminds him about the interrupted match. Damien laughs that the result is obvious and simply surrenders, admitting he cannot beat Vincent. Revan, flustered, tries to continue the announcement. He officially declares Vincent Adenka the winner again. Maria comments that the real fun is only beginning, prompting a younger reporter to ask what she means. She explains that Vincent beat the 6th sibling back in grade 9 and has now defeated both the 8th daughter and the 5th son. Maria muses aloud about which sibling Vincent will face next. Abel, another brother, panics at the prospect and curses the situation. A narrator proclaims that the disgraced 7 sons' rebellion is truly beginning. Vincent then points his sword toward Abel, politely asking him to come teach a lesson. Vincent calls for Abel to come down into the arena. He repeats the invitation, challenging Abel from below. Smirking up at him, Vincent asks what is wrong and teases Abel. Abel sweats, terrified, thinking of how easily Damien's attack was blocked. He tries to steady himself, acknowledging Vincent has grown much stronger yet insisting there must still be a way to win. Abel enters a mental space, analyzing possible ways to defeat Vincent. He reassures himself that as a genius who mastered every Adenka sword style, he must have an answer. Convinced he can handle any situation, Abel visualizes countless patterns and approaches. He repeats that no warrior is without weakness and searches for Vincent's. He insists Vincent must have a weakness somewhere. Yet when Abel imagines Vincent backed by numerous divine figures, he finds no flaw in either offense or defense. Abel realizes he cannot see any opening at all in Vincent's form. His imagined attack sequence collapses under Vincent's overwhelming presence. Visions of Vincent cutting him down play again and again in his mind. Abel sees himself consumed by Vincent's dazzling power. Surrounded by images of his own defeat, Abel stands frozen. He starts to stammer in shock at what he is realizing. Desperate, he screams that this can't be real and tries to deny the conclusion. He begs for at least one scenario in which he could win. In his mind he pleads for any chance at victory. Vincent's cold gaze offers him none, as Abel continues to wish for just one opening. Abel's repeated mental simulations all end with him being overwhelmed. He whispers in horror that there is no way. Abel recognizes he has already lost hundreds of imaginary battles before the real fight even starts. At last he concedes internally that he can never defeat Vincent. Abel is called to the arena and freezes in terror. A fellow student helps Abel up and asks if he is okay, and he stammers that he is. Abel thinks that losing publicly to Vincent will end his chances at succession, but refusing to fight will brand him a coward. Nobles remark that the 4th prince is not stepping forward and wonder who would dare challenge Vincent after seeing his power. Other students excitedly say Vincent might soon aim for the family head position. A fist slams down in anger. The scheming elder rages that Vincent is finally shaking up the succession. He worries that Vincent's rise will ruin their plan to seize control of Adenka. Panicking, he decides they must stop the duel before Vincent can display more strength. Fortress Commander Herka appears and calmly says the duel cannot be stopped. Herka asserts that all duels in the fortress are under her control and she has no intention of canceling this one. The elder curses in frustration. Vincent loudly presses Abel to make a decision in front of the crowd. Abel, drenched in sweat, is asked whether he will accept the challenge or run away. Abel hesitantly starts to declare his intention and steps forward. A memory of being told a warrior should not avoid a challenge flashes through Abel's mind. He hears a telepathic voice warning him not to tarnish Adenka's honor, and wonders how that person is present. Abel realizes his intimidating eldest brother Carmen has arrived. The crowd erupts, shocked that Prince Carmen, thought to be away in the pirate archipelago, has returned. Vincent and his companions see Carmen arrive, thinking he has finally shown himself. Another royal asks why Carmen is back early when the pirate archipelago project was supposedly unfinished. The family head reproaches Carmen for returning without informing him. Abel anxiously wonders what Carmen intends, fearing the consequences if he steps into the duel now. Carmen speaks into Abel's mind, noting that he has changed, and Abel realizes it is telepathy. Carmen's telepathic tone suddenly turns harsh, demanding to know when Abel thought he could defy his orders. He orders Abel to stop making excuses and enter the duel immediately. Herka lightheartedly chides Carmen, saying he should not terrify his little brother. The pirate queen Sarita appears and claims frightening people is a pirate's job. She reveals herself fully as pirate queen Sarita Veltide. Vincent's companion panics, recognizing her as the infamous pirate queen. The crowd realizes Sarita is a wanted mass murderer and screams in fear. High-ranking figures leap in to attack Sarita. The family head confronts Sarita, saying he will not ask why she came here. He declares that criminals like her do not deserve any last words. Carmen casually tells Sarita she was meant to be a surprise reveal. Sarita sighs and seems to accept that her presence has been exposed. She kneels before Carmen. Sarita formally swears loyalty to Carmen Adenka and offers her entire pirate archipelago to be absorbed into Adenka territory. The family head is stunned by this declaration. The audience realizes Carmen has forced the pirate queen to surrender and effectively conquered the pirate archipelago in just 2 years. The family head thinks to himself that this development is extraordinary. Carmen apologizes to Vincent for unintentionally stealing the spotlight from his duel. Vincent silently processes what just happened. The family head marvels that Carmen subdued the pirate archipelago and its queen in only 2 years. He confirms through his truth-seeing eyes that Sarita is not lying. Carmen reminds his father that when he left 2 years ago, he promised something. He had vowed to prove himself the most suitable Adenka heir. The crowd exclaims that Adenka now rules the sea and assumes Carmen will be the next family head. The family head silently stares at Carmen, considering. Carmen addresses the crowd, thanking them for their congratulations. He then redirects attention, emphasizing that today is actually Vincent's stage to prove himself. Carmen calls Abel's name and places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He urges Abel to fight well and give his long-absent younger brother a proper lesson. Vincent remains silent, watching. The announcers declare that after this interlude, the friendly duel between Vincent and Abel will begin. Backstage, a frantic Abel overthinks possible strategies against Vincent. Carmen interrupts Abel's panicked planning. He offers Abel a small vial, telling him to take it. Carmen explains it is a battle potion pirates use, gifted by Sarita as proof of her loyalty. Abel learns the potion temporarily amplifies mana and becomes thrilled by the boost. Abel hastily drinks the potion, while Carmen remarks on his eagerness. Abel feels overwhelming power flood his body and believes he can now do anything. Carmen assures him that with this strength he can defeat Vincent, and that Carmen never believed Abel would lose anyway. He tells Abel sincerely that he does not expect him to be defeated. Abel, moved, calls Carmen a genius and basks in his older brother's praise. Empowered, Abel rushes back toward the arena, vowing to return victorious. Carmen inwardly urges Abel to do his best, clearly harboring ulterior motives. The duel begins, even as Carmen privately thinks there is no chance Abel will actually win. Vincent tells Abel not to be too nervous and offers to give him a handicap. Abel trembles and sweats in response. Vincent announces he will fight without using his left hand and invites Abel to begin when ready. Vincent suddenly senses that something feels off about Abel. Abel panics as the mana high vanishes and his body refuses to respond. Vincent notices his brother's strange state and asks if he is alright. The crowd and Vincent keep calling out to Abel, worried by his unsteady condition. Overwhelmed by voices, Abel screams for everyone to shut up and charges wildly. He recklessly attacks Vincent, who blocks. Vincent sees clearly that something is seriously wrong with Abel. He realizes Abel's eyes are unfocused and that his brother is no longer in his right mind. Vincent smells a salty, fishy scent around Abel and associates it with the sea. Vincent knocks Abel away with a powerful slash. Abel growls in pain. He roars and rushes Vincent again like a berserk animal. Vincent decides to end the fight quickly, summoning a massive block of purple energy. He unleashes a powerful strike aimed at finishing the duel. Abel confronts the approaching energy in horror. He braces himself and grits his teeth. Vincent's powerful energy wave crashes down toward Abel. Vincent is shocked when Abel collapses before the attack even lands. He observes that Abel lost consciousness before being struck. Abel suddenly vomits black blood. His eyes roll back and he continues spewing blood, clearly poisoned. Vincent reacts with alarm at Abel's sudden state. The family head and others also react in shock and concern. Onlookers stare in horror, realizing something disastrous has happened. The crowd screams that Abel is coughing blood and priests are urgently summoned. Carmen rushes over and demands an explanation from the priest. The priest diagnoses that Abel has been struck by a deadly, unidentifiable poison. Vincent is stunned to hear talk of poison. Carmen turns on Vincent, accusingly implying he poisoned Abel. Vincent protests in disbelief, asking what Carmen is talking about. He insists he did nothing to Abel. Elder Iago slams Vincent to the ground and restrains him. Iago declares Vincent will be imprisoned until the cause of the poisoning is determined. Vincent, pinned down, calls out desperately to Elder Iago. Terrified, he begs to be saved. He sobs that he does not want to die. From his stretcher, the semi-conscious Abel voices a blood-choked accusation that he trusted Vincent and asks why he was betrayed. Abel weakly begins to speak again. With his last bit of strength, Abel forces out Carmen's name. Iago contemptuously asks if Vincent wanted the heir's position badly enough to murder his own brother. A cloaked figure cries out Carmen's name, challenging him. Vincent's spirit seethes, calling Carmen the one person he can never acknowledge. He vows that Carmen will never inherit Khan's and Aslan's legacy. Vincent is locked behind iron bars. Later, he sits in a cell with his ghostly companion, while Herka grumbles about being imprisoned again. Vincent tries to refocus, saying anyway. He asks Herka why she is in prison too, and she explains she was held responsible as fortress commander. Herka admits she probably angered Elder Pitinel and thinks this imprisonment is his payback. She nervously asks Vincent a question. She wants assurance that Vincent had not actually intended to poison Abel, and he vehemently denies it. Vincent worries that if Carmen has his way, the investigation will brand him the poisoner. Determined, Vincent decides he must escape the cell. He tries using thunder force and giant skills to rip the bars apart. A glowing magic barrier activates, blocking his attempt. Herka confirms that powerful binding magic restrains the entire prison. Vincent says this magic interferes with mana itself, making breaking out from inside nearly impossible. Herka laments that if the strong warrior Bar 1 were present, he could smash the barrier, but she realizes he has been missing since they returned. Puzzled, she wonders aloud where her deputy commander has gone. A stern voice interrupts, telling them to stop chatting. Iago arrives holding the sealed vial and announces that the investigation results are complete. Carmen's sister fumes and calls out his name. Iago reveals that the same poison found on Abel and Vincent's wooden sword was discovered in Vincent's quarters. He accuses Carmen of trying to kill his brother with poison in what should have been an honorable duel. Carmen retorts that a true warrior answers accusations with strength and calls such conduct disgraceful. Vincent claims ignorance of the alleged evidence, but Iago warns that if the council accepts it, Vincent will be condemned. Iago gleefully states that Vincent will be executed on the spot under family law. Vincent's allies react in horror at the prospect of immediate execution. As Iago walks away, he inwardly mocks Vincent as an arrogant brat. He thinks triumphantly that all the evidence has been fabricated and Vincent cannot escape. Iago looks forward to seeing Vincent humbled when facing execution. Suddenly the family head enters the prison, startling Iago. Carmen is surprised to see his father there. From outside the cells someone reacts to a revelation, asking if it is true. Vincent confirms that the deputy commander has been missing for 2 years. Herka explains that Barb-1 was last seen at his late sister's house. Vincent recalls how that house soon burned down. Herka adds that since that fire there has been no word from Barb-1, and no one knows if he is alive. Vincent, staring at a torch, wonders what Carmen is plotting. Meanwhile, Carmen tells the family head that Abel's condition is critical and that the unknown poison makes treatment impossible, then pointedly asks if his father will really let Abel die. The long-haired man feigns ignorance, asking what the other is talking about. His father surges forward wreathed in purple power, saying he does not know either. The father strikes him with a powerful blow, sending him flying. The father accuses his son of becoming arrogant by relying on the council and thinking everything will go his way. The son mocks that his father found no evidence, saying otherwise the Black Sword unit would have taken him to the main estate. Grabbing him, the father reminds him of the warrior's duty to use strength only to protect and seek truth, the very lesson he once taught his son. The son retorts that such a rage-filled attack goes against a warrior's duty. Enraged, the father slams him to the ground, shouting that he dares lecture him about duty. The father broods, questioning what is so great about that so-called duty. The son, sitting up and grinning, urges his father to simply crush anything he dislikes rather than be bound by duty. He declares he is different from his father, that times are changing, and he will use any means to fulfill his desires. The father demands to know why he wants to become head and why he is going so far. The son screams that he hates anyone being above him, including Vincent, Dia, and even his father. He raves that he cannot stand anyone looking down on him. Smirking on the floor, he tells his father to watch closely as he shows how he will take his place. The father ominously asks if he is sure it is all over. He warns his son that Vincent has not been defeated yet and is still acting. The father believes Vincent is already analyzing everything and looking for a way to overturn the situation. Vincent and his friend reason that identifying the exact poison is crucial to clearing Vincent's name. They infer that, given Abel's caution, the poison must be a rare type whose source can reveal the true culprit. Vincent recalls a distinct smell like the sea coming from the poison. His friend is surprised at the mention of the sea, and Vincent clarifies it was a strong fishy stench. The friend associates the fishy smell with Carmen, the pirate queen. Realization dawns in the friend's eye as the idea clicks. He excitedly shouts that he has figured out what the poison is. He identifies it as poison from a creature called the toxic lantern angler. He explains that this predator lives in the deep seas of the pirate archipelago and lures prey with glowing poisonous tendrils. From those tendrils a colorless but lethal toxin is extracted. Vincent recalls hearing that this poison is used in pirates' internal conflicts and concludes pirates, especially that woman, are behind it. The friend panics, explaining that anyone poisoned by a toxic lantern angler will have their body melt away into water within 5 hours. He calculates that if Abel was poisoned after Carmen appeared, he will reach that fatal 5-hour limit by sunset. He realizes Abel is undergoing healing rites but will still die if nothing is done. He screams that Abel will be dead by sunset. Someone objects internally that the current course of action is unacceptable. A subordinate begs the Lord for permission to act. She desperately requests to interrogate Carmen herself immediately. The father points out that doing so might cost Abel his only chance at survival. He recounts how he spoke with Carmen and that the pirate clearly disliked his approach. He fears that if Carmen is humiliated or forced to kneel, he may spitefully conceal the poison's identity. The father notes that, under the present time pressure, other options are limited. He concludes that they do not have much time left before sunset. Someone cries out in shock upon hearing that Abel will die at sunset. Vincent and his ally agree they must hurry since Abel's survival is his only proof of innocence. Vincent adds that beyond proving innocence, he has his own reasons to save Abel. Remembering Abel's betrayal, Vincent wonders why someone he trusted turned on him. He recalls seeing Abel's covered, lifeless body and feeling devastated. Vincent admits Abel was never kind to them, but says letting him die unjustly would still be wrong. He thus resolves that they must save Abel no matter what. His ally, still chained, asks if they even have a way to escape the prison. Vincent explains that every surface of the prison is woven with magic like iron bars, making breaking out by force impossible. The ally adds that their weapons were confiscated, insisting there is no way to escape before being cut off. Vincent suddenly thinks he has found an idea. A new arrival warns Vincent that he is going to die in that cell. Vincent recognizes the figure. The intruder is revealed as Pirate Queen Sarita, and Vincent demands to know why she is here. Sarita mocks the inlanders as soft, saying real pirates kill captured enemies immediately. She demonstrates her ruthless creed, slashing with her weapon and insisting prisoners should be killed to avoid future trouble. Elsewhere, onlookers gossip that training has stopped and spread rumors that Lord Vincent used poison. Townsfolk question why Vincent would resort to poison, speculating he must have been exhausted by his fourth opponent. One man laughs that Vincent's true, low character has finally shown itself. Vincent's supporters fume but are urged not to argue with such people. One supporter quietly prays that Vincent will prove his innocence and leave safely. She then hears something unexpected and reacts with confusion. A hooded stranger appears behind her at sunset, startling her. She gasps in recognition, shocked by who the figure is. A sudden burst of water energy erupts, signaling a powerful technique being unleashed. Sarita summons a gigantic water shark-like spirit called the Devourer of the Wave. She channels that summoned power, readying a devastating slash. She unleashes a wide-ranging water attack called Wave Wedge. The attack surges through the prison. Vincent and his ally realize they cannot dodge it without using mana. The ally is caught in the torrent and cries out in alarm. She realizes the enemy has read her movement perfectly. Vincent calls out to his commander and forms his own magic water circle. His spell disrupts the incoming water stream around the commander. Sarita is shocked that her attack has been stopped mid-flow. She realizes Vincent possesses the same water-type blessing she does. Vincent sees this as his opportunity to counterattack. He sends a focused wave strike back at Sarita. Sarita exclaims in disbelief at the overwhelming counterattack. The prison's magic barriers flare and strain under the onslaught. Vincent screams as the prison's anti-mana effect inflicts intense backlash on his body. Water orbs and debris float as Sarita slams into the ground, hurt. Seeing the water spill out of the broken gate, she is bewildered by what just happened. The commander rushes to Vincent's side, but he insists that he is fine. Sarita laughs it off, realizing the prison was specially constructed by the magic tower. She explains that inside this prison, using mana damages one's own mana circuits, so prisoners are effectively helpless. She toys with the residual water magic in her hand, preparing another move. She then conjures an immense water wave, boasting that all they can do now is die. Vincent is horrified by how dire the situation has become. He shouts to his commander to take as deep a breath as possible. Sarita creates a gigantic whirlpool-like wave prison that engulfs the entire cell. Vincent and the commander are dragged underwater, still shackled. From outside, Sarita mocks them, asking how it feels to be trapped in an endless sea. Underwater, Vincent considers how long they can hold their breath, noting even elite divers suffocate after a few minutes. Sarita jeers that at least inland, their bodies will not become fish food. Vincent and the commander are urged mentally to just drown and die. Suddenly another figure appears, denying that outcome. The newcomer declares that it is actually the pirate queen who will drown and begins casting a release brand spell. He activates the brand of release, sending blue lightning through the prison's magic. The imprisoning bars shatter under the explosive force. The unleashed water surges out through the destroyed wall, flooding past Sarita. Sarita is stunned that a prison built by the magic tower could be broken so easily. A broken shackle falls, and a calm voice tells Sarita to relax. Vincent grips a metal bar and notes that, being inland, the situation is different now. He raises a massive wave with his staff, saying that drowning here will not make anyone fish food. Surrounded by blue energy, Vincent assures Sarita she will not become fish food. He then launches a powerful water arc named Soheil toward her. Sarita braces herself, refusing to be underestimated by the young master. She calls upon a blessing titled the one who swallows the waves, raising her own water power. Vincent's blade bears down on Sarita as she looks up wide-eyed. Her eye widens further in terror as the attack closes in. Outside, an immense burst of blue energy erupts through the mountain, visible from afar. Vincent stands in the hole blasted through the fortress wall, sword extended toward the sunset. Smiling back, he thanks his rescuer for saving his life. The fortress commander, carrying the unconscious commander, greets Vincent after a long time. Vincent says he would like to talk but there is no time, and the commander tells him he understands the situation and will handle things here. The commander calls Vincent's name to get his attention. He says he watched Vincent's earlier fight and is impressed by how much he has grown in 2 years. Vincent, moved, addresses him respectfully as fortress commander. Vincent gives a small smile in response. He promises to give the commander a proper salute when he returns from his mission. The commander watches Vincent leap off into the snowy landscape outside the fortress. The commander regrets that he probably will not receive that salute for some time. Resolute, he vows not to return to the fortress until the current crisis is resolved. He internally swears to keep searching until he finds the source of the nightmare. The commander's subordinate, waking, anxiously calls his name. She panics, demanding to know what happened and where Vincent and the pirate queen went. She finds herself suddenly in the forest near the fortress, surprised to see a campfire already burning. Touching her head, she recalls hearing Sir Bargain's voice. She notices a scroll and a magic circle pattern laid beside her. She realizes that the scroll and magic diagram must be Sir Bargain's work. Meanwhile, Vincent and Sarita clash again outside, their powers freezing and shattering the terrain. Vincent remarks that merely being caught in that torrent was never enough to kill someone like her. He acknowledges that if she were that weak, she would not hold the title of Pirate Queen. Vincent demands that she hand over the antidote to the agui poison, reminding her they are running out of time. Sarita, impressed he has already deduced the poison, grins and prepares another move. She decides that, because of his insight, she has even more reason not to let him live and unleashes another massive water attack. Vincent is shocked by the enormous scale of her full power assault, realizing she had been holding back inside the prison. He sinks deep into the manufactured sea, surrounded by blinding light. He notes that with his blessing he will not suffocate, but staying too long in an enemy-controlled environment is dangerous. Searching underwater, he wonders where Sarita has disappeared to. Suddenly he spots something and narrows his eyes. He attacks, thinking he has located her. He is stunned when his strike lands on something unexpected. He realizes it is only a water clone, a scarecrow of liquid mimicking her shape. Sarita, hidden, crows that she has him now. Vincent clicks his tongue in frustration, realizing he has been deceived. He then activates a powerful technique called forced and naval formation, merging fully with his water spirit. Empowered, he dives down from above with a colossal energy strike aimed at Sarita. Sarita complains that sharing the same water blessing makes this drag on, and decides she must unleash a decisive large-scale technique. Before she can, Vincent addresses her directly, saying he has one question to ask. Vincent confronts Sarita's water spirit, insisting someone with her power could not have lost to Carmen at sea. Sarita asks Vincent if he knows the greatest virtue of a pirate. She declares that virtue is greed, the desire to surpass every other pirate. Sarita admits Carmen actually lost to her. Narration recalls Carmen's failed voyage, mediocre skills, and quick defeat at sea. In a flashback, Carmen tells a younger Sarita not to look, shielding her from the grim scene. The young boy explodes in rage, demanding not to be looked down on. Sarita remembers seeing a burning desire inside him. She realizes his eyes were not those of a warrior but of a pirate. Sarita says she followed Carmen because she wanted to see where his destructive desire would lead. Vincent, surrounded by water, begins invoking his own water technique. Water gathers around his sword as he channels his power. Sarita summons a gigantic water shark and vows she cannot let the young master hold her back. She unleashes her name technique Waves Swallower. Vincent prepares a secret art in response. His eyes sharpen as he completes the technique. A colossal column of water erupts, causing a shipwreck-like explosion inland. Sarita watches the towering water mass crash down like a storm. She proudly explains this devastating attack is what earned her the title of Pirate Queen and has sunk every ship it hit. She now intends to sink Vincent as well. A mystical emblem appears, signaling a powerful water-related authority. Sarita is suddenly stunned as darkness falls around her. She wonders why the world has suddenly gone dark. Vincent, wreathed in blue power, formally addresses Pirate Queen Sarita. He tells her to watch closely as he reveals the true nature of his sword. Vincent identifies his weapon as Abel den Ilum, the sword once wielded by the Dragon King. Elsewhere, pained groans echo from a sealed dungeon door. Inside, Abel writhes and screams in agony as the poison ravages him. Carmen stands over the half-melted Abel, observing his condition. Carmen coolly remarks on Abel's ruined state. The suffering Abel begs his older brother to spare him. Carmen rages, demanding to know why Abel stubbornly refuses to die. Carmen orders Abel to stop struggling and just melt away and die. He says Abel exists, only to die in this way. A guard rushes in to report an emergency to Lady Carmen. When asked, the guard stammers that young Lord Vincent and Fortress Chief Herka are involved. Carmen is shocked to hear they have escaped confinement. As the ground shakes, Carmen curses and his subordinate wonders if it is an earthquake. Looking outside, Carmen demands to know what is happening. His eyes widen as he sees the distant disturbance. He notices water raining down in the distance, clearly linked to the battle. Back at the battlefield, Sarita is caught off guard by Vincent's sudden vertical strike. The ground is shattered, Sarita and Vincent stand apart, and Sarita's sword hand trembles. Sarita is stunned that someone not even 20 years old possesses such power. She realizes his single attack has carved a massive chasm and crater in the land. Shivering, she thinks of Vincent as a monster. She upgrades that thought, recognizing him as a monster on a completely different level. Vincent demands that she hand over the antidote, knowing she kept one for herself. He silently studies her, seeing her reflected in his eye. Vincent tells Sarita he does not see greed in her eyes and asks what truly motivates her to fight. Sarita, unsettled, wonders what his strange eyes are aiming for. Vincent explains his goal is to correct twisted truths, and that he must become strong to do so. Sarita asks if he means becoming stronger even than Carmen. Vincent says he must surpass not just his father but anyone if necessary. Sarita is left speechless by his resolve. Admitting defeat, Sarita concedes that Vincent's greed, power, and ambition exceed her own. She tosses him a vial but warns him with a lingering however. Smiling, she calls herself a cowardly pirate, implying a trick. Vincent smells the vial and realizes it contains the deadly lantern angler toxin. As both he and Sarita reach for it, Herka appears and snares the vial with her whip. The whip coils around the vial, saving it from breaking. Herka confirms she has secured it. Vincent calls out to the fortress chief in relief. Sarita mocks him, saying the poison is diluted and sloppy. She tries to attack, but Vincent counters, insisting most of it is only water. Vincent, now soaked and angry, curses the situation. Sarita screams Vincent's name in frustration. Sarita laughs madly, saying his victory will be short-lived. Herka lashes out at Sarita, furious at her treachery. Sarita says they will meet again in 5 hours, the time limit tied to the poison. She escapes on a water whip, warning Vincent he must survive until then. Vincent notes that the real threat is the steam formed by the poison and water. He realizes his foe has vanished from sight. Herka runs to the staggering Vincent, shocked by what is happening. She despairs that even Vincent has fallen victim to the poison and wonders if they are out of options. Vincent clenches his fist and simply says no. He declares that being poisoned has actually completed the preparations for his plan. He reveals that his scheme will make the antidote come to him. Time shifts back to the Adenka fortress courtyard, 30 minutes before sunset. In the courtyard, the family law is recited, stating that any family member who breaks away will be subdued under a wanted order. Carmen invokes that law against her Kake Bell, who fled and hid herself. The elders extend the same impending punishment to Vincent Adenka. The patriarch solemnly issues an official wanted order. Purple power crackles as he prepares to confront whoever challenges him. He vows to see this conflict through to the very end. Carmen, thinking to himself, says he will not give his father any excuse to intervene. Raising his sword, Carmen rallies everyone to hunt down the fugitives. He orders his men to use any means necessary and to bring Vincent back without fail. Vincent interrupts, saying there is no need to chase him. Standing outside, battered but defiant, Vincent announces he will not run. He releases a burst of power from his hand, activating his blood mist plan. Red smoke spreads through the courtyard as soldiers panic at the strange phenomenon. Carmen realizes it is not simple smoke and begins to sense what it truly is. The patriarch identifies it as blood sprayed into a fine mist. Vincent explains that this blood mist will make the true poisoner impossible to hide. Carmen approaches, mocking Vincent for voluntarily returning and putting on such a show. Vincent, bleeding but determined, prepares to answer him. Carmen presses his blade to Vincent and asks if he has gone mad facing execution. Vincent admits he would die at this rate, so he will do anything necessary to survive. He loudly reveals he was recently exposed to Pirate Queen Sarita's poison. Carmen recoils in shock, demanding Vincent repeat himself. The priestess repeats in disbelief that it was Sarita's poison. Another elder deduces the blood mist must therefore be laced with that poison. Vincent points out it is already too late for them to shield themselves. He tells everyone that if they want to live, they must capture the Pirate Queen and obtain the antidote. Carmen, sweating, realizes Vincent has forced everyone's cooperation under threat of death. The gathered nobles murmur in fear that, if Vincent is truthful, everyone present is poisoned. Herka marvels that Vincent pulled off such a crazy move without flinching. One noble scoffs, starting to question Vincent's claim, but is cut off. The truth-seer priestess confirms that Vincent did not lie. Another elder acknowledges Vincent really was exposed to poison and fears it is already in their bodies. Carmen panics internally, hoping no one looks his way. He worries they will soon realize he is the real culprit. Vincent calmly quotes Sarita that the poison needs about 5 hours to take full effect. Carmen calculates he has 5 hours to secure the antidote before anyone realizes he is also poisoned. Remembering Abel's suffering, Carmen fears he will melt like his brother if he fails. Greedy thoughts about claiming all of Adenka drive him to insist he cannot die yet. He decides his first priority is to find Sarita and runs, leaving blackened blood spots behind. Inside a corridor, Sarita appears before him, surprising him just as he is thinking about her. Carmen curses Vincent internally, thinking Sarita's arrival now is disastrous for him. Sarita staggers in, poisoned and bleeding, while others call for a priest. Carmen panics that being publicly linked with Sarita right now will ruin him. Vincent notes that, like it or not, Sarita has no ally on land other than Carmen. An elder spots Sarita and orders the guards to seize the Pirate Queen for the antidote. Soldiers rush at Sarita, desperate to find out where the antidote is. Sarita, surrounded, wonders why Carmen's allies are suddenly turning on her. Carmen, sweating and desperate, demands she hand over the antidote. Sarita, hurt, asks if Carmen is not going against his own orders never to give the antidote to him. Carmen thinks that if Abel wakes up their entire scheme will collapse. He yells at Sarita to give him the antidote immediately, reminding her of her vow of absolute obedience, and blaming her for everyone's impending death. Sarita relents with a sigh and grips her eye patch. She removes the eye patch and reveals that the powder inside it is the antidote. Carmen reaches for it, relieved that they have at least saved their lives for now. Vincent snatches it first, casually musing aloud. Holding the eye patch, Vincent asks Carmen how long Abel has been collapsed, clearly not planning to give it up. The patriarch answers it has been about 5 hours, which Vincent notes is precisely the critical time frame for the poison. Vincent explains that Sarita's poison and Abel's share the same characteristics. Another elder presses Carmen, asking why Sarita is using a poison so similar to the one that afflicted Abel. The patriarch pointedly asks Carmen if Sarita is not supposed to be his loyal follower. Power flares around the patriarch, as he demands Carmen reveal everything he knows. Carmen trembles when his father ominously calls his name. Sarita, barely conscious, demands Carmen explain what is happening. She screams for an explanation as Carmen's sword swings toward her. The strike cuts through her, blood spraying. Carmen immediately feigns outrage, accusing Sarita of deceiving him and throwing Adenka into chaos with poison. As she lies dying, Sarita hears him denounce her as a rootless pirate and weakly calls Carmen's name. Carmen stands over her fallen body, sword bloody, while soldiers look on in shock. Watching, Vincent murmurs that the situation has become troublesome. Carmen realizes that by killing Sarita he has doomed relations with the pirates and ruined 2 years of island development plans. Vincent coldly remarks that it is unfortunate for Carmen that all his efforts over the past 2 years have just been wasted. Vincent summons the spirit Pok, who enthusiastically appears and addresses him. Vincent gives Pok an antidote to deliver to Priest Chavon with instructions on how to explain it. As Vincent finishes, elders rush toward him, shouting for him to wait and stop. One elder frantically demands that Vincent leave some antidote for the rest of them, fearing they will all die. Vincent casually assures them they will be fine. He reveals that he is the only one who was actually poisoned. An elder stares in shocked disbelief at this revelation. Herka explains that what she sprayed on everyone earlier was actually her own blood, not poison. The elders explode in outrage, accusing Vincent and Herka of deceiving the Elder Council. Dia realizes Vincent never specified whose blood it was and notes that this tiny omission had big consequences. Sarita reels from the psychological blow, realizing her sacrifices may have been for nothing. She thinks of the pirate archipelago Sarita, lamenting that she has thrown everything away with her own hands. Elsewhere, Prince Abel writhes in agony, feeling he can no longer endure. His body continues to melt as he screams. Priests panic that Abel's body is disintegrating and desperately pour more divine power into him. One priest warns that if they fail, the young lord will truly die. Golden powder begins flowing toward Abel's body. The priests notice the sparkling substance covering their hands and wonder what this powder is. Ordered to stand back, they watch the gathered powder being directed toward Abel. Vincent identifies the powder as the antidote and urges them to send it to Prince Abel. The powder lands on Abel's ruined body. His body glows brightly as the antidote activates. The priests shield their eyes from the blinding light pouring from Abel. When the light fades, a priest joyfully reports that Abel's body has stopped melting. He calls it a miracle. Vincent observes with relief that Abel's poison seems gone and that they were just in time. The Lord and Dia quietly exhale, sharing a tense, relieved moment. Carmen is horrified, realizing he personally delivered the antidote to Abel. He fixates on Abel as the one person who knows he used the poison. Carmen fears the day Abel wakes and tells their father the truth. Abel lies unconscious and bandaged, still not yet awake. Carmen panics internally, convinced his life is ruined. He decides he must act before Abel regains consciousness. Vincent asks when Abel will wake, and the healer replies that though the poison is gone, Abel needs time to recover. The healer recommends keeping Abel in a healing-induced coma for a week, which Carmen secretly views as divine help. Carmen resolves that if he can kill both Vincent and Abel within that week, his plans will be back on track. An elder proposes that Carmen, credited with resolving the case, be rewarded appropriately. The Lord questions the idea, but Vincent calls it a wise suggestion, supporting the reward. The Lord looks to Vincent in surprise. Vincent agrees that they should proceed with rewarding Carmen. Time skips to the next day. The family publicly declares the poisoning incident to be Sarita's lone crime and clears Vincent and Herka of all charges. Yet there is a lingering caveat to this resolution. Official credit for defeating the pirate queen and resolving the crisis is publicly given to Carmen. Dia asks Vincent if he is truly fine with this, warning that pushing Carmen too hard might lead him to hurt others again. Vincent says letting Carmen enjoy a temporary victory is the safest move for now and apologizes to Dia, owing her a favor. The Lord watches Vincent and Dia from afar, silently taking in their attitude. One elder prompts the Lord to award the medal, which he grudgingly agrees to do. Before the crowd, the Lord praises Carmen for eliminating a major threat and for saving his brother's life. The Lord presents Carmen with a medal, commending him. Vincent reacts sharply as he hears the Lord's sincere praise of Carmen. The Lord pointedly calls out Vincent's name. Vincent looks up at his father's back as the man stands like a judge over the arena. The Lord narrows his eyes, gauging Vincent's response. Vincent stares back, stunned and conflicted. The crowd cheers that Carmen's new medal is a game-changer, and that he is favored as the next head. Vincent thinks to himself that receiving praise now is premature. He steels his resolve, believing the real battle is only beginning. Carmen receives congratulations for his elevation. Vincent strides toward Carmen and the Lord, declaring that this moment is where he proves himself. He inwardly condemns Carmen for harming family for ambition. Vincent proclaims that Carmen has no right to become head of Adenka and that he will prove it. Drawing his sword against Carmen, Vincent declares he will show that he has strength worthy of the Adenka name. Carmen admits he wanted to kill Vincent anyway and now has a convenient excuse. In a rage, Carmen accepts Vincent's challenge, vowing to kill him. A shocked onlooker calls out to Vincent in alarm. The spectators cry that Prince Vincent has challenged Lord Carmen and argue over whether this is mutiny or a possible upset. The Lord accepts the duel between his sons and orders them to prove the results of their past 2 years to him. One elder tries to calm everyone, noting that emotions are running too high. Another elder worries that it is too early for Cadet Vincent to face Carmen. A counselor demands to know what they are doing, as Carmen prepares to attack Vincent on the spot. He warns Carmen that killing his underage brother in a duel would ruin his reputation. He further explains that Carmen would be seen as a heartless brother, and that their real goal is to divert attention away from Vincent. Carmen wrestles with the temptation to kill Vincent now but knows angering the elders before the succession contest would be dangerous. He reluctantly admits he was getting carried away trying to bully his younger brother. Vincent reminds the elders that he, not Carmen, cut off Sarita's arm and that Carmen merely struck for her throat. Herka protests when Vincent credits her presence at his side as additional support. She insists that unless Carmen is crushed now, he will again endanger Vincent and Abel. Vincent notes that the Elder Council's objection is technically reasonable. He recalls that fortress service and 9 badges are the right proving a warrior's qualification. Thus, as a mere rank B cadet, Vincent is officially unqualified to challenge Carmen. Herka concludes that Vincent only needs to prove he is stronger than a fortress-breaking warrior. She suddenly realizes someone fitting that description is present. Hina Adenka strides forward, stating that it must be proven here and now in full view of the elders. Herka panics at Hina's appearance, asking why she is here. Someone off-panel reacts that the situation may already be resolved. Observers remark that it seems the Elder Council and Carmen are backing down. Carmen clicks his tongue and tells Vincent to consider himself lucky. Vincent interjects with a provocative remark. He taunts Carmen, asking if he is running away out of fear of losing. Vincent dismisses the concern as pointless, clearly baiting Carmen. Carmen darkly points out that losing would not be Carmen's first defeat. Enraged, Carmen turns on him. He promises that if pushed, he really will kill Vincent. The elders frantically restrain Carmen, urging him to fight Vincent later instead. Carmen bristles at the suggestion he could lose. The counselor hastily backpedals, trying to calm him down. Carmen grits his teeth in frustration. He grudgingly admits their logic is correct for now and decides to back off, with a warning. As he stalks away, Carmen threatens to behead them if they interfere again. The counselor berates Vincent for his arrogance, asking if he knows who helped him get this far. Vincent's younger brother urges him not to let Carmen escape, and Vincent agrees they may have to forcibly intervene. Hina steps up and asks permission to accept Vincent's challenge in his place. Carmen recognizes her, and is stunned. Vincent also realizes who she is. The crowd erupts as Hina appears in her battle attire. A noblewoman loudly identifies her as Third Princess Hina Adenka, famed for breaking through the fortress last year. Carmen demands to know why Hina has come and whether she intends to support Vincent. He reminds Hina of his previous threats involving Laurent, implying consequences. Hina calmly says Laurent will be safe. She reveals that because of Yongrim's agreement, dragonfolk soldiers guard Laurent, so harming him would mean making Yongrim an enemy. Vincent and Hina stand side by side on the platform as someone begins to respond. Hina warns Carmen that she will not stay passive either. Carmen sees that she dares oppose him. Hina apologizes to Vincent for inserting herself into the matter. Dia nervously asks Hina not to act so abruptly and wants to propose an alternative. Hina suggests that she and Vincent first duel, with the winner then challenging Carmen. She will support Carmen as next head if she loses. Carmen is shocked when Hina offers to back his succession if he defeats her. The Lord reflects that Hina's offer could finally end the stalemate over choosing a successor. Carmen thinks that if he can first defeat Hina, his succession fight with Dia will be decided in his favor. He imagines winning Hina's entire faction to his side. The metaphorical scales of power begin to tip in Carmen's mind. Carmen concludes that he might win the succession by default and even surpass his rival Dia. He also plans that even if Vincent beats Hina, Vincent will be exhausted, allowing Carmen to kill him under the guise of a duel. Smiling, Carmen accepts Hina's proposal. He declares he will fight only the winner of Hina and Vincent's duel. Dia shouts Carmen's name in alarm as he walks away, committed to this new plan. Carmen's eye flashes ominously as he reacts to something said. Dia can only grit her teeth in frustrated silence. Hina remarks that the matter is now settled. Vincent watches her silently, processing the new situation. A herald announces the formal start of the next duel. The officiator proclaims that the duel between Vincent Adenka and Hina Adenka is about to begin. Hina walks forward, stating this arena may become a stage of humiliation for her. Vincent reflects that he always knew he would one day have to defeat Hina but never wanted to disgrace her publicly. He tells Hina he had wished she would not step forward like this. Hina gently tells him not to worry, urging him to keep moving forward and to prove himself through her. She adds that she wants him to advance toward the dream she holds for him. Hina recalls the day at the Francis Art Gallery when Vincent promised to surpass her. She remembers him vowing back then to take up the role of warrior in her place. Now, sword drawn and aura blazing, Hina asks Vincent if he can surpass her at this very moment. Vincent, power surging around him, answers that he will prove it. In the stands, a commentator orders that every detail of the upcoming battle involving sculpture, Hina Adenka be meticulously recorded. The commentator suddenly notices something unexpected. He realizes Hina is actually smiling as she faces the duel. The referee orders both sides to prepare as Hina and Vincent take their positions in the arena. The command to begin is given, and Vincent unleashes his energy. A massive spectral figure of a warrior manifests in glowing blue light. Hina channels that power through her sword and charges. Vincent, startled by her sudden movement, acknowledges how incredibly fast she is. Hina smirks and vows not to let Vincent overtake her without a fight. She activates the mad sculptor Michelian ability so Vincent's victory will be truly brilliant. Pouring in all her power, Hina uses bas relief, driving Mycelian's pillar into the ground. The unleashed force tears a massive trench through the arena wall. Hina lands from the strike, standing at the center of the devastation. Vincent, amused, remarks that his sister is still overly serious about everything. Hina answers that she must give her all or the Elder Council will complain. Lying on the ground, Vincent decides he now has no choice but to respond seriously. Hina senses something unexpected beginning to happen. Vincent triggers the Thunder Power Giant's explosion technique. A gigantic blast of energy, hurling rocks upward, bears down on Hina. Observing, Hina notes that Vincent's thunder technique has become even stronger. Vincent realizes that one tremendous explosion has wiped out all his sculptures. He stands alone atop a stone pillar in the yawning crater left by the blast. Hina crouches and prepares to escalate further, gathering power. Their clash detonates in another blinding explosion. Vincent quietly studies the aftermath, ready for the next exchange. Hina resolves not to allow Vincent any chance to counterattack and swarms him relentlessly. Beams of lightning slice around the arena while she closes in from all sides. A watching cadet gasps in awe at the spectacle. Vincent intercepts Hina's next rush with a purple barrier, blocking her attack. Away from the fight, a bubbly reporter startles a stern woman as she approaches for an interview. The newcomer apologizes and introduces herself as reporter Maria. Maria asks the red-haired woman to analyze the duel since she herself cannot follow it, and the woman hesitantly agrees. The analyst comments that the match is even more one-sided than she expected. A long-haired elder explains that among the 8 Adenka siblings Damien excels at firepower, while Hina is the speed specialist. He continues that with Mycelian's speed Hina should keep endless initiative that someone like Vincent should not endure. Ambitious, he thinks that if he faced Hina he could defeat her and advance toward becoming family head. Maria assumes the age gap makes the duel unfair, but the analyst hints the reality is different. The analyst clarifies that the situation is actually the opposite of what Maria thinks. She explains that after Hina's very first surprise attack, none of her blows have landed. Therefore, she concludes Vincent has been reading Hina's movements perfectly. At the instant Vincent finishes analyzing Hina, he counters with a decisive purple strike. The elder realizes with alarm that Hina's offensive momentum is about to end. Vincent grins, declaring that the initiative now belongs to him. He unleashes heavy blade twin slash, sending twin pillars of purple power skyward. Hina is flung through the air, her sword shattering from the impact. Shards of her broken blade scatter away. A flashback shows a younger Carmen easily defeating a kneeling Hina in training. Back then he told the wounded girl she still had far to go with her current skill. Carmen harshly declared that with such ability she could never hope to become family head, while young Hina believed strength alone earned that title. She once viewed the position as a coveted privilege to seize for success. Her stern father's intense gaze reinforces that old ambition. Remembering, Hina resolves to fulfill Adenka's mission. Vincent narrates that for that mission he is prepared to surpass even his father and Samayan. In the present he smiles, stating that this path of surpassing everyone is exactly what he desires. He reflects that everything changed after he met Hina. Vincent recalls that among the siblings she alone cared about more than just the family head seat. He thinks that such a seat suits someone like Hina, not himself. Yet he affirms that he too is a direct Adenka, activating his water-infused blade. Hina, bolstered by Mycelian's giant form, roars that she will not yield easily. Julian notes that Hina's mana is skyrocketing as she prepares a single decisive blow now that quick attacks no longer work. Vincent answers that they must respond in kind, and Julian silently steels himself. Vincent recalls their childhood sketch of him and the memories tied to it. He remembers Hina's kindness when they were young, sharing food and affection. In the arena Julian shouts agreement as he and Vincent combine forces for their counterattack. Their blue and purple energies collide in a titanic clash that shakes the stadium. Watching anxiously, the analyst believes this next strike will decide the entire match. Vincent focuses, knowing the outcome will indeed be settled by this exchange. He stares back, calm and resolute. Vincent credits Forsiden's blessing, the heavenly fruit, for enabling him to reach this point. Hina thinks that thanks to Vincent she saved someone precious and found real purpose. As their final blows collide, Vincent silently thanks her. The shockwave blooms across the arena, flooding it in light and force. The explosion blasts outward, shaking the entire Colosseum. In the aftermath Hina is hurled skyward while Vincent braces himself below. Vincent's looming silhouette dominates, as Hina falls helplessly from above. Hina's long hair whips as she tumbles, badly injured. She crashes down, armor cracked and ice fragments scattering. Hina ends up kneeling in the rubble, utterly spent, as Vincent and Julian watch from behind. Julian panics and begs Vincent to help their injured sister immediately, but Vincent refuses. Vincent says intervening now would insult Hina's resolve. Blood drips from Hina's hair and clothes as she remains bowed. Vincent tells her he is glad, because the day she truly surpassed him has finally come. He vows to grow even stronger from here. Standing with his massive blade, Vincent promises to become stronger than anyone. Blood continues to fall from Hina as she musters her final words. Smiling weakly, Hina admits open defeat to Vincent. An officiator announces that Lady Hina has conceded the match. The referee proclaims Vincent Adenka the victor of the duel. Later, a healer states that the bleeding has stopped and Vincent will soon recover. Vincent orders the attendants to move the unconscious patient carefully. He notes that now his enemy has nowhere left to run. Vincent loudly claims he has proven himself, saying his martial power has already surpassed fortress rank. He then calls out Lord Carmen, demanding that the powerful warrior face him. A colossal sword slams into the arena as Carmen answers that there was no need to shout. Grasping the sword's hilt, Carmen says he is already present. Carmen reminds Vincent that 2 years ago he promised that upon returning he would challenge him. Sneering, Carmen adds that he would happily send Vincent back to his lowly mother. Vincent instructs Revan to start their duel immediately, and Revan agrees. Facing Carmen, Vincent remarks that his adversary seems to have forgotten those earlier words. Vincent coldly declares that Carmen will pay for insulting his birth mother. Revan raises the flag and commands both sides to prepare. The two warriors square off across the ruined arena. Carmen launches himself at Vincent as the duel begins. Carmen grins manically, relishing the upcoming fight. Vincent glares back with burning red eyes, fully serious. Their weapons collide in a violent impact. Carmen drives Vincent back with a storm of purple-charged slashes. The shockwaves carve a newly shattered trench across the battlefield. From above, the arena spectators see a huge purple sphere of destruction spreading. Two onlookers struggle to withstand the unleashed mana, feeling their bodies strain. Other students gape, stunned that mere clashes of sword and mana can generate such power. Maria watches, overwhelmed, and calls the spectacle incredible. She wonders aloud what divine blessing Carmen possesses, but her companion admits they do not know. The companion reveals that Carmen actually has no divine blessing. It is explained that Khan, Dia and Carmen were all born without blessings. Instead, their natural talent lies purely in overwhelming martial strength. The analyst states that this brute strength is their true gift, though Carmen's is somewhat lacking compared to the others. She warns that even Vincent will struggle against Carmen in a direct confrontation. Vincent braces behind his purple blade as Carmen's sword crashes against it. Other nobles comment that while Carmen might lose to Dia, he still should be far above Vincent. Another observer notes that normally Carmen's overwhelming strength should guarantee his victory even against someone empowered by the heavenly fruit. Yet that person concedes that Vincent's unique sword might change the outcome. Watching the continuing explosions, he thinks Vincent's blade may be able to halt Carmen's ambitions. Seeing Vincent trade blows evenly, he acknowledges Vincent now has strength worthy to speak of the family head seat. Carmen concedes internally that Vincent's swordsmanship and mana control clearly surpass his own and that the Carmen of 2 years ago would have been felled instantly. Vincent decides how to exploit this and steals himself. Carmen hammers the ground where Vincent stood, forcing him to evade. Laughing, Carmen mocks Vincent for running away after all his boasting. He complains that the supposedly exciting fight is turning disappointing. Vincent counters that Carmen's swings have been cutting nothing but empty air. Carmen snarls that this time he will definitely take Vincent's head as he charges again. Mid-swing, he hears an unexpected splash of water. Carmen is shocked to see water suddenly surging around his legs and sword. He realizes in horror that Vincent has activated a water blessing. Observers deduce that Vincent used his evasive maneuvers to secretly draw groundwater into the arena. Vincent points at Carmen and declares that this battlefield now follows his rules. He proclaims that from now on the field belongs to him as towering water erupts around him. Outside the vortex, spectators shout that water is swirling through the arena and Carmen is trapped inside, worrying it may be dangerous. Inside the torrent, Carmen struggles as a faint purple glow slices through the water. He responds with divine sword dance, trying to cut his way free. Dripping and furious, Carmen yells that such a mere water trick will never be enough to defeat him. Vincent plunges his blade into the water, further empowering it. Standing on the electrified surface, he taunts that after playing with water, Carmen should beware electrocution. Carmen realizes with dread that Vincent planned this trap from the very beginning. A massive pillar of lightning drops onto Carmen, eliciting a tortured scream. Vincent watches as Carmen is engulfed by the combined power of water and thunder. Observers note that struck full-on by Forcidans and the Thunder Giant's combined might, Carmen is now defenseless. Vincent resolves that he will finish the battle with his next move. He gathers every divine blessing he possesses into a single chained, glowing strike. The chained, radiant blade surges forward with overwhelming light. Vincent unleashes Chain Link Whole Spirit, combining the powers of his guardian spirits into one attack. The towering spirit manifestation readies its own weapon in concert with his swing. Energy and motion blur together as the supreme strike descends. The black and white blast races toward its target, radiating blinding light. From within the arena, a vast purple explosion erupts upward. A colossal beam of light pierces the sky, visible even from outside the Colosseum. The world turns white and smoky as dust and debris swirl. Maria and the commander run toward the arena, anxiously asking what in the world is happening. The red-haired girl stares ahead in utter disbelief. The blonde boy exclaims that what they are seeing should be impossible. Vincent, tense and sweating, realizes something unprecedented is happening. Vincent clashes blades with Carmen, meeting his crackling purple greatsword head-on. Carmen glares and wonders how Vincent can stand up to his onslaught. Carmen recognizes Carmen's aura as the blessing of the small king and demands to know how she obtained it. Carmen's eye flashes with fury as he processes this revelation. Vincent launches another fierce charge, crossing swords with Carmen again. Carmen tests the small king's armor, noting it boosts both defense and strength more than he expected. Vincent angrily asks how Carmen could be wielding the small king's power. Carmen rushes in, warning Vincent that the surprises have only just begun. Carmen binds his sword in crackling blue chains and hurtles toward Vincent. Vincent realizes Carmen has chained the Thunder Giant's power to his weapon. The chained lightning detonates in a massive blast that shakes the arena. Spectators look on anxiously, demanding to know what is happening inside the dust and lightning. An observer recognizes that Carmen is using Vincent's own sword techniques. Vincent reels as he notes that Carmen has copied both the small king and now the Thunder Giant's power. Carmen, wreathed in electricity, taunts Vincent for thinking he did nothing for 2 years. Carmen reveals that during his 2 years in the pirate archipelago he received the trait imitation from the god called the owner of the obsidian chest. Julian is shocked that Carmen gained the obsidian chest god's dreaded blessing. Vincent asks Julian what kind of god that is, and Julian explains it is a vicious pirate deity whose blessing he once sought but abandoned. Narration begins recounting the legend tied to that god. The legend tells of a notorious pirate so greedy and cruel that even other pirates eventually hunted him down. The pirate was finally sunk into the sea together with his hoarded treasure. His murderous obsession was deified after death, reviving him as a cruel, evil god whose blessing Julian refused. In the past, the skull god appears before Carmen, saying his power demands a price. The god orders Carmen to drown 100 sailors in exchange for 1 power from his treasure chest. When the god asks if Carmen is truly prepared to pay that price, Carmen coldly orders his crew to set sail. Carmen tells his female captain he wants the strength to crush everyone who has ever looked down on him, including her, his father, and Dia. Carmen becomes convinced the skull god can grant him the overwhelming power he craves. Carmen vows to obtain the blessing at any cost while sailors scream and drown around his ship. Back in the present, Vincent is horrified that human lives were Carmen's payment. Vincent furiously condemns Carmen for using such power to kill innocents out of greed instead of protecting others, asking if he feels no shame as a warrior. Carmen smirks, saying Vincent clearly understands this power. Carmen begins weaving another technique, insisting that Vincent's knowledge will not help him. Carmen soars through the air wrapped in blue energy, dismissing the difference that knowledge makes. Vincent braces with his giant lightning blade as Carmen's blue attacks rain down. Vincent realizes Carmen has even copied Forsadin's power. Carmen adds that he has also duplicated the Galaxy Wanderer's abilities, leaving Vincent stunned. Carmen's latest blow smashes into the ground, exploding the arena floor. Vincent stares at the devastation, recognizing that Carmen's last attack mimicked one of his own. He identifies it as an Amelan midsword technique now wielded by Carmen. Vincent reasons that such an imitation ability must require a specific trigger. He deduces that Carmen could copy his power because of something that happened between them earlier. Vincent recalls their first clash, realizing Carmen was exposed to his attack then, satisfying the condition. He concludes that Carmen must first be struck once in order to imitate someone. Carmen confirms Vincent's deduction, pointing out that Vincent kindly hit him with a combo of abilities. Vincent laments how badly the situation has turned, calling it a mess. Vincent realizes Carmen has now become almost a duplicate of himself in power. Carmen denies equality, claiming he stands on a higher level. He charges forward, sword blazing blue, boasting that he is superior. Vincent powers up in response, shouting that he will overpower Carmen. Their immense blue sword waves collide in a titanic clash. Both fighters are shocked by the intensity of the confrontation. Carmen's towering wave keeps pressing in as Vincent struggles to hold his ground. Vincent switches to a golden form, activating Chain Link Join King. He adds Heavy Blade Twin Slash on top of that linked power. The two meet once more, golden arcs crashing against Carmen's force. The impact blasts a huge crater into the arena floor. Vincent analyzes that since Carmen is not freely using other people's blessings, imitation must have limits in duration or usage. Yet he notes Carmen is adapting so quickly that exploiting those limits is difficult. Thunderclouds roil above the stadium. Massive bolts of lightning descend toward the arena. Carmen calls forth the Thunder Giant's full might, and prepares a devastating Great Thunder attack. Julian and Dia are stunned that Carmen is already releasing such overwhelming power. The Thunder Giant channels all its strength into a towering pillar of lightning. Vincent realizes this attack is impossible to block or evade and must think of another way. He focuses on his red sword, spotting a possible solution. Vincent decides the best option is to cut through the attack using a sword path to neutralize it. He launches glowing purple orbs along a projected sword path toward the descending lightning. Narration synchronizes their coming actions in time. Carmen, confident, urges Vincent to use his strange sword path so that it will doom him. Vincent understands that following Carmen's bait will only lead to his own destruction. He realizes Carmen's whole scheme was to make him reveal that secret technique. The Thunder Giant's enormous lightning strike smashes into the arena. Carmen clicks his tongue in disappointment that Vincent survived, calling it a pity. Carmen gloats that if Vincent had dared cut him with that sword path, he could have copied it as well. Vincent, encased in the small king's shield, stands firm but refuses to use the special strike yet. He resolves not to wield his ultimate sword technique carelessly, or he will simply hand it over to Carmen. Carmen mocks that all Vincent's blessings have already been copied, and he fears to use his final trump card. Another blast shakes the arena as the duel resumes. Carmen lunges in again, insisting Vincent has run out of options. Vincent narrowly evades another huge slash, continuing to fight defensively. He notes that Carmen is rapidly mastering the borrowed blessings and may soon surpass him. Carmen, relaxed in the distance, remarks on Vincent's plight. Carmen experiments with combining Galaxy Wanderer and Dwarf King powers to increase his speed even further. Vincent watches tensely, realizing Carmen is getting even stronger. Carmen acknowledges that each blessing is powerful alone but far more dangerous in combination. He now fully understands how to mix the 4 different blessings he has obtained. Vincent is forced to admit Carmen has mastered 4 blessings in mere minutes, a terrifying talent. Vincent angrily condemns Carmen again for using such talent in pursuit of corrupt power instead of martial honor. Carmen sneers back, dismissing Vincent's ideals as the same outdated talk their father used. Carmen proclaims that only victory defines a true warrior. A flashback shows another figure echoing the same ruthless belief that winning by any means is enough. The memory continues, asserting that in history only the victor's record is remembered. Vincent wonders if he is about to kneel once more before that cruel philosophy. He questions whether he will again bow to this method of victory. A voice urges him not to give up, jolting him back to focus. Julian yells that Vincent promised to correct history and must not surrender now. Julian reminds him that the Vincent he knows never gave up even when powerless. Vincent thinks of Julian's faith in him and realizes he cannot give up. He reaffirms internally that the battle is not yet decided. Vincent tells Julian they should use their unfinished joint technique since they have no other option. Julian agrees excitedly, deciding to attempt the risky plan. They enter a starry mental space and study constellation-like lines that seem to encode a sword path. Both brothers think the same thing, sensing those stars form a meaningful pattern. A tall red-clad horned woman appears, confirming they suspected the stars resembled the special strike's sword path. Vincent recognizes her as Anlin, who says he has finally understood. Anlin urges him to follow the constellation once, explaining it as Aslan's legacy. She calls it Aslan's final arrangement as Julian and Vincent prepare to act while Carmen closes in. Carmen rushes them, mocking Vincent for muttering to himself. Carmen gathers every stolen technique into one enormous purple chain strike. He raises the blade in a red storm, vowing this combined attack will cut Vincent down. Vincent knows this new technique he and Julian attempt is his last chance, and charges forward. Carmen laughs that Vincent is foolish for attacking head-on. Vincent sprints straight toward Carmen's descending blade, timing his move to create an opening. He plans to end the entire fight in a single instant. Their clash explodes in another blinding impact. Carmen roars that he will crush Vincent as he is now. Vincent strains to endure, determined to hold on until Julian completes their part of the plan. He grits his teeth, pouring everything into resisting the crushing red blade. Narration announces that they are about to unleash the new technique Anlin gave them. It explains that this technique is built on the sword path of the special strike created by Vincent's master. A vision shows the master inscribing that sword path among the stars. Aslan is shown infusing the technique with the essence of divine power. This divine sword path allows their attack to transcend normal limits. Because of that divinity, Julian as a new god can now create a corresponding sword path himself. Their coordinated move smashes into Carmen's great sword, shattering its power. Vincent rides the resulting explosion along the blade's edge toward Carmen. Carmen realizes in shock that Vincent is charging straight along the greatsword's edge. Vincent and Julian synchronize, deciding this is the moment to act. Vincent combines the special sword strike with Julian's created path through his red sword. Julian channels the newly formed sword path's power at the same time. Narration emphasizes that both actions must occur simultaneously. Together they drive the purple beam straight through Carmen's defenses in a finishing blow. Vincent bares his teeth, fully committed to the decisive attack. Carmen's eye widens in terror as he realizes he cannot copy this. A narrow column of light marks the precise impact point on the arena floor. From high above, the arena glows around that single blinding strike. In the starry realm, Anlin muses about naming this technique since it goes beyond conventional sword paths. She decides the names end and destruction are already hers, so it needs something else. As Carmen's red power crumbles into shards, she calls the result a little disappointing but acceptable. She finally names their joint ultimate move Transcendent Sword Strike. Back in the arena, Vincent finishes the technique, standing with his blade extended as pink shards fall and Carmen's silhouette is split. Carmen, shocked, notes there was no visible sword path before Vincent's attack materialized from nowhere. Vincent explains that while Carmen copied all his other powers, he still had one ability Carmen could never imitate. That unique power is Julian himself, whose existence provided the missing divine element. Spectators realize that thanks to Julian's help, Vincent has truly won the duel. The announcer stammers before declaring the victor of the match. The crowd erupts in joy as the announcer proclaims Vincent the winner of the duel, with his allies cheering behind him. The lord of the house angrily calls out Vincent Adenka's name. A knight carries a severed arm wrapped in cloth. The injured knights approach their superior, cursing in frustration about what happened. One elder, enraged by his defeat, vows to kill Vincent at any cost. He then notices someone's unexpected presence and reacts with confusion. Vincent's father appears, and the elder nervously calls out to him. The lord orders that the arm cut by Vincent's sword be healed using a miracle stone and a high-level priest. As they walk, an elder starts to object about the treatment. Vincent's father coldly says the healing will wait until the source of Vincent's blessings has been fully investigated. The elder is stunned and fearful at this declaration. Reporters excitedly rush to publish a special scoop about young Lord Vincent's victory. They learn in shock that another paper has already broken the story. It is revealed that the outlet Wind Sound pre-wrote and broadcast Vincent's victory from the moment the match began. The Wind Sound reporter proudly admits the article had been prepared in advance. Newspapers around the world explode with news of an event that has not occurred in centuries. They all report on the youngest lord's successful uprising spreading quickly among the populace. Though each paper describes it differently, they all praise Vincent in the same way. A mysterious man in a hat smiles, seemingly pleased by these developments. The media call Vincent's feat a divine leap that marks him as a leader of the next generation. In rage, Elder Pitonel repeatedly stabs Vincent's picture on a manuscript with a dagger. He curses Vincent while driving the dagger straight through the document. Another elder tries to calm Pitonel, addressing him respectfully. Pitonel screams that he is far from calm, his fury boiling over. Others whisper that Vincent has cut down every legitimate heir but the second son, making him unstoppable. Strategists note that the Elder Council's last remaining card is the eccentric, unpredictable second son. The second son stands under the moonlight, silently contemplating. The elders worry that Khan, who backed an heir outside their control, might now attempt something unprecedented. They fear this unprecedented act could be the overthrow of the Adenka Elder Council itself. One elder is shocked into a cold sweat by this possibility. Accepting the situation, he says they must now see the conflict with Vincent through to the end. Another elder insists that Vincent must be brought down. He repeats that they must do so by any means necessary. The scene shifts to a snow-covered Adenka stronghold. Outside in the snow, Vincent's mother congratulates him, warning that he has earned the Elder Council's complete hatred. She remarks that those who stand out are always hammered down. Vincent replies that once he becomes strong enough to withstand such blows, it will be fine. She smiles softly at his confidence. Vincent's mother predicts the Elder Council will soon promote him. Vincent calmly deduces they will attach an impossible or trap-laden mission to that promotion. She urges him not to let his guard down. She explains that the council has shaped Adenka with shrewd strategies for 500 years. She adds that even corrupted by greed, they remain extremely dangerous. She tells him to doubt every circumstance on his mission, and he promises to remember. Admitting she meant to stay out of her children's rivalry, she confesses that Vincent keeps making her intervene. Vincent realizes her warmth feels utterly different from what he felt from his own mother before. He reflects that his experience with his mother was nothing like what he now feels with the lady of the house. He wonders whether the one truly favoring him is the lady of Adenka or his own mother. She asks if he believes his mother might be the one supporting him. Vincent is startled by her question. He admits he hopes it really is his mother who reached out to help him. Hearing this, his mother stands speechless in the snowy wind. She hesitates, thinking perhaps she now understands. Gently, she tells him it appears his mother was indeed the one behind it. Vincent smiles in relief and quiet happiness. He then says that, as her son, he would like to request a few favors. Later, Vincent walks alone through the fortress grounds at sunrise. A comrade runs up calling Vincent's name repeatedly. The red-haired cadet arrives breathless, saying there is a major problem and demanding to know where the fortress commander has been. She thrusts a scroll at him, insisting he read it immediately. Vincent guesses the Elder Council has issued him a mission tied to an extraordinary promotion condition. She shudders at his insight even about this gives her chills. Vincent says he only knew because his mother tipped him off and begins reading the scroll. His eyes widen in shock at the mission contents. The document orders the extermination of monsters in the snow village Julian, treating Vincent as a provisional fortress warrior and granting full promotion upon success. Vincent fixates on the clause that he will become a formal fortress warrior once the mission is completed. Consulting his spectral advisor, he notes the council is acting bolder than expected. He concludes this boldness means the mission itself will be even more dangerous than they thought. Elder Pitonel, planning in parallel, declares that the mission must be made even deadlier. The elders agree that Vincent now wields power they cannot control and must be dealt with. Pitonel sneers that Vincent's uncontrollable power changes nothing. He snarls that it does not matter and presses ahead with his schemes. He decides that if Vincent cannot be crushed directly, they will target him through others instead. In a blizzard-ravaged village, a terrified cadet staggers through ruined houses. A monstrous snow leopard appears behind him as Pitonel resolves to topple Vincent using Elder Council methods. The beast's glowing eyes focus on Vincent's future target, the cadet. Pitonel exults that they will show Vincent exactly how the Elder Council fights. Narration states that before Vincent leaves the fortress, he has a final request for his mother. In a lush glade of blue butterflies, she arrives at a place transformed by powerful mana. She and her companions note the immense mana concentration that even makes grass grow on snowy mountains. A butterfly lands on a rock, marking the sacred site. Vincent has asked her to safeguard the remains of his benefactor Annelin there. The party reverently gazes upon Annelin's massive dragon skeleton displayed atop the cliff. Vincent's message further asks that Master Artisan Hansen be allowed to freely use these remains. The scene shifts to Dragonwood, a grand city built around a colossal pink world tree. Vincent's request also sends his friends Selby and Revan to Dragonwood, where they marvel at the giant tree. A host welcomes Selby, an aspiring historian, and Revan, heir of a record-keeping branch family, as Vincent's friends. The Dragonkin leader promises that her people will help preserve history in written form. She formally welcomes them to Dragonwood, saying preparations are complete. Back in the north, Vincent's team advances through the blizzard toward the Tursan Range village. Vincent leads his companions in winter gear as they enter the snowy forest. He cheerfully calls out their destination, Julian. On the way, they review how Julian's hamlets once had a protective magic barrier but now suffer frequent monster attacks. They note on a map that several outlying villages have already been wiped out and survivors are evacuating to the central settlement. One cadet notices another detail on the map and points it out. They realize 3 advanced team cadets have already been deployed there. Meanwhile, one of those advanced cadets is smashed into the ground by a hulking green monster. He crashes hard into the snow, badly hurt. Panicking, he curses his situation. He sees that a snow leopard has mauled his leg, leaving him unable to move. The towering ogre behind him roars, preparing to finish him off. He stares in disbelief, realizing there is yet another monster. A second, darker ogre looms behind him, adding to his terror. The 2 monsters charge in together, closing in for the kill. Their feral faces are shown as they bear down menacingly. The frightened cadet thinks this must be the end for him. Suddenly, a powerful impact shakes the surroundings, interrupting the attack. The cadet opens his eyes in confusion and sees someone standing between him and the ogre. Vincent has blocked the ogre's massive fist with a glowing barrier, calmly facing the enemy. He asks the fallen cadet if he is alright. The cadet gasps that Vincent actually stopped the ogre's blow. Vincent's attendant Sari is praised for doing it so easily. A blazing projectile of fire streaks down from above. The fireball explodes on the ogre's chest as Vincent and the cadet watch. Another teammate uses magic from above to pin the ogre down. Delighted, she exclaims that she has just slain her first monster. The remaining ogre reacts in shock as something cracks behind him. Enchanted butterflies swarm him, signaling another spell taking hold. Revan channels the butterfly's power as Vincent prepares a finishing combo. Their magic links into shining nodes in the sky. Together they unleash a technique called Transcendent Sword Strike, cleaving straight through the ogre. One advanced cadet watches in speechless awe. He mentally calls Vincent's display amazing as the team stands triumphant over the fallen monster. Vincent offers his hand and asks the rescued cadet if he is hurt anywhere. Overwhelmed, the cadet suddenly throws his arms around Vincent. Their other 2 companions gape in stunned disbelief. Crying, the cadet thanks Vincent and admits he thought he was going to die. Vincent holds him awkwardly, at a loss for words. Later, Vincent points out that the cadet's body is cold and says they should light a fire. Around the campfire, they share hot drinks while recovering from the battle. The rescued cadet happily remarks that Vincent's attendant is incredibly kind. Wilson blushes violently at this, clearly smitten. Vincent deduces from the situation that she must be one of the advanced cadets. Her identity is confirmed as third-rank cadet Mariel. Narration explains Mariel is famed as the Red Fortress's most beautiful cadet, adored as many students' first love. Male cadets are shown swooning over her, illustrating why she has that reputation. Her title, First Love Mariel, is explicitly stated. Wilson clutches his chest, deciding she is far out of his league. Another girl grumbles internally that the drink is already lukewarm, questioning why Mariel coyly blows on it. She glares jealously, thinking to herself that something else also bothers her. She fumes that Mariel is sitting far too close to Vincent. Vincent, unfazed, asks Mariel if the ogre they just killed was the main target of this subjugation. Mariel answers that they initially believed so, but something changed. Someone in the distance shouts Mariel's name, demanding that she answer. Spotting light from their campfire, searchers cry out that they have found her. 2 more third-rank cadets, Brick and Keshin, rush over relieved that Mariel is safe. They hail their comrades and call out to Mariel as they approach. Suddenly Vincent's sword slams into the ground between them, startling the newcomers. Mariel nervously calls Vincent's name as he steps protectively in front of her. Vincent glares at the 2 cadets and demands to know what on earth they have done. The scene pulls back to show his team encircled by a faint magical barrier while the stunned third-rank cadets stare at the sword, realizing something is very wrong. The blonde soldier furiously yells at someone for daring to throw a sword at them and threatening death. The silver-haired girl stops him, identifying the newcomer as Vincent Adenka who just saved her life. 2 soldiers realize Vincent is the patriarch's 7th son and conclude that makes him an 8th rank. The blonde senior berates the rookie for having thrown his sword at a superior. Vincent coolly cites the fortress manual rule that investigations in bad weather must be done in pairs and questions why Mariel was abandoned. The blonde stammers, starting to justify himself. He complains that following all the rules would make searching the huge snowy mountain impossible and mocks Vincent for acting superior, as only an 8th rank. Another officer announces Vincent has been appointed temporary castle-breaker warrior, a rank even military students must respect. The blonde is shocked at this unheard-of title. He downplays it, insisting Vincent is still a rookie with little mission experience compared to their own contributions to Adenka. Grabbing his sword, he accuses Vincent of flaunting noble lineage. He lunges, claiming experience is what matters. Vincent's eyes glow as he begins to respond to the attack. Vincent easily seizes the blonde's wrist. Vincent flips the blonde over his shoulder. The blonde realizes something is wrong midair. Vincent slams him brutally into the snow. Bruised and coughing, the blonde tries to recover. He freezes when Vincent's sword is suddenly at his throat. Vincent coldly asks if this was the experience the blonde was boasting about. Standing over him, Vincent states that his own past hardships are beyond the blonde's imagination. Vincent warns him not to overstep when he has not even mastered the basics, repeating that he is just a rookie. The scene shifts to Julian, the Central Fortress camp. In town, someone hearing of another beast spirit case reacts in surprise. Inside, the injured officer explains the creature that attacked his leg was not an ogre but something the ogre itself was fleeing from. Marielle recounts encountering a colossal black tiger that began destroying the abandoned village she was investigating. She remembers being moments from death. Terrified, she then noticed something unexpected. She describes how the tiger abruptly turned away. She says it disappeared into the blizzard. Vincent notes that such a black tiger does not belong in snowy mountains, and that its purposeful behavior suggests a controlled beast spirit. He suspects, like in Torniken's mission, that a tamer has brought a dangerous beast spirit here. Marielle, shaken, asks Vincent to hug her because she is scared, surprising him. Vincent is left speechless by her request. She happily clings to him and thanks him. Watching them, the blonde fumes that Vincent is arrogant and resents Marielle for smiling beside him. He orders Vincent to follow him to his room, trying to reassert authority. Vincent dismisses him, saying if there is business the blonde can come to his room instead. The blonde grits his teeth in frustration. Furious, he decides he has been too lenient and prepares to strike Vincent. Vincent's eye glows blue as he reacts. A burst of mana pressure explodes from him, forcing everyone in the room to their knees. Marielle and the blonde struggle to breathe, recognizing that he has just released his mana. The blonde panics, feeling unable to breathe under Vincent's overwhelming presence. Terrified, he wonders if Vincent is even human. Vincent lets the pressure subside. Walking away, he tells the blonde he is out of patience with his childish behavior. Vincent calmly warns that next time he will not be lenient. Left behind, the blonde curses under his breath. Later, someone approaches Vincent's door and knocks. Inside, Julian reports that his search found nothing suspicious and no assassins among the military students. Vincent praises his work. Vincent reflects that if an assassin had been hidden among the students, they would have shown killing intent under his mana pressure. Vincent asks Julian if the enemy has made any moves yet. Outside, Marielle hesitates at Vincent's door, thinking she may have overreacted due to her mother's warnings. She knocks, announcing herself and asking to come in. Vincent, surprised it is Marielle, invites her in. Marielle enters wearing only a slip, carrying a tray with tea. Blushing, she says she is coming in, clearly intending intimacy. Julian is flustered by how beautiful she looks, despite being a spirit with no body. Marielle sets the tea down while Vincent silently watches. Vincent comments that the tea smells good. Marielle smiles and says she chose that particular tea so they could drink it together. She explains she wanted to properly thank him for saving her and apologize for Keshin's rudeness, hoping for a relaxed talk. Vincent questions why she came so late at night. She replies that nighttime is better for this. She places a hand on his chest, leaning closer. She hints that the night is long, implying romantic intentions. Vincent ends up lying back on the bed under her. Straddling him, Marielle seductively says they can form a deep bond tonight. Julian suddenly reacts to mention of the tea, suspicious. He realizes in alarm that she may have doctored the tea. Marielle giggles that soon he will find her even more attractive, revealing the tea's effect. Hovering over him, she assures him she will not hurt him. As she adds that both of them could benefit from this night, Vincent moves sharply. He orders her not to move. Vincent pins her with his sword, explaining her body now perfectly hides him from the watcher outside the window. From outside, a hidden observer sees only a compromising scene. Marielle is stunned that he managed to draw his sword while pretending to be pushed into her. She questions whether even the Elder Council polices cadet flirtations. Confused, she insists she only wanted to get closer, not understanding his talk of watchers and the council. Vincent coolly points out that she used an aphrodisiac brewed from Renaxa petals. Realizing he had known all along, she curses internally. Vincent grins that opportunities should be seized and calls her his first love Marielle. Elsewhere, the blonde slams his fist in anger. He rages alone that Vincent dared to treat him like a fool. He also laments that Marielle, his first love, has completely fallen for Vincent. He screams that he is furious while a friend urges him to calm down. That friend notes the blizzard is easing and offers to go buy supplies. As the friend leaves, the blonde mutters that Vincent will pay. The friend pauses outside, silently noting what he heard. Back in Vincent's room, he demands to know what mission Marielle received from the Elder Council. She nervously asks if he wants her to become a double agent if she tells him. Vincent answers yes, arguing it will be safer for her if she sides with him. She asks why. Vincent reveals his plan to destroy the Elder Council in the near future. Marielle is shocked speechless. The two stare at each other in silence. She laughs nervously that his declaration sounds ridiculous, yet strangely convincing coming from him. She agrees to cooperate but first asks him one question. She bluntly asks if he is impotent or simply prefers men, since he has not reacted to her advances. Vincent reacts blankly, taken off guard. Mariel angrily points out that he stayed pressed against her without even blushing. Julian hysterically blames the old man's soul inside Vincent for ruining his body, while Vincent snaps at him in confusion. Vincent awkwardly explains that she is simply not his type and wonders what she expects of him. Remembering her former mentor calling her childlike, she fumes internally. Mariel stalks away complaining that her pride is wounded. She then says she will still take his hand and work with him. She admits she is indeed a spy for the Elder Council, ordered to seduce him and spend the night with him. She explains they intended to use that relationship to control him. In return, they promised her a brilliant future. Vincent dismisses their scheme as a filthy method. Mariel proposes reporting that she succeeded in seducing him so the council will drop its guard. She suggests it will look more convincing if she actually spends the night in his room. She coyly asks if it would not be natural for her to sleep there. Vincent's eye flashes intensely. He suddenly unleashes his Thunder Giant spell at Mariel, blasting her away. She slams violently into the door. Slumped by the door, she groans in pain. Outraged, she yells that he has gone too far and demands basic respect from an ally. Vincent replies that sparing her life was already the minimum respect he could offer. Mariel realizes in terror how close she is to death. Vincent notes aloud what he has discovered. He hoists up the massive venomous scorpion that had been hiding in the bed, stating that her promised bright future was actually a trap. Mariel recognizes it as a grade 1 poisonous scorpion capable of killing even giants instantly. She concludes the Elder Council meant to kill her regardless of the mission's outcome. Vincent reiterates that not killing her immediately was his version of respect. Addressing the hidden tamer, Vincent orders him to show himself. A hooded tamer steps in with a horde of insect monsters and demands to know how Vincent detected the scorpion. Vincent answers that he did not. He simply deduced the tamer smuggled it in when Mariel entered. Smiling, he shows the swollen sting wound on his arm and remarks that it hurt. A close-up shows the ugly poison puncture in his arm. Both the tamer and Mariel are stunned that Vincent survived a supposedly lethal sting. Vincent recalls how his master strengthened him with dragon blood, making him immune to poison. He asks the tamer what he plans to try next. Outside, the snow begins falling harder again. Guards comment that the snow is returning and will likely become a heavy storm. Light suddenly floods from Vincent's window as power surges. Inside, one of the tamer's monstrous bugs roars. Vincent cuts through the charging swarm with sweeping sword strikes. The tamer boasts, challenging Vincent to see how long he can last against his swarm. Vincent, shielding Mariel behind him, calmly asks the tamer's name. The man introduces himself as Daniel Leofrio, one of the continent's 10 great tamers. Julian recognizes him in horror as Daniel of the 100 Swarms. Julian warns that Daniel is the strongest at controlling small monsters, while Vincent mocks his confidence. Daniel replies that confidence is irrelevant as he charges in. Vincent notes damage appearing in the room from the clash. More vicious bugs dive toward Vincent from above. Vincent's eyes sharpen as he prepares to counter. He unleashes another devastating slash that tears through the incoming swarm. Mariel, crouched on the bed, watches in shock as debris and energy fly around her. Someone shouts to Vincent that the floor is swarming with bugs as monstrous insects surge up. The masked tamer calmly agrees, ready to act. He boasts that his beasts cover every surface of the room, trapping Vincent and the old man. Vincent remarks that it is strange a top 10 tamer came personally just to kill some kids. Daniel uneasily agrees that the situation is odd. A blue-haired observer reacts in shock to what he hears. Outside, a cloaked figure overlooks the snowy city from a rooftop. The figure exhales in the cold, preparing for what is to come. Over tea, someone questions whether Daniel can truly be trusted. The nobleman explains he personally arranged to use Daniel, and claims there is nothing to worry about. His attendant warns that since Daniel is one of the 10 great tamers, betraying them could be disastrous. The nobleman snaps, angrily insisting there is no need to worry. The attendant falls silent, unsettled by his reaction. The nobleman insists Daniel will never rebel because he has a safeguard in place. Daniel reveals that his safety device consists of deadly flying insects under his control. Those insects rush Vincent, surrounding him in midair. Vincent deduces Daniel is acting under orders and notes that Daniel has shown no real intent to kill. Vincent points out again that Daniel's attacks lack killing intent, startling him. Daniel angrily declares his motives are none of Vincent's concern and attacks. Vincent counters with a powerful strike, hurling Daniel through the wall. Vincent says he cannot spare Daniel after being poisoned, but warns the tamer his employers will kill him anyway. Using telepathy, Vincent offers Daniel a chance at revenge against those who exploited him. Daniel screams as Vincent's attack sends him flying again. The impact blasts him down the hallway in a shockwave. Bruised, Daniel wonders if Vincent is really offering to help him, yet doubts anyone could defeat his enemies. Vincent tells Daniel he must trust him because there is no alternative. Desperate, Daniel decides he has no other choice but to cooperate. Elsewhere, the attendant asks the nobleman what safety device he meant. The nobleman explains that deep in the Adenka family's underground prison lies his leverage. He reveals that the imprisoned hostage is the daughter of his hated rival. Daniel, via telepathy, shouts that his own daughter is being held there. Vincent is shocked by this revelation. Daniel thinks that even a slim chance his daughter is alive is enough reason to act. Overwhelmed, he unleashes a massive swarm of bugs toward Vincent, saying he cannot stop. The swarm engulfs Vincent, but he stands unfazed within it. Vincent calmly gazes out from the dark cloud of insects. Daniel raises an immense column of bugs, preparing a final attack. He apologizes, saying he cannot entrust his daughter's fate to a rookie like Vincent. Through telepathy, Vincent promises to help him, startling Daniel. A slash of power cuts through the swarm, dispersing it. Vincent releases an immense vertical blast of energy. He vows to restore justice for Daniel and the disgraced Adenka name by rescuing the imprisoned girl. Holding his chained sword, Vincent swears this weapon is his oath. Daniel looks up in awe and disbelief at Vincent's power. The city shines as Vincent's aura flashes across the snowy landscape. Lightning arcs through the sky, signaling his unleashed power over the estate. Daniel realizes Vincent planned everything from the moment the ambush failed. He understands Vincent spared him only to hear his story and is now displaying his hidden strength intentionally. Daniel recognizes Vincent's display is meant to make him believe and trust in him. Convinced by this power, Daniel decides he can entrust his daughter's rescue to Vincent. Vincent takes Daniel's red sword, accepting the responsibility. Daniel, slumped and wounded, begs Vincent to succeed. Vincent promises Daniel he will keep his word while the scorpion familiar coils around the sword. Under the swirling moonlit sky, Vincent and the exhausted Daniel overlook the city together. Vincent reflects bitterly on how far the Adenka family bearing Aslan's name has fallen. Daniel bows his head, silently acknowledging his trust and guilt. Back inside, Mariel realizes Vincent truly has the power rumored to have defeated much of the direct bloodline. Sari rushes in calling for the young master, and Vincent notes, she arrived at a good time. Vincent casually suggests preserving Daniel's corpse with magic, baffling the others. Sari shouts that this is not the main issue. She warns that something huge is happening beneath them. Brick's corpse is shown, veins blackened and a crystal jammed in his chest. Keshin panics, begging Brick to wake up while Vincent and Mariel watch. Vincent grimly studies the scene, realizing something is wrong. Keshin, distraught, calls out to Vincent for answers. He grabs Vincent, accusing him of trickery and demanding to know what he did. In rage and grief, Keshin assumes Vincent caused Brick's death because of past cold treatment. Vincent knocks Keshin back to snap him out of his hysteria. Keshin comes to his senses as Vincent tells him to calm down. Vincent points out from the angle of the embedded crystal that the strike came from below. He concludes that the wound was almost certainly self-inflicted by Brick. Vincent explains to Keshin that any trick involved was Brick's, not his, and wonders why the quiet cadet would do that. He instructs Mariel to extract the mana crystal from Brick's chest. Vincent notes that unlike other cadets who try to impress him, Mariel treats him like a normal peer, which he does not mind. Mariel reaches down to take the crystal. The crystal suddenly flares with intense blue light. Shocked, Mariel recoils as Brick's body lights up and surges with energy. The crystal causes the ground to shake violently beneath everyone. Vincent runs to the doorway, demanding to know what is happening. Outside, guards panic at a new threat and order each other to run. Another aide urges Vincent to look, pointing toward the disturbance. People stumble in the streets as the tremors intensify. A gigantic claw slams down, cracking the wall. A colossal panther-like beast climbs over the fortress wall, roaring. Mariel points out that this is the same panther that attacked her earlier. Vincent realizes Brick's crystal was actually a signal used to summon that beast, likely as a backup plan of the Elder Council, or someone else. He decides their priority is to save the townspeople and calls out to Keshin and Mariel. Vincent orders the cadets to put aside their emotions and evacuate the villagers. Mariel anxiously asks what Vincent himself plans to do. Draping his cloak, Vincent declares he is going to hunt the beast. Keshin and Mariel watch in awe as Vincent launches himself with explosive speed. Keshin is left speechless at Vincent's display. Vincent leaps across rooftops toward the rampaging panther. Julian runs alongside Vincent, and Vincent asks if the beast might belong to Daniel, but Julian reasons Daniel would have summoned it earlier and only controls small creatures. Julian concludes the panther must be from some other faction, not the Elder Council. The panther roars and smashes the ground while Vincent closes in. It repeatedly pounds the city with its massive paws, causing widespread destruction. The shockwaves blast apart the streets and buildings around it. Vincent realizes the beast was incredibly well made and dangerous. Vincent meets the charging panther head-on, blocking a mighty blow with his sword. Feeling the sword's new strength, Vincent notes it is overflowing with power. Empowered, he calls to Julian to join him. A blue spectral giant manifests as Vincent prepares his attack, channeling it through the red sword. He unleashes his technique called Transcendent Sword Strike, but senses something is off. Nearby, Julian clutches his head in agony as a sinister red aura envelopes him. In pain, Julian warns his brother to be careful. Vincent feels the sword behaving strangely as blue threads coil around it. He curses as the weapon goes out of control during the clash. A gloved hand suddenly seizes the sword's hilt midair. A cloaked man standing by the panther comments that the Elder Council failed again and always botches their plans. Revealing himself with a smile, he says it is fortunate he came personally. Vincent recognizes the man as Steward Sirkin and is shocked. Relieved at first, Vincent approaches, noting Sirkin appears unharmed. Before he can finish speaking, a lightning strand slices Vincent across the face. Vincent's eyes widen in alarm at the sudden betrayal. Serkin taunts that Vincent still does not understand the situation. Red and blue energy threads crisscross the darkness as Serkin activates his true power. A deadly web of red lines and malevolent aura surrounds Vincent while Serkin floats within it. Serkin claims he is now showing Vincent his true self. Vincent senses the ominous mana emanating from Serkin. He guesses in horror that Serkin has formed a contract with an evil spirit. Vincent shouts for the steward to regain control and break free from the evil spirit. Serkin laughs that Vincent misunderstood. He says he never contracted an evil spirit in the usual way. Smirking, Serkin calls Vincent a fool. The panther thrashes in midair, bound by Serkin's glowing threads. Serkin chastises the beast for not recognizing its own master as he manipulates it. Vincent is shocked that Serkin instantly subdued the massive beast. Serkin tells Vincent he is aiming at the wrong target. He directs the controlled panther to strike elsewhere, turning it upon Vincent. The beast dives, destroying more of the city with a massive slam. The resulting shockwave tears a path through the buildings. Vincent observes that Serkin is literally puppeteering the beast with thread-like mana, and realizes he must stop this technique. Vincent decides he must first defeat the panther while also saving the steward. He invokes Blessing of the Thunder Giant, summoning a colossal electric figure behind him. Vincent fires a huge lightning blast called Thunderfall at the panther. The attack slams into the beast's head with crushing force. Amid the explosion, Serkin stands on the panther's face, seemingly unfazed. Serkin simply smiles, enjoying the battle. He rises above the glowing detonation of energy as the panther roars below. Vincent watches Serkin leap forward through the lightning toward him. Serkin reminds Vincent that lightning cannot affect his body. He boasts that electric attacks do not work on him at all. Using his threads, Serkin sends the panther lunging again, while he remains safely aloft. Vincent stares in shock at this overwhelming advantage. The panther charges through the city's main street, carving a devastating path. Vincent is blasted back into a building and crosses his arms to brace himself. The impact explodes the wall and street around him. Vincent's hand grips the shattered stone as he struggles to stay upright. Bruised and pinned against the wall, Vincent thinks the situation is dire and that, for some reason, he can no longer communicate with Julian. Vincent remembers facing a colossal lightning spirit towering over him. He recalls that after Steward Serkin was defeated by Master Merlin, Serkin developed a technique that nullifies lightning, making Vincent's Thunder Giant ineffective. In the present, a massive tiger-like beast charges at Vincent. Vincent narrowly evades the beast's crushing attack. Realizing he cannot use Thunder Giant and that his sword Hungarian was taken, Vincent prepares another plan. The roaring beast rushes Vincent again across the battlefield. Power surges in the beast's glowing eyes as it attacks. The beast lunges, jaws wide, moments before impact. A gigantic ice spike impales the beast, and Vincent feels relieved his new ability worked. Vincent notes this is his first time controlling the vision power Forcidin, and it exceeded expectations. The beast collapses dead before Vincent. He gently tells the beast it no longer has to be used by others and to rest. Suddenly, red threads of energy appear around Vincent, catching his attention. As ice spears rain down, Vincent vows not to fall for the same ambush again. A hidden enemy taunts him, asking if he can defend even from behind. Vincent sees the unconscious beast and realizes threads crisscross the entire area. He senses the threat is not just behind him, but all around. Vincent concludes the whole battlefield is under enemy control as the dark figure approaches. The possessed attacker declares it is already too late. Red threads unleash a massive destructive bombardment around Vincent. Trapped, Vincent panics that he cannot dodge the incoming attack. The red web detonates in a devastating explosion. The cloaked enemy believes Vincent's strength is finally exhausted. Smiling, the enemy suggests they have a conversation. The cloaked figure names Vincent Adenka as red threads bind him to the ground. Vincent, bleeding, argues the real steward would never deal with evil spirits, and that the man's odd manner of speaking reveals his true identity. He identifies the possessor as the archdemon Davin. Vincent desperately demands to know what happened to the steward and whether Raven is safe. The possessed body falls silent, not answering. Davin mocks him, saying Serkin now belongs entirely to him. Davin proclaims that Vincent will soon become his as well. He urges Vincent not to resist, insisting it is pointless. From within, Serkin weakly calls to Lord Vincent. Vincent turns to see Serkin's true spirit separated from the demonic presence inside a thread-made realm. Vincent finds himself transported into a sealed space of blue mana threads. He realizes this is the realm of the Thread King, a domain of threads and mana cut off from outside interference. Spotting Serkin's figure, Vincent calls out to his steward. Kneeling by him, Vincent notes that Serkin's consciousness resurfaced at the last moment. Serkin explains he is using his remaining strength to hide from the demon's gaze. He warns Vincent that time is running out. Serkin begs him to save young Lord Raven. Vincent is shocked to hear Raven's name in this context. He presses Serkin to clarify what he means about Raven. Vincent anxiously asks where Raven is and whether he is safe, as Serkin hesitates. Serkin recounts that sudden disturbances erupted across the continent. He says those abrupt uprisings began occurring everywhere. Investigating reports, Serkin and an ally realized the chaos was caused by Davin's evil spirits, similar to what they had seen at the Hyades gathering. They secretly left the fortress and headed to Bardican territory to investigate the unrest. After months of investigation, their search finally bore fruit. They encountered bandits whose minds and bodies had been completely consumed by Davin's evil spirits. One of the corrupted men roared and attacked them. The crazed bandits screamed about intruders trying to take their territory and charged to kill them. Serkin's fiery ally challenged the fanatics head-on. After subduing them, she concludes the bandits know little and are only victims of demonic corruption. She urges they quickly find more clues and return before Vincent arrives. Serkin agrees with a gentle smile. She wonders how strong Vincent has become and looks forward to fighting him again. Suddenly a demonic hand grabs her leg from below. A sinister presence questions whether she truly believes she can keep up with Vincent. The demon voice claims she will lose to Vincent no matter what. Realizing the truth, she attacks, accusing the presence of being the very demon responsible. The demon recognizes her as the wielder of the legendary spear that pierces all. It reminds her that at the Hyades gathering 2 years ago she had already fallen behind Vincent's level. The voice says Vincent will return with even stranger, greater power, and asks what will happen to her then. The demon asks whether she will really be able to walk alongside Vincent's growth. It insists she will fall so far behind he will no longer see her as an ally. The demon flatly declares there is no chance Vincent will stay with her. It presses her again, demanding an answer. It demands to know if she is truly satisfied with remaining weaker as her eye fills with demonic light. Overwhelmed, she begins to accept the demon, her figure swallowed by a monstrous grin of energy. Serkin tries to intervene, warning his companion that it is dangerous. He leaps to rescue her as demonic energy surges upward. She screams in horror as Serkin charges in. Serkin yells for Serkin herself to flee, realizing too late that he is the one now in danger. He had believed his mana could expel the evil spirit. Instead, he explains, what they encountered was not a mere low-level spirit. He recalls with terror what stood before him. The entity revealed itself as a one-armed swordsman wreathed in red aura. Serkin identifies him as Davin Samayan, a legendary great devil made real. Serkin tells Vincent that Davin took over his body and captured Raven, and his memories after that are blank. Vincent realizes the notorious one-armed swordsman others spoke of was indeed himself, though he once thought it a misunderstanding. He now questions what the great devil Davin truly is. Serkin warns Vincent that an immense threat is approaching. He emphasizes that this danger is aimed especially at Vincent. Vincent, stunned, asks if he is personally being targeted. Serkin states that Davin's primary objective is Vincent himself. Serkin confirms that Vincent is the great devil's chosen target. Vincent is shaken by the revelation. Serkin struggles, saying there is no time and urging Vincent to act quickly. The demonic power in Serkin's eye erupts again as he screams in pain. Vincent calls out desperately to his steward. Serkin admits his limit has been reached and that once the evil spirit fully reclaims his body, Vincent will be unable to win. He conjures Hungrian and offers the sword back to Vincent. Serkin then asks Vincent to kill him with that blade, while Vincent is horrified. Smiling sadly, Serkin vows to support Vincent's strike. Outside, his body resists Davin's control long enough to beg Vincent once more to save young Lord Raven. Davin snarls that after reclaiming Vincent he will erase Serkin's soul first. Vincent grasps Hungrian and internally refuses Serkin's request. Instead, he resolves to save both Serkin and Raven. He declares he will drive Davin out using his sword path. Davin scoffs that Vincent is being arrogant despite knowing Serkin's explanation. The demon boasts that Vincent cannot stand against a 7-star warrior empowered by his might. Davin unleashes another overwhelming barrage of red threads, mocking Vincent's ability to draw his sword path. Under the onslaught, Vincent admits he cannot find an opening for his special strike with his current skill. Vincent decides instead to shake Davin's mind to create an opening. He imagines striking with a massive golden fist to force that brief gap. Vincent combines the powers of the Dwarf King and Galaxy Wanderer into a new technique. He unleashes the blended skill, Salted Fist, in a blinding attack. The golden blow crashes against the red thread barrier. Davin is momentarily shocked as the impact reaches him. He regains control, binding the golden fist with threads and claiming Vincent was careless. Davin mocks Vincent for thinking brute strength alone could win. He dismisses Vincent's attempt as sloppy as the attack shatters. Within, Serkin's soul reacts with surprise. He realizes Vincent has created the needed opening. Vincent acknowledges that this chance exists only because of his bond with Serkin. A familiar blonde swordsman spirit says Davin cannot ignore his face. The spirit, resembling Raven, readies Hungrian with the technique reverse flow, challenging Davin's authenticity. Davin is stunned as the glowing blade touches him. The spectral Raven dives down in a blue arc toward Davin while someone cries his name. The strike cleaves through Davin's possessed body. Serkin groans as demonic shards fly away from him. The enraged demon howls as its power erupts. Davin's influence rages through Serkin's body in a last-ditch frenzy. Vincent, wielding Hungrian, slashes the demonic mass away from Serkin. Kazan rushes to the fallen steward, shouting for him. Checking Serkin's condition, Kazan confirms he is alive and plans to move him to safety, assuming his strength was spent resisting the spirit. The ground trembles violently beneath Kazan. A massive crack of red energy opens, forcing Kazan to shield Serkin. Vincent senses the same ominous energy and reacts. A gigantic red explosion of aura erupts from the ruined village center. Onlookers above the village see the dark pillar rising and panic over what is happening to their homes. A robed woman wonders who is fighting amid the chaos. Recognizing the energy, she realizes the young master is involved. She prays anxiously for Vincent's safety. Vincent spots the ominous phenomenon and recognizes its significance. He realizes that a vast aura is gathering into one point overhead. The crimson energy condenses into a blinding cross of light. From within the crater, a figure with long orange hair, now fully possessed, approaches Vincent. The demon in Raven's body says it was surprised to see a familiar face again and asks Vincent how he feels. Vincent, shaken, addresses the possessed Raven directly. Raven, now armored and cloaked in demonic aura, strides forward as Davin's new vessel. Vincent steps out to confront him, declaring that Davin's tricks end now. He reminds himself of his promise to Butler Sirkin as he raises Hungarian. Lightning begins to crackle along the massive sword. Surrounded by blue lightning, Vincent fully powers up for the final clash. He vows to drive Davin out, reclaim Raven, and uncover the truth of what happened 500 years ago. Vincent calls out Davin by name, challenging the archdemon directly. Davin, speaking through Raven's body, boasts that this vessel cost effort but can now be completely controlled, even with a fraction of his power. The spear wielder exults that battle finally lets him unleash his full power. Red and blue energies clash violently, shattering the surroundings. The clash erupts into a massive swirling explosion. A red glowing hand slams into the ground, preparing a powerful move. The spear wielder invokes a spear that can pierce anything and looms over his foe. He commands his spear to pierce as his eyes burn with murderous excitement. The spear is hurled down like a beam, smashing into the ground below. The impact devastates the town, blowing buildings apart. Laughing, he revels in the destruction and praises how amazing the boy Raven's blessing is. As he looks up, the swordsman dives at him from above with a massive blue blade. The swordsman focuses, eyes glowing, channeling power into his swing. A colossal blue arc cleaves through the battlefield toward the enemy. The blast grazes the spear wielder, who taunts that it was close but not enough. Wrapping his hand around his weapon again, he vows to attack once more. Declaring it his turn, he launches himself at the swordsman. A red beam shoots down toward the falling swordsman. The beam spears through the city as the two fighters are flung apart. The shot carves straight through multiple buildings, leaving gaping holes. The area erupts into another massive red explosion. Watching the devastation, the swordsman admits Raven's combined blessing and spirit power has grown greatly since 2 years ago. However, he steels himself, implying there is still a way to win. Noticing the enemy has let go of his spear, he sees an opening and rushes in with enchanted sword. The spear wielder lunges forward, scoffing that such a tactic will not work. A red projectile streaks away from the blast zone across the ruined city. The swordsman turns, startled by the approaching red light. He summons the dwarf king spirit, a towering fiery guardian behind him. The spear wielder recognizes the ability as the famed spear that pierces all. The spirit readies a glowing core, preparing the penetration skill. The dwarf king activates penetration, and the enemy notes it does not even need to touch the spear. Shocked, the swordsman realizes Raven can trigger his blessing in this indirect way. Empowered by the dwarf king, the swordsman charges straight up through the fiery giant. He clicks his tongue in frustration as the spear attack continues. The spear wielder drives another piercing blast into the ground, causing a huge red shockwave. Standing amid the storm of energy, he laughs and asks if his opponent is surprised. He reveals that Raven trained relentlessly to master his blessing specifically to defeat the swordsman, and complains about having fallen for a child's ambush. Dropping toward the ground with the swordsman, he mutters that his late master Nidia would scold him from the afterlife. Both combatants plummet through a cavernous red void. Suddenly a blue beam slices down from above toward the spear wielder. He blocks it with his bandaged arm but grunts from the impact. The swordsman clings to the wall of debris, facing the spear wielder across the ruined arena. Filled with rage, the swordsman condemns him for even daring to speak his master's name. He admits he does not understand what the enemy is or how it holds his name and memories. Resolute, he shouts that he will no longer tolerate this and will cut the enemy down now. The spear wielder calls him a fake and spits the insult back. He starts to snicker under his mask. Laughing openly now, he finds the accusation amusing in front of the battered swordsman. The swordsman glares and asks what is so funny. The spear wielder shakes with laughter, saying the swordsman truly remembers nothing and questioning who the real fake is. With one eye exposed, he demands to know what the swordsman really is if he himself is called the fake. He presses the question, asking if the swordsman is truly the real one. Stunned, the swordsman repeats the phrase, unsure what being the real one even means. He angrily rejects the notion, declaring he is Davin Samayon and calling the story nonsense. He narrates his own memory of being born one-armed into House Samayon and training ruthlessly under a cloaked master. More memories surface of fighting in an arena and being fatally stabbed from behind. He recalls dying, blood spilling from his mouth. The spear wielder grins and asks if he even knows how Raven died. Those memories overlay his present self, shocking him into silence. The enemy says the swordsman has seen it too, referring to the shared vision. He explains that when the swordsman slew the foolish sixth son, he briefly linked with Raven's fragment, and saw a memory of meeting Aslan as an adult. He points out the contradiction that the swordsman has never actually met an adult Aslan, yet those memories exist in him. He concludes that the swordsman is the fake, an ignorant pawn who does not realize what was done to him. He mocks him as a pathetic Vincent being used by Aslan, and the stunned swordsman wonders if Aslan truly used him. The spear wielder presses that inconsistency as something strange. He questions why Aslan and the ancient heroes did nothing to correct history when Aslan was branded an archdemon. He rejects the idea that Samian's interference is the reason, implying something deeper. He begins to reveal that their true goal concerned summoning Archdemon Davin just to erase him. He states outright that the plan was to summon Archdemon Davin into this world and destroy him. He says the heroes praised Davin as the one who sees the truth, but in reality all of them had deceived him. The swordsman grits his teeth and tells him to shut up. He screams that it is a lie and refuses to believe any of it. Overwhelmed, he charges straight at the spear wielder. The enemy sneers that the speechless fake can only rush in blindly. Red spikes erupt from the ground as another attack detonates. A massive red slash rips across the battlefield toward the swordsman. The swordsman is grazed and reacts with pained frustration. The spear wielder catches the incoming blade with his bandaged hand. He derides the swordsman for throwing a tantrum, saying it will not change the truth. He slams his spear down again, sending up a pillar of dark red energy. The pillar explodes outward in another city-shattering blast. The spear wielder's eyes widen as he suddenly loses sight of the swordsman. He notices his spear buried in water, and realizes the opponent has vanished. The swordsman reappears multiple times around him, encircling him with blue-clad afterimages. Raven laughs at the swordsman's speed and says it makes the fight even more enjoyable. He smirks, about to qualify his praise. He declares that the swordsman still is not moving fast enough for him to lose track. The spear wielder tracks him and readies another straight-line thrust. The swordsman's blade is wrapped in intersecting lines of light, preparing a counter. He dives down amid blue light, slamming that charged blade. Power surges through his sword as his eyes ignite with energy. Raven clings to his spear, straining against the force. The swordsman and spear wielder clash again, shockwaves cracking the ground. Their collision creates a deep crater at the center of the arena. The swordsman's cut shears across the spear shaft. He spins past, driving his blade along the spear while Raven struggles to hold it. Raven looks annoyed, gripping the weapon tighter. Suddenly a huge purple force erupts from the ground where the sword struck. Raven throws up a purple energy barrier between his hands to block it. The swordsman now wields a large purple energy blade and advances while Raven braces behind his shield. Straining under the pressure, Raven warns that Aslan's grand arrangement was never meant for just the two of them. The swordsman presses his purple blade harder and orders Raven to shut up. Knocked down, Raven tries to tell him he is still being deceived. The swordsman roars again that he said to shut up. He pleads that Raven stop tarnishing the child's name any further. He recalls the tearful child who cried over his injustice and opened the path he walks now. Raven challenges him, asking why Aslan withheld so many memories if he truly cared. He argues that if Aslan were righteous he would not have hidden those experiences from Davin. He accuses Aslan of knowing Davin's endless suffering yet choosing to stay silent. He claims Aslan erased inconvenient memories to manipulate Davin like a puppet. The swordsman, shaken, whispers Aslan's name in doubt. Aslan's calm, luminous form appears before him. The swordsman clutches the purple blade, hands trembling. Raven's eyes flare wide as he sees something unexpected. A beam shoots outward across the rocky field. The swordsman blocks this new attack overhead with his purple sword. He answers by unleashing a named purple sword technique in a sweeping slash. Glaring, he curses Raven. Raven suddenly grabs his face, seizing him. Suspended in midair, Raven announces he has caught the swordsman. He says there is nothing left to worry about now. He tells the swordsman that he will soon learn everything as well. Within a dark mental realm, Davin is bound by red chains as the demonic figure approaches. The demon chuckles that his plan has succeeded. He reaches out commandingly, ordering Davin to become his. Davin swears in frustration as the demon starts another incantation. A golden butterfly of light appears before the demon, drawing his attention. A flood of golden butterflies explodes in his face, making him scream as the swordsman watches. A calm voice declares that this battlefield is not the proper place. Bathed in golden light, the swordsman turns in surprise. A boy wreathed in light tells him it is too early for the two of them to clash. The boy repeats that it is still too early, addressing Davin as his brother. The scene widens to show Davin still chained as the luminous boy hovers before him, again saying it is too early, brother. Davin recognizes the way the boy speaks and begins to suspect who he is. He asks if the tall blue-haired figure behind the boy is Aslan, and calls the boy brother. Davin frantically demands to know if all of Raven's accusations are true and whether that demon is actually him. The boy hesitates and starts to answer. From the shadows, Raven's smoky form asks if Davin still cannot believe it. Raven insists that regardless of doubt, certain truths remain. His old armor crumbles away as his form shifts. He says that once Davin sees the truth with his own eyes he will be able to believe it. Davin stares at a red silhouette bearing his own face after 500 years. Overwhelmed, he can only ask why. He wonders aloud why such a monstrous being wears his face and addresses the bespectacled boy. The boy says he does not know who Davin really is or why he takes Aslan's appearance, but seeing that face alone fills him with rage. Raven, now in Davin's form, declares he will erase the boy immediately. Dark power erupts from him as he begins absorbing the surrounding space. Crimson fragments swirl as the space collapses into him. Davin realizes in horror that the entire space is being sucked into Raven. The dark energy continues to rain down in a torrent. Raven lifts the chained Davin, dragging him toward the consuming light. Grinning, he proclaims that once Vincent submits, everything will be finished. The great demon, chained and wreathed in darkness, commands Vincent to belong to him. Vincent realizes in panic that he is completely immobilized. A blond boy calmly reaches out, gathering blazing divine power at his fingertip. The boy fires the divine energy upward, sending a powerful light toward the heavens. The demon is shocked as he senses something unexpected occurring. Surrounded by divine butterflies, the boy reveals he is using godly power in a way that alarms the demon. The divine energy blooms into a massive radiance that fills the darkness. From that radiance, a gigantic holy weapon forms above the stunned demon. The blond boy braces himself and channels even more divine power through his hand. The holy weapon hurtles downward toward the demon as he looks up. Realizing the truth, the demon laughs maniacally, recognizing who opposes him. The divine weapon slams into the demon with an explosive impact, tearing through his body. Laughing through the pain, the demon taunts Aslan, asking if he plans to kill him again like 500 years ago. Aslan stares back in silence, expression unreadable amid the golden flames. In a flashback, Aslan's older brother urges him to use the child's divine power quickly to expel the great demon. The brother tells Aslan that if he has any questions, now is the only time to ask. Aslan's brother reflects on what he most wants to ask while Aslan channels light beside him. Vincent recalls wondering how he died, what Aslan said in prison that day, and whether Aslan deceived him. Vincent starts to question Aslan aloud but falters. He lowers his head, unable to force out the question. A memory surges of a smiling comrade asking someone to take care of Lord Raven. The scene shifts to a devastated, smoking landscape split by a huge fissure. Among the ruins, that comrade sits slumped against a rock, barely alive. The wounded man gasps weakly, breath frosting in the air. Back in the present, Vincent speaks solemnly with his head bowed. He declares that Raven is currently captured by the great demon and must be rescued safely, asking if Aslan can do it. Aslan is startled when his brother calls him upright and says the future was entrusted to him. Aslan explains that the divine power Vincent currently has is insufficient to save the child and that another price is needed. Vincent immediately asks what that price is. Aslan answers that the price is himself. He explains they must use the remnants of him in Vincent's bloodline, invoking the will of Adenka. While the battle rages, the demon is still being pounded by divine light, but something more is coming. Another blast of holy power detonates around the demon, engulfing him. Aslan warns that using this power means Vincent will lose the Adenka qualification of one who sees the truth and may never again access the memories left behind. Vincent, eyes hidden, is asked if he is truly willing to accept that cost. The divine weapon shatters dramatically, scattering fragments and light. Aslan reminds Vincent that he never taught him to abandon promises or human lives so lightly. Fired up, Vincent orders Aslan to use whatever it takes to save Raven as fast as possible. Aslan agrees with a bright, trusting smile. Enraged, the demon bellows that the game is over. He roars that Aslan cannot stop him and surges forward with dark power. Empowered by divine will, Aslan's manifested form intercepts the demon in a blazing clash. Aslan then dashes in another direction, guiding the divine power away as a path. The demon rages that it is disgraceful for Aslan to use his descendant's body like a parasite and struggles so miserably. A pair of piercing blue eyes ignite as a new will awakens. Aslan's true warrior form fully manifests, sword drawn, crackling with blue lightning. The demon snarls that a wraith who died 500 years ago should not block his path. Aslan apologizes calmly, saying he will go ahead and wait. In a single sword strike he cleaves through the demon's body with overwhelming force. The demon screams Aslan's name as he is bisected by the descending light. The divine beam drives his body into the ground, while he howls Aslan's name in disbelief. Aslan, still channeling power through the great sword, prepares another finishing strike. The beam turns into a falling star, and Aslan dives with Raven in his arms, sheltering the child within a blue sphere. Aslan explains he has succeeded in rescuing the child from the archdemon using his will, but hints there is a cost. Studying the unconscious boy, Aslan notes he is a prince of Bardican and wonders how Vincent made such a person his ally. He reflects that in the future he saw, there was no such connection and that events have long since diverged from his predictions. Looking at the rescued child, Aslan realizes Vincent has taken the future far beyond what he foresaw. He concludes that the fate of the world now rests in Vincent Adenka's hands. Aslan believes that Vincent might create a better future than the one he once witnessed. Accepting his limit, Aslan entrusts everything that comes next to Vincent. A final thought echoes in Vincent's mind, apologizing to his brother Devon. The demon shrieks Aslan's name as a massive ceiling array flares, forcing him out. Furious, he vows he will not be expelled so quietly. In the collapsing space, Vincent clicks his tongue and declares that if the demon is leaving, he will take everything with him. The chains binding Vincent break apart amid the chaos. The demon resolves that at the very least he will drag someone down with him. He lunges at Aslan's young vessel, roaring that he will take the brat along. He swears to kill the child and escape. The sudden backlash of power makes Aslan's vessel groan and begin to fall. The demon's giant hand reaches to snatch the falling boy. He is startled by an unexpected blue attack. A streak of blue energy severs the reaching hand as the boy plummets. Vincent, using Aslan's will, dives and catches the unconscious Aslan child in midair. The demon curses that even in the end the fake Aslan interferes. On the ground, Vincent shakes the boy and demands that he wake up. Realizing the boy's name is Julian, the demon is stunned. He recalls the prophecy of someone named Julian made by Aslan 500 years earlier. Thoughts of Julian's prophecy and the 5 centuries that have passed swirl in his mind. He connects Julian and Aslan's bloodline with his own grudges. A crazed smile forms as he contemplates that lineage. Vincent looks up at the sky and mutters that perhaps he has gone insane. The demon laughs, finally understanding how Aslan knew the future and crowing Aslan's name. Vincent, carrying Julian away, tells them both to wait for him. The demon's lingering presence sneers that Aslan's remnants in Vincent must now be exhausted and vows not to be expelled so easily next time. He promises to capture Vincent's body and make it completely his own. As he vanishes, he shouts for Vincent to wait for him. The scene shifts to the real world where Aslan's will has carried Raven out of the archdemon's grasp. Raven, now conscious, remembers his ordeal in silence. He launches himself down with raw strength, smashing something beneath him. The impact carves a new crater into the ground. Vincent rushes to Raven, asking if he is safe and if he recognizes him. Still shaken, Raven gasps out Vincent's name. Standing in the crater, Raven laments that he was captured despite wanting to help and stand beside Vincent. He feels useless, thinking he only held Vincent back. Crying, Raven doubts he will ever be able to reach Vincent's level. Vincent pauses, reflecting on their past. He reminds Raven of the final strike at the Hades gathering and asks if he remembers it. Vincent recalls how Raven was badly wounded then, could not wield his sword properly for a while, and was endlessly scolded by Seri. He reveals that he himself inflicted that wound on Raven during their duel. A memory image shows Raven back then, fierce and unyielding even as he bled. Vincent tells Raven that both in the past and today, Raven has been a splendid rival. Smiling, Vincent offers his hand and tells Raven to pursue him as he walks ahead. Raven hesitates, silently taking in Vincent's words. Finally he grasps Vincent's hand and agrees. Raven grins through tears, vowing to chase after Vincent with everything he has. This resolve echoes a past promise from Devon, who once said he would chase Vincent with all he had. The memory makes Vincent think painfully of his brother Devon. Raven collapses unconscious as Vincent stands over him, the sealing mark visible on Raven's body. Exhausted, Raven lies still while Vincent looks on. Vincent admits to himself that he never truly understood Aslan's real intentions. A vision of Devon appears, beginning with the word if. Vincent wonders if he is merely a pawn being used and questions whether following Aslan's plan is really right. He also wonders if he can ever defeat Devon's other self when they inevitably clash again. The image of a grinning Devon looms as Vincent asks whether he will be able to win that rematch. Walking away through the ruined battlefield, Vincent questions if he will be able to keep himself from wavering. He admits he is utterly exhausted. His demonic sword drops to the ground beside him. Vincent finally collapses on the shattered earth, cloak spread, unconscious beside his sword. Snow begins to fall gently over his resting body. A wider view shows Vincent and Raven lying in the giant crater as snow drifts around them. The crater and surrounding destruction are revealed within the snowy academy grounds. The perspective pulls back further, showing the entire snow-covered fortress and the massive gouge carved by the battle. At Adenka's main castle, lights burn while the estate remains unaware of the full truth. Inside, a mana crystal linked to the battle suddenly cracks and dims. An elder gripping a similar crystal panics as its reaction ceases and wonders why the panther-linked magic stopped. He recalls deceiving a cadet by giving him the crystal as a tool for power, expecting it to annihilate a village. He frets that even Mariel's seduction scheme seems to have failed. A younger noble anxiously asks Elder Delbecq if their entire plan has collapsed. The elder snaps that they have not failed yet and insists the situation can still be salvaged. A new figure, Elder Iagal, strides enwreathed in ominous red aura, scoffing at the idea of salvaging anything. Iagal coldly remarks that after such incompetence they dare to talk about salvaging the plan. He menacingly asks if they would like to join their dead accomplice Tiliban. Terrified, Delbecq and Mariel feel curseals burning into their shoulders as they beg for mercy. Iagal orders them to stop wasting time and assist with his preparations. Delbecq trembles and asks what preparations they are supposed to make. Iagal smiles madly and answers that they must prepare sacrifices. In another realm, Devon's dark self tells Vincent to wait, promising to craft the most horrifying gift for him. Vincent describes how this Devon's monstrous laughter and teeth haunt his nightmares. He dreams of facing Devon chained within a colossal maw while he himself stands as the lone challenger. Devon says that at the start and end of every nightmare, Vincent is always there. He muses about how Vincent's face will look when he finally sees Devon's new atrocities and admits he is looking forward to it. Turning to another shadowy figure, Devon asks if that person is also eager. A single red eye opens amid long hair, silently answering with ominous intent.